Su Weile's name was given by his mother, carrying the purest and most sincere love a mother could have for her son, not expecting him to achieve fame or fortune, but only hoping that his life would be filled with happiness. Su Weile always listened to his mother's words, even though she didn't stay with him for many years. Yet he still carried her hope, growing up strong and becoming a sunny, happy young man. Yanshan is a small city in the north. Su Weile's father Su Jun was a young thug in his youth. In those days, following a gang leader was still a popular thing to do. Su Jun was handsome and chivalrous, once known as the renowned brother Jun in Yanshan. But as the saying goes in the underworld, what goes around comes around. In the underworld, fights and killings were inevitable. Finally, a major incident occurred. Coinciding with a crackdown, Su Jun took the blame for everything, and after serving more than 10 years in prison, the world outside had changed completely. Fortunately, Su Jun was not just a handsome face. He was also very intelligent. Together with his former brothers, he started with a car dealership and grew the business bigger and bigger. Finally, taking advantage of Yanshan's unique geographical location, he contracted mines and became immensely wealthy, rising to become a famous nouveau riche in Yanshan. Su Jun met his wife shortly after his release from prison. Their journey from acquaintance to love was filled with obstacles. Su Weile's mother was young and beautiful, the only daughter of her family. When her parents learned that their precious daughter was dating a man more than 10 years older who had been in prison, they nearly fainted from anger. Until the day they got married, none of the bride's relatives attended the ceremony. Later, Su Weile's mother had a difficult childbirth, almost losing her life. But blood is thicker than water. Eventually, the grandparents reconciled with their daughter. But perhaps beauty is fated to be short-lived. When Su Weile just started elementary school, his mother fell seriously ill. Despite Su Jun's efforts, he could not save his wife's life. After his mother passed away, Su Weile did not lack love. His father and grandparents showered him with all their affection. He grew up as the little prince of the family. As he grew older, Su Weile's appearance became more and more like his beautiful mother, very handsome. Combined with his straightforward and chivalrous personality, he was always surrounded by friends. Then in the hall, he shouted, "Jin Jejia! Jin Jejia!" Su Weile's actions caused a commotion. He ran ahead, while security chased behind. Jin Jejia had called the previous night, crying and calling little Legu, but would not say anything, just kept sobbing. After that, the phone was unreachable. Su Weile tossed and turned for a while. Finally, unable to rest easy, he drove through the night, heading to Jinhai City. Jin Jejia was the daughter of Su Jun's good brother. The two grew up together, childhood sweethearts. They had even been betrothed as children, but perhaps because they were too familiar, they were more like siblings. Jin Jejia also had an older brother named Jin Yi, who was 10 years older than Su Weile and Jin Jejia. Perhaps because of the age gap, Jin Jejia was not as close to her own brother as she was to Su Weile. Su Weile glanced at the time. It was 6 in the morning. He dialed his grandparents' number. As soon as the call connected, his grandmother's loving voice came through. "Lele, why that Jejia? Why can't she stay home properly? She insists on going to Jinhai to become a star. Is Jinhai, that big city, such an easy place to be? Can anyone?" Grandma's surprised voice came through. "Out. Where to? So sudden. Lele, when will you be back?" "Grandma, I'm going to Jinhai to see Jejia, and then he'll spend a few days at Uncle's place. Don't worry, you'll take care of myself. You and Grandpa take care. They'll bring you some goodies when I get back. Be good." Grandma laughed happily. "You little rascal, you be good. You leave without saying goodbye. That Jejia, why can't she stay home properly? She insists on going to Jinhai to become a star. Is Jinhai, that big city, such an easy place to be? Can anyone just become a star?" Su Weile, hearing that Grandma was about to start again, quickly interrupted her. Yes, that girl is too troublesome. I'll talk to her when I see her. Grandma, I have to go. I'm about to get off the highway." All right, stop talking. You can't talk on the phone while driving. Hang up. Lele, be safe." Upon arriving in Jinhai City, Su Weile went straight to the talent agency where Jin Jejia had been. Just as he parked in the underground garage, he saw a well-dressed, wealthy woman storming out of a luxury car, standing in the middle of the parking lot, staring angrily at a man approaching. From Su Weile's angle, he could only see the man's profile, a very chiseled profile. The man was very tall. The wealthy woman had to look up to speak to him. The wealthy woman spoke emotionally, while the man seemed to stay silent. Su Weile thought he saw a slight smile as the corner of his mouth was upturned. Finally, the man spoke a very short sentence. Su Weile saw the woman freeze, then suddenly she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Although Su Weile could not hear the sound, he was still startled. The man's face turned to the side exactly in Su Weile's direction. Then the man slowly raised his eyes, still smiling, and stared straight at Su Weile in the car. Su Weile felt frozen in his seat by that face and that gaze. The two stared at each other. Su Weile was shocked. This face was too beautiful. When Su Weile snapped out of it, the wealthy woman's car had already driven away. Su Weile awkwardly cleared his throat, got out of the car, smiled at the man, and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to see that. But the car's soundproofing is good. I didn't hear your conversation." The man looked at Su Weile and asked an artist from the company. Su Weile was stunned for a moment, then realized, "Oh no, I'm here to find someone." The man still smiled and nodded. Without saying anything else, the man turned to leave. Su Weile, seeing this, quickly followed. "Hello, my name is Su Weile." The man didn't even look up, just said hello. Su Weile sensed the man's aloofness and thought it might be because he had witnessed the slap. "Was that your mother? Or another elder? It's not shameful to be hit by family, they mean well. My dad hits me all the time." Su Weile lied to comfort him. In reality, his father had never laid a finger on him. First, because he truly loved his only son, and second, because his grandparents protected him, and Su Jun didn't dare. Especially after Su Weile's mother passed away, Su Jun had never even spoken harshly to him. The man lifted his head, looked at Su Weile, and gave a cold laugh. He said to Su Weile, "If you're looking for someone, go ask at the front desk." Su Weile smiled, "Oh, okay, thank you. Then you." But before he could finish, the man had already walked off in the opposite direction. In the top-floor office of Shinkong Entertainment, Tang Shaowu, who had just returned from outside, sat in the spacious room, silently gazing at the streets below. Standing high above everything outside, seemed so small. His pale, slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. The phone rang as expected. Tang Shaowu looked at the flashing name on the screen, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He waited until the call was about to auto-disconnect before slowly answering. The voice of Tang Huaiyan came through the receiver. "Shaowu, it's your father. Your aunt went to see you just now, didn't she?" Tang Shaowu listened silently, saying nothing. Tang Huaiyan on the other end seemed accustomed to this, and sighed. "Ah, Shaowu. No matter what, she is your aunt, my current wife. You shouldn't have spoken to her like that. She just asked you to let Tang Yi off. Why must you be like this?" Tang Shaowu ignored his father's earnest plea. An icy voice rang out. "No. If Tang Yi doesn't repay the embezzled company funds within a month, I will sue him in the company's name. And today's slap in the face, he'll add that to the account too." After saying this, he hung up the phone without mercy. Su Weile was about to explode. He truly experienced what it meant to be passed around like a hot potato. He had been shuttled from morning till afternoon, still no news of Jin Jejia. A sarcastic smile curled on his lips. If he can't even handle that, then he really should pack up and leave. After a pause, he continued, "Now tell me where Jin Jejia is, or have the agent in charge of her come out to see me, or he'll call the police." The receptionist still smiled sweetly. "I'm so sorry, I just contacted the company's agent, and they said Jin Jejia and the others are in a secret training camp, and really can't come out to meet." Su Weile took a deep breath of frustration. "Miss, I've already said, even if I can't meet her in person, she can have a video call with me. I'm sorry, I don't have the trainee's contact information, it's all with the agent." Su Weile couldn't help but raise his voice, "So, I need to see the agent." The receptionist continued mechanically, "I'm sorry, sir, the agent is not available to take calls right now." Su Weile felt he was about to explode. If the other party were a man, Su Weile would have already started a fight. But she was a girl. Su Weile's beautiful eyes stared at the receptionist fixedly. When he saw fear and unease gradually appear in her eyes, Su Weile smiled. Then nodding, he said, "I understand. I won't get an answer from you today, will I?" Then, without waiting for the receptionist to answer, he vaulted over the security gate that required ID verification. His stylish motorcycle jacket traced a beautiful arc in the air. After landing nimbly, he immediately got up and rushed inside the company. In the few seconds that the receptionist and security guards were stunned, Su Weile had already sprinted dozens of meters. Then in the hall, he shouted, "Jin Jejia! Jin Jejia!" Su Weile's actions caused a commotion. He ran ahead, while security chased behind. The corridors were filled with people watching the spectacle. Shinkong Entertainment's design was hollow. Tang Shaowu, standing on the executive floor, looked down at the farce. He watched Su Weile run from floor to floor, finally being caught by security on the 4th floor. But he still shouted Jin Jejia's name loudly. Huang Zhizhong, standing beside Tang Shaowu, was sweating nervously. He cursed inwardly, "This damn kid, why did he have to cause trouble today of all days when the chairman is on an inspection?" Huang Zhizhong had been by Tang Shao's side for many years and knew well how unpredictable this young man, always wearing a smile, could be. A true wolf in sheep's clothing, capable of killing with a smile. No wonder everyone called him the Smiling Tiger. A pleasant voice with a smile sounded, "President Huang, what play is this? A rehearsal for a new drama." Huang Zhizhong's heart trembled violently. "Chairman, there must be some misunderstanding. He'll send someone to investigate immediately." Tang Shaowu watched as the security guards were escorting Su Weile out. The boy's brows were tightly knit, his eyes full of anger. Su Weile wore a wide-lapelled motorcycle jacket over a brand hoodie, light-colored jeans, and trendy brand sneakers. His outfit was stylish and eye-catching. Tang Shao's cold voice came, "Jin Jejia, is she one of our company's artists?" Manager Huang didn't dare to hide. "She is a trainee this year. Xue Bing is her agent. He took her out a few times. Yesterday she collapsed in the dance studio, reportedly bleeding a lot." Tang Shaowu turned around with a cold smile. "She's a newcomer, but are you newcomers too? For something like this to happen, I guess I overestimated your abilities." Sweat dripped from Huang Zhizhong's forehead. "Chairman, don't worry. We'll handle this. Xue Bing is at the hospital now. Once the surgery is done, we'll contact the family. I guarantee there will be no problem. Act first, then report later." Even if the family wants to make a fuss, there will be no direct evidence. Tang Shaowu looked at Huang Zhizhong and said slowly, President, Huang seems very experienced in handling such matters. I guess I don't need to worry. With that, he walked away with his driver. Huang Zhizhong waited until Tang Shaowu was far away, then slowly straightened his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A phantom extended limousine slowly drove past the main entrance of Shinkong Entertainment. Through the crowd of longtime fans and paparazzi, Tang Shaowu saw Su, while who was still struggling with security, being respectfully invited by one of Xue Bing's subordinates into a waiting car. The surgery must have been completed. The driver, old Su, also saw this scene. He had witnessed everything that happened in the company. He laughed and said, this young man has quite a temper. I wonder if Xue Bing can handle him at the hospital. Tang Shaowu withdrew his gaze. A sarcastic smile curled on his lips. If he can't even handle that, then he really should pack up and leave. After a pause, he continued, he's been too smooth lately, getting a bit too full of himself. Old Su glanced at the young master in the rearview mirror. He was young but accomplished. Even without a smile, his handsome face revealed no emotion. Old Su cautiously said, Xue Bing is actually quite good. He handles so many newcomers. Young people these days aren't easy to manage. They're all restless, willing to do anything for fame. Tang Shaowu gave his usual smile. To stop at nothing for fame and fortune, that's human nature. Ugly nature. Xue Bing stood by the hospital bed of Jean Jejia, who had just undergone an abortion. He said mechanically, Jean Jejia, our contract clearly states that interns are not allowed to date, get married, or become pregnant during the contract period. Do you realize this is a breach of contract? The company had high hopes for you, but I never expected you to end up in such a situation. Jean Jejia, still groggy from the anesthesia, murmured, I didn't expect this to happen. Back then, when you took us to meet the investors. Xue Bing cut her off decisively. I took you to meet the investors to give you a chance to shine. Whether you seize it or not is up to your own abilities. But you cannot violate company rules. What you've done now is a breach. Jean Jejia couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. Xue Bing watched her coldly, waiting until her emotions had calmed a little before saying, the company just informed me that your family members went to the office to cause a scene. They're on their way here now. Do you want them to find out what happened today? Hearing Xue Bing's words, Jean Jejia froze. She knew it must be Su Weile coming. She had called him last night when she was at her worst. No, he can't know. I can't let my family find out. Xue Bing gave a cold, knowing smirk and said, then you'd better handle your family yourself. As for the rest, we'll discuss it later. 20 minutes later, Su Weile arrived at the hospital room. When Jean Jejia saw him, tears streamed down her face once more. Xiaolagu. Su Weile noticed her pale complexion and asked with a furrowed brow, Jejia, how are you? What happened? I couldn't reach you all this time. What exactly is going on? I've been trying to contact you. Xue Bing studied the boy who had just entered, his eyes lighting up. This was a remarkably striking young man. Having managed countless celebrities, big and small, he had to admit that this boy was no less impressive than any star. Jean Jejia clung to Su while sobbing uncontrollably. Xue Bing observed and said Jejia was just exhausted from the intensive training. She felt unwell yesterday and collapsed. Trainees often experience this with heavy training and dieting. Su Weile looked up at the man who spoke, noting his calm tone and polished demeanor. Are you Jejia's agent? I waited at the company for you all day. You're a busy man. Can't even get a meeting or a phone call. Facing Su Weile's aggressive questioning, Xue Bing remained unflappable, smiling politely. I heard from the company that you had a bit of a misunderstanding with the front desk. Our procedures do need improvement. Please forgive us. Jejia has my number. Feel free to call me anytime if anything comes up. I won't disturb you too. I'll leave you to talk. Jejia, get some rest. The company is waiting for you to come back. After Xue Bing left, Jean Jejia continued crying for a long time. It took Su Weile considerable effort to calm her down. Su Weile was skeptical of Xue Bing's explanation. He tried to probe Jean Jejia, but she was evasive and reluctant to speak, only confirming what Xue Bing had said. Jean Jejia was still very weak. She fell asleep shortly after talking. In her drowsy state, she murmured to Su Weile, Xiaolagu, when I become famous, we can be together every day, just like when we were kids. Jejia fell asleep. Su Weile glanced at the time. It was past 6. What a miserable day it had been. He looked at his clothes, which had been through a battle with the security guards, and sighed helplessly. He quietly left the hospital room, planning to get something to eat. He hadn't eaten all day. At the hospital cafeteria, Su Weile browsed for something Jejia could eat. A conversation between two nurses drifted into Su Weile's ears. Hey, is that man from your department today the famous agent? The one who brought that big star for an abortion last time? Yeah, who else? He brought another girl today for the same thing. Such a shame. The girl is only 19 and didn't even know she was pregnant. She came in with heavy bleeding, almost unconscious. The agent stayed completely calm the whole time. I know. They're pros at this. You didn't see it. Right after the surgery, she wasn't even in our ward anymore. They moved her straight to the nutrition and rehabilitation ward. Nobody would guess what really happened. Su Weile stared at the food in front of him, his fists clenching tighter and tighter until the veins bulged. The nurses finished their meal and headed off for shift change, their voices fading. I heard him on the phone just now saying he was going to Fuma Villa. That's the biggest den of indulgence in Jinhai City, isn't it? The most notorious place for power and money deals. The only words echoing in Su Weile's mind were Fuma Villa. He turned and left the hospital, heading straight for Fuma Villa with the navigation. Fuma Villa was the largest entertainment complex in Jinhai City. Up on the mountain, it boasted indoor ball courts, swimming pools, and fitness centers. Down below, there were golf courses, horse stables, rock climbing, and hot springs. Everything imaginable. At the foot of the mountain, it was a paradise at night with bars, restaurants, bathhouses, and card rooms. All manner of indulgence available. Whether day or night, whether for refined pleasures or base desires, one could find complete satisfaction here. Su Weile arrived in a fury, only to find it was such a massive establishment. He felt at a loss, not knowing where to begin looking. So he simply blocked the entrance to the parking lot, reasoning that Xue Bing was a pimp. He wouldn't be the one performing, would he? He would probably come out soon. Tang Shaowu and Xue Bing walked slowly toward the parking lot. Xue Bing's voice was low. She should be discharged in 2 days. After that, let her go back to her original team. Tang Shaowu's voice was pleasant and magnetic, but his words were icy. Let her stay in the team and fend for herself. Xue Bing understood Tang Shaowu's meaning. Tang Shaowu continued, did you drive here? If not, have old Su take you back. Xue Bing looked at Tang Shaowu's almost hypnotic face under the neon lights, his voice growing softer. Young Master Tang, let me stay with you a little longer. Tang Shaowu turned his head, his smile dazzling. Take a taxi home. Just as his words faded, a figure suddenly rushed out of the darkness and threw a punch at Xue Bing. Too fast, too fierce. Xue Bing collapsed to the ground instantly. Just as Su Weile grabbed Xue Bing to land a second punch, his wrist was seized by a much stronger hand. Su Weile turned his head angrily, but when he saw Tang Shaowu's unforgettable face, his eyes widened in shock. Tang Shaowu also recognized the boy he had encountered in the parking lot earlier that day, who later stormed his entertainment company. Before he could speak, Su Weile's expression shifted from confusion to sudden realization, and he shouted, oh, I see. You've been tricked by him too, haven't you? Is he your agent? Don't let him fool you. He brought you here to set you up with those rich women. Su Weile's single word successfully made time stand still. Whether it was Xue Bing lying on the ground, or old Su the driver who rushed over, even Tang Shaowu who was holding Su Weile's wrist was frozen in place. Tang Shaowu was the first to react, letting out a rare, genuine smile. He said to old Su, who was about to step forward, Uncle Su, you take Xue Bing back first. Xue Bing, holding his half-numbed face, said, Young Master Tang, I'm fine. You go first. He'll talk to him. Tang Shaowu cast an indifferent glance and said, you talk. If you had talked it through, would you have taken that punch? Old Su then walked over and said to Xue Bing, President Xue, this way please. Su Weile watched Xue Bing about to leave with old Su and immediately lunged forward. Xue Bing, right. Don't go. The matter between us isn't settled yet. Tang Shaowu stepped forward and easily blocked him. Let him go. He'll settle this with you. Facing Tang Shaowu, Su Weile's emotions calmed down a lot, but it was easy to see that compared to the beginning, Su Weile now had a hint of wariness toward Tang Shaowu. You're not an artist under Xue Bing, are you? I just heard him call you Young Master Tang. Tang Shaowu smiled and said, I never said I was the company's artist. Debuting at my age, wouldn't that be too late? Only then did Su Weile carefully look at Tang Shaowu, but no matter how he looked, aside from being devastatingly handsome, he couldn't see anything else. He furrowed his brows slightly and said, with your looks you'd be perfectly fine debuting. But it's good that you're not an artist under Xue Bing, or else he might have introduced you to some rich woman by now. Tang Shao's smile didn't fade. He nodded and said, first, thank you for affirming my appearance. Secondly, I must emphasize that Starry Sky Entertainment is a legitimate company. The situation you described does not exist. Seeing Su Weile's dazed expression, Tang Shaowu continued, as for Jin Jejia's situation, I've also learned about it just now. We are also quite surprised this happened, but it was definitely not something the company instructed the trainee to do. Although they received training at the company, Jin Jejia is already an adult. She should be responsible for her own actions rather than simply blaming the company for inadequate management. Tang Shao's words, though spoken slowly, carried a weight that felt resounding. Su Weile felt an inexplicable sense of pressure. He blinked and said, but without Xue Bing's guidance, how would Jejia have met those scumbags and ended up being bullied like this? Tang Shaowu sneered. How can you be so sure that Jin Jejia was the one being bullied, instead of it being something she willingly did? Or perhaps an investment she made with her own body. She just wasn't careful enough and messed up the investment, or her investment vision was poor. Su Weile couldn't believe his ears. He felt that such a beautiful mouth shouldn't be able to utter such venomous words. Su Weile had the illusion of a smiling angel suddenly turning into a great demon. He even wondered if he was hallucinating from hunger after a day without food. So Su Weile subconsciously asked, "What did you say? Say that again." Ignoring the other's pale face, Tang Shao's smile deepened. Such things are nothing new in the entertainment industry. How many good girls in front of fans, boyfriends, and family actually climb into beds by any means necessary behind the scenes for fame and profit? If they succeed, they gain both fame and fortune. If they fail, they cry and play the victim. Their acting is top-notch, every single one of them. Before Tang Shaowu could finish, a familiar wave of dizziness struck him. He furrowed his brow and closed his eyes. Su Weile, already furious from Tang Shao's words, didn't notice his unusual state at all. When he sensed that Tang Shaowu was about to speak again, his temper suddenly exploded. He pushed hard with both hands and shouted, "Shut the hell up! What gives you the right to say that?" Tang Shaowu, already dizzy, was suddenly pushed by Su Weile and felt the world spinning as he fell to the ground. He intended to get up immediately. A sharp pain shot through his head, and then he plunged into darkness. Su Weile was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his own hands. He couldn't believe that with just one push he had knocked someone unconscious. Was he that strong? Hadn't this man just stopped his fist with one hand? How had he suddenly become so fragile? Su Weile quickly walked over to the lying Tang Shaowu and gently nudged him. "Hey, wake up. What's wrong with you? One push and you fall. You dressed all shiny and smooth. You're not specifically here to scam, are you? What kind of people are you in Jinhai? And it's supposed to be the capital. You're a disgrace to the country." Su Weile patted him a couple of times, but saw no signs of him waking up, and it really didn't seem like an act. So he quickly took out his phone to call an ambulance. Just as the call connected, Tang Shaowu suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Weile's wrist. Su Weile's heart jumped. He thought to himself, could it really be a scam? The moment an ambulance is called, he wakes up. Next step is to talk about compensation, right? Enduring the extreme dizziness, Tang Shaowu placed his hand on Su Weile's neck and whispered into his ear, "No ambulance. Drive me to Jinhai General Hospital." Su Weile felt the warmth of Tang Shao's breath near his ear, and half of his body went numb. Only when he heard Tang Shaowu let out another pained groan did he snap out of it. He immediately helped Tang Shaowu up. Tang Shaowu was too tall, so Su Weile half-pushed, half-carried him into his car. Once in the car, Su Weile immediately set the navigation to Jinhai General Hospital and drove wildly, without a moment's delay. Tang Shaowu frowned and stirred. Su Weile glanced over and asked with concern, "How are you feeling? Are you in a lot of pain? We'll be there soon. Hang in there." Enduring the discomfort, Tang Shaowu took out his phone. A special app allowed him to dial a speed dial number without unlocking the phone. The call was quickly answered. A magnetic, pleasant male voice came through. "Hello, Shaowu." Tang Shaowu didn't speak. He felt that if he opened his mouth, he would. The man on the other end reacted quickly, feeling sick. "Is Uncle Su with you? Grunt once if yes, if not, don't speak, he'll come to you." A clear door closing sound could be heard from the other end. The person must have already left quickly. Su Weile watched this series of actions and felt a bit annoyed. Damn, am I not a person? You two are so in sync, but I'm right here and can talk. Su Weile angrily snatched the phone, placed it on the mount, and said, "Regardless, I'm taking him to Jinhai General Hospital now. You don't need to come find us. Go to that." There was an obvious silence for a few seconds, then the man spoke again, his voice now calm and composed. "All right, I'll go to the hospital and wait for you. Give me your license plate number, and I'll arrange a green channel for you." Outside the emergency room of Jinhai City General Hospital, Su Weile waited anxiously, watching the bustling crowd of people. He felt that this day in Jinhai had been incredibly surreal. He had already visited 2 hospitals today. Footsteps sounded in the distance, and a man came running over. Seeing Su Weile frowning outside the emergency room, he took the initiative to say, "Hey brother, is that young Master Tang inside?" Su Weile nodded. "Yes, it is." Feng Kai smiled and said, "You brought him here, right? Are you an artist from his company?" Su Weile sighed softly. "I'm not from their company. I'm the one who beat him into the hospital." Feng Kai's smile froze on his face. "Huh? What?" At that moment, the emergency room door opened, and a group of doctors walked out. The leading doctor said to the others, "Move him to the intensive care unit. Monitor him closely tonight. Call me immediately if anything changes." "Okay, Director Yan." Su Weile noticed that the doctor didn't seem to be looking for family members. He stepped forward on his own and said, "Dr. How is young master? Is it serious?" The doctor just then looked at Su Weile. The moment their eyes met, Su Weile instantly felt nervous. Those eyes were too oppressive. His pupils were a black that could devour everything, and when he stared straight at you, it seemed to suck in your soul. The doctor's tone was also near freezing, and he was cold to an extreme degree. "What is your relationship to him?" "I am not obligated to disclose the patient's condition." Feng Kai smiled and said, "This little brother here says he's the one who beat young Master Tang like this." The topic that made Feng Kai laugh uncontrollably did not tickle the doctor's funny bone at all. He still said coldly, "Then wait until young Master Tang wakes up tomorrow and discuss compensation with him yourself." After saying that, he ignored him and said to the man behind Su Weile, "Feng Kai, haven't you been drinking? Drive me somewhere." In the car, Feng Kai was still laughing. This kid is so funny. Everyone else is trying to distance themselves, but he actually takes the blame when no one's accusing him. He insists he knocked the guy out. He's even dumber than our Shao man. Director Yin, who had been resting with his eyes closed and hadn't spoken, shot a cold look when he heard the last sentence. Huh. Feng Kai let out a helpless groan. Oh my god, you're Xiaomon, your very own Xiaomon, alright. I'm really speechless. He asked the nurse just now and learned that young Master Tang was in the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. So he walked alone to the ward. Looking at the person lying on the bed, his face pale, he asked the nurse just now and learned that young Master Tang was in the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. So he walked alone to the ward. Looking at the person lying on the bed, his face pale and fragile. Su Weile's brows furrowed tightly again. A nurse at the hospital came in and saw Su Weile. Are you a friend of young Master Tang? His medication contains a sedative. He won't wake up tonight. You should come back tomorrow. Su Weile frowned. But will he be all alone like this? No one is with him. The nurse smiled. He's always like this. Su Weile looked again at the person lying on the bed. He said nothing. The hospital's inpatient department was not quiet at night. The wail of ambulances in the distance, the beeping of monitoring equipment nearby, kept Su Weile from calming down. Su Weile curled up in the guardian chair in the ward. Around 10 o'clock, he sent a WeChat message to Jean Jejia. Jejia, call me when you wake up. If you feel unwell, call me immediately. It was now 2 in the early morning, and Jean Jejia hadn't replied, yet it seemed she was sleeping well. Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu on the hospital bed. He seemed to be sleeping very poorly. His brows had been tightly furrowed for a while. His breathing had also become heavy. Su Weile touched his forehead and found the temperature not high. Su Weile's hand hadn't left Tang Shao's forehead yet. Feeling bad. Tang Shaowu didn't answer. He just stared at him coldly. After half a minute, Su Weile began to wonder if he was truly awake. How are you feeling? Feeling bad. Tang Shaowu didn't answer. He just stared at him coldly. After half a minute, Su Weile began to wonder if he was truly awake. How are you feeling? Tang Shaowu suddenly spoke. Why are you here? Before Su Weile could answer, he continued, call the nurse to add some painkillers for me. My head hurts too much. Su Weile immediately stood up. Okay, you'll go right away. Worried the nurse wouldn't hear the call, Su Weile ran directly to the nurse's station. Nurse, the patient in ICU room 5 has a terrible headache. Can you give him some painkillers? The nurse flipped through the medical records. Tang Shaowu. No more painkillers can be added. Director Yin specifically ordered that his painkillers for today have reached the maximum dosage. And the monitoring tonight is to record his condition's progress. 2 strong painkillers will affect the judgment of the illness. Su Weile's brows furrowed. Somewhat angrily he said, then what? Just endure it. He's in great pain. The nurse said impassively, there's no other way. This is for his own good. He has to endure it. Su Weile quietly returned to the ward like a soldier who hadn't completed his mission, afraid to face his commander. Upon entering the ward, he found that Tang Shaowu had already dozed off again, though his brows were still tightly furrowed. Sleepless nights are always hard to endure. When the first ray of dawn broke through the sky, Su Weile felt his heart warm up a lot. He looked at Tang Shaowu still sleeping, stood up, and stretched his stiff limbs. A WeChat notification sounded on his phone. A voice message from Jean Jejia. Brother Shala, I'm not feeling bad. Will you come over in the morning? I want to eat xilong bao and lean meat porridge. Su Weile immediately replied, okay, I'll be right there. He glanced at Tang Shaowu again, and then quickly left. As soon as Su Weile left, the man on the bed opened his eyes and stared at the closed door for a long time. Yin Jinka arrived at the hospital an hour earlier than usual and picked up Tang Shao's various test results. When he reached the ward, Feng Kai had already arrived with breakfast. Facing his childhood friend, Tang Shaowu was unusually relaxed. Director Yin, thanks for saving. Yin Jinka looked down at the various test reports and said coldly, you haven't been taking your medicine on time lately, have you? Your evaluation results this time are not good. There's swelling in your head. Besides the severe headache, do you have any other sensations? For example, any weakness in your legs, eh? Hearing Yin Zheng's words, Feng Kai frowned with worry, but Tang Shaowu still wore that bright smile. My head is really about to explode, Dr. Yin. My legs don't feel obvious, just a bit numb. Yin Jinka nodded. The condition is progressing as we expected. Shaowu, if you insist on not having surgery, then you must take your medicine on time and control your emotions. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. No one can save you. At that moment the nurse pushed a wheelchair in. Yin Jinka said to Tang Shaowu, during this period until the brain swelling completely subsides, you will continue to use the wheelchair. Su Weile hurried back to bring breakfast to Tang Shaowu. He rushed into the ward like a gust of wind and saw Tang Shaowu sitting in a wheelchair. He was stunned on the spot and blurted out a curse in surprise. Damn it. No way, I just pushed you and you're disabled. The atmosphere, which had been heavy, was completely shattered by a single remark from Su Weile. Feng Kai couldn't help but laugh. Handsome little brother, I thought you'd finally come to your senses and run away. Yanjinka didn't even look at the newcomer, speaking directly to Tang Shaowu. Minimize movement as much as possible. Call me anytime if something comes up. Then he left. Feng Kai said to Tang Shaowu, Uncle Su said he'll be here soon. Remember to eat. They'll go downstairs to wait for Uncle Su, and then bring the things up. Everyone had left. Su Weile rubbed his nose, and slowly walked up to stand before Tang Shaowu, who wore a faint smile. I heard everyone calling you Tang Shao, so we'll call you that too. I want to apologize for yesterday. I was just too angry and pushed you. Who knew you were so weak? One push and you end up like this. Su Weile's voice grew softer as he spoke. He glanced at Tang Shaowu, cleared his throat, and continued, anyway I hit you. You decide what to do, whether you want compensation or to have the police take me away. Alright. Tang Shaowu looked at the young man before him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Do you think I lack your 2 cents? Su Weile's face flushed slightly. Then what do you suggest? You really want the police to come for me? Tang Shaowu still smiled, saying nothing, just watching him. Su Weile couldn't bear the gaze any longer. Can you just give me a straight answer? What exactly do you want? Tang Shaowu looked at him, his smile deepening. You want to make amends? Fine. Stay here and take care of me for a while. Su Weile was stunned. Just that. No other demands. Tang Shaowu smiled. Yes, just that. Su Weile blinked, finding it hard to believe. In his heart, since he had sent the other to the hospital, compensation and care were only natural. Even if he couldn't personally attend, he should at least pay for a nurse. He hadn't expected Tang Shaowu to let him off so easily. Thinking back to yesterday's argument, he felt he might have misunderstood him. Maybe he just spoke harshly, but was actually a good person. The weight lifted from Su Weile's heart. He took out the breakfast he had bought, and said, Tang Shao, want some? These are delicious soup dumplings. I got them from a famous breakfast place in Jinhai. Tang Shaowu looked at the suddenly cheerful Su Weile, and said flatly, I already have breakfast. Only then did Su Weile notice the exquisite breakfast already. Oh, let me help you open it. Come over and eat. As Su Weile arranged the breakfast from his bag, Uncle Su and Feng Kai walked in, carrying daily necessities and Tang Shao's work laptop. Uncle Su was momentarily taken aback at the sight of the person in the room, but quickly regained his composure. Young master, everything has been moved here. If you need anything else, just tell me, and I'll fetch it. Also for your care, should I have Aunt Li come over? Tang Shaowu glanced at Su Weile. No need to call Aunt Li. He'll take care of me for now. This time old Zu's shock was impossible to hide. Even Feng Kai, who was unpacking, froze and looked at Su Weile. Noticing everyone staring at him, Su Weile chuckled. Don't worry, I have experience taking care of people. He'll make sure to look after Tang Shao well. At Su Weile's words, Feng Kai's brow furrowed even deeper. He looked at Tang Shao, who thought for a moment, and then said, Hey little brother, could you go to the supermarket on the first floor and buy me a bottle of water? Thanks buddy. Su Weile agreed readily. As soon as he left, Tang Shaowu smiled at Feng Kai. Brother Kai, you have something to say to me. Feng Kai cleared his throat. He carefully chose his words. In truth, Feng Kai had met Tang Shaowu through Yanjinka. They were from the same circle, the true elite scions of Jinhai's. Although Feng Kai had grown up with them, his status was always different. In terms of closeness, he was definitely nearest to Yanjinka, but since they had all grown up together and met often, and Feng Kai was a social genius, he should have been close to Tang Shaowu as well. But the difference was Tang Shaowu himself. Feng Kai could say without exaggeration that among all the people he had met, Tang Shaowu was definitely the most inscrutable. He was the kind of person who let no one into his heart. He always wore a radiant smile, but when it came to backstabbing, no one was more ruthless than him. Feng Kai had once suspected he had a psychological disorder. He was too dark and too stubborn. Though all these noble sons were somewhat arrogant and cold, none was as severe as Tang Shaowu. In his eyes, humans were merely greedy, ugly, hypocritical animals. Feng Kai felt that aside from a handful of people, Tang Shaowu despised and looked down on all other humans. Looking at Tang Shao's smiling face, Feng Kai suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He coughed lightly and said, Shaowu, that kid doesn't know about your illness yet, does he? He thinks it's because of him that you're hospitalized. You should explain it to him. There's no need to be angry with a child. I think this kid is pretty good. He has a sense of responsibility. Maybe he's just a bit impulsive. Let him apologize and then let him go. What do you think? Tang Shao's tone was indifferent. He said he wanted to take responsibility. Since he's so fond of bearing responsibility, let him bear it. I want to see how long he can last. I didn't force him. He can leave anytime. Feng Kai frowned, about to say more, but Uncle Su quietly tugged at him. Uncle Su smiled. Young master, you're never comfortable with others around. How about letting Aunt Li come take care of you? She's been looking after you since childhood, and you'd be more comfortable, wouldn't you? Tang Shaowu sat in his wheelchair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. A faint smile curved his lips, but his tone was icy cold as he enunciated each word clearly. I want Su Weile to take care of me. The ward fell into dead silence. When Su Weile returned, his voice brimmed with youthful vitality. Bro, is this water okay? I got the best from the purified water shop. Feng Kai took the water, forcing a stiff smile. Thanks, little brother. It's fine. Su Weile smiled. You're welcome. Then he pulled out a sugar-free tea drink from his bag and handed it to Uncle Su. Uncle, have this. It's sugar-free. Uncle Su was startled and quickly waved his hand. No need, I'm not thirsty. Thank you. Su Weile smiled and placed it on the table. He'll leave it here then. Drink it when you're thirsty. Su Weile was like a doorman constantly pulling things out of his bag. He walked up to Tang Shaowu, his brow furrowed. Can you eat cold things now? I bought ice cream. Can you have it? I also brought you milk. I asked the nurse and she said you can eat normally. Hearing no reply, Su Weile lifted his head from the bag and found that Tang Shaowu, who usually wore a smile, had lost his smile and was now staring at him expression. Su Weile grew flustered under Tang Shao's gaze, his eyes blinking in bewilderment. Feng Kai walked over and patted him on the shoulder saying, Brother, you go ahead and eat first. Tang Shao probably shouldn't have anything too cold. Let him have his meal. Su Weile nodded immediately and replied, Oh right, cold food isn't good for him. You eat now. He'll put the ice cream in the fridge. Whenever you want some, just tell me and he'll get it for you. Feng Kai watched Su Weile's retreating figure, a pang of discomfort in his heart. He felt that this was a child far too kind and lacking in caution. Just as he was about to say something more, he turned and saw Tang Shaowu staring at him with that familiar smile. Feng Kai felt a chill run down his spine. He silently cursed in his heart, but ultimately said nothing. He thought that Tang Shaowu had always been a solitary person who would rather kill anyone who got too close, so he probably wouldn't tolerate Su Weile lingering around him for long. Perhaps it was just a momentary fit of anger. In a few days it would blow over. The more he spoke up for Su Weile now, the more rebellious Tang Shaowu might become. So he decided to remain silent. After Su Weile returned from washing his hands in the restroom, he found only Tang Shaowu quietly eating breakfast in the room. The morning sunlight fell on Tang Shao's face, casting a warm glow around the distinguished man. Su Weile looked at the scene and thought, indeed, even eating breakfast, a handsome man looks so good. So elegant. Tang Shao, did everyone else leave? Su Weile asked casually. Tang Shaowu ate slowly without speaking. Tang Shao, I want to talk to you about something. Tang Shaowu placed a piece of delicious fish into his mouth and chewed slowly. His every move exuded elegance. Seeing that Tang Shaowu had no intention of acknowledging him, Su Weile simply pulled up a stool and sat beside him, watching him eat in silence. As he watched, he couldn't help but swallow. Damn, he was starving. Su Weile glanced back at the breakfast he had brought. It seemed Tang Shaowu would definitely not eat it, so he simply took it, placed it on the table, and started eating on his own. He had just delivered breakfast to Jia and rushed back to buy breakfast for Tang Shaowu without having a bite himself. Now he truly felt the pangs of hunger. He hadn't eaten anything the day before either. The first bite of the bun made his stomach clench. Because the hospital table wasn't very large, the two were naturally close, and Su Weile couldn't help but notice the person across from him. Thus he naturally noticed that since he had started eating, Tang Shaowu had stopped his breakfast altogether. Eventually he quietly put down his chopsticks. He popped another small bun into his mouth, chewing with his lips closed, and looked up at the man across from him. The moment Su Weile raised his head, a beautiful smile appeared. He popped another small bun into his mouth, chewing with his lips closed, and looked up at the man across from him. The moment Su Weile raised his head, a beautiful smile appeared on Tang Shao's face. He popped another small bun into his mouth, chewing with his lips closed, and looked up at the man across from him. The moment Su Weile raised his head, after taking a sip of water, Su Weile broke the silence first. Are you full? Tang Shaowu wiped his hands with a napkin and asked with a smile, what were you about to say just now? Su Weile cleared his throat, adjusted his posture to sit upright, looked into Tang Shao's eyes, and said earnestly, Tang Shao, you owe me an apology. Tang Shaowu was slightly taken aback, but immediately his smile remained unchanged as he said, an apology. Su Weile thought for a moment and said, yes, an apology, but not to me, to Jia. Because of your harsh words yesterday. You shouldn't have insulted her like that. Tang Shao's smile deepened. Harsh words? Insult? Su Weile's beautiful eyes were filled with utmost seriousness. You shouldn't have said that to her yesterday. Those words were too hurtful. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have pushed you. Tang Shao's tone remained calm. You went to see Jia this morning, didn't you? Did you ask her about what happened? Su Weile's face flushed involuntarily, and he frowned slightly. How could I ask that? She's still sick. How could she bear to talk about that? Besides, I couldn't bring myself to ask. Su Weile glanced at Tang Shaowu and continued, besides, I don't need to ask. Jia and I grew up together. I know her too well. She's definitely not the kind of person you described. She must have been bullied. I won't let her be bullied without consequences. Hearing Su Weile's words, a trace of ruthlessness flickered in Tang Shao's eyes, but it was quickly softened by his smile. Tang Shaowu tapped the armrest of his wheelchair with his long fingers. All right, I understand. I apologize for my harsh words yesterday. Perhaps Jia really is an innocent victim. Su Weile completely missed the sarcasm in Tang Shao's words. Hearing the apology, he immediately beamed with joy. He felt relieved, thinking, see, I knew Tang Shao was a good person. He must have just been in a bad mood yesterday to say those things. Tang Shaowu watched his unsuspecting demeanor and asked almost casually, "You said you won't let Jin Jieja be bullied without consequences. So what do you—" Su Weile felt his idea was perfectly justified and saw no reason to hide it. He said directly, "Find out who bullied her, of course. I don't know who that person is, but Xuebing definitely knows. So I still need to go find Xuebing. This time you can't stop me, got it?" At this point Su Weile belatedly asked, "By the way, what's your relationship with Xuebing? Are you friends? When I saw you at the agency yesterday, you said you were looking for someone. Was it him?" Tang Shaowu said softly, "I was looking for him, but I'm not his friend. Our relationship, it's more like superior and subordinate." Su Weile recalled the scene from yesterday, how Xuebing seemed to obey Tang Shaowu completely, even deferentially. "You're Xuebing's superior." Tang Shaowu nodded. "You could say that. Then do you know about Jin Jieja's situation?" Tang Shaowu said sincerely, "I don't know much more than you do. The company has many artists and not everything is reported to me. They handle many things on their own." Su Weile had no doubts. After a moment's thought he asked, "Will you help me then? Help me ask Xuebing about Jin Jieja. If it's too much trouble, forget it. I'll go ask him myself." Tang Shaowu smiled and said, "No trouble at all. They'll help you ask." Su Weile's eyes immediately crinkled with joy. "Really? Tang Shao, you're so kind. Thank you." Because Tang Shaowu had agreed to help Jin Jieja, Su Weile suddenly felt much relieved. Joyfully, he cleaned up the leftovers from their meal. Tang Shaowu glanced over, then turned his wheelchair and moved to the other end of the ward. Su Weile marveled inwardly, "This man sure handles his wheelchair with ease." Su Weile was naturally carefree, and the fact that Tang Shaowu and those around him showed no particular reaction to his sudden need for a wheelchair only reinforced that. As a result, Su Weile had never bothered to ask which part of Tang Shaowu he had injured. After all, there were no external wounds, so why was he paralyzed? "Master Tang, I asked the nurses yesterday about your injuries, but they wouldn't say a thing. Where exactly are you hurt?" Without turning his head, Tang Shaowu moved to the desk, opened his laptop, and said casually, "Concussion." Su Weile recalled Tang Shao's symptoms from the previous day: dizziness, nausea, inability to walk, and the headache he mentioned in the middle of the night, all indeed signs of a concussion. He immediately felt a pang of guilt. He had been too impulsive. One push had given the man a concussion and caused him so much suffering. Su Weile said softly, "I'm truly sorry." Tang Shao's fingers paused on the keyboard for a moment, but only for a moment. Soon, he continued his work as if he hadn't heard. Seeing Tang Shaowu start working, Su Weile felt a weight lift off his shoulders, only to suddenly notice his own disheveled appearance. He couldn't stand it anymore. Su Weile had always been vain, young, fashion-conscious, and never short of money, so he had never been in such a sorry state. The more he looked, the more unbearable it became. He quickly booked a nearby hotel on his phone, then carrying the leftover breakfast, said to Tang Shaowu, "Master Tang, I'm going to the hotel to shower and change. I'll be right back after I freshen up." Tang Shaowu, eyes fixed on the screen, replied indifferently, Su Weile glanced at the screen full of English text, felt dizzy, and quickly made his exit. Opening the ward door, Su Weile was startled by two men in black standing at the entrance. Damn! The disciplined bodyguards didn't even glance at the startled Su Weile, standing like stone sentinels. Then Su Weile spotted Uncle Su sitting on a bench. He paused and asked, "Uncle, why are you sitting here? Why don't you go inside?" Old Su shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine here. The young master will call me if he needs me." Su Weile nodded in confusion, not quite understanding. He thought to himself, back in Yanshan, people always called him young master, but compared to Master Tang, his own young master status seemed rather low-key. Su Weile didn't dwell on it, and went happily to take his shower. In the hotel room, clothes and pants were strewn haphazardly across the large bed. From the bathroom, besides the sound of splashing water, came Su Weile's singing, a habit he had kept since childhood of singing while showering. Back when he stayed at his grandmother's house, he would even sing a few lines of opera with Grandpa in the yard while showering. The bathroom door opened, and the young man who had just showered stepped out as if from a movie. Handsome face, flawless physique. Su Weile dried his hair and walked to his luggage to search for clothes. As he rummaged, he suddenly sighed, because just after showering he realized how would Jin Jieja bathe herself in the hospital. In truth, when he told Uncle Su and the others that he had taken care of patients, it was only from accompanying his sick mother as a child, but he was too young then, so he merely kept her company. Later he did look after his hospitalized grandfather, but since it was in his hometown, his father and the family's housekeeper would also help. Moreover, his grandfather was male, making it convenient for Su Weile to care for him. But Jin Jieja was a girl hospitalized for such a sensitive reason. Su Weile felt awkward even staying with her in the hospital, let alone taking care of her. After much thought, Su Weile decided he should find a reliable auntie for Jin Jieja. But in Jinhai, he didn't know where to find one. He worried that if he found someone unreliable and he wasn't by Jieja's side, she might be bullied. Just as Su Weile was at a loss, Jin Jieja called. Su Weile immediately answered the phone. "Jieja, what's wrong?" Are you in pain? Jean Judge's voice was soft and sweet. No, I just wanted to ask Brother Lu, are you coming to see me today? Su Weile laughed. Yes, I still need to bring you food. What would you like to eat? After chatting with Jean Judge for a while, Su Weile dressed neatly and prepared to leave. As he went downstairs, a stroke of inspiration struck him. He could transfer Jean Judge to the same hospital as Tang Shaowu, making it much easier for him to take care of her. That way he could also safely hire a nurse. Su Weile was almost moved by his own cleverness and cheerfully drove straight to Jean Judge's hospital. When Xue Bing arrived, he paused deliberately in front of Uncle Su. Uncle Su is Master Tang, all right. Uncle Su nodded with a smile. It's still manageable, but he may have to stay in the hospital for a while. Xue Bing's brow furrowed deeply. He took a deep breath, nodded, and entered the ward. Master Tang. Seeing Tang Shaowu in a wheelchair, Xue Bing unconsciously clenched his fists. Tang Shaowu didn't look up, continuing to reply to emails on his laptop. Xue Bing lowered his head and said, Master Tang, I'm sorry. I failed to handle things properly and implicated you. After half a minute, Tang Shaowu looked up and glanced at the bruise on Xue Bing's lip. You said yesterday that the man involved with Jean Judge was Wu Tai. Xue Bing didn't know why Tang Shaowu was bringing this up again, but he answered truthfully. Yes, Director Wu. I asked Jean Judge yesterday. She shouldn't be lying. Moreover, I checked the resort's records for the dates she mentioned and confirmed their check-in. Tang Shao's smile deepened. Wu Tai has 2 films coming out soon. Yes, both are invested by our company. Promotions are complete and the schedules are set. They'll be released in prime time. Tang Shaowu nodded lightly. Increase the promotion and give a strong push to these 2 films. At the same time, leak word among the company's artists that the company will soon be preparing Director Wu's new project and the lead role will be cast from fresh faces, among trainees who have never debuted. Xue Bing, although not entirely grasping Tang Shao's intent, noted everything down. Understood, Master Tang. He'll handle it as soon as I return. Tang Shaowu recalled Su Weile's words from the morning, his smile deepening. He thought disdainfully, my words were too harsh. Innocent victim. How utterly. You naively want a result, don't you? Fine. Then he'll give you the truth. When Su Weile arrived at the hospital, the nurse was just removing Jean Judge's for. The young nurse looked up at Su Weile as he entered through the doorway, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Her movements slowed and she stole glances at the handsome Su Weile from time to time. Jean Judge noticed everything the nurse did, and a subtle sense of pride and satisfaction welled up within her. She had felt this sensation countless times throughout her life. She had grown up with Su Weile. As a child, the other kids envied her because Su Weile always gave her delicious snacks and toys. As they grew older, the girls around her envied her for having such a handsome and wealthy childhood friend by her side. But deep in her heart, Jean Judge knew how unwilling she was. She had realized long ago that Su Weile only ever saw her as a younger sister. He was genuinely good to her, but only because she was the daughter of his father's best friend, and because his mother had told him that boys should take care of girls. It was never because of a man's romantic feelings for a woman. So when Jean Judge grew older and transformed Su Weile's role in her life from a brother to the man of her dreams, she was devastated to discover that Su Weile's feelings for her had never changed. In his heart, she would always remain that little girl next door. Su Weile arranged the meal boxes and placed the chopsticks neatly, then tapped Jean Judge on the head with a smile. What are you spacing out for? Time to eat, little silly. Jean Judge snapped out of her thoughts, looking at the man she loved. Brother Lu, you should eat with me. Just like when they were children, they ate and chatted together. Su Weile organized his thoughts and said, Judge, I want to transfer you to the general hospital for treatment. What do you think? Jean Judge froze, a pang of guilt hitting her. Why transfer? She asked nervously. Su Weile smiled. Nothing really. I just have a friend who's hospitalized. I need to visit him anyway, and I'm worried something might happen to you here while I'm away. It would be more convenient if you were there. Besides, Jinhai General Hospital is the best in the country. Let's go there. He'll cover the expenses, no need to bother your company's reimbursement. Jean Judge's heart pounded with anxiety. She knew Su Weile meant well, but she couldn't transfer. How could she? If she transferred, he would definitely find out the real reason for her hospitalization. Her lie would be exposed. Jean Judge forced a smile. Brother Le, don't trouble yourself. I'm doing fine here, and I'm almost recovered. I need to get back to the company in a couple of days. Otherwise, I'll fall behind in training. It's okay, you focus on your own matters. I can manage. Su Weile frowned. Don't rush back to the company. Recover. Judge, being a celebrity isn't that great. Don't be so fixated on it. Jean Judge looked at Su Weile with a bitter smile. I want to be a star, to become famous, to shine brilliantly, to be worthy of all the beauty in this world. Brother Lu, I can't give up. I've come this far. Seeing the tears in Jean Judge's eyes, Su Weile sighed helplessly. All right, I understand. He'll support you. Now eat up. Don't worry about your figure when you're sick. Have more. He'll ask the nurse later if there's a better caregiver to help take care of you. Thank you, Brother Lu. What's there to thank? You're my little sister, aren't you? Su Weile poked at the rice in his bowl. Jia, in my heart, you're my own sister. Even though your parents are gone, you still have me, and you have our big brother Genie. So no matter what grievances you face, you can tell us. We'll get justice for you. What's there to thank? You're my little sister, aren't you? Su Weile poked at the rice in his bowl. Jia, in my heart, you're my own sister. Even though your parents are gone, you stop worrying so much, okay? Su Weile looked at her reluctance to talk, furrowed his brow, but ultimately said nothing. He thought to himself he would find that bastard and make him kneel before Jia to repent. When Su Weile returned to the general hospital, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jia had been in a bad mood after eating and asked him to stay with her. Su Weile waited at the hospital until Jia fell asleep before leaving. Fortunately, in the afternoon, with the nurse's recommendation, he found a caregiver who seemed both professional and kind. This time Su Weile finally felt a bit relieved. On his way back to the general hospital, Su Weile made a detour to a famous cake shop in Jinhai and bought 2 pieces of cake. Su Weile had always loved desserts from childhood to adulthood. When he returned to Tang Shao's hospital room, he found 2 bodyguards in black suits standing at the door, both dressed identically. Su Weile couldn't tell if they were the same ones from the morning. Su Weile said with a smile, "Hello." As expected, he received no response. Unexpectedly, the bodyguards stopped him at the door. Su Weile was so amused he almost laughed. "The man inside, your boss Tang, the young master, is my debtor. Are you sure you won't let me in? Then he'll really leave." Before the bodyguards could react, the door opened and Uncle Su appeared from inside. Su Weile smiled. "Uncle, I can't get in." Uncle Su chuckled and stepped aside to let Su Weile enter. Tang Shaowu was in bed with an 4-drip, his work laptop, still in front of him. He looked up when Su Weile came in. "Taking a shower and changing your look sure takes a lot of time," he said coldly. "Planning to debut as a celebrity?" Su Weile ignored the sarcasm, acknowledging that he had indeed been away for a whole day. He felt a bit guilty. As he took out the cakes, he explained, "I went to see Jia. She was in a bad mood, so I stayed with her a little longer." "Sorry," I said, "I'd be right back." Tang Shaowu didn't respond at all. Su Weile pushed the cake toward him. "Try it. I went specially to buy it. It's delicious. Every time I visit Uncle, he buys me one." Tang Shaowu glanced at the pretty little cake in front of him, feeling as though such a thing had never existed in his life. Su Weile took out the other piece as well, muttering, "Come on, eat it. It's really good. Yours is strawberry, mine is mango." Seeing Tang Shaowu didn't touch the cake, Su Weile thought for a moment. "Do you want my mango one? I can trade with you. I like both flavors. Want to swap?" Uncle Su stood by, his expression rarely showing astonishment as he watched Su Weile, who was placing the cake beside Tang Shao's computer and documents like a kindergartner sharing snacks, then naturally sitting across from him and seriously asking about swapping cakes. Uncle Su quickly interjected, "Young Master Su, Master Tang doesn't like." Before he could finish, Tang Shaowu, who had been expressionless, suddenly said, "No need to swap. Strawberry is fine." Upon hearing Tang Shao's refusal to switch, Su Weile nodded and immediately sat down to eat his cake. Old Su watched this scene with trepidation, desperately racking his brain to recall the last time Tang Shaowu had sat so close to someone else while eating. After pondering for a long time, he came up with nothing. Tang Shaowu had been exceptionally reclusive since childhood, never having been close to anyone. Sometimes old Su wondered whether Tang Shao's personality was innate or shaped by his unique upbringing. He was undoubtedly intelligent, excelling academically as a child, and now at a young age had achieved accomplishments that others could only dream of. Yet he was also cold and unapproachable. Although young masters of their status were typically arrogant and unrestrained, Tang Shaowu was undoubtedly the most eccentric among these privileged elites. Unlike other young masters who surrounded themselves with friends and indulged in endless social engagements, Tang Shaowu had neither a confidant nor even a casual lover. The only recurring figures in his life were 2 childhood friends, Yin Junka, renowned as a medical legend, and Noah, a photographer dedicated to his art. Both were peculiar in their own ways. One was a universally acknowledged cold-blooded machine, unmoved by anything beyond medical research. And the other was a wandering artist detached from worldly concerns. In short, neither was what one would call normal. Uncle Su sighed, inwardly thinking that the most abnormal person of all was his own young master. He sometimes felt that his young master's aloofness wasn't merely due to exceptionally high standards for friends, he simply disliked humanity. He understood human nature profoundly, yet held it in utter contempt. He sometimes felt that his young master's aloofness wasn't merely due to exceptionally high standards for friends, he simply disliked humanity. He understood. Uncle Su gazed at Su Weile, whose eyes held only the cake, struggling to understand what made him so special. He was certainly handsome, but the company was filled with countless handsome young stars of all kinds, many of whom had harbored improper intentions toward Tang Shaowu. Yet every one of them had been rebuffed, and none had ever managed to approach Tang Shaowu as effortlessly as Su Weile had. Uncle Su smiled helplessly, thinking that perhaps some things in this world were simply beyond comprehension. Maybe it was simply fate. Su Weile quickly finished his cake and looked up to see that Tang Shaowu had only poked at his cake with a fork barely touching it. Frowning, he asked, "Are you feeling unwell? That's why you have no appetite." Tang Shaowu glanced at him and said lazily, My head aches a bit, and I feel a little nauseous." Upon hearing this, Su Weile immediately began clearing away the cake, saying, "Then don't eat it now. They'll put it in the fridge. Call me when you want some." After tidying up the food, Su Weile also organized Tang Shao's documents and placed his hand on the laptop, saying to Tang Shaowu, "Save your work. I'm taking your computer. If you're sick, you should rest properly, not stare at a screen." Tang Shaowu smiled at Su Weile. "You sure love meddling in other people's affairs." Su Weile raised an eyebrow and met Tang Shao's gaze, his hand not retreating. They stared at each other for a moment. Tang Shaowu said, "Take it away. The computer saves automatically." Uncle Su stepped forward to lower Tang Shao's bed, gently murmuring, "Young master, you really need to rest properly. Get some sleep. They'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything." Su Weile noticed both Uncle Su and Tang Shaowu unconsciously looking at him, then quickly responded, "Oh, don't worry. They'll be very quiet and won't disturb his sleep." Uncle Su was speechless. Tang Shaowu let out a soft chuckle and murmured, "Silly little fool." With that, he closed his eyes and ignored him. Uncle Su stood frozen for a moment, then realized that Tang Shaowu seemed to be letting it be. He said nothing more and quietly left the ward alone. The luxurious VIP ward had a suite where attendants could rest on a large bed, but Su Weile worried he might miss something happening to Tang Shaowu. So he returned to the chair where he had sat all night, put on his earphones, and silently started a game. While playing, Su Weile kept an eye on Tang Shaowu. An hour later, he noticed something when Tang Shao's expression was relaxed, and he lay there quietly. He wasn't acting, but when his face showed pain, his brow furrowed, and his breathing became uneven, he was truly asleep. Watching him, Su Weile gradually stopped playing his game altogether, focusing entirely on Tang Shaowu. Su Weile thought of his mother. She had been gravely ill back then, yet she always remained gentle and sweet in front of him, smiling as beautifully as ever. Only in the deep hours of the night when she was truly asleep would she moan in pain, tossing and turning in a cold sweat until the pain woke her. And even then, her first instinct was to check on her precious son. At those times, Su Weile, who had been awakened by her movements, would gently pat her when she was half awake, hoping to ease her suffering. But when she fully woke in pain, he would pretend to still be asleep. Gazing at Tang Shaowu in the hospital bed, Su Weile's heart suddenly ached deeply. Though he reminded himself that Tang Shaowu only had a concussion from his own blow, not an incurable disease like his mother, he couldn't help but feel a deep pang of sympathy for Tang Shaowu, just as he had for his mother back then. The familiar pain roused Tang Shaowu from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, his gaze met Su Weile's. Tang Shaowu couldn't help but see the profound affection brimming in Su Weile's eyes, threatening to overflow. Tang Shao's head felt as if it were splitting, but as always, he used his astonishing willpower to bury the pain beneath a calm, expressionless facade. They stared at each other in silence. Su Weile watched as Tang Shao's expression gradually shifted from pain to calm and knew that he was now fully awake. He took off his earphones, stood up, and propped Tang Shao's pillow a little higher, asking softly, "Can't sleep. Are you thirsty? Or would you like something to eat?" Tang Shaowu for once didn't put on his trademark smile. He frowned as he looked at Su Weile, whose attitude toward him had changed. Seeing that Tang Shaowu didn't answer, Su Weile went directly to pour a glass of water, brought it to Tang Shao's lips, and helped him take a couple of sips. After setting down the cup, Su Weile said softly, "Tang, I know a pressure point that might help relieve your headache. Let me massage it for you. Let me massage it for you." Without waiting for Tang Shao's reply, he reached out and took Tang Shao's hand resting on the blanket, separated his thumb, and interlocked their thin eminences. Using his own thumb, he pressed on the Higo point on the back of Tang Shao's hand. Tang Shaowu had not expected Su Weile to suddenly approach and massage the acupressure points on his hand. Before he could stop her, his hand was already grasped, and then the Higo point on his hand was pressed. Tang Shao's entire body was taut. His brow furrowed deeply. Su Weile's fingers applied pressure, gradually increasing from light to heavy. Her eyes fixed on their intertwined hands as she massaged earnestly. After a moment, she looked up at Tang Shaowu, only to see a face devoid of smiles and his tightly knitted brows. Su Weile realized she had rarely seen Tang Shaowu without a smile. When he did not smile, he seemed different from usual. His serious demeanor made him appear more mature and steady, yet it strangely gave her a sense of authenticity. Not as inscrutable as usual. Su Weile smiled and said, "Does it hurt a bit? Bear with me. Pressing this acupoint requires some force. We don't have acupuncture needles here. If we did, a single needle would be more effective." Tang Shaowu not only lost his smile, but also fell silent. He simply gazed at Su Weile without speaking. Su Weile did not mind and switched to his other hand, applying the same method. Tang Shao's eyes never left Su Weile's face. He watched her until she finished manipulating both hands and gently placed his hands back on the blanket. After a minute of silent staring between her smile and his expressionless face, she lazily said, "Respected young Master Tang, why have you been staring at me this whole time?" Tang Shaowu finally spoke in a low voice. "Are you always this kind to everyone no matter who they are?" Su Weile chuckled. "What's so kind about this? It's just a small effort. Besides, I'm still a convict, aren't I?" Tang Shaowu leaned his head back against the pillow and let out a soft laugh. Su Weile was momentarily stunned. She felt that this smile of his was the most beautiful she had ever seen since meeting him. Tang Shaowu gently closed his eyes and murmured, "I'm a bit hungry." Su Weile immediately rose. "All right, I'll go buy something right now. What would you like to eat?" Tang Shaowu said, "There's food on the dining table. Could you heat up some porridge for me?" Su Weile then noticed the array of food on the table. Just like yesterday's breakfast, all exquisitely prepared and looking delicious. Su Weile picked 2 dishes and heated them in the microwave. "You can't just have porridge, have some vegetables too." After setting the food, Tang Shaowu did not get up immediately. He remained leaning against the pillow, eyes lightly closed. Outside it was already dark. Su Weile walked to the bedside and turned on the lamp. As she turned the light, caught the blood vessels throbbing at Tang Shao's temples. Su Weile's brows furrowed deeply. She called softly, "Young Master Tang, have something to eat." There was no response. She waited nearly 2 minutes before hearing Tang Shao's voice fainter than usual, "I don't want to eat now." Su Weile picked up the porridge, blowing on it as she sat beside Tang Shaowu. When she felt it was cool enough, she brought it to his lips. "I know you have a headache, but you can't go without eating. You didn't have lunch, did you? And no dinner either. I see 2 meals worth of food on the table. Open up." Tang Shaowu forced his eyes open amidst his splitting headache and snapped irritably, "Get lost. I'm not eating." Su Weile pursed her lips, but still held the porridge to his mouth. "You can't skip it. Have 3 mouthfuls, and he'll leave." They glared at each other fiercely, neither backing down. The intense pain made Tang Shaowu even more irritable. He growled harshly, "Su Weile, you're a goddamn fool. I said I want to eat. Get the hell out." Before he could finish, Su Weile quickly shoved a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. Tang Shaowu never expected Su Weile to pull such a move. He froze on the spot, eyes wide, breathing heavily. But his upbringing prevented him from spitting out food in front of someone else, nor could he yell at her with his mouth full. Swallowing his fury, Tang Shaowu chewed viciously and quickly swallowed the mouthful. Meanwhile, Su Weile had already prepared the second spoonful, a mix of porridge topped with a large shrimp, ready before he swallowed the first. She had anticipated his rage, but he had not expected her to dare repeat the trick. So when Tang Shaowu opened his mouth to speak, the second spoonful was already delivered. She didn't even let him get a word out. This time Tang Shaowu was so angry, he chewed sullenly, fixing a sinister smile on Su Weile. She smiled back, sunny and bright. "Don't look at me like that. I said 3 mouthfuls, and 3 it is. There's only 1 mouthful left. If you take it willingly, there's a reward. If not, I have plenty of ways to catch you off guard again." Su Weile was confident. Growing up, his grandmother had used this method to make him take bitter medicine when he resisted. He knew it well. The first mouthful made him furious, the second softened him, and by the third he'd usually take the bowl and down it himself. Sure enough, with the third spoonful, Tang Shaowu opened his mouth willingly. Su Weile smiled. "See, that's good. It's only 3 mouthfuls, not 3 bowls. Why not just cooperate from the start?" As she tidied the bedside table, she added, "You're still feeling unwell, so just eat a little for now. I'm worried you might throw up if you overeat, which would be worse. Once you feel better, you can have more. Remember to tell me whenever you want to eat." Tang Shaowu was truly miserable, so he didn't argue with her. Then he lay back down. Strangely, after eating, he felt his headache had indeed eased. Whether it was from the anger or the food, he drifted into a drowsy sleep again. This time, with the headache subsiding, he slept soundly and deeply. So much so that when Su Weile finished cleaning up, lowered his bed, and tucked his hand back under the blanket, he didn't feel a thing. The VIP ward of the General Hospital was at the end of the corridor, the best room of all. At night, though the hospital remained busy, this area was relatively quiet. The moment Tang Shaowu opened his eyes, he was fully conscious. He glanced at the clock on the wall, and aided by the light from the corridor, was surprised to find he had slept. Then he saw Su Weile still on the visitor's chair, a young man in stylish clothes uncomfortably curled up on the narrow seat, sleeping peacefully. Tang Shaowu watched quietly. Then as he looked on, Su Weile turned over in his sleep and crashed to the floor with a loud thud. A yelp followed. Tang Shaowu watched as Su Weile rubbed his shoulder and his head, then laughed and muttered, "What a little fool." Su Weile was truly exhausted these past 2 days. He hadn't slept a wink the night before, and today, he hadn't even touched a bed. After booking a hotel, that was why he fell into such a deep sleep on the accompanying chair. However, he had never been a still sleeper since childhood. At home, no one dared to share a bed with him, lest they suffer a flurry of punches and kicks. Just now he flipped over and tumbled straight to the floor. Su Weile landed on his shoulder and head. When he stood up, he realized his leg was still numb, so he simply sat down on the ground. "Damn, that hurts." Tang Shaowu turned on the bedside lamp, sat up in bed, and looked down at Su Weile, who was groaning on the floor with a faint smile. Su Weile didn't rush to get up. He sat cross-legged with his long legs stretched out looking up at Tang Shaowu on the bed with a roguish grin. Young Master Su, quite the performer, aren't you? Oh, it's nothing. Young Master Tang feeling better. The two exchanged glances and laughed together again. Su Weile stomped his feet feeling the numbness fade and stood up gracefully. He brushed himself off and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. His voice drifted from the bathroom. Tang, when did you wake up? Why didn't you call me? Tang Shaowu gazed at the bathroom door and said nothing. In his memory, aside from necessary social engagements, nights were always utterly silent. He wasn't accustomed to such a vibrant voice so late at night. Su Weile seemed used to Tang Shao's occasional coldness. He glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Feeling a bit better now. Should we get something to eat? What do you feel like? Tang Shaowu said casually, anything is fine. Someone should have brought food. Go get it from the door. Su Weile opened the door skeptically and indeed took 2 heavy meal bags from a man in black. Su Weile muttered, you're so wasteful. There's still so much left uneaten, and you order more. My dad always says I'm wasteful, but he'll bring you home someday, and let him see true waste. Tang Shaowu watched, as Su, while still muttering, took out the contents of the bags. Wow, which restaurant is this? The food looks gorgeous. Seeing so much food, Su, while realized the small table on the hospital bed couldn't hold it all, so he arranged it on the dining table. Tang, he'll push you over to the table. Tang Shaowu didn't stop. He seated himself in the wheelchair and said coldly, I just need to minimize movement, not that I'm completely paralyzed. And besides, I need to go to the bathroom. How would you help me with that? Tang Shaowu didn't stop. He seated himself in the wheelchair and said coldly, I just need to minimize movement, not that I'm completely paralyzed. And besides, I need to go to the bathroom. How would you help me with that? Su Weile shrugged. What's the big deal about the bathroom? What's there I can't help you with? We're both men, no need to be shy. Tang Shaowu was for once left speechless. He glanced at Su Weile, then maneuvered his wheelchair toward the bathroom. Su Weile watched his back and muttered, so fussy all the time. Really, everything you've got I've got too. And mine's pretty good. When Tang Shaowu came out of the bathroom, Su Weile had already laid out the food. Seeing him approach, he helped position the wheelchair at the proper spot by the table. Please enjoy your meal, young Master Tang. Tang Shaowu noticed that Su, while seated to the side, showed no intention of eating. He recalled that every time they ate together, Su Weile only ate food he had bought himself. Glancing at the time, Tang Shaowu said, aren't you hungry? Come over and eat something. Su Weile fiddled with his phone. No thanks. This is all specially prepared by your family. They'll just order some takeout from a nearby place. Actually, I should be the one buying you food since I caused your hospitalization. But your family sends meals so often I never get a chance. They must care about you a lot, right? But I haven't seen them visit. Are they out of town or abroad? I was thinking that when they came, I'd sincerely apologize to your... Tang Shaowu ate gracefully without uttering a word. Su Weile sensed that Tang Shaowu had extremely strict table manners and deduced that he would never speak. While scrolling on his phone, Su Weile asked, Tang, can I order some Losafan? There was no response as expected. Su Weile grinned cheekily. Silence means consent, I guess. He saw Tang Shao's stiff back and heard him say word by word, you can order it, but eat it outside. And don't come back. Su Weile burst into laughter on the sofa. In the end, Su Weile ordered nothing. He ate the strawberry cake from the fridge that was meant for Tang Shaowu. It was his favorite, but it would go bad by morning. So he told Tang Shaowu, he'll buy you a new one when you're better. And he polished off the cake neatly. After they finished eating, Tang Shaowu washed up and then started working again. Su Weile tried to stop him a couple of times, but Tang Shaowu ignored him. So Su Weile let him be. He prepared a glass of water and placed it on the side table, then sat in the nearby chair and resumed playing on his phone. Later, as dawn approached, Tang Shaowu still showed no sign of resting, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Su Weile felt himself getting drowsy again. Tang, I think your concussion isn't my fault. It's from overworking yourself. You're Schweb being superior, so you're the general manager. Why do you have so much work? Can't you just rest? Tang Shaowu didn't lift his head and replied coldly, if you're sleepy, go sleep in the bed in the other room. Stop talking nonsense. Su Weile couldn't resist the temptation of that bed any longer. All right, I'm going then. Call me if you need anything, okay? Su Weile staggered into the inner suite. The moment his body touched the bed, he let out a long, contented sigh and immediately sank into a deep sleep. This sleep was truly wonderful. It would have been perfect if not for the arguing sounds that woke him up in the morning. Su Weile's blissful slumber was ruthlessly interrupted by a woman's shouting and the sharp scratching sounds at the door. Groggily, Su Weile got up, his first thought to check on Tang Shaowu. But before he could step out, a woman burst in through the door like a whirlwind. Su Weile instinctively stepped back. Then the guard's voice came from the doorway, apologies, young master. We didn't expect her to rush in suddenly. Before Tang Shaowu could speak, the woman exclaimed, Tang Shaowu are your bodyguards meant to guard against your own family. Upon hearing the word family, Su Weile froze in place. He thought this might be Tang Shao's family member, but why such an attitude? Shouldn't she be distressed knowing her family member was hospitalized? Then Tang Shao's usual low voice rang out. It's fine. You all may leave. The bodyguards replied, yes, young master, and filed out, closing the door behind them. Then Tang Shao's voice sounded again. If the bodyguards wanted to stop you, they wouldn't have had trouble. They didn't, because they know you are the esteemed Madame Tang. I ask you to show some self-respect and maintain the image of a noble lady. Don't show your weakness. Jiang Meishue caught the sarcasm in Tang Shao's words. Her face, adorned with expensive cosmetics, began to contort, but she suppressed it, speaking with a trembling voice of grievance. Shaowu, I know you blame Auntie for hitting you last time, but I was truly desperate. I begged you so hard to spare Tang Yi, to give him another chance. How can you be so heartless? He's your younger brother, also of the Tang bloodline. Auntie begs you again, please let him off, won't you? Though Su Weile couldn't see Tang Shao's expression, he could picture that unforgettable smile from the amusement in his voice. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly. Auntie, I've told you before, Tang Yi's matter was decided by the board of directors. It's not solely up to me. If you want to plead, go to grandfather. After all, I'm just a cripple. Su Weile's heart clenched at the deliberately emphasized word cripple. He didn't know why Tang Shaowu would say that about himself. He only knew he hated hearing him belittle himself. Jiang Meishue gritted her teeth. Shaowu, everyone knows the board follows your lead. And the old man never meddles in your conflicts. That's common knowledge. Why pretend? This matter is a single word from you. Tang Shao's smile widened. I told father before, if Tang Yi returns the embezzled funds in full, the matter can be forgiven. That's the biggest concession I can make. Jiang Meishu's eyes reddened. You want him to hand it over at the board meeting in front of everyone? How can he survive in the group after that? Besides, we don't have that huge sum now. Shaowu, you have the Jiang family as your powerful backing, and your own agency is so outstanding. You clearly look down on the Tang group's assets. Why can't you just let us go? Tang Shaowu laughed, even audibly. Who says I look down on the Tang group's assets? Compared to our Jiang family, it's a bit lacking, but what can I do? It's just my luck to be surnamed Tang. It's my fate to be a descendant of the Tang family, to carry the cold-blooded, ruthless, filthy, and despicable blood of the Tangs. His words, spoken with a smile, carried an exceptionally sinister undertone, sending chills down Su Weile's spine. Jiang Meishue in the other room also fell silent, apparently terrified. Half a minute later, her trembling voice emerged, filled with deep hatred. I knew it. You never intended to spare Tang Yi. Because you're a cold-blooded lunatic, just like your. Her unfinished words were cut off by another deep male voice. Madam Tang, this is a hospital. Please mind your words. Yan Jinka entered the ward carrying a bag of breakfast. He calmly placed it on the table and turned to Tang Shaowu, who was sitting on the bed, saying, How's the food these past 2 days? Today Zhuxian has a new dish. Try it while it's hot. Tang Shao's smile was somewhat ferocious, his eyes red as he glared at Jiang Meishue, as if waiting for her to finish that sentence. Jiang Meishue, momentarily blinded by rage, regained her rationality. Fear crept into her heart. She dared not meet Tang Shao's gaze. Yan Jinka stepped between them at the right moment, blocking Tang Shao's murderous glare. Jiang Meishue looked at Yan Jinka, knowing he was another person she could not afford to offend. The Yin family's influence was beyond words. Even though he was young enough to be her son, she had to respectfully address him, young Master Yin. Yan Jinka said coldly, Here I am, Dr. Yin. Madam Tang, please leave now. Shaowu still needs quiet rest. After Jiang Meishue left, Yan Jinka glanced at Tang Shaowu without offering any consolation. He checked the chart as usual. You're responding well to the new medication. The condition is under control. Still keep your emotions in check and rest. He'll arrange an examination this afternoon to see how the swelling is subsiding. Then he turned to leave. I'm going back to work. I have surgery scheduled this morning. Call the internal line if there's an emergency. Tang Shaowu seemed to have returned to normal. He quipped at Yin Zheng's retreating figure. Dr. Yin, you're in a good mood today. Without pausing, Yan Jinka replied in a flat tone. My cat came back. Su Weile waited 10 minutes in his room before coming out. Seeing Tang Shao's gaze upon him, he gave him a sweet smile. Tang Shaowu stared straight at him. You heard everything. Su Weile suddenly felt like he was in a movie about to be silenced by a sword any second, followed by the killer explaining, You know too much. He stammered anxiously. I heard a bit. It was mainly her voice, too loud. It woke me up. Tang Shaowu snorted, but said nothing, continuing to work on his computer. Instead, Su Weile felt a bit embarrassed. That woman earlier. Was she the one who slapped you in the garage last time? Tang Shaowu kept typing. Su Weile continued. I didn't hear what she said then either. If I had known she was so vicious, I would have hit her for you last time. But then again, she's a woman, and I can't hit women. Still, I'll help you. At least I won't let her hit you so easily. Su Weile turned around in the sunlight, his hair a bit tousled from sleep, yet he still looked so handsome. He saw Tang Shaowu staring at him expressionlessly. Su Weile chuckled. Next time she comes ill, just kick her out. I won't let her upset you. Don't be angry this time, either. Getting angry will make your head hurt again. Tang Shaowu still said nothing. He just stared at Su Weile without expression. With the care of the assigned nurse for Jean Jejia, Su Weile had fewer worries. He decided to focus on accompanying Tang Shaowu today. It was only today that Su Weile realized how busy Tang Shaowu was. The entire morning was spent in various meetings, some with subordinates reporting directly and others were remote video conferences. Su Weile also noticed that Tang Shaowu in front of him was different from when he was working. When dealing with subordinates from the agency who came to the hospital, Tang Shaowu was usually just in a shirt and trousers, but the strategic command and strong aura he exuded at work made Su Weile feel a sense of unfamiliarity. Later, when Tang Shaowu had a video conference, perhaps a more formal and important one, Uncle Su helped him change into a suit and formal attire. The elite CEO aura Tang Shaowu radiated during the meeting nearly dazzled Su Weile's dog-like eyes. Su Weile felt he couldn't reconcile the man who was simultaneously conducting a meeting in multiple languages with the fragile, laughter-loving man who had gotten a concussion from a single push. Su Weile suddenly recalled the first time he met Tang Shaowu when he mistakenly thought he was a company artist. At that time, Tang Shaowu had said, "Isn't it a bit late for me to debut at this age?" He hadn't thought much of it then, but now he saw that Tang Shaowu was indeed a mature, elite man. So different from someone like him, a mere kid. Su Weile felt sad. He really liked this friend. It seemed there would be a generation gap between them from now on. With Tang Shaowu endlessly working and Uncle Su always by his side, Su Weile had nothing to do but send a message to Jean Jejia to ask how she was. "Jejia, what are you doing? Have you eaten? How's the nurse? Can she take good care of you? Brother Shala, I'm watching a video. The auntie is fine, don't worry. I've finished my meal. Are you coming over today? I'm relieved. I won't come over today. This friend has an examination this afternoon, and I need to accompany him." "Oh, all right then." Just as he finished chatting with Jejia, his phone vibrated. It showed old Su. Su Weile saw it was his father and quickly got up to take the call outside the ward. Tang Shaowu, who was in the middle of a meeting, followed Su Weile's figure with his gaze until the ward door blocked his view. "Dad." Su Jun's hearty voice came from the phone. "Lele, why did you run off to Jinhai? I only found out today when I came to your grandma's house. What are you doing so far away?" Su Weile knew he was in the wrong. One thing after another had happened since he arrived in Jinhai, and he hadn't had time to inform his father. He usually stayed at his grandma's place often, so his father only just learned he was in Jinhai. "Dad, I just came to hang out. I'm 19, isn't it normal to travel and have fun?" Su Jun sighed on the other end. Did you go to see Jejia? You told your grandparents you'd go to your uncle's place. Yesterday your uncle called asking about you, and he had no idea you were in Jinhai." Su Weile knew he was at fault. "I really haven't had time yet, Dad. They'll go to uncle's place tomorrow. Don't worry." Su Jun seemed to find a quieter spot, and his voice lowered. "You little brat, tell me the truth. Are you together with Jejia? Have you been living together these days?" Su Weile's face flushed instantly. Dad, please stop. What are you talking about? Don't say nonsense. I'm not afraid, but what about Jejia's reputation? If you know what I mean. A girl isn't like a rough boy. Don't you dare bully her. If you're really together, bring her home immediately and get married, you hear? "Oh, I know. I'm not. I treat Jejia like my own sister." "Dad, can you please stop? Lele, don't forget you're a man. Your mother taught you from a young age that boys should cherish girls." Su Weile said the last sentence together with his father. "Don't worry, Dad. I won't forget what Mom told me." After a few more words to reassure his father, Su Weile hung up and returned to the ward. Because of the misunderstanding during the call with his father, the flush on his face hadn't completely faded. When he entered, Tang Shaowu stared at Su Weile's face for a moment. When Uncle Su saw Tang Shaowu unresponsive for a while, he followed his gaze. Su Weile, noticing both of them looking at him, raised an eyebrow and flashed a bright smile. Tang Shaowu smiled back at Su Weile, a smile that made Uncle Su shiver from its coldness. The long video conference finally ended. Tang Shaowu, who had been in the meeting, seemed fine, but Su Weile, who had been listening, and let out a long sigh. "My God, even when I was in school, I never had to stay quiet." Tang Shaowu looked at the roguish Su Weile without speaking. Su Weile continued, "Tang Shao, don't work after lunch, okay? You have an exam this afternoon. You should rest for a while." Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile and said, "Aren't you going to see your Jejia later?" Su Weile replied without a second thought, "No, I already told her. Not today. They'll go tomorrow. I found an auntie to take care of her yesterday." Tang Shaowu nodded with a smile and said nothing. Then he contacted Xue Bing via his computer. "How's it going? Has the message reached Jean Jejia?" Xue Bing replied immediately, "It was just posted in the group." She replied that she received it. "I estimate she'll call me soon asking to return to the company for training." Tang Shaowu glanced at the message, then quickly shut down the computer. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the pillow, asking, "What's the name of the acupoint on the hand you pressed yesterday?" Su Weile answered with a smile, "The Higa point. It's pretty effective, isn't it? Do you have a headache? Let me press it for you again." Saying this, he immediately moved to sit on the edge of the hospital bed. He gently took Tang Shao's hand and began to massage the acupoint at the base of the thumb. While pressing, he said, Although it might hurt a bit when pressing the Higo point, it's really effective for headaches. When I'm not around, you can press it yourself when you have a headache. Tang Shaowu suddenly frowned, but said nothing. Su Weile laughed and said, Tang Shaowu, I really felt the generation gap today. The gap between us. By the way, how old are you this year? Tang Shaowu still had his eyes closed, his tone somewhat lazy. 31. Su Weile exclaimed in surprise, You're 31. My God, we're 12 years apart. Exactly one cycle. That's a huge gap. Su Weile continued, But seriously, your appearance is so deceptive. I thought you weren't much older than me. But today when you put on that suit and combed your hair back, it really... Tang Shaowu said lightly, Your appearance is quite deceptive too. You look like a pretty smart person. Su Weile took a few seconds to realize that Tang Shaowu was indirectly calling him stupid. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and pressed hard on Tang Shao's Higa point. When Uncle Su returned with the food, he saw this scene. The usually composed old driver nearly dropped the lunchbox to the ground. Today's lunch was clearly for two, and Su Weile assumed it was for Tang Shaowu and Uncle Su. He helped Uncle Su set the table, saying, Uncle, you sit down first. They'll go get Tang Shaowu for lunch. Old Su, still shaken from his earlier shock, replied a bit late, Oh, no need. You two eat together. I brought lunch for you today. They'll eat in the next room. Su Weile smiled at Old Su. Uncle, you brought me lunch too. I'm so embarrassed. I should be treating you guys, but I can't quite figure out Tang Shao's taste. He seems pretty picky. Old Su chuckled. Young Master Tang doesn't like takeout, so don't worry about it. Uncle, which restaurant does Tang Shaowu usually order from? I don't see any logo. Old Su went straight to help Tang Shaowu with his wheelchair and smiled. Uncle, which restaurant does Tang Shaowu usually order from? I don't see any logo. Old Su went straight to help Tang Shaowu with his wheelchair and smiled. It's a private kitchen that doesn't take outside orders. Su Weile laughed. Jinhai is really something. There are restaurants that don't want to make more money. After Tang Shaowu and Su Weile were seated, Uncle Su quietly left the room. As he closed the door, he glanced back and saw Su Weile placing a bottle of water beside Tang Shaowu, thoughtfully loosening the cap. Uncle Su watched the young master who had been alone for so many years now tolerating someone else eating with him, and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. The moment the hospital door closed, Tang Shaowu looked up and said coldly, I don't like to talk while eating, and I don't like others talking while I eat. Su Weile raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I love talking while I eat. What do you think we should do, Master Tang? Tang Shaowu gave him a cold glance, said nothing, and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Su Weile chuckled, then picked up his chopsticks too. So let's meet halfway. I won't mind your silence, and you don't mind my chatter. One active, one quiet. We complement each other perfectly. No complaints. That way we can happily hang out together in the future. Tang Shaowu still acted as if he hadn't heard, quietly eating his meal. Su Weile ate while observing the person across from him. He seized every opportunity to talk. In truth, Su Weile wasn't usually a big talker during meals, but he just wanted to tease Tang Shaowu since he had been so Watching Tang Shaowu eat in silence, Su Weile thought to himself, this is what a true nobleman looks like. Even his way of eating is so elegant. Watching Tang Shaowu eat in silence, Su Weile thought to himself, this is what a true nobleman. He had always had a small appetite. His grandparents had often worried about it, but he just couldn't eat much. However, he loved snacks, especially sweets. His father always said that was the reason he didn't eat enough. Su Weile looked at the dishes on the table. His eyes wanted more, but his stomach was full. He couldn't help sighing, oh my God, this food is absolutely delicious. Tang Shaowu silently glanced at his rice bowl. He had only eaten a quarter of it. After the meal, Su Weile insisted on pushing Tang Shaowu outside for a walk, brooking no argument. While cleaning up the dishes, he said, Master Tang, I'll take you out for a stroll later. The weather is beautiful today. Tang Shaowu, I don't want to go out. Su Weile, no can do. If you stay inside too long, you'll get moldy. It's bad for your health. Tang Shaowu, even if you lack knowledge, you should have some common sense. Where did you get the theory that people get moldy from not going out? Su Weile, it's a theory passed down from my grandmother. If you don't listen to the elderly, you'll suffer. Come on, wait. He'll cover your legs with a blanket. And so, fearing that Tang Shaowu would get moldy, Su Weile whisked him away in the wheelchair for a walk. When old Su came to clear the table thinking the two had finished eating, he was shocked once again to find the room empty. Behind the Jinhai General Hospital was a large activity area like a park. Whenever the weather was good, many patients would come here to get some fresh air or do rehabilitation exercises. On the path through the lawn, a strikingly handsome boy was cheerfully chatting while pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat a man with a handsome face and an intense. The man's expression was indifferent, his lack of smile creating a strong sense of distance. The contrast between the two, one cold, one warm, was stark. It made everyone around take a second look. After walking a long lap, Su Weile noticed Tang Shaowu had barely spoken. He walked to the front of the wheelchair and crouched. Tang Shaowu watched the handsome boy crouch before him, a radiant smile on his face with an innocent look that seemed unaware of the world's dangers. Master Tang, do you have a headache? Or are you feeling unwell? Seeing that Tang Shaowu had no intention of answering, Su Weile resignedly sighed. Do you charge for every word? Your words are so precious. Su Weile looked at Tang Shao's face and continued. You must have a headache. You don't even have a nice smile on your face. With that, he moved behind Tang Shaowu, but instead of pushing the wheelchair, he gently cupped Tang Shao's neck with one hand, and with the other massaged upward along the cervical spine behind the neck, applying moderate pressure until he reached the junction of the neck and head about 2 centimeters from the hairline, where he located the spot and began pressing firmly. This is the Fengqi acupoint. How does it feel? Comfortable. Tang Shaowu felt Su Weile's fingers repeatedly pressing on the back of his neck, gentle yet firm. Su Weile was used to talking to himself without a response because when he himself was sick and uncomfortable, he also didn't like to talk. Since you have a concussion, I'm hesitant to touch your head, so I'll just press these acupoints. I'll massage your temples for you later. Tang Shaowu rarely spoke. No need. This is good enough. It was truly a beautiful day, warm sunshine, a gentle breeze, making everyone feel at ease. Su Weile, my, are you this kind to everyone? Are you this kind to everyone? This question truly stumped Su Weile. Was he kind to everyone? It seemed not. Why was he so good to Tang Shaowu? Su Weile's thoughts had already veered off course as he pondered this. Was he really that? Why was he so good to Tang Shaowu? Su Weile's thoughts had already veered off course as he pondered this. Was he really that good to Tang Shaowu? He didn't think so. Was this considered being good to him? But one thing was undeniable. Every time he saw Tang Shaowu, he instinctively wanted to be a little kinder to him. The ache Su Weile had felt in the morning threatened to resurface. He thought perhaps Tang Shaowu had grown up with too little love, which was why he interpreted Su Weile's actions as kindness. As Su Weile's mind churned in 1,000 tangents, Tang Shaowu glanced back at him and sneered. Is this question really that hard to answer? Then let me ask differently, why are you so good to me? Is it because you feel guilty for hurting me? Or because you need something from me regarding Jin Jiejia? Su Weile felt a vague displeasure at Tang Shao's words. He felt wronged, his goodwill misinterpreted. He was not the mercenary, calculating person Tang Shaowu seemed to think he was. Even a simple, cheerful youth like Su Weile couldn't help but display a rebellious streak when faced with misunderstanding and false accusations. So instead of explaining, he played along. Yes, who told me I'm afraid you'll blackmail me? Who told me I need something from you? You're my creditor now, so I have to serve you well. Tang Shao's expression changed abruptly upon hearing Su Weile's reply. He glared at Su Weile with a dark expression and said, stop massaging. Let's go back. I'm tired. On the way back, it wasn't just Tang Shaowu who remained silent. Su Weile had also fallen quiet. The 2 silent figures walked ahead, trailed by 2 equally silent bodyguards at a distance. The entire journey had turned into a group of 4 mutes. As the elevator doors opened, they could see from a distance a figure standing outside Tang Shao's hospital room, conversing with Uncle Su. The silhouette was tall and straight, and at the sound of the wheelchair, it turned around with a smile. Xue Bing smiled gently at Tang Shaowu in the wheelchair. Then his gaze slowly lifted, and when he saw that the person pushing the wheelchair was not a bodyguard, but Su Weile, he froze for a moment. The smile instantly vanished from his face. With a furrowed brow and a look of incomprehension, he stared directly at them. Su Weile only noticed Xue Bing when the latter's gaze fell upon him. Until then, Su Weile had been brooding over his inexplicable anger with Tang Shaowu. This sight only made Su Weile's already gloomy mood even worse. Before he could even think, his body was about to lunge forward. Tang Shaowu grabbed Su Weile's arm as he stormed past the wheelchair, frowning. What are you doing? Su Weile, like a furious little lion, didn't look back. Nothing. I'm going to beat him up. Tang Shaowu smiled. Are you never going to let this go? How about you beat me up instead? Su Weile stopped at Tang Shao's words, but still glared fiercely. Xue Bing's gaze left Su Weile's face and fell upon Tang Shao's hand. That exceptionally beautiful hand was now gripping Su Weile's wrist tightly. Seeing Su Weile halt, Tang Shaowu turned to Xue Bing and said, go into the ward and wait for me. Then to Uncle Su. Uncle Su, take Su Weile to the next room for a while. Tang Shaowu released Su Weile's hand. Uncle Su immediately stepped forward. Young Master Su, please follow me. Su Weile didn't move. Tang Shaowu didn't bother with him anymore. The bodyguard behind them pushed the wheelchair and sent Tang Shaowu into the ward. Xue Bing cast a glance at Su Weile, one that was far from friendly. The corridor fell silent. Uncle Su waited quietly for a moment, then called softly, Young Master Su. Su Weile lowered his head and said in a low voice, Uncle, I have something to attend to. I need to go out for a bit. You go back and rest well. Su Weile turned and walked toward the elevator. Uncle Su wanted to call him back, opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Full of rage, Su Weile walked to his car and kicked the tires viciously several times. Only after feeling a little better did he get in and drive toward his uncle. Inside the hospital ward, Tang Shaowu went to wash his hands after entering. Xue Bing wanted to help push the wheelchair, but Tang Shaowu raised a hand to stop him. Wiping his hands slowly, Tang Shaowu didn't speak first. Xue Bing watched his slender, beautiful hands and said, Tang Shao Jin Jia has returned to the company. Tang Shaowu replied casually, Anything else? Xue Bing continued, also Jin Fei has run into some trouble. His relationship with his agent has been discovered. Tang Shaowu remained unruffled. A relationship with his agent? That's nothing. Can't we just suppress it? Which media outlet? Xue Bing said with difficulty, it wasn't discovered by the media. Chairman who found out. Now chairman who has made it clear that he wants to ruin Jin Fei and strip him of all his resources. Tang Shaowu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Alright, I understand. Have Jin Fei come see me tomorrow. Good. Tang Shaowu tapped lightly on the armrest of the wheelchair, his smile unwavering. Arrange for Director Wu and Jin Jia to meet as soon as possible. Yes, Tang Shao. Su Weile's uncle had come to Jinhai to make his fortune when he was young. With a bit of luck and help from benefactors, he gradually established himself in the city. The Su family had always had few descendants. Su Jun, because of his time in prison, had only fathered this precious son at a very advanced age. And with his wife's early death, he had no other children. Su Weile's uncle, however, married early, but never had children. Later he took his wife for countless checkups, but no problems were found. The doctor hinted subtly that such matters usually required both husband and wife to be examined. A single phrase awakened him from his dream, not everyone's seed could bear fruit. Su Weile never knew whether his uncle had gone for a checkup himself afterward. He only knew that soon after his uncle divorced his first wife and devoted himself entirely to his career, never remarrying. Years later, with a decent career under his belt, and perhaps feeling lonely with age, he married his current wife, a woman more than a decade younger who came with a child. The child was renamed after coming to his uncle's house, taking the Su family surname. He was called Su Yicheng, 5 years older than Su Weile. Su Weile knocked on his uncle's door shouting, Uncle, it's Lele. I've come to see you. The door was opened by his uncle's wife, who despite being nearly 50 was remarkably well preserved. With a refined smile she said, Lele, you're here. My, what a rare visitor. Though Su Weile was usually carefree, he could sense that his aunt didn't like him. There was always a hint of wariness in her manner. Hearing Su Weile's voice, his uncle came out of the room joyfully. Let me see. Is it really Lele? Come in quick. His uncle genuinely adored Su Weile. He was the only bloodline of the Su family. Pulled to the sofa by his uncle, Su Weile first looked left, then right, his eyes filled with undisguised delight. As he looked, he said, Our Lele is getting more and more handsome, so handsome. Better than those celebrities. Su Weile, eating an orange given by his uncle, replied, Yeah, the Su family genes are good. His uncle laughed heartily. It does have the Su family genes, but the main credit goes to your mother. You look more like her. Lele, I called your father yesterday. Aren't you planning to continue studying? So young, you should learn more. I told your father you could come to Jinhai, stay with me. The schools here are better than those in our hometown. Cheng Ling, hearing her husband's words, suppressed her anger and said, Oh, what's so good about big cities? The pressure of life is high, and finding a wife is hard. Lele's father has such a huge enterprise in Yinshan, it will all be Lele's in the future. In Yinshan, he's a prince having everything he wants. Why come here to be at others' mercy? Isn't that right, Lele? Su Weile chuckled lightly and said, Uncle, I'm really not cut out for studying. My head aches at the sight of books. I can't do it. Please spare me, my dear uncle. Su Weile laughed heartily. You use such a clever mind, but you don't use it for studying. You really take after your father in this, not your mother at all. Su Weile laughed happily, a roguish grin on his face. If I didn't resemble him at all, my dad would be too sad. Su Weile continued, So what are your plans for the future? I just think that if you have no plans, no matter whether you'll use it later, studying more is never wrong. Cheng Ling let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh, what's the use of studying? Our Chengqing graduated from university, but still can't find a job. You don't even help think. Su Weile frowned. How haven't I tried? The problem is that where I can help, Cheng looks down on it. The places he wants to go I can't do anything about. Besides, letting a young man find his own way isn't a bad thing. Hearing this, Cheng Ling stood up in a fury and said bitterly, Humph, I think you're speaking from a comfortable position. With that, she walked away. Su Weile shook his head helplessly and said to Su Weile, Lele, don't mind her. Your aunt has been anxious about Yicheng's job lately. Don't take it to heart. Su Weile smiled. How could I? I don't care. As long as she treats you well, I don't mind anything. Tears glistened in Su Hu's eyes. Good child. Although his aunt's unwelcoming attitude was obvious, it didn't stop Su Weile from eating and drinking at his uncle's place until evening. Because Su Weile knew in his heart that he was here to see his uncle, so as long as his uncle was happy, he didn't care about others. At 9 in the evening, Su Weile, seeing that his uncle's bedtime was approaching, prepared to leave. His uncle had previously refused to let Su Weile stay outside. How could he let his own child stay elsewhere when he was in Jinhai? That wouldn't do. Su Weile explained at length, saying that his friend in Jinhai was injured and needed his care. He also promised that once his friend recovered, he would definitely stay at his uncle's for a few days. When Su Weile was about to leave, Su Hui still regretted that Su Yicheng hadn't met Su Weile. He said it was a pity that the two brothers hadn't seen each other in a long time. Su Weile also thought it was a pity after all not being able to annoy Su Yicheng did rob him of some fun. The night in Jinhai was as bright as day. Still so prosperous, still so congested. Like a grand makeshift stage 1 performer after another. Su Weile drove slowly towards the general hospital. He hadn't decided whether to go straight back to the hotel for a good sleep or return to Tang Shao's place. He was no longer as angry as he had been during the day. At that time he had just had a disagreement with Tang Shaowu, and then he saw Xue Bing doing those things to Jin Jejia. Su Weile really wanted to kill him. Tang Shaowu, instead of helping him, sided with that bastard. What a disappointment, what a lousy friend. Next time he'd rather massage a dog than give him a massage. No, next time he gives him a massage he'll be a dog himself. While driving, Su Weile cursed Tang Shaowu in his mind, and before he knew it he had driven to the general hospital. In the elevator, Su Weile was still trying to console himself. "Ah, just come and see him. After all, I was the one who pushed him and gave him a concussion." As the elevator doors opened, the first thing he saw was old Su pacing by the door. Su Weile checked the time. It was 10:30, and said in surprise, "Uncle, why aren't you asleep yet?" Old Su stopped immediately upon seeing Su Weile, a flash of joy crossing his face. "Young Master Su, you're back." Su Weile smiled happily. "Uncle, why are you always so polite? Just call me by my name, Shao is fine. I don't dare to be a master in front of you. The one inside is your real master." Old Su frowned slightly. The young master hasn't been feeling well all afternoon. He hasn't eaten anything and keeps vomiting. Su Weile's heart tightened upon hearing this. Why is he vomiting? The doctor said it's a comprehensive reaction to severe headaches. Su Weile anxiously peeked through the window, but the curtain was drawn and he couldn't see anything. He said urgently, "So he's been bearing it even though it hurts to the point of vomiting. The doctor isn't giving him painkillers." Old Su continued, "He threw up everything he took. There's no choice. Now he's on a pain pump. If that doesn't work, he'll get a painkiller injection." Dr. Yin said we should avoid giving him painkiller injections as much as possible, worried that oral medication might lose its effectiveness later. The more Su Weile heard, the more anxious he became. He forgot about his anger and only said to old Su, "Uncle, I'm going in to see Tang Shao." With that he opened the door and went straight in. The ward was silent. The monitoring equipment emitted beeping sounds which made Su Weile extremely uncomfortable. He had once listened to that sound often. Until one day his mother's deep reluctant eyes looked at him so sorrowfully, and then Su Weile heard the instrument's sound change from beep, 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 to a sharp continuous beep. Su Weile approached Tang Shao's hospital bed and softly called Tang Shao. Su Weile saw Tang Shaowu open his eyes quickly. Those eyes were deep and bright, and his gaze was still strong, completely showing no signs of suffering from the illness. In the dim light of the night, those eyes were like those of a wild lion, revealing a fierce and dangerous light. Su Weile felt like prey targeted by a beast, his whole body stiff and unable to move. Suddenly Tang Shaowu reached out and turned on the light, his unusually pale face coming into Su Weile's view. The pallor of his skin and lips tempered the ferocity and defiance in his eyes. This allowed Su Weile's tense nerves to relax a little. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile quietly, his breathing steady. But Su Weile could easily see the bulging veins at his temples, his bloodless face, and his hair soaked with sweat. Su Weile frowned deeply, walked over to Tang Shaowu, picked up the painkillers from the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it over. "Take the painkillers, then lie down. He'll massage you. Let's try to get the medicine absorbed without you vomiting in pain. Then we win." Tang Shaowu said nothing, didn't even smile, just stared at him. Su Weile said, a bit annoyed, "Come on," I said, "it's possible. I promise I won't let you throw up the medicine." After a full minute, Tang Shaowu finally reached out and took the medicine, swallowing it dry, without water, as if long accustomed to this method. Su Weile didn't insist. He went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then took 3 towels, 1 cold and 2 hot. He wrapped each towel in a plastic bag. Returning to the bedside, he placed the 2 hot towels in Tang Shao's hands, letting him hold them gently. He then had Tang Shaowu lean his head back on the pillow and place the cold towel on his forehead. After doing this, Su Weile began to slowly massage Tang Shaowu, starting from the temples, moving to the acupoints around the eyes, and then to those at the back of the head. After about 20 minutes, Su Weile could clearly feel that Tang Shao's muscles were not as tense as before. Su Weile's whole body relaxed a little as well. During this time, neither of them spoke a word. It was simply quiet and natural. Half an hour passed, and Su Weile finally breathed a sigh of relief. The painkillers Tang Shaowu had taken were fast-absorbing interliquated tablets. Half an hour should have been enough for absorption. And judging by Tang Shao's condition, he probably wouldn't vomit. Su Weile removed the now slightly warm towels. Just as he was about to stand up and stretch his sore back, Tang Shaowu finally spoke. "Where did you go this afternoon?" Su Weile answered honestly, "I went to my uncle's house." "All afternoon?" "Yes, where else would I go?" Tang Shaowu opened his eyes and looked at Su Weile. "Are you angry with me talking to me like this?" Su Weile met his gaze. "Yes, I am. What else?" The corners of Tang Shao's mouth slowly curled up. "Why?" Because I didn't let you hit Shui Bing. Or, because I haven't found out who got Jean Jejia pregnant. Tang Shao's words made Su Weile feel very uncomfortable. But before Su Weile could retort, Tang Shaowu immediately said, I asked Shui Bing today. He told me who it was. Su Weile exclaimed in surprise, really? Tell me who it is. Tang Shaowu, still smiling, said, don't rush. I'm waiting for evidence. First tell me, what do you plan to do? Beat him up again. Su Weile was stunned. That was exactly what he had been thinking. Beat him up first, then drag him to Jejia to make him kneel and confess. Then let Jejia decide what to do. Seeing Su Weile's expression, Tang Shaowu guessed his thoughts. He said in a steady voice, even if you know who he is. He might not admit it. This all happened so long ago. She already has a child. She never went to the police. Can you prove that Jean Jejia was wronged? Su Weile didn't like that. How can you say that? Even if Jejia didn't go to the police, so what? She's a girl. She would be scared. Choosing to swallow her anger is only human. And no matter what, if you're with a girl, you have to take responsibility. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile. How do you want that man to take responsibility? Su Weile answered without hesitation, he'll leave it to Jejia to decide how he should take responsibility. I'm just responsible for finding that bastard and beating him up. Tang Shaowu smiled as if casually. You like Jean Jejia that much? What is she to you? A perfect goddess. Your innocent first love. Su Weile's face flushed a little. What? No. She's like a younger sister I grew up with. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly. Su Weile, I wasn't joking earlier. You and your appearance don't match. You look pretty smart. Su Weile's face reddened even more with anger. Tang Shaowu, what do you mean? Are you calling me stupid in a roundabout way? Tang Shaowu said, I'm not being roundabout. I'm being direct. I've just never met anyone as foolish as you. It's quite novel. Maybe you're still too young, you little fool. Su Weile was about to explode. Tang Shaowu, don't go too far. Just because you're older than me, you think you can bully me. I'm only letting it slide because you're sick. Su Weile was about to explode. Tang Shaowu, don't go too far. Just because you're older than me, you think you can bully me. I'm only letting it slide because you're sick. Getting addicted to taking care of me. Su Weile was so angry he spoke without thinking. Only a dog would get addicted to that. As soon as he said it, it felt strangely familiar. Suddenly his own words echoed in his mind. If I ever massage him again, it'll be a dog. Su Weile muttered, damn it, this is driving me crazy. After their quarrel, the earlier awkwardness of anger dissipated. Tang Shao's headache gradually eased, and he began to reach for his work again. Su Weile was truly exasperated. He realized that Tang Shaowu was really hard on himself. The classic type who is ruthless to others, but 10 times harder on himself. Su Weile walked over to Tang Shaowu and snapped his laptop shut. Can you stop working? Doesn't your company have anyone else? Do you have to work through the night? And while you're sick? Su Weile simply took the laptop away and held out his hands. I'm telling you, Master Tang, who's over a decade older than me, my fingers are sore from that massage. If you get a headache again from overworking, I'm not massaging you again. So now lie down and go to sleep. Tang Shaowu leaned back against the pillow, his posture relaxed. I can't sleep. The truth was, Tang Shaowu really couldn't sleep. He naturally slept little and was never used to having someone else around when he slept. Su Weile was completely unaware. Can't sleep. What should we do? How about we play something? Video games. No, you shouldn't stare at screens for too long right now. Su Weile scratched his head. Let's play cards. Damn, I didn't bring any. He thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. He simply lay down on the sofa. Hey, Master Tang, do you ever play cards? What games do you play? Tang Shaowu shook his head expressionlessly. Su Weile exclaimed in surprise, never. Not even. My God, there really is a generation gap. Master Tang, aren't you bored? Don't you get bored every day? Tang Shaowu smiled faintly and said, how could it be boring? What could be more interesting than people? The most fascinating thing is the intricate and ever-changing human heart. Tang Shao's voice was too low for Su Weile to catch. Huh? What did you say? Tang Shaowu replied, I didn't say anything. I never found it boring before, but if I ever do in the future, I can amuse myself by playing with. Su Weile said in surprise, you have a dog. Where is it? What breed? Tang Shaowu smiled faintly. I plan to keep one for a few days. No particular breed, just a little mutt, the kind that's very dim. Do you have a picture? Can I see it sometime? Su Weile waited for a while, but realized Tang Shaowu wasn't going to answer, so she didn't press further. Su Weile suddenly thought of something. Mr. Tang, you work at Starlight Entertainment, so you must see celebrities every day, right? I can see them anytime I want. Su Weile said excitedly. There's a band called Primitive Tribe there from your company, right? Tang Shao's tone was indifferent. What, you like them? Idolizing celebrities as a kid? Su Weile laughed. I do like them quite a bit. They have their own streetwear brand, a niche one. I really love their designs and bought every piece. No, I don't. He's just really popular, but I guess his fans are mostly young girls. Tang Shaowu chuckled. Too bad, I thought you liked him. I was planning to have him take a— Tang Shaowu raised an eyebrow. Do you like Jean Fei too? No, I don't. He's just really popular, but I guess his fans are mostly young girls. Tang Shaowu chuckled. Too bad, I thought you liked him. I was planning to have him take a photo with you when I see him. Su Weile giggled. Let me tell you, even my grandma always praises him. She stares at the TV and says, oh, what a handsome boy. Haha, if I could meet him, I'd definitely want a photo to show grandma and see who's better looking, him or me. They chatted intermittently with Tang Shaowu leaning against the pillow, eyes closed. Occasionally adding a word, Su Weile kept shifting around on the sofa. As the night deepened, her movements grew slower, her voice softer, until she finally drifted up. After a long while, Tang Shaowu opened his eyes and stared expressionlessly at Su Weile, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He watched her silently for a long time. As dawn approached, there was a thud. Su Weile had fallen off the sofa again. Listening to her grumbling as she crawled back onto the sofa, Tang Shaowu closed his eyes and let out a rare, genuine smile. When Uncle Su came in to deliver breakfast the next morning, Tang Shaowu had already gotten up, washed up, and was sitting on the bed working on his computer. Old Su stepped in and saw Su Weile lying on the sofa in an odd sleeping posture. He froze for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. He couldn't help but say with a smile, this kid, his sleeping posture really matches his personality. Old Su took another look, thinking to himself that Su Weile and Tang Shaowu were polar opposites. Su Weile was woken by the aroma of breakfast. She sat up groggily, eyes still closed, and her first words were, Tang Shaowu, is your headache any better? As soon as Su Weile got up, the room came alive. Uncle Su glanced at Tang Shaowu and asked softly, young master, shall we have breakfast? ITL. Stretching, Su Weile rubbed her stomach and said, it smells so good. I didn't even eat dinner last night. Damn, my shoulder hurts. Mr. Tang, did you hit me in the middle of the night? As soon as Su Weile got up, the room came alive. Uncle Su glanced at Tang Shaowu and asked softly, young master, shall we have breakfast? ITL. Get cold soon. Su Weile quickly washed up in the bathroom, thinking she'd have to go back to the hotel for a shower. It was a bit of a hassle. She looked around the hospital bathroom and found it even nicer than her 5-star hotel. While brushing her teeth, she thought, maybe I should just move into the hospital. Save myself the trouble of running back and forth. Su Weile came out and saw that Tang Shaowu had already started eating breakfast. Mr. Tang, I need to go back to the hotel to shower and change clothes. Tang Shaowu slowly swallowed his food, looked at Su Weile, who was searching for her phone on the sofa, and said, aren't you hungry? Eat something before you go. Did you bring a portion for me? I thought there wasn't any for me. They'll have some then. I'm actually a bit hungry. Once she started eating, Su Weile's chatter resumed. Mr. Tang, can I move my luggage here and shower here from now on? It's too much trouble going back and forth. As you wish. Despite constantly complaining of hunger, Su Weile didn't eat much, but she tried a bit of everything. Putting down her chopsticks, she said mysteriously, I'm going to get my luggage. Mr. Tang, do you want an ice cream? They'll bring one back for you. No, I don't have a sweet tooth. Well, then I'll ask if there's a spicy ice cream. Tang Shaowu slowly lifted his eyes to look at Su Weile, and she shuddered. She slipped away quickly. Back at the hotel, she took a comfortable shower. Her luggage was barely touched, so she just changed clothes and checked out directly. On the way, she bought 2 boxes of ice cream. At the checkout, on a whim, she really asked, do you have spicy ice cream? The cashier girl stared at Su Weile as if she were an alien, giving her a long, hard look. The men in black at the entrance no longer stopped Su Weile, but they still refused to respond to her hello. Su Weile pushed the door open and went in, only to find that there was someone else in the room. Their eyes met. Dr. Yan's gaze was flat and icy, but Su Weile felt as if she were freezing to death. Why is this doctor so terrifying? So annoying. At least Mr. Tang is nice, always smiling. Yanjunka had been there for a while, having already briefed Tang Shaowu on the condition and treatment plan. He was about to leave, saying, this medicine seems effective so far, but it's still a new drug. If you experience anything unusual, be sure to report it promptly. With that, he closed the medical records and left without even glancing at Su Weile. Su Weile pushed her luggage into the inner suite and then went to the bathroom to wash her hands. While washing, she said, Mr. Tang, do you have a headache? Tang Shaowu, looking at messages on his phone, replied absent-mindedly, no. Su Weile came out of the bathroom, sat down at the dining table, and started eating ice cream. After a while, she looked up at Tang Shaowu, pursed her lips, and asked, do you want some? I brought one for you. Shall I get it? Tang Shaowu smiled and shook his head. No, you go ahead. He then glanced at her new outfit, a creamy white, oversized sweater paired with light-colored slim-fit jeans that showed off her long, straight legs. On her feet were the same brand of high-end sneakers, but this time in a striking color block design. Despite the cold weather, her bare ankles were visible above the footrest of the stool. A stylish and flamboyant look. Tang Shaowu suddenly said, Xue Bing will be bringing someone over to discuss something later. Don't cause any trouble. Upon hearing Xue Bing's name, Su Weile's brow furrowed tightly. After a moment, he reluctantly said, fine, I know. Didn't you want to take a photo with Jean Fei? He'll arrange it for you soon. Before Su Weile could ask for details, a knock on the door was heard. At Tang Shao has come in. The person who entered beside Xue Bing was someone Su Weile found greatly surprising, Jean Fei. Su Weile had never been so close to such a big star before. He forgot to be angry at Xue Bing and just stared intently at Jean Fei's face. He wasn't as pale as on TV, nor was his skin as good as it appeared on screen. He was handsome among ordinary people, but definitely not as stunning as on television. He was really thin like a paper figure. Su Weile silently evaluated him while watching. He finally concluded, "Grandma, he's not as handsome as your grandson." As Jin Fei entered the room, he respectfully called out Master Tang. His voice was pleasant. Then he quickly glanced around the hospital room to see if there was anyone else. When he saw Su, while sitting by the table, his gaze paused noticeably, then he quickly nodded. There was a look of understanding in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shui Bing's gaze was far more direct. He stared at Su Weile for a moment. When Su Weile noticed, he immediately glared back, his eyes full of provocation. Tang Shaowu finally closed his laptop and looked up at Jin Fei. A faint smile appeared on his face. He started with a very direct opening. "Chairman, who just finished a phone call with me." At that single sentence, Jin Fei's face turned pale. Tang Shaowu still smiled lightly. "You're considered a veteran in the entertainment industry. You're well aware of all the ins and outs here." Tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, Tang Shaowu continued, "The audience likes whom they like, wants to see whom they want. In essence, it's the capital behind the scenes that makes them like whom they want and see whom they want. What you need to do is to play your role well, the persona we have tailored for you. But don't get so lost in the act that you forget your true self." Jin Fei's hands clenched into fists and his voice was unusually low. "Master Tang, please give me another chance." Tang Shao's smile didn't reach his eyes. He gently touched his forehead. "One thing you need to understand, it's not that I'm targeting you. You haven't offended me. Back then, among so many trainees, you managed to stand out. You should know whose power was behind it. As the saying goes, success is due to Shaohe, failure is also due to Shaohe. Fine, it's like a cycle." Jin Fei's voice trembled. "Master Tang, please help me." A soft laugh escaped. "Help you? Why?" "For the company, without you, Jin Fei, there are plenty of others who can be made famous. For me personally, I have no reason to offend Chairman Hu for you. My cooperation with her is still pleasant. For you personally, you can be truly together with your beloved without hiding. I think that's a pretty good outcome. No one can stay popular forever. Even the best play has its finale. The accumulation of these years is enough to ensure you a worry-free life for the rest." At this point, Jin Fei's voice and even his body were trembling slightly. He didn't speak, nor did he leave. In the room where no one spoke, the silence was terrifying. Time seemed to stand still. Su Weile felt he didn't even dare to breathe. Breaking the silence was Jin Fei's broken voice. "Master Tang, it's my fault. I shouldn't have forgotten my roots once I gained some fame. I shouldn't have conflicted with investors, disregarding the company's interests. Even more, I shouldn't have registered a new audiovisual company with others without terminating my contract with the company." After Jin Fei finished, there was another deathly silence. It was so quiet it made one's hair stand on end. Tang Shaowu kept looking at the man with his head down, the smile on his lips revealing nothing of his true thoughts. When he spoke again, his words sent Jin Fei's heart into the freezing point. "Two choices. One, you go and appease Chairman Hu's anger yourself, but you might have to completely sever ties with your lover. Then everything remains as it is. They'll pretend I don't know about your breach of contract to start a new venture. Two, you pay the contractual penalty as normal, and you take your lover and leave Shinkong. However, I can help you deal with Chairman Hu and ensure you leave with a clean. From then on, you can develop however you want." Jin Fei, who had barely lifted his head since entering, gently raised it. Though his voice was soft, his tone was firm. "Master Tang, I choose the first option." As soon as these words were spoken, the sneer on Shui Bing's face and the faint smile on Tang Shao's appeared almost simultaneously. Tang Shaowu didn't look at Jin Fei again. He nodded gently. Then he suddenly turned to look at Su Weile and said, "Didn't you say you wanted a photo with Jin Fei to show your grandma?" Su Weile was still in a state of shock, not yet recovered. Suddenly being called out, he was flustered and stammered, I, maybe next time. Su Weile looked at Jin Fei, who seemed ready to instantly switch into his usual mode for a normal photo. Just like the usual glamorous, sincere, and virtuous image. But Su Weile completely lost interest in taking a photo with him. Not just this time, but for all future times. Tang Shaowu smiled, turned to Jin Fei, and said, "All right, you can go back first. Handle the follow-up matters with Director Shui." In the short distance from the door to the room, Jin Fei turned back 3 times to bow and thank Tang Shaowu. Su Weile poked at the slightly melted ice cream with his spoon. Tang Shaowu looked at the silent Su Weile and smiled. "What's wrong? Weren't you excited yesterday about taking—" Su Weile couldn't explain why, but he felt irritated. "No fun." Tang Shaowu leaned back gently against the pillow and said in a light tone, "You asked yesterday if you can always see celebrities at an entertainment company. Actually, you can't. Only star chasers like you see celebrities. What you see on TV and in magazines are stars. What we see are merely entertainment workers." Su Weile frowned and said, "Why is he like this?" Tang Shaowu smiled. "What do you think, little fool?" Jin Fei originally tried to take a shortcut, diligently climbed on a Chairman Hu's coattails, and then soared to success. There was a combination of luck and his own effort. Otherwise, why could he get what he wanted while others with the same thoughts couldn't? Do you think those who had the same thoughts but didn't succeed are seen as victims in the eyes of their family and lover? They feel resentment, grievance, and anger, but never consider the despicable thoughts they originally harbored. Su Weile suddenly looked up, feeling a chill down his back. He felt as if he were Jin Fei standing there just now. Looking at the familiar smiling face before him, Su Weile felt for the first time that the Tang Shaowu in front of him filled him with fear. Tang Shaowu, what do you mean by that? Tang Shaowu fiddled with the recording pen in his hand, smiling, and said, just the literal meaning. You keep claiming you want to seek justice for your childhood sweetheart, making a scene at my company, even going as far as to hurt someone for him. Have you ever considered that what happened to her today was her own doing? When she took the initiative to crawl into bed, she should have known that just as there is a Jin Fei in this world, there are even more bed crawlers who have been defeated by Jin Fei. If you want to trade yourself as a commodity, you must be prepared to lose money. After all, investment carries risks. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who clenched his fists in anger. Perhaps Jin Jia has a much bigger vision than you. She has long had this mental preparation. It's just that you are too foolish, still stubbornly standing up for others. Su Weile bit his own lip hard. Tang Shaowu, stop slandering people there. Do you think that just because there is a Jin Fei, everyone in the world is Jin Fei? How can you be so presumptuous, you? Tang Shaowu pressed the recording pen in his hand, and from it came a voice that Su Weile had heard since childhood. Director Wu, last time at the hotel you told me you would give me a chance. A slightly aged man's voice emerged. The role in this drama doesn't suit your girl next door image. I won't forget what I promised you. As soon as there's a suitable role, they'll keep it for you right away. But I don't want to wait. Then there was a rustling sound as if the man had stood up and approached, and his tone became ambiguous and lascivious. Oh, you don't want to wait. Then what can we do? Before the recording finished, Su Weile dashed over in one stride, snatched the recording pen, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Tang Shaowu, how can you be so despicable? Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile's reddened eyes and said fiercely, am despicable? What does this have to do with me? Am I despicable, or are you unwilling to accept reality? Su Weile looked into Tang Shao's eyes. Those eyes were deep and charming, yet also so cold and dangerous. Su Weile suddenly understood. Tang Shaowu, you knew all along. You knew what was going on. And you fooled me into saying you'd help me, then went to all this trouble today to put on this show for me. Making me realize I'm a fool. You are truly terrifying. Su Weile was really angry and even more hurt, not just because of Jin Jia, but because of Tang Shaowu. He actually cared quite a bit about Tang Shaowu as a friend. But he didn't expect that the other party was just playing with him. Tang Shaowu, why? Is it because I offended you? Or because of the words I asked you to apologize for? Tang Shaowu looked at the enraged Su Weile and said coldly, and what are you angry for? What is the reason for being so angry and sad? Because the perfect image of the girl in your heart shattered? Or because of your own foolishness and being deceived, eh? Su Weile kicked the bed leg hard. Tang Shaowu, go to hell. I should have punched you to death back then. This time Su Weile returned to his G-Wagon and sat there for a full 20 minutes, but still hadn't calmed down. And as he waited, not only did his anger not subside, but a heavy wave of sadness washed over him. When Su Weile finally started the car, his eyes were already a bit red. He said fiercely to himself, to hell with Tang Shaowu. I'm not playing with you anymore, young master. To hell with Jinhai City. I'm going back tomorrow, damn it, and never coming back. When Su Weile arrived at his uncle's house, only his uncle was at home. Cheng Ling had taken her son out shopping. When uncle saw Su Weile coming back so soon, he was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. After receiving the call that Su Weile was coming, he had been waiting downstairs all along, until he saw Su Weile's car appear in his sight. Seeing his uncle standing in the sunlight, eagerly looking forward, Su Weile felt another pang of sadness. Since Cheng Ling wasn't home, Su Weile felt much more at ease talking to his uncle. Uncle, I'm planning to go back to Yanshan in a couple of days. Would you like to come back with? Su Hu's eyes held a glimmer of longing, but then he sighed and said, maybe in a while. Your brother's job hasn't been settled yet. If I leave now, your aunt will be unhappy again. Su Weile didn't press further after hearing that. He just said that when he had time, he would go back and stay for a longer period. After all, there was plenty of room at home. Su Weile looked at Su Weile, who seemed less enthusiastic than usual, and said, Lele, what's wrong? You seem unhappy. Su Weile stared at the teacup in front of him and said gloomily, yeah, I had a fight with a friend. A girlfriend? No, a guy, just a regular friend. Su Weile smiled and said, seeing you like this, I thought you were upset with a girlfriend. It's all boys, what's so hard about it? If you still want to be friends, then fight when you need to and make up when you should. Su Weile looked at Su Weile, who seemed less enthusiastic than usual, and said, Lele, what's wrong? You seem unhappy. Su Weile stared at the teacup in front of him and said gloomily. Su Weile frowned and said, Uncle, I've noticed that people in Jinhai are like this. Either especially hypocritical or especially cunning. Too wicked. Can people in Jinhai even make true friends? Su Weile laughed heartily upon hearing this. I really want to see who it is that has such a big ability to make our Lele so angry. Our Lele has always been a sunny, cheerful, and happy man. Su Weile gave a bitter smile and said, Uncle, today, I feel like I'm a fool. Su Weile stroked Su Weile's head. Don't say that about yourself. You're not foolish, you're genuine. Lele, your kindness and sincerity are very precious qualities. But perhaps because you are still young, sometimes this kind of personality inevitably gets hurt. When you get older and experience more, you'll gradually learn to measure things, the so-called knowing the ways of the world without being worldly. As for what you said about people in Jinhai being bad, I think that's not comprehensive. How can people be judged by region? But it's true that people in big cities are under great pressure and human relationships are cold. After all, the temptation of money is great. Many come to big cities to pursue fame and success, and with profit there is no human touch. Under the drive of profit, the greed in human nature is fully exposed. But not everyone is like that. As Su Weile chatted with his uncle, the image of Tang Shaowu kept lingering in his mind. Su Weile suddenly thought that his uncle had struggled in Jinhai for many years and might know about Tang Shao's family. After all, judging by Tang Shao's appearance with a driver and bodyguards, he must come from a well-known family. The woman who made a scene in the hospital last time also mentioned the Tang group. Uncle, do you know the Tang group in Jinhai? Tang group. Uncle took a sip of tea and said slowly, speaking of the Tang family, their status was far inferior to the other 5 families at first. It wasn't until later that the eldest son of the Tang family married the only daughter of a super wealthy man, the young lady of the Jiang family, in Jiangqing. There is a popular saying among the common people in Jinhai, don't mention official rank. In Jiangqing, don't talk about wealth. This shows just how incredibly wealthy the Jiang family was, being the richest in Jiangqing. How the two met is unknown. All that is known is that after the marriage, the Tang family, with the help of the Jiang family, quickly ascended to the ranks of the 6 great families. However, the good times did not last long. It is said that after giving birth to a child, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family fell seriously ill. Later, she simply returned to the Jiang family, and once she left, she never came back. A few years later, she passed away in the Jiang family. Su Weile's heart tightened sharply. That child is Tang Shaowu, known as the young master of Jiangqing. Su Weile murmured, Tang Shaowu is from Jiangqing. Su Weile continued, yes, he's always been between Jiangqing and Jinhai. He probably grew up in Jinhai. He is said to be an extremely clever child, and the Tang family has been grooming him as their successor. But later I heard something happened. What? Su Weile asked anxiously. The specifics. We common folk don't know the details. We just know that Tang Shao's father quickly remarried, and his new wife was also surnamed Jiang, supposedly a distant relative of Tang Shao's mother. These grudges and grievances among the wealthy families. Most of what we hear is just hearsay. We don't know what's true. But one thing is certain, the Tang family soon had another young master named Tang Shao's half-brother. After talking for a while, Su Weile thought to ask, Lele, why are you suddenly interested in these wealthy families? Su Weile gave a concealing smile. Nothing. I've recently come across some acquaintances who have connections, so I was just curious and asked around. Su Weile nodded without suspicion. These matters of the wealthy. On the surface they seem glamorous, but inside there are all sorts of twists and dirty secrets. Although Tang Shaowu was a young master envied by everyone since childhood. His mother died young, and with a stepmother his life wasn't necessarily easy. Now the one who has the final say in the Tang family is still old Master Tang, but after all he is getting old. It is said that Tang Shaowu is not valued by his grandfather, but because he has the backing of the powerful Jiang family, no one dares to do anything to him. Su Weile frowned. Tang Shaowu is the eldest son and grandson of the family. Why is he not valued? Su Weile also frowned. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I do know that Tang Shaowu is no ordinary person. He emerged from the heavily suppressed Tang family, and it is said that he already holds controlling shares over everyone on the board, making him the true head of the Tang family. This man is spoken of as something extraordinary. Many say he is a man of great scheming, who stops at nothing. Su Weile gently bit her lip. Su Weile continued, in my opinion, to achieve such great success at such a young age, he certainly can't be an ordinary person. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him ruthless. Otherwise he wouldn't have earned the nickname Smiling Tiger. In short, people like him are not our kind. If we see him, we should stay far away. Su Weile softly repeated her uncle's words, not our kind. Su Weile refilled his teacup and said, yes, the threshold of a noble family is as deep as the sea. Children raised in these families are mostly devoid of emotions because they haven't experienced much familial affection, so they don't know how to have feelings. Otherwise, just look at these playboys. Either they are indulging in romantic affairs and living frivolously, or they are cold-blooded and mercenary. Su Weile was silent for a moment, then said, in that case Tang Shaowu is so pitiful. Su Weile didn't hear clearly. What? Su Weile raised her voice. I said to have never experienced familial affection and to have no feelings. That's really pitiful. Su Weile laughed heartily. Silly child, everyone has different pursuits. They have endless wealth and glory, and they probably think we are the pitiful ones. Some people don't need feelings, and they don't believe in them either. Su Weile said firmly, it's not that he doesn't need them, it's that he has never experienced them. That's why I say he's pitiful. In the special care ward of Jinhai General Hospital, Tang Shaowu was listening to the head of the Jiang group in Jiangcheng reporting on work via computer. The manager on the other end keenly sensed that Tang Shao was unusually silent today. Frightened, the manager handled the situation with extreme caution. After the manager finished the report, Tang Shaowu remained silent for a long time. A minute later, a slight smile curled at the corner of Tang Shao's mouth. The manager's heart skipped a beat, recalling the words known throughout the company. When Tang Shao smiles, life and death are uncertain. Tang Shaowu wore a smile. He said calmly, how much money do I allocate to your overseas department each year? The market research report in my hand now looks like a joke. Is this the elite you've cultivated for the company? They haven't even learned foreigners' humor, yet they've already forgotten their own rigor. Tang Shaowu tossed the document aside. If you can't effectively manage your subordinates from afar, then set aside your work in Jiangcheng and go there personally to teach by example. Tang Shaowu took a deep breath. 2 days. I want to see a complete feasibility report, or else you and your overseas department can all get out. Old Su, standing nearby, couldn't help but look up at Tang Shaowu, who had just ended the video conference. In Old Zu's memory, Tang Shaowu rarely showed such direct emotions. Even when extremely angry, he usually kept it hidden. Tang Shao had always wielded his blade with a smile. Tang Shaowu leaned his head back slightly and said with a faint smile, Uncle Su, it seems today is the first time someone has cursed me to my face, isn't it? Isn't it always that everyone respectfully calls me Tang Shao to my face and only curses me behind my back? Old Su knew immediately who Tang Shaowu was referring to. Young Master Su is a straightforward child, a very good child. Tang Shaowu said expressionlessly. He even curses people to their faces. He's a little fool. A soft knock sounded. The nurse entered while speaking. Tang Shao, the temperature you just took shows you have a slight fever, so this medicine can't be used for now. They'll put it in your refrigerator to freeze it. It must be kept at low temperature. Old Su immediately stepped forward. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The nurse was talkative. Hey, it's all part of the job. No trouble at all. The nurse had just placed the medicine in the refrigerator when she suddenly noticed the handmade ice cream inside. Wow, is this that savory flavored ice cream? This must be the ultimate indulgence for those who don't like sweets, but still crave ice cream, right? Old Su stared at the ice cream in the refrigerator for a moment, then slowly turned to look at Tang Shaowu. The man, with features as beautiful as a painting, was now quietly leaning against the headboard, resting with his eyes closed. The usual smile that hung on his face had long since vanished. Cheng-Ling was in high spirits today, probably because she had gone shopping with her son. Upon returning home, she saw Su Weile and greeted him warmly. Su Yicheng, who entered behind Cheng-Ling, visibly stiffened at the sight of Su Weile. He forced an unnatural smile and said, Xiao Lu, you're here. Although Su Yicheng also bore the surname Su, he lacked the bloodline of the Su family, so he bore no resemblance to Su Weile. Su Yicheng was short, and his face was round, and he wore a pair of thick glasses. Su Weile remembered that when Su Yicheng was young, he had a sturdy tiger-like appearance and looked quite endearing. As he grew up, at some point, he became sarcastic and unpleasant, always seeming to compete with himself. Su Weile sometimes felt exhausted just watching him. In better moods, Su Weile used to tease him, finding it amusing to see Su Yicheng rendered speechless with anger. But today Su Weile was in a foul mood and had no interest in dealing with him. During the meal, Cheng-Ling was in high spirits. Su Weile gathered that someone had introduced a girlfriend to Su Yicheng, and Cheng-Ling had specially taken him to buy an expensive suit for tomorrow's blind date. Su Weile ate in silence, lacking appetite, his mind preoccupied with what Uncle had mentioned earlier about the Tang Shaowu family. Perhaps influenced by his mother's mood, Su Yicheng glanced at Su Weile and said, Xiao, do you have a girlfriend now? Su Weile looked up surprised. Huh? What? Oh, a girlfriend? No, I don't. Su Yicheng then smirked smugly. What kind of girl do you like? If there's a suitable one, I can ask my mom to keep an eye out for you. Cheng-Ling chimed in with a laugh. Oh, Xiao Lu will definitely return to Yanshan in the future. How could he find a girlfriend in Jinhai? Girls from Jinhai generally don't date men from other places unless they're exceptionally capable or highly educated. Su Yicheng grinned. But Xiao Lu is good-looking, and many girls are attracted to handsome faces. Cheng-Ling snorted. Oh, liking is one thing, but when it comes to marriage, how can it be based solely on good looks? It's not like he's a girl who can rely on her appearance to land a good family. Su Hui slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table, his expression stern. Can we just eat properly? Did you even think before you spoke? Su Hui was genuinely angry, and Cheng-Ling was somewhat intimidated. She rolled her eyes and reluctantly fell silent. Su Weile picked up a spare rib for his uncle and said with a smile, It's okay, uncle. I know aunt and brother were just joking. I won't take it to heart. Cheng-Ling seized the opportunity to say, Exactly, just a joke. You're the only one who took it seriously. After dinner, Su Weile accompanied his uncle for a walk in the garden downstairs. Su Weile was still worried that Su Weile might be upset. He couldn't help but say, Lele, don't be angry with them. Your aunt sometimes has a narrow mind. As for your brother, he might always feel somewhat inferior thinking he's not really a child of the Su family, yet he can't help but compare himself with you. He's just too competitive. Su Weile smiled and said, Uncle, although I'm extremely handsome, I'm still a man. Would a grown man get upset over such a trivial? Uncle patted Su Weile on the shoulder. He knew his nephew was not someone with a good temper, and his forbearance today was entirely for his uncle's sake. Originally planning to stay overnight at his uncle's place, Su Weile found Su Yicheng's peacock-like, preening demeanor too hard to bear. Su Weile decided to bid farewell to his uncle and find another place to stay. Before leaving, he went to Su Yicheng's room and announced loudly, Brother, I'm off. Then with a smile he approached Su Yicheng, who was ironing his suit, and said softly, Make sure to perform well in tomorrow's blind date. After all, relying on that little education of yours to compensate for the deficiencies in your appearance is really a stretch. Having said that, he left before Su Yicheng could react. Su Weile drove aimlessly along the road, his mind a jumble of emotions. He planned to just book a hotel room and get through the night. Thinking back to this morning when he had eagerly moved his luggage to the hospital intending to take good care of that young Master Tang, only to find that bastard had set up such a huge trap for him. It was infuriating. There was another thing Su Weile couldn't figure out. He truly didn't understand why Jin Jejia had acted this way. If the voice in the recording hadn't been so familiar, he would never have believed it was the Jejia he knew. The two had grown up together. Jin Jejia had always been exceptionally obedient and well-behaved, trailing behind them mischievous boys calling out, Shao Le Go, Shao Le Go. Back then when he asked Jejia if someone was bullying her, she hesitated and refused to speak. He had simply assumed she was too timid and ashamed to talk about it. In the dead of night, he had also wondered if Jejia, being so naive, had been deceived by some smooth-talking scumbag. So he had been holding back a fire, planning to find that scumbag, beat him up first, and then let Jejia deal with him. But he never expected things to turn out like this. Now he felt he didn't even know this Jejia anymore. His phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Jejia. Su Weile stared at the jumping name, sighed deeply, and pressed answer. Shao Le Gut. Su Weile could hear the excitement in Jin Jejia's voice. She was in high spirits today. Yo, what's up? Having grown up together, Jin Jejia immediately detected the unusual tone in Su Weile's voice. Shao Le Gut, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? It's nothing. I just had a few words with Su Yicheng at Uncle's place. Oh, Shao Le Gut, don't be mad at him. He's just jealous of you. Everyone can see it. He's always competing with you. Shao Le Gut, let me tell you something good. Su Weile felt a premonition. What is it? Jin Jejia said excitedly. Shao Le Gut, I might be making a movie. It's only a small role, but it's a big budget production. And it'll have scenes with a big star. At that moment, Su Weile recalled what Tang Shaowu had said about him. Jin Jejia has a much broader vision than you. She was already mentally prepared for this long ago. You were just too naive, stubbornly trying to fight for others. Right then, Su Weile wanted to say, Jin Jejia, my trip to Jinhai was completely unnecessary. Hearing no response for a while, Jin Jejia's voice showed obvious concern. Shao Le Gut, did you hear me? What's wrong with you? Su Weile said flatly, Jejia, I have something to do right now. I'll talk to you later. But congratulations anyway. Before Jin Jejia could speak, Su Weile continued, Jejia, we grew up together. When I was young and made you cry, my mother taught me that boys should take care of girls. Today your brother wants to tell you that I can't always be by your side. You need to learn to take care of yourself, to cherish yourself. Many things are fleeting. There's no need to hurt yourself for temporary gains or losses. It's not worth it. After saying what he wanted to say, Su Weile hung up the phone directly. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class made a U-turn and sped toward Jinhai General Hospital. Forget about finding a hotel. Su Weile decided to retrieve his luggage from Tang Shao's place and head straight back. He would return to his Yinshan, where a carefree life awaited him. Why should he suffer here? Back at the familiar hospital, seeing the familiar men in black, Su Weile didn't say hello this time. He wasn't in the mood. He looked into the ward. Only a small night light was on, indicating Tang Shaowu had probably fallen asleep. Su Weile couldn't tell if he was relieved or disappointed. He both dreaded the awkwardness of meeting and regretted leaving without even saying goodbye. Gently pushing the door open and slipping inside, Su Weile crept like a thief into the inner suite of the ward, searching for the luggage he had left there that morning. If it weren't for his favorite limited edition clothes inside, he wouldn't have had to sneak in like a thief just to retrieve his belongings. As he stepped into the room, still not fully adjusted to the darkness, Su Weile barely made out his large silver-white suitcase. Before he could even walk over, he was startled by a figure that suddenly moved beside the suitcase. Damn, who's there? His voice could barely conceal his fear. A snicker sounded. So people with guilty consciences really are cowards. Su Weile recognized Tang Shao's voice. After spending these days together, he was familiar with his pleasant tone. Who wouldn't be scared if you're standing by the window in black clothes in the middle of the night? Tang Shaowu never wore patient gowns during his hospital stay. He usually wore his own pajamas, most of which were also black. Having just complained, Su Weile suddenly caught the implication of Tang Shao's words and retorted loudly, "And who are you calling a guilty conscience?" Tang Shaowu remained standing in the dark, sneaking over in the dead of night. Isn't that exactly what someone with a guilty conscience would do? Su Weile was furious. Don't wrong me. I came to get my own luggage, not to steal anything from you. Gradually adjusting to the darkness, Su Weile could vaguely make out a faint smile on Tang Shao's face. Right to get your own luggage, then flee the scene of the crime. Tang Shaowu, how am I fleeing the scene of a crime? Su Weile gritted his teeth in anger. Because you impulsively beat me into the hospital, and I haven't even recovered yet, and now you're trying to sneak away. Isn't that fleeing? All day Su Weile had been angry that Tang Shaowu, who knew the full story, had deliberately set a trap to watch him make a fool of himself. But he had truly forgotten about the fact that he had indeed sent Tang Shaowu to the hospital. Having always been someone who valued reason, Su Weile felt somewhat guilty. Then, "I'll hire a nurse for you." Tang Shaowu looked at him coldly. "Do I need you to find a nurse? Can't I find one myself? Can't I find one myself?" Frowning, Su Weile said, "I'll pay you compensation." Tang Shaowu walked over to the luggage and slowly sat down on the suitcase. As I recall, we had already reached a consensus on how to handle this matter. Or maybe my brain is diseased, and I remember wrong. Su Weile couldn't stand hearing him talk like that. Yes. Earlier it was agreed that I would take care of you until you were discharged. Oh, so it's not that my brain is diseased and I can't remember, but that you're breaking your word and not keeping your promise. Su Weile rubbed his forehead in frustration. Didn't we have a fight? After a fight, aren't you worried about awkwardness? I don't think we had a fight. I think I was just kindly teaching you about the dangers of people's hearts, and instead of accepting the lesson, you unilaterally hurled insults at me. Su Weile was so angry he wanted to hit someone again. Fine, let's say I'm naive. I don't know the treachery of people. Does that bother you? Are you my father? Do you need to bother teaching me? Looking at the panting Su Weile, Tang Shaowu, who understood human nature well, found it effortless to manipulate him. Though I'm not qualified to be your father, I thought we were already friends. With just that one sentence, Su Weile's anger subsided by half. He paused for half a minute before saying, "I wouldn't dare to presume. I'm not worthy of being friends with a great young master like you. I'm so naive." Tang Shaowu said sincerely, "I shouldn't have called you naive. A child's self-esteem should be protected. I apologize." Hearing this, Su Weile had no more temper left. He muttered, "So you want me to keep taking care of you? Aren't you afraid I'll lose my temper and hit you again?" Tang Shaowu knew he had successfully calmed the impulsive little leopard. "Then please, friend, go easy on me. I'm really not very tough." Su Weile felt the pent-up anger in his heart dissolve, leaving him immensely relieved. He walked lightly over to Tang Shaowu and said, "Get up. My suitcase is very expensive. It's huge, and if you sit on it, you'll crush my clothes." Tang Shaowu smiled and said, "Help me up. I'm a bit dizzy." Off. Startled, Su Weile quickly helped him up. The moment his hand touched Tang Shao's wrist, he was shocked by the burning heat. "Why are you so hot? Do you know you have a fever?" Tang Shaowu didn't answer. He walked to the other room's ward and lay down. Su Weile muttered behind him, "Aren't you 30? You have a fever, and don't even call a doctor. Just standing there dumbly. Will standing cure a fever? Standing there dumbly. Will standing cure a fever?" Su Weile complained verbally, but his hands were busy. He lowered Tang Shao's bed, cleared away the laptop and documents on the bedside table, and covered him with the blanket. "They'll take your temperature first, then he'll call the nurse." Tang Shaowu was indeed dizzy from the fever. He frowned. "Su Weile, you are really noisy." Su Weile ignored him, staring at the thermometer. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Damn, 40 degrees. You might just burn yourself up. I think I won't call the nurse. He'll call the fire department instead." He immediately pressed the call button. The nurse arrived quickly and was also shocked by the temperature reading. She couldn't help complaining, "A patient like him can't be left alone. What's wrong with you family members? What's the use of having bodyguards at the door? Someone needs to stay in the room as a caregiver. This is so dangerous. You're practically playing with life. What's the use of having bodyguards at the door? Someone needs to stay in the room as a caregiver. This is so dangerous. You're practically playing with life." Su Weile let the nurse scold him, his face reddening. He felt deep remorse. He had been too unreliable. He had promised to take care of Tang Shaowu, but walked away in anger and disappeared. How could he do that? It was so irresponsible. The nurse gave Tang Shaowu an injection to reduce the fever. Whether it was due to the sedative effect of the medicine or the exhaustion from the fever, Tang Shaowu slept soundly that night, more peacefully than usual. Su Weile didn't sleep a wink that night. Afraid that taking his temperature would wake Tang Shaowu, he kept checking his forehead with his hand from time to time. Fortunately, the fever did not return. When Tang Shaowu opened his eyes in the morning, the first thing he saw was Su Weile's radiant smile. Su Weile said mischievously, "Hello, my radiant friend." After Su Weile returned, Tang Shao's condition truly began to stabilize gradually. Because of her abrupt departure earlier, which caused Tang Shao's high fever to persist, Su Weile dedicated herself wholeheartedly to caring for him in the days that followed. In truth, Tang Shaowu was easy to care for. Though he used a wheelchair to get around, he was not entirely unable to walk. He could manage going to the bathroom, bathing, and getting in and out of bed on his own. Moreover, Su Weile discovered that Tang Shaowu was exceptionally self-reliant in daily life. He generally avoided troubling others, preferring to complete tasks himself. Thus, aside from being unable to leave the house, Su Weile found everything else quite comfortable. It was more like accompanying him than caring for him. The weather was poor today, ere it had been raining since morning. Tang Shaowu was in a video conference with someone on his computer, while Su Weile chatted casually with friends in a group. Everyone strongly condemned Su Weile's sudden departure. There were already over a dozen drinking sessions scheduled for her to apologize. Su Weile glanced at the time on her phone. It was time for medication. She rose, poured a glass of water, and brought the pills to Tang Shaowu. Over this period, the two had developed a remarkable tacit understanding. Just as Tang Shaowu placed the pills in his mouth, Su Weile pressed the water to his lips, and he took a couple of sips. Su Weile knew that if she didn't bring the water to him, Tang Shaowu would simply swallow the pills dry. She wondered, couldn't he taste the bitterness? The video conference finally ended. Usually at this time, Su Weile would suggest taking Tang Shaowu out for a stroll in his wheelchair. Today, looking at the rain outside, Su Weile felt a bit disheartened. Tang, shall we still go out for a walk? Tang Shaowu glanced outside, but said nothing. If you want to go out, I can hold an umbrella and push you at the same time. Su Weile watched Tang Shaowu, who was still staring at the computer screen, with a slight frown. The hospital room door opened, and old Su entered holding a stack of freshly printed documents. Su Weile smiled and said, "Uncle, do you mind if I take Tang out?" Old Su looked at the weather outside, then at the clearly indifferent young master. He hesitated. "Well, the weather today isn't really suitable for going out." Su Weile chuckled. "Today is fine, no sun. What do you say, Tang?" Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile with a faint smile. "It must have been stifling for you staying here with me." Old Su noticed Tang Shao's expression and silently felt a chill for Su Weile. Su Weile walked over to the bed holding the deck of cards she had bought a couple of days ago. "I'm not bored. At home I can stay inside for days eating, drinking, and playing games. It's great. But didn't the doctor say you need to go out more? Getting some fresh air is good for your health. And whenever you're in the hospital room, you're always working. How can you have so much work? How can you recover quickly like this?" Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, his smile slowly fading into calmness. Yet his words were sharp. "You want me to get some air? Look at the weather. Even a dog knows to come inside out of the rain at a time like this. How can you recover quickly like this?" Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, his smile slowly fading into calmness. Yet his words were sharp. "You want me to get some air? Look at the weather. Even a dog." Su Weile shuffled the cards with practiced ease. Old Zu's eyes widened as he watched. Tang Shaowu playing cards was a world wonder to him. Su Weile noticed Old Zu's astonished expression and asked, "Uncle, would you like to play? Or we could play 3-player. It's more fun." Old Su smiled and waved his hand. "You two play. They'll be outside the door. Call me if you need anything." As Su Weile dealt the cards, she teased, "Tang, what kind of rules do you have in your family? Why is Uncle Su always so distant? He's even more reserved than an outsider like me." Tang Shaowu glanced at her, but said nothing. After Su Weile finished dealing, he asked calmly, "What are we playing for this?" "Same as before. If you lose, you have to say, 'Su Weile, you are the smartest, the most handsome, and my best friend.' If I lose, I'll do 10 squats. How about that?" Tang Shaowu smiled. "Haven't you had enough squats from last night?" Su Weile declared fiercely, "I'm going to hear you praise me today no matter what." When she finished another 10 squats and returned to the bed, she was nearly frenzied. A look of irrational obsession typical of a gambler spread across her face. She practically crouched on the bed and growled again. Tang Shaowu remained composed, his expression unruffled. In a calm tone, he said, "Sit properly." Su Weile obediently sat up, frowning as she dealt the cards, muttering under her breath, "I refuse to believe I can't win even one round." Just then her phone rang. Completely consumed by the desire to win, Su Weile answered without looking. "Hello." "Whoa, what's with the attitude, little master?" It was Li Tai, her childhood friend. "I'm playing. This is a crucial round. Make it quick. Report if you have something, or withdraw if not." Su Weile didn't even take her eyes off the cards. "Damn, you're out having fun, and don't come back to play with your brothers. Who was it that said they'd be back the next day? I had everything arranged, and you stood me up. It's been a week, not a trace of you. Are you even human?" Su Weile remembered. That time she came back in the middle of the night to sneak her luggage. She had called and said she'd return to Yinshan immediately. But then she ran into Tang Shaowu, apologized, became friends, and completely forgot about going back. Now that it was mentioned, she felt a bit guilty. Her voice softened. "Oh, something came up, so I stayed a few more days. They'll be back soon, I promise. They'll treat you to a good drink when I return." Li Tai sneered. "I think you're not planning to come back at all. The brothers say the next time we see you will probably be at your wedding to Jean Jejia. You're having too much fun to want to return. Everyone knows what's going on." At the mention of Jean Jejia, Su Weile's heart grew heavy again. Last time in anger, she had said those things and hung up, and Jean Jejia hadn't contacted. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't help quash the rumors, and instead join in, I'll beat you up when I get back. Li Tai laughed. You want to beat me up? Then come back first. Got it. He'll be back in a few days. Wash up and wait for your beating, you bastard. Su Weile hung up. Li Tai's call had doused the fiery determination she had felt earlier. She suddenly grabbed Tang Shao's hand and looked into his sleeve. Are you cheating? How do you keep winning? Tang Shaowu looked at her impassively and asked, planning to go home. Tang Shao's sudden question startled Su Weile. Oh, back to Yinshan. I'll go back after you're better. I can't stay in Jinhai forever. Tang Shaowu looked into Su Weile's eyes and said, not staying here to watch over your Jejia. Su Weile sighed softly. She probably doesn't need me to watch over her anymore. She's grown up and has her own thoughts. I'm just a brother who grew up with her. After a pause, Su Weile added, by the way, after I leave, if possible, you should look after Jean Jejia. Help her if you can. After all, a girl on her own in Jinhai. It's not easy. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly. Why should I help her? Su Weile glared. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean, why should I help her? Aren't we friends? Isn't my sister your sister too? Besides, my dearest mother once said boys should always take care of girls. Remember that. Mom's words. Tang Shao's tone turned cold. You're about to leave? What kind of friends are we still? Su Weile nearly laughed in exasperation. Damn, I'm speechless. To you, Tang, friends are like magnets. Only close together work, and once the distance stretches, we're nothing, huh? So you're saying the moment I leave Jinhai, we stop being friends? Tang Shaowu affirmed. Yeah, that's right. Su Weile couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, my sincerity's been fed to the dogs. Then he started scrolling through his phone and asked in a resigned tone. Tang, asked the doctor how many days till you're discharged. He'll set a countdown on my phone to see how many more days we can be friends. Tang Shaowu watched the boy sitting cross-legged on his hospital bed without saying a word. Su Weile didn't press further. He had only said it in passing. Instead of setting a countdown, he opened WeChat with Jean Jejia and sent a message. Jejia will be back in Yinshan in a couple of days. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, call me or brother Genie. We'll always be your strong support. Hang in there. Su Weile had thought a lot during this time. He still couldn't understand Jean Jejia's actions, but he had come to terms with it just as he told Tang Shaowu. Jean Jejia was an adult now, and he had no right to meddle excessively in her affairs. She was no longer the little girl who needed him to solve everything and called him Shao Legij every day. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept this incident from him all along, making him look like a fool. In his quest to seek justice for her, he had ended up with so many misunderstandings with. Su Weile sighed and muttered, Ah, cursed fate, accursed fate. When old Su and Shui Bing entered, they saw this scene: Tang Shaowu sitting against the headboard, Su Weile sprawled inelegantly on the bed, mumbling to himself with a scattered deck of playing cards between them. Old Su and Shui Bing froze at the doorway. After a long moment, old Su gave a soft cough. Su Weile quickly sat up straight. Uncle, you're here. Old Su smiled. President Shui has something to discuss with Tang. Su Weile noticed Shui Bing behind old Su. Although he now knew that Jean Jejia had been the one to initiate things, he still held no fondness for Shui Bing. None at all. Moreover, Su Weile sensed that Shui Bing's hostility toward him was even greater. Su Weile was puzzled. What right did a pimp have to hold a grudge against him? Damn, he hadn't hit him hard enough. Their eyes locked, neither backing down, sparks almost flying. Old Su sighed softly and said, Young Master Su, the nurse's station just said there's a package for our ward. Is it yours? Go get it. Su Weile's attention was immediately diverted. Oh, it's mine. He'll go get it right now. He quickly gathered his cards. While tidying up, he said, We'll continue tonight. No cheating. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly. All unsubstantiated accusations are false charges. Shui Bing watched silently, a flicker of resentment and ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. After Su Weile left, old Su also closed the door and stepped out. Only Shui Bing and Tang Shaowu remained in the ward. For a long time, neither spoke. Tang Shaowu gazed calmly at Shui Bing. Finally, Shui Bing couldn't hold back. I don't understand. Why keep Su Weile around to take care of you? Tang Shaowu said indifferently. You don't need to understand. It's my personal affair. Shui Bing insisted. If you need someone to care for you, I'm willing to do it. Tang Shaowu laughed. Shui Bing, I spent a fortune training you not to be my personal nanny. Shui Bing said, then let me hire a professional caregiver for you. A cold gaze that could pierce one's soul. Shui Bing, President Shui, you need to do your own job, and only your own job. Do not cross the line. Shui Bing said with a hint of desperation, Tang, I like you. I know I'm not worthy of you, but I hope to be by your side. Tang Shaowu laughed. President Shui, you should know my answer, shouldn't you? To reveal your trump card when you know you have no chance of winning. That's very unwise. I'm starting to doubt your professional competence. Silence returned to the room. After a long while, Tang Shao's cold voice rang out. The past dozen or so minutes. They'll pretend they never happened. Now you have two choices. 1. Like me, pretend you just walked into this ward and start reporting your work. 2. Continue your confession, then pack your things and leave Starry Sky. Their eyes locked. Each knew the other wasn't joking. After a profound silence, Xue Bing's voice sounded low. I choose option 1. Tang Shao's smile deepened. Good. I like people who know their place. Begin. Su Weile went to the nurse's station and found his package. By now he had become quite familiar with the nurses. Su Weile was handsome, warm-hearted, and though sometimes impulsive and a bit of a young master, he had been taught from childhood to take care of girls, so he was always popular. Just as Su Weile was chatting enthusiastically with a nurse who had just finished her shift and was leaving, he suddenly heard someone call his name from behind. Su Weile turned around and saw that it was Feng Kai. Delighted, he said, Brother Kai, what brings you here? To see Tang. Feng Kai smiled. No, I was just escorting a younger brother here. Su Weile grinned. Are you going to see Tang? Let's go together. Feng Kai frowned, his eyes dropping to see Su while wearing a pair of slippers. Somewhat shocked, he said, Su Weile, don't tell me you've been taking care of Tang all along. Su Weile, seeing the shocked expression on Feng Kai's face, said with some confusion, Yet isn't young Master Tang still not recovered? Of course I have to take care of him. Feng Kai let out a deep sigh. To alleviate his anger, he turned his head to look elsewhere. After calming down for a moment, he turned back and said to Su Weile, why are you so foolish, you silly boy? Tang Shao's hospitalization today has nothing to do with you at all, right? Why are you still naively taking care of him? Su Weile was stunned, blinked, and said, Brother Kai, what do you mean? Feng Kai stepped forward, tapped Su Weile's head, and said, You kid with such a clever face, why are you so stupid? Just think about it. Did you push him that hard that he could be so seriously injured? That smiling tiger Tang Shaowu is full of dark schemes. He's tricking you, why can't you see it? Su Weile frowned, listening to Feng Kai's words, his mind in a mess. He thought back carefully to the sequence of events. At that moment he was indeed angry, and he did push Tang Shaowu, but then he felt Tang Shaowu fall lightly. At that time he had doubts. How could a push make him fall? He even wondered if it was a scam, but later at the hospital, such a large hospital, with so many medical staff, the emergency and rescue procedures couldn't be fake. And during Tang Shao's illness and hospitalization, he had been accompanying him, and his suffering was not fake either. Su Weile had his suspicions. He specifically asked what disease Tang Shaowu had, and the answer was always concussion caused by impact. After thinking for a while, Su Weile frowned and said, Brother Kai, I did hit Tang Shao that time. Because of a misunderstanding, I was quite angry and didn't control my... Anyway, he fell at my hands and was hospitalized. No matter what, I have some responsibility, so we'll take care of him for a while. Tang Shao has almost recovered recently and is about to be discharged. He'll just stay with him for a couple more days, it's fine. Feng Kai was quite surprised. Such a young man was so magnanimous, if for a moment he didn't know what to say. Alas, you kid, you're too kind. You seem fierce and easily provoked, but actually you're a little fool. Su Weile smiled and said, I'm also puzzled. I never thought I was stupid before, but why does everyone in Jinhai say I'm stupid? I'm not compatible with Jinhai, so I need to leave quickly. Feng Kai saw the faint sadness in Su Weile's eyes, patted him, and said, If you miss home, go back. It's okay, I'll help you talk to Tang Shaowu. Su Weile smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Kai. It's fine, I'll stay with him. Brother Kai, you don't know, Tang Shao is really pitiful. Feng Kai felt a moment of dizziness, his head buzzing. What? Brother, say that again. I think I had an auditory hallucination. Su Weile actually repeated it. It's Tang Shao, he's pitiful. His family is not good to him, and he has no friends around. Su Weile actually repeated it. It's Tang Shao, he's pitiful. His family is not good to him, and he has no friends around. During his illness, none of his family came to visit except for his stepmother, who only said vicious things. Feng Kai felt that he had understood every word, but when these words were put together, he felt like he was facing the most difficult reading comprehension problem. Tang Shaowu pitiful. Yes, Tang Shao's family is indeed a mess, but this is too common in these wealthy families, nothing new. How many family feuds, even killings, happen among relatives? With huge interests, family affection sometimes becomes worthless. Even ordinary families can turn brothers against each other over a small piece of land, let alone the competition for massive assets in these wealthy families. But who cares least about family affection? Isn't it Tang Shaowu himself? Recently, the rumor in the circle is that the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Shaowu, single-handedly forced his younger brother Tang to confess to the entire board of directors that he embezzled company funds. Because of this, Tang Shao's father and even grandfather came to the hospital to see him, but each time Tang Shaowu used his illness as an excuse and refused to meet. Everyone knows that Tang Shao's bodyguards are there to block the Tang family. As for friends, does Tang Shaowu need friends? No, he doesn't. He simply doesn't conform to the natural law of human gregariousness. He needs neither fair weather friends nor close confidants. He doesn't need them, and he even scorns them. Except for Yin Jinka and Nuaya, his childhood friends, no one else can get close to Tang Shaowu. With his status and appearance, what kind of friends couldn't he have? He just doesn't want them, even rejects them. Even Feng Kai, who considers himself a friend to all, has known Tang Shaowu for over 20 years, but has never truly connected with him. Tang Shaowu is good at manipulating people. He has many capable subordinates to handle various affairs because he needs them. He doesn't spend much effort on so-called friends or friendship because he doesn't need them. Over the years, who in the circle doesn't know that Tang Shaowu is ruthless, cunning, and vengeful? Such a person in Su Weile's eyes has become a pitiful man. Feng Kai felt that his worldview had shattered into pieces. Su Weile looked at Feng Kai, watching his expression change from disbelief to a face as twisted as if he were constipated. He was still puzzled. What's wrong? Could he be having a sudden illness? Brother Kai, what's wrong? Your face looks terrible. Is it possible that people who get close to me are all in danger? Are you going to collapse in the next second? Feng Kai took a deep breath. Su Weile, when are you leaving? Brother Kai will give you a farewell feast. Su Weile, still not adapted to Feng Kai's sudden change, said blankly, when am I leaving? Well, I haven't decided yet. I can leave after Tang Shao is discharged from the hospital. All right, before you go, Brother Kai will take you to a nice meal, see if we can replenish your brain a bit. Su Weile understood that sentence. Brother Kai, you can't be an older brother like this. You're too sarcastic. Can we still have fun together? Feng Kai was about to laugh and speak when a low voice came from afar. Su Weile, don't you know it's time to eat? Come back. Su Weile turned around and saw Tang Shaowu sitting in a wheelchair smiling at him. Su Weile walked over to Tang Shao's side, watching him smile at her. She smiled back, then naturally moved behind the wheelchair and began pushing it. Why did you come out on your own? Tang Shaowu replied flatly. If I hadn't, would you have come back? Su Weile chuckled. I was about to head back anyway. Could I really run away? I wouldn't dare. Last time I tried to flee out of guilt, you caught me, didn't you? Su Weile called out to Feng Kai in the distance. Brother Kai, let's go hang out in the ward for a bit. Feng Kai met Tang Shao's gaze. The moment Su Weile stepped behind Tang Shaowu, he noticed the shift in his eyes and the smile that sent a chill down his spine. Feng Kai averted his eyes and said to Su Weile, no, I have something to do later. You two go back first. Then Tang Shaowu suddenly spoke. Su Weile, go inside first. I need to talk to Feng Kai. Su Weile hesitated. Can you manage on your own? How about I wait nearby? It's fine, I can handle it. Go back to the ward and wait for me. Su Weile went back on her own. Tang Shaowu wheeled himself over to Feng Kai, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Kai, seems you're particularly interested in the people around me. Feng Kai looked at the man who, despite tilting his head up, exuded an inexplicable pressure and said, I'm just curious about someone who keeps another person by his side, knowing full well it's not that person's fault. Tang Shao's smile deepened. Being too curious isn't good. I'm not holding him captive, he's here by choice. Feng Kai couldn't help but lose his temper. Tang Shaowu, Su Weile is just a kid. Is it really fun to deceive him like this? Even if he wronged you back then and accidentally pushed you, isn't that enough? It's been so long. Haven't you had your fill? Why bother with a child? Tang Shaowu chuckled, touched his forehead, then slowly raised his head and let out a long breath. I really am being a bit inconsiderate, making Brother Kai teach me how to behave. Before Feng Kai could respond, Tang Shaowu continued, Brother Kai, I don't need you to worry about how I handle things. As for Su Weile, he may be young, but he's an adult with his own judgment. Before Feng Kai could respond, Tang Shaowu continued, Brother Kai, I don't need you to worry about how I handle. You should know me well enough by now. I'm not a forgiving person, and my patience is very limited. With that, he turned his wheelchair around and headed back to the ward, leaving Feng Kai no time to react. Feng Kai stared at Tang Shao's retreating figure, veins bulging with rage. That lunatic Tang Shaowu. By the time Tang Shaowu returned to the ward, Su Weile had already laid out the food on the table. He was staring blankly at the dishes. Seeing Tang Shaowu come in, he hurried over and pushed him to the table. Mr. Tang, let's eat. Tang Shaowu didn't move. He just watched Su Weile silently. Su Weile put a piece of rib in his mouth. Not bad. Tender meat, clearly fresh. The flavor was rich, probably delicious, but today his taste buds seemed to have failed him. He couldn't taste the rib's usual aroma. Su Weile silently thought to himself, damn, even the ribs don't taste good. I'm probably really heartbroken. I've let down this poor pig that gave its life. After coming back from outside, he sat in the ward and thought for a long time, replaying Feng Kai's words in his mind. He knew Feng Kai was a good man, and what he told him was for his own good. He also had a vague feeling that Tang Shaowu might have lied to him, just as Feng Kai said. It was impossible that a mere push could cause such severe injury. Earlier, because of Jin Jiejia's incident, Su Weile had only wrongly blamed Tang Shaowu and made him apologize. Yet Tang Shaowu went to great lengths to produce evidence that Jin Jiejia later willingly got together with the director just to slap Su Weile in the face. So it was entirely possible that Tang Shaowu held a grudge over that push and made Su Weile take care of him for so long. With Su Weile's old temper, if anyone dared to deceive him like that, he wouldn't wait a single minute. He'd beat them up first. But for some reason, when it came to Tang Shaowu, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. So he could only be angry at himself. He was baffled. How could he be such a fool, being played again and again, yet still unable to be harsh with that man? Just now he was wondering why Tang Shaowu hadn't come back. The food would get cold. And while fuming, he fiddled with the package had just picked up, which contained acupuncture needles specially bought for Tang Shaowu, thinking he'd try them later. After all, acupuncture would be more effective than his manual massage. In truth, every word he said to Feng Kai outside came from the heart. He really did feel sorry for Tang Shaowu, thought he was pitiful, even though he was a man of 30 with considerable wealth. Su Weile cursed himself again in his mind. Su Weile, how pathetic can you be? Don't you have any friends? You're picking someone who only toys with you. Tang Shaowu still hadn't picked up his chopsticks. He watched Su Weile across from him, who would furrow his brows, sigh, and bite the right side of his lower lip. When Su Weile chewed another piece of bamboo shoot, swallowed it, took a deep breath, and then slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table. The moment Su Weile looked up, Tang Shao's lips curled into a faint smile, his deep eyes gazing at him calmly. Su Weile met Tang Shao's gaze, his heart clenching painfully, but he still spoke. I'm planning to go back to Yinshan tomorrow. Tang Shaowu still smiled faintly. Su Weile continued. Once I'm back, I won't return. You'll have to stay in the hospital alone. Tang Shaowu looked straight at him, still smiling. Su Weile stared back, and after who knows how many minutes of silent confrontation, Tang Shao's smile never wavered, but Su Weile's breathing grew visibly heavier. When he spoke again, his voice was seething with anger. Your sister? Don't you have anything else to say to me? Tang Shao's smile faded slightly. What do you want me to say? Hasn't someone already told you everything? Su Weile's heart pounded with rage. What do you mean? Are you admitting it? Tang Shaowu, if I remember correctly, you're 30, no 31 now. If you tried hard enough, you could practically be my uncle. Is it fun to mess with me like this? Tang Shao's tone remained calm. At first I wanted to teach you a lesson, an arrogant, naive brat. Your innocence was a bit blinding. But later I was struck by your foolishness and moved by it too. When you sneaked back last time and tried to leave under the cover of night, I meant what I said. I sincerely hope to be friends with you. Su Weile exclaimed with exasperation. What kind of friend are you? Who befriends someone by deceiving them? Tang Shaowu's voice was always so pleasant. I'm sorry for not telling you the truth sooner. Su Weile discovered he had a peculiar ailment. Once Tang Shaowu apologized, his anger would instantly dissipate. His voice softened. So you really were trying to scam me back then? Tang Shaowu let out a soft chuckle, a rare, genuine smile that even the oblivious Su Weile could sense was different. When asked what was different, Su Weile could only describe it with his limited vocabulary. Damn, it's beautiful. After laughing, Tang Shaowu explained, I didn't intend to swindle you. It was just that I happened to have an episode. Su Weile frowned, recalling Tang Shaowu's earlier suffering, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What exactly is wrong with you? Tang Shaowu said nonchalantly, nothing serious. Hypoglycemia, vertigo, and neuralgic headaches, vasospasms. Su Weile's brow furrowed deeper. You've got a lot of head problems. They say you're mentally ill. That's you. Tang Shaowu smiled. Does saying that make you feel? Su Weile muttered, I'm still pretty angry. No one has ever played me like this. Tang Shaowu, you're really, really mean. You can't do this in the future. How will you make friends? Good friends should be honest with each other. Tang Shaowu smiled, but said nothing. He glanced at the acupuncture case Su Weile had left on the coffee table. It was an exquisite box, the silver needles inside polished to a brilliant shine. The glint of silver reflected in Tang Shaowu's deep ink-black eyes like a sliver of moonlight in an abyss. For the entire afternoon, Su Weile barely spoke to Tang Shaowu, occupying himself with playing games. Yet he still remembered to bring Tang Shaowu his medicine on time, and after Tang Shaowu put the pills in his mouth, Su Weile would press the water cup against his lips, thus forcing Tang Shaowu to drink. And whenever he saw Tang Shaowu touch his forehead, he would take away his computer, forcibly ending his work. But he still barely spoke to him. When Uncle Su brought dinner, he vaguely sensed the tension between them. However, his years of discretion kept him from asking. He merely remarked, the chef from Tingzhu Pavilion called. He said, you barely touched lunch. Is it not to your taste? Tang Shaowu remained silent, simply looking calmly at Su Weile. Su Weile thought to himself, why are you looking at me? I at least ate a rib. You didn't eat anything at all. Seeing Uncle Su waiting, Su Weile said the food was great, I just wasn't hungry at noon. Uncle Su nodded and left without another word. The room fell silent again. Su Weile got up to set out the dinner, then walked to the bedside, helped Tang Shaowu into the wheelchair, and said, come on, let's eat. Tang Shaowu remained in bed staring at his computer. Not hungry. You go ahead. Su Weile sighed in frustration. You skipped lunch, and now you're not hungry again. Do you think you're a robot? Get up and eat. Don't make me get physical with you. Tang Shaowu looked up at him calmly. Still angry. Su Weile's eyes flickered. What do you think? Tang Shaowu said expressionlessly, I've realized something today. I really don't like it when you're angry with me. Tell me what I can do to make you stop being angry. Su Weile was caught off guard. He opened his mouth, but couldn't form a complete sentence. Well, you can't just ask me out of the blue. Anger is anger. I can't just turn it off. Tang Shaowu nodded at that, said nothing, and returned to work. Su Weile was dumbfounded. He blinked, then let out a bitter laugh. Are you trying to starve yourself? Su Weile wheeled the chair away, then walked to the table, picked up some food, and added a few dishes he knew Tang Shaowu liked. He came back to the bedside, scooped up a spoonful, and pressed it to Tang Shaowu's lips. The two stared at each other. Then they both remembered the time Su Weile had fed Tang Shaowu porridge the tale of 3 spoonfuls. They burst out laughing simultaneously. That laughter seemed to dispel all the lingering resentment. Su Weile set the food on the bedside table, picked out a few of his favorite dishes, and sat opposite Tang Shaowu. They ate dinner together. Midway, Su Weile went to refill his plate, and also refilled Tang Shaowu's. That evening, Tang Shaowu still needed 2 drips. Su Weile glanced at the all-English labels on the bottles and asked the nurse, what are these meds? Why does he need them every day? The nurse smiled. They're nourishing brain cells. Supplements, don't worry. Su Weile muttered, his brain is already sharp as a tack. Nourishing brain cells. I think his brain cells are overnourished. The nurse standing close heard him clearly and laughed. Severe headaches can damage brain cells, so these supplements are necessary. Su Weile frowned and nodded. After the nurse left, he said to Tang Shaowu, who was lying in bed, you heard that right. Constant headaches will make you stupid. If you don't rest and take your medicine properly, and you end up a fool, I'll mess with you every day for revenge. Tang Shaowu closed his eyes, speaking calmly, you're going back to your beautiful hometown soon. How can you wait around for me to go stupid and mess with me? Su Weile felt a pang in his heart at those words, as if returning home meant he would no longer be Tang Shaowu's friend. Tang Shaowu followed up with another blow, but don't worry about missing your chance for revenge. I've made plenty of enemies over the years. If I go stupid from pain, plenty of people will want me dead. That'll be your revenge. Those words pierced Su Weile's heart. He looked at Tang Shaowu, who lay with his eyes closed, speaking so lightly. In anger, he fetched his acupuncture case. While disinfecting a needle with an alcohol swab, he said fiercely, do I need anyone else to take revenge for me? I'll settle my own scores myself. I won't delegate. And you think you can take revenge for me? Dream on. Tang Shaowu watched the long needle in Su Weile's hand with amusement. So you're going to do it yourself? Yes. They say a gentleman's revenge is never too late, but this young master is impatient. I'll take a little satisfaction while it's still fresh. With that, he inserted the long needle into Tang Shaowu's tiger's mouth acupoint. Tang Shaowu winced instantly. The fierce Su Weile immediately leaned in and blew on it, asking what's wrong. Does it hurt? Does it hurt? Watching Su Weile's tense expression, Tang Shaowu asked with a smile, where did you learn this skill? Su Weile gently twisted the silver needle's handle with her slender fair fingers, making the part inserted into the skin rotate as well. I learned it from my grandfather. Coincidentally, I only know how to treat headaches. I can't cure pains elsewhere. In a moment, sit up and I'll insert needles into the acupoints on your back as well. Tang Shaowu, looking at Su Weile's profile in the lamplight, said, no need, since you're leaving tomorrow, and there won't be anyone to give me acupuncture afterward. Why bother enjoying it this once? Su Weile raised her voice. Tang Shaowu, you're the esteemed Master Tang. Can't you find a capable family doctor or a healthcare team? Who among them is worse than me, a third-rate, unlicensed quack doctor? Tang Shaowu said casually, I'm not used to having people around me. Su Weile truly believed this. During her time here, she had noticed that Tang Shaowu had a sort of social purity. He didn't interact with people outside of work, had no friends except perhaps Director Yin, who might be considered a friend. But that doctor was even more formidable than Tang Shaowu, a complete block of ice. After some thought, Su Weile said, how about I teach Uncle Su tomorrow? He can give you acupuncture when you're in pain. Tang Shaowu remained silent. Su Weile frowned and asked again, is it okay or not? Give me an answer. No. Well, he did give an answer. In the end, the matter of acupuncture remained unresolved. Su Weile felt like a worried mother, but the child simply didn't understand her heart. Usually after the 4-drip, if nothing else was happening, Su Weile would play cards with Tang Shaowu. But today she wasn't in the mood. Tang Shaowu, however, took the initiative to suggest playing cards, saying that since Su Weile was leaving tomorrow, he wanted to play a few more rounds today. In the first round, Tang Shaowu, who had hardly ever lost since Su Weile taught him, actually lost. Su Weile could hardly believe it. Her eyes lit up with joy. Haha, I finally won. It's really not easy. Come on, a bet is a bet. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, relaxed without a smile, and softly spoke the words Su Weile had always wanted to hear as the bet. Su Weile, you are the smartest, the most handsome, and my best friend. This was the agreement Su Weile had made with Tang Shaowu earlier. He had to say this if he lost. Unexpectedly, after days of Su Weile doing squats until her waist ached, she still hadn't heard those words. Today it came so suddenly from Tang Shaowu. His voice was so gentle, so low and pleasant, that Su Weile felt a slight tremor in her heart. The two gazed at each other in silence. Su Weile's joyful expression gradually faded, and a wave of sadness washed over her. At that moment, she felt the poignancy of parting. Tang Shaowu just watched her quietly, his face devoid of expression. Su Weile couldn't bear it anymore, and looked away, first her voice subdued, smart my foot. Best friend my foot. The only true part of the whole sentence is most handsome. Then she retreated to the bedroom in the suite. Tang Shaowu sat quietly on the hospital bed staring at the scattered playing cards. He gently rubbed the Hoku acupoint on his hand, where the acupuncture needle had just been removed. After a long while, Su Weile's muffled voice came from the bedroom. Tang Shaowu, after I leave you need to take good care of yourself. A man over 30 who can't even look after himself. Isn't that a bit too unbecoming? After waiting in vain for a response, Su Weile continued, Tang Shaowu, you know him from Yinshan, right? It's a very small town, but it has its charms. Come find me when you have time. It's my territory there, and it'll show you a great time. And my grandparents. They can cook local delicacies you've never even tasted. Oh, I can ask my grandfather to give you acupuncture too. His technique is better than mine. Tang Shaowu replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. Su Weile, returning to your own world, frolicking freely. Will you still remember a friend from far away in G? Su Weile immediately retorted, of course I will. Do you think him as heartless as you? And don't use frolicking to describe me, that's what we say about my dog at home. Su Weile immediately retorted, of course I will. Do you think him as heartless as you? And don't use frolicking to describe. Throughout the night, she moved like the hour hand of a clock, making a full circle around the bed as the dial. Tang Shaowu, enduring his headache, sat on the hospital bed with his eyes closed resting. Yin Junka, clad in a white coat, walked in directly and looked at the records on the equipment. Didn't sleep all night. Tang Shaowu leaned his head back on the pillow, showing a harmless smile. Director, Yin, your medical skills are getting more impressive. Yin Junka raised the data in his hand and said, people can lie, but data doesn't. Then he added, you're essentially committing suicide by doing this. Tang Shaowu responded nonchalantly, no choice. I've taken too many painkillers and regular sleeping pills have no effect. Yin Junka looked at him, his expression calm, his voice equally calm. You should take some medicine that calms your mind. Also last night in the car phone, Kai was picking up my family. Tang Shaowu remained composed, saying lightly, I understand. I've received the strong warning and also last night in the car phone, Kai was picking up my family. Tang Shaowu remained composed, saying lightly, I understand. I've received the strong warning and concern from Director Yin. Tang Shao's expression changed rapidly, his smile turning icy and threatening in an instant. But you should also tell Brother Kai not to overstep his bounds. The people around me. Stay away. Su Weile woke up in the morning, her eyes still closed, feeling around for her phone. But with her sleep style of shifting around like a whirlwind, it was really hard to find the phone she had put down before sleeping. A drowsy voice sounded, Tang Shaowu, help me find my phone quickly. After about 10 seconds, the phone rang in a corner of the blanket. Finally locating it, the screen displayed the name, Debt Master. Su Weile hung up and said, found it, thanks. Then she checked the messages. From old Su. Rascal, is it true you're coming back today? Grandpa has already gone to the market. If you don't come back, he'll skin you alive. From Ironhead. Young master, are you coming back today? Should I wait for you to set up a gathering, or shall I arrange a pigeon party now? Su Weile laughed and cursed under her breath, not replying yet. She saw a WeChat message from Jin Jijia below, Xiao Le Gu, can we meet? Su Weile's decision to return this time was rather sudden. In truth, he was merely acting out of pique with Tang Shaowu. Although his heart ached for him, and he couldn't bear to be angry, and the two seemed to have cleared the air and reconciled. Still, at the end of the day, Su Weile was a man with a temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have insisted on leaving before Tang Shaowu was discharged from the hospital, even after they had talked things through. Breakfast that morning proceeded as usual, following the agreement Su Weile had made earlier. I want mind your silence, and you want mind my chatter. Su Weile chattered on while Tang Shaowu listened silently and ate quietly. After Su Weile had commented on every dish, he paused, then said awkwardly, I'm going out for a bit later to say goodbye to Uncle. He'll be back around the afternoon, pick up my luggage, and then head back to Yinshan. Tang Shaowu ate quietly, softly replying He said no more. Su Weile waited for Tang Shaowu to finish, tidied up, and then went inside to change clothes. Today Su Weile was unusually dressed in plain colors, a cream white tracksuit. Normally Su Weile favored colorful clothing and had a trendy style. He rarely dressed so modestly. When he emerged from the suite, Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile and froze for a moment. The young man before him was youthful, pure, like a bright white moon against the pitch-black night sky. Su Weile turned around and caught Tang Shaowu staring at him intently. A smug grin immediately spread across his face. Well, aren't you captivated by this young master? Tang Shaowu smiled, a genuine smile. Su Weile glanced at the mirror and said, oh dear, what should I do? I'm so handsome. Just then Uncle Su pushed the door open, and seeing Su Weile's expression couldn't help. Su Weile then asked Uncle Su, Uncle, don't you think I'm exceptionally handsome? Old Zu's smile was filled with affection for the younger generation, but he also said sincerely, young master Su, you truly are very handsome. Su Weile was satisfied. He said to Tang Shaowu, I'm heading out now. Be good. Su Weile's meeting with Jin Jijia was set at the coffee shop downstairs from Starry Sky Entertainment. Since the movie hadn't started filming yet, Jin Jijia's main task was still training as a trainee at the company. When Su Weile drove to the coffee shop, Jean Jejia was already waiting there. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, she watched Su Weile's blue Mercedes pull into the parking spot. The moment he stepped out, he was like a little sun, dazzling and radiant. Whispers rippled through the coffee shop. Look at that guy. He must be a celebrity, right? Do you know him? Oh my god, he's so handsome. Take a picture first, I'll send it to the group later for everyone to admire. I got it. He's really handsome. A new face, definitely a trainee. Please debut soon, I want to be his fan. Unaware of the comments around him, Su Weile walked straight to Jean Jejia's table, smiled, and sat down. The two had grown up together and once knew each other intimately, yet after only this short time apart, they could feel a strange distance between them. Jean Jejia smiled and called out little Lego. Su Weile looked at the girl before him, still so pure and delicate. He wondered how the person in that recording could be the same as the one he knew so well. With a soft sigh in his heart, Su Weile still smiled and said, Jejia, I'm heading back to Yanshan today. From now on you'll be in Jinhai alone. As I said before, take good care of yourself. If anything happens and you need your brother's help, just say the word. Jean Jejia kept smiling at Su Weile, but tears slowly gathered in her eyes. Finally, they formed a stream and trickled down her beautiful face. Jean Jejia didn't know if confessing everything would make Su Weile see her as he used to. She had hoped to be worthy of him, but why did she feel they were drifting further? Jean Jejia had a sense of foreboding. During their last phone call, Su Weile's inexplicable words had plunged her heart into the abyss. She didn't know how much he knew or how he had found out. She was in a state of constant anxiety, wanting to speak with him, but afraid to, and so she remained stuck. Until Su Weile announced he was leaving Jinhai. Seeing Jean Jejia's tears, Su Weile sighed, took out a tissue, and handed it to her. Don't cry. Your eyes will get puffy, and you won't look pretty. Come on, let's talk about something happy. Is training tiring? Have you seen any big stars? And when does the movie start filming? The two sat in the coffee shop for over an hour. Gradually they relaxed, and the atmosphere improved considerably. When it was time for Jean Jejia's training, Su Weile said goodbye, giving her a long, deep look. Jejia, keep pushing forward, and take care of yourself. Jean Jejia watched Su Weile's retreating figure. She felt even more unworthy of such a wonderful Su Weile. Su Weile then drove to his uncle's house. He found his uncle alone watering the flowers. His aunt had gone out to play cards, and Su Yicheng was reportedly out on a date with his girlfriend. Su Weile immediately decided to take his uncle to a famous old restaurant in Jinhai. When he was a child visiting his uncle's house, his uncle would always bring him here. Back then he was young and his uncle was still in his prime. Now that his uncle was older, it was inconvenient for him to drive, and he had no special guests to entertain, so he hadn't dined at this old restaurant for many years. The taste was something he had truly missed. Su Weile looked at Su Weile, who was busy putting food on his plate, feeling both gratified and moved. Su Weile had grown up in an environment filled with love. Back then, everyone said the elders were spoiling the only child too much and would ruin him. But watching Su Weile grow up, Su Weile saw that he was always a child who understood love and knew how to give. Not only had he not been spoiled rotten, but he was also more sincere and upright than other children. He possessed a handsome face and a pure heart. Su Weile looked up and said with a smile, Uncle, don't just stare at me and smile. Eat quickly, or the meat will get tough. Su Weile chuckled. I'm just wondering which lucky girl will end up with my handsome nephew in the future. Su Weile laughed. Uncle, I'm not even 20 yet. You're thinking way too far ahead. He took a few selfies with his uncle and sent them to his father. Then he snapped a picture of the delicious food. After a moment's thought, he deleted it and took a photo of himself with the table full of dishes. He forwarded it to Tang Shaowu with the caption, good food and good looks. Su Weile returned to the hospital in the afternoon. Before he could even speak at the door, the man in black greeted him first. Hello, young Master Su. Su Weile had now forgotten when exactly he had earned a place in the man in black's regard. Before he even entered the room, his voice preceded him, Master Tang, I'm back. Tang Shaowu was working as usual. He looked up at Su Weile's return, his gaze indifferent. Su Weile was long accustomed to Tang Shao's perpetually aloof demeanor. He nonchalantly took out the ice cream he had brought and placed it before Tang Shaowu, just as he had been doing lately. He himself ate the sweet one, while Tang Shao's was the sea salt flavor that Su Weile found unbearable. Tang Shaowu had grown used to this ritual. He set aside his documents and joined him in eating ice cream, though he always ate very little. Watching the boy across from him, his gaze deepened. Did you go out to eat? Still reluctant to look up from his ice cream, Su Weile replied, yeah. I took my uncle out to eat. He's old and doesn't get many chances to go out anymore. He used to go there often. Every time my dad and I came, he would take us there. When my mom was still around, she would come with us too. His voice dropped low on the last sentence. Tang Shaowu glanced at Su Weile. Through their time together, he had come to understand the depth of Su Weile's feelings for his mother. Seeing that Su Weile's pace of eating ice cream had slowed, Tang Shaowu comfortingly patted his head. Su Weile glared at him indignantly. That's how we pet the dog. Tang Shaowu chuckled. You're not much better than a dog. Su Weile swallowed the sweet ice cream. You're a grown man, can't you act your age? Why do you always tease a kid? Tang Shaowu looked at him without expression and asked softly, are you leaving soon? Su Weile looked a bit dejected. I have to go after I finish this ice cream. Otherwise my grandparents will keep waiting for me. It'll be midnight by the time I get home. Tang Shaowu nodded without saying anything. The moment of departure finally arrived. Su Weile pushed his luggage to the door and turned around to look at Tang Shaowu, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Tang Shao's face was now devoid of a smile. He simply watched him quietly. Su Weile touched his nose, hesitated for a moment, then walked up to Tang Shaowu. His face slightly flushed, he said, how about a hug? My friend. Then without waiting for Tang Shao's reply, he leaned forward, spread his arms, and gave Tang Shaowu a tight embrace. After a full 10 seconds, Su Weile straightened up and grinned. Tang Shaowu looked at the grinning Su Weile, and the corners of his mouth slowly lifted. He said word by word, you think a hug is enough to get away? People often say I'm vengeful. Maybe after that hug, I won't let you off so easily. Su Weile raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree on just one hug? I hugged you. What can you do about it? Just then Uncle Su entered from outside. Seeing the luggage near the door, he asked, young Master Su, are you leaving? Just then Uncle Su entered from outside. Seeing the luggage near the door, he asked, young Master Su, are you leaving? Well, old Su smiled and nodded, then said, my master is not very mobile, so let me see you off. Oh, no need to see me off. I'll just drive myself. Uncle, please take good care of Master Tang. Tang Shaowu spoke calmly from behind. Let Uncle Su see you off. Su Weile no longer refused. All right, thank you, Uncle. As Su Weile reached his car, he saw several people standing beside it holding many gift boxes. Old Su spoke up. My master said that he is grateful for your care during this time. This is a small token of his appreciation, not worthy of mention. Also, please send his regards to your grandparents and father. Su Weile was stunned. Oh, you prepared gifts for me. No need, Uncle, this is too kind. Old Su smiled. They are not expensive items, just some local specialties. My master said that since your family used to visit Jinhai often, they would surely enjoy and miss the local products of Jinhai. Young Master Su, please don't be polite. Su Weile muttered under his breath. He's really a dozen years older than me, so thoughtful. I didn't even think to buy him anything. Old Su bowed slightly sincerely. Your companionship during this time is the best gift you could have given the master. After a pause, Old Su couldn't help but add, young Master Su, my master has a rather solitary personality. He never had friends growing up, and sometimes his way of expressing emotions might make you uncomfortable. Please forgive him, and I hope you won't forget the days you spent in Jinhai. Su Weile smiled. Don't worry, you'll always consider young Master Tang my good friend. Watching Su Weile's car drive out of the hospital gate, Old Su stood there for a moment, then looked up toward the window of Tang Shao's ward upstairs. Because of the backlight, he couldn't see clearly whether anyone was at the window. When Old Su returned to the ward, he saw Tang Shaowu working at his desk. Old Su said softly, young Master Su has left. He asked me to convey his thanks for your gift. Tang Shaowu sat in his seat saying nothing. Uncle Su said calmly, young Master Su is very easy to talk to. If you were reluctant to let him go, a simple request could have kept him from leaving so soon. The air was unusually still. Tang Shaowu did not turn around. Old Su could not see his expression, only heard his low voice. He holds resentment against me, he's angry. If I force him to stay now, his resentment will only grow. It's better to let him go and disperse his anger. With children, sometimes you have to loosen the leash. The tighter you bind them, the more they want to escape. Old Su felt a chill around him. Tang Shaowu suddenly asked, any recent movements from the Tang family? Old Su immediately adjusted his demeanor. Recently, the master and madam of the Tang family have been frequently visiting various major families. Except for the Yin family, the other major families have likely received their olive branch. A contemptuous smile appeared on Tang Shao's face, preparing to raise funds under the Tang group. Then they'll have to get my approval as a Tang shareholder. Tang Shao's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of his wheelchair. Uncle Su, the deadline for Tang to return the embezzled funds is coming up soon. Old Su nodded. Yes, next week. Tang Shaowu turned his wheelchair to face the window, gazed at the distant sky, and said calmly, Uncle Su, please arrange my discharge. Uncle Su opened his mouth as if to dissuade him. Master, your new medication is still in the trial and adjustment phase. But in the end, he said nothing. Because he knew that once Tang Shaowu made a decision, persuasion was useless. He could only say, yes, master. He'll handle it right away. Su Weile once again sped down the highway in his own car, still recalling the mood he had when he first arrived. Back then his mind was restless with worry for Jinjie. Now on the return journey, though everything seemed to have been resolved nicely, Su Weile's heart felt inexplicably heavier. He reflected on this trip to Jinhai feeling as if it had been a dream. His acquaintance and time spent with Tang Shaowu were especially surreal. As he thought on Su Weile, suddenly grabbed his hair in frustration. Damn, stop thinking. The more I think, the more upset I get. I wonder if that older friend of mine can even take care of himself. Always acting like a masochist, enduring headaches without a word. One day he'll ache himself into a big fool. Irritated Su Weile turned on the stereo, blasted music, and sped all the way home. Su Weile arrived in Yanshan after 10 in the evening. Usually by this time his grandparents would have long been asleep. But tonight, to wait for Su, while the small courtyard of his grandparents' home was still brightly lit with the aroma of food wafting out from time to time. This familiar sight dispelled the fatigue of the journey. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he called out, "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm back." Su Jun dashed out of the house, first followed closely by his grandparents. The three immediately surrounded Su Weile. Grandpa asked, "You must be exhausted." "Finally back." Grandma quickly touched Su Weile's face and said, "Oh my precious darling, how did you get so thin? Didn't you eat well outside? Don't go out next time. Nothing is as good as home." His father, patting his son who was now taller than him, said, "You know your grandparents were waiting for you. Why didn't you start earlier? It's so late, and you're keeping the elderly up. Besides, driving at night is dangerous." Su Weile just grinned and listened, not knowing which remark to respond to. He simply said, "Grandma, Grandpa, let's eat quickly. I'm starving. I only had a small bowl." Su Weile just grinned and listened, not knowing which remark to respond to. He simply said, "Grandma, Grandpa, let's eat." Grandma and Grandpa began serving the dishes. His father helped set the bowls and chopsticks while Su, while unable to wait, started eating. Yet the moment he took the first bite of his grandma's homemade pickled cucumber, the thought that instantly flashed through his mind was whether that picky young master Tang Shaowu could stomach this rustic farmhouse pickle. The meal was exceedingly lively for the family of four. Since his grandparents were old and couldn't eat too much late at night, they spent most of the time putting food into Su Weile's bowl and watching him eat with beaming smiles. Su Jun, though not saying much, was overjoyed to have his son back. He brought out the liquor and said, "I'm not going home tonight. Come on, Lele, have a drink with your dad." While drinking with his father, Su Weile talked about his experiences in Jinhai, though he deliberately omitted many details. For instance, he didn't mention what had happened with Jean Jejia. He only said she was developing well at the company and would be in a movie, not the lead, but with many scenes, so they might see her on TV soon. Likewise, he skipped the entanglements between him and Tang Shaowu, saying nothing of their ups and downs. He merely mentioned that he had met a young master in Jinhai, a nice person, but in poor health and constantly hospitalized. Extremely handsome, with a captivating smile, and they had become good friends. Finally, he focused on his uncle, saying he was in good health though he looked much older, and that his cousin Su Yicheng had graduated and was looking for a job while also busy with blind dates. Of course, Su Weile omitted the hostility and wariness his aunt and cousin had shown him. But after so many years with such close family ties, everyone could read between the lines. After Su Weile finished speaking about his uncle, the table fell silent for a moment. Su Jun poured himself a glass of liquor and downed it in one gulp. Su Weile's grandparents understood their son-in-law's concerns. After all, it was his own elder brother, old, living far away without his own children. Su Jun was surely worried. Grandpa offered a comforting word. Su Yicheng seemed honest and simple as a child. He's probably turned out fine. He should be able to take good care of Su Hui since he was raised by him. Su Jun frowned and said, "Yeah, I know, Dad. It's just that the distance is too great. Otherwise I could look after my brother. He's too lonely all alone." Su Weile silently took a sip of the liquor his father had poured. In his mind he thought, Tang Shaowu is also terribly lonely. His mother died early, his father and stepmother treat him badly, and even the grandfather he has is worse than none at all. Hearing his father sigh again, Su Weile clinked glasses with him and said, "Su Jun, are you getting old? Where's the courage you had when you pursued my mother? The distance from Yanshan to Jinhai is nothing. If you want to see your brother, just say so, and he'll take you anytime. Don't worry about the future. When uncle gets old, he'll bring him back, and he'll take care of all of you together." Su Jun looked at his eldest son, his heart filled with immense relief. With red-rimmed eyes he said, Good son. With those words, your father fears nothing, not a single worry." Su Weile smiled and said, "You've never had any worries to begin with. Why act like those ancient fools who borrow trouble?" That night the small courtyard of Su Weile's grandparents rang with laughter. Because of him the home was filled with warmth and joy. After Su Weile took a shower, it was nearly 1 in the morning. The lights in his grandparents' room were already off, and snores came from his father's room. Su Weile returned to his own room. The golden retriever that had been lying beside him during dinner was now peacefully curled up on its own small bed. Seeing Su Weile enter, the dog wagged its big tail lazily, but refused to get up. Su Weile laughed and scolded, "Look how lazy you've become. You don't even come to greet me. Spoiled rotten. You're even more arrogant than Tang Shao." Su Weile's room had no bed, only a full tatami mat, because he had been a restless sleeper since childhood. No matter how big the bed, he would end up on the floor. So they had made him a tatami mat where he could roll around freely. Yet even so, Su Weile had once fallen off the edge. Grandma laughed and said they'd have to build a cage for Lele. Su Weile sat on the tatami mat in his room, drying his hair and picked up his phone. He scrolled through it, for a while finding neither a call nor a message from Tang Shaowu. Su Weile angrily flung the phone far away, muttering under his breath that Tang Shaowu was truly heartless. He had previously said that once they parted they would no longer be friends and so on. Su Weile heavily collapsed onto the tatami, exclaiming fiercely, "No wonder he has no friends, serves him right." After a long journey, he had finally returned. One would expect him to sleep exceptionally well that night, yet he found himself restless. He vaguely recalled, just before falling asleep, thinking of sending Tang Shaowu a message to ask if he had a headache today. He never sent the message and eventually drifted off, but his night was filled with dreams. First of Tang Shaowu leaning back on a hospital bed, clutching his head in pain. Then of the emergency room light flickering on and off, utterly terrifying. In short, Su Weile felt that this was the most unsettling night's sleep. Rarely did Su Weile sleep late and wake early. He took his golden retriever out while his father was still asleep. He quietly led the dog out of the yard, and only when they were far enough did he shout, "Quokey, let's go." Then he began his morning jog with the big golden retriever named Quokey. After a long run, the oppressive mood dissipated with the sweat. Su Weile arrived at the breakfast stall he frequented. From a distance he shouted, "Uncle Quan, 3 servings of tofu pudding, 1 extra sweet soy milk, half a caddy of fried dough sticks, and a sugar-coated donut." "Coming right up, little Lele. Where have you been? It's been ages since you last came." The breakfast stall was run by an old neighbor of his grandparents who had known him for decades. Everyone had watched him grow up. "Well, I went to Jinhai. Oh, to see Jia, right? You're a better brother than her own. Jin E comes here every morning for breakfast, and he hasn't been." Hearing this, Su Weile immediately said, "Brother Jin E was here. Did he just leave? I was planning to hang out with him today." Uncle Quan deftly packed Su Weile's breakfast. "He left just as you arrived. Said he was going to the shop. If you want to see him, head there." Su Weile took the breakfast and Quokey home, then ate his portion while walking, heading to find Jeannie. On the busiest street in Yinshan stood a bar called Deep Blue, the finest in the town. Jin E was inside tallying the bar's accounts. Su Weile plopped onto the bar stool. With a mischievous grin he said, "Hello, brother Jin E." Without lifting his head, Jin E replied, "You're back from your wild adventures. You've been gone quite a while. Almost a month, right?" Su Weile smiled good-naturedly and said, "I went to Jinhai to see our sister and also to visit uncle, and, well, lots of things, all important matters." Jin E's cigarette dangling from his lips looked up and glanced at Su Weile. "Not leaving again?" Su Weile grinned. "Nope, no plans to travel for now." Su Weile's eyes darted and he hesitated before asking, "Brother Jin E, why don't you ask how Jia is doing?" Jin E said indifferently, "What's there to ask? My phone is on 247. She can reach me anytime she needs." Su Weile frowned and said, "But you should still ask how she's doing. She's a girl and your own sister." Jin E replied, "She's my sister, so what? She went to Jinhai without me even knowing." Jin E looked at Su Weile again, knowing he genuinely worried about Jia. He walked over, put an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Lele, Jia may seem delicate, but she's actually a girl with a strong mind. She's grown up now. You don't need to worry too much. She knows what she wants." Jin E actually wanted to tell Su Weile that Jia had a heavier heart than he did, and compared to her, Su Weile was as innocent as a lamb. But Jin E never said those words. Instead, he changed the subject. "Ironhead set up a party tonight. It's probably for you. Come early." Su Weile never went home. He stayed to help at the bar which he was a shareholder of. However, the management had always been Jin E's responsibility. That evening, Li Tai, known as Ironhead, brought a group of friends to the bar. They surrounded Su Weile and teased him for having stood them up last time. The young people had a joyful time. These were all close friends that Ironhead had gathered, many of whom had grown up together. Jin E even came by midway to deliver them a round of drinks. He glanced at the familiar faces, greeted them, and then left. Su Weile was frank, loyal, but also naive. Although he couldn't compare to the wealthy families of the city, he was recognized as a rich kid in this small town. Thus, there were inevitably people with ulterior motives trying to get close to him. Some just mooched for food and drink, while others even made up excuses to borrow money. If you asked Su Weile for an investment, he might refuse. But if you told him a family member was sick, he would hand over his money faster than anyone. So Jin E usually kept an eye on things and vetted people. Fortunately, Ironhead, who was always with Su Weile, was reliable and would block out those who were not. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Su Weile leaned back on the sofa in the largest VIP room of the bar, watching his childhood friends laugh and frolic. He felt that this kind of life seemed long overdue. His trip to Jinhai felt like it had lasted an eternity, so long that he had grown unfamiliar with such scenes, so long that his own state of mind had changed. Ironhead walked over and sat beside Su Weile, noticing his dazed expression as he gazed at the others. "What's up, little master? Had too much? Did your trip to Jinhai drain your tolerance?" Su Weile turned with a smile and said, "I lost half my tolerance, but I can still take you down without a problem." Ironhead had no retort. He said seriously, "Really, what's wrong? You seem off today." You haven't lost your drinking ability, but it's like you've lost your soul. Su Weile downed a glass of wine and let out a long sigh. I haven't lost anything. I'm just a bit emotional. People in big cities are different, both wicked and heartless. Ironhead laughed heartily. How you just figured that out? With your simple mind, it's barely enough for Yinshan, and you dare to go to Jinhai. You have no idea how worried we were. We were afraid you'd get sold. Seriously, the worry alone could have raised a son. Su Weile laughed. Get lost, you're taking advantage of me. Careful, I'll have my dad beat you up. Seeing Su Weile smile, Ironhead felt a bit relieved. He patted him and said, Lele, just stick with your Ironhead brother here in Yinshan. Plenty of food, fun, and beautiful women. What more could you want? As for Jejia, that girl isn't meant for an ordinary life. Let her fly. You'll find someone better. Su Weile was bewildered. Ironhead, what are you talking about? Better. Jean Jejia is my sister. Better. Is my dad having a kid? About to give me a sister. Ironhead gave him a knowing look. Alright, I get it. Our little master needs to save face. I won't say another word. Let's drink. Drink. After drinking that glass of wine, Su Weile finally understood that Li Tai had misunderstood him, thinking his low spirits were due to Jean Jejia. Su Weile wanted to explain, but then thought better of it. He himself couldn't figure out the reason for his melancholy. Perhaps it was partly because of Jejia. After all, she was a sister he grew up with. Her behavior caught him off guard and deeply saddened him. But deep down he knew that most of his depression did not stem from Jean Jejia, but from an indescribable emotion. His mind was in a turmoil, and he couldn't settle down to do anything. Su Weile felt he had checked his phone 100 times that evening. The last time he angrily threw it onto the sofa and cursed under his breath. Then he got up and went to drink. Inside a luxurious villa in Jinhai City, a grand mansion with a 3-story hollow ceiling. The resplendent and opulent decoration style radiated the owner's extravagance and ostentation at every turn. At this moment, all the heads of the Tang family group were seated on the sofas in the living room. The atmosphere was heavy and no one spoke a word. Seated in the main seat was old Master Tang, the patriarch, who despite his advanced age still held the reins of the Tang family. Beside him were Tang Huaiyan, Jiang Meishue, and their son Tang Yi. At that moment, Tang Huaiyan kept glancing at his watch, his anxiety evident. Jiang Meishue's brows were tightly furrowed as well. After a while, Tang Huaiyan could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall, shouting at the butler, "Call that brat again. What time is it? Why isn't he here yet?" The butler lowered his head, standing respectfully to the side, but made no move. He simply glanced at old Master Tang, and seeing no instruction from him, remained. Seeing that he couldn't even command a servant, Tang Huaiyan grew even more furious and roared, "Can't you hear me?" Old Master Tang looked at his son and said in a booming voice, "What kind of behavior is this? Sit down." Tang Huaiyan dared not defy his father's will. He sat down angrily and said, "Father, that brat Tang Shaowu did it on purpose. He knew we were all waiting for him, yet he still comes so late. We haven't been able to see him or reach him by phone. He doesn't even regard me as his father anymore." Old Master Tang rubbed the prayer beads in his hand. With a solemn expression, he said, "I heard you've been seeking financing from other families recently. How is it? Any results?" At old Master Tang's question, Tang Huaiyan and Jiang Meishue's expressions turned even more sour. Old Master Tang said coldly, "Useless. Utterly foolish. Do you take others for fools? Anyone can guess that Tang Shaowu is at odds with you now. Collaborating with you means opposing Tang Shaowu. For years the outside world, if not terrified of him, at least speaks of him with trepidation. Who would risk offending Tang Shaowu for your petty gains? And even offend the Yin family? What you've done is nothing short of disgraceful." Tang Huaiyan and Jiang Meishue, scolded by old Master Tang, felt both ashamed and furious, their faces extremely ugly. Old Master Tang turned his gaze to Tang Yi, who had remained silent. "Tang Yi, in this contest with Tang Shaowu you lost miserably. In the end you were still one move short. Being ruthless alone is useless. You need high intelligence and strategy." Tang Yi's face turned even paler. He sat rigidly listening to his grandfather's reprimand. Throughout his life, he had heard his grandfather say he was no match for Tang Shaowu too many times. Each time he thought he had become numb to it, yet it still made him so furious that he could grind his teeth. Seeing her son being scolded, Jiang Meishue couldn't help but say, "Father, it was that little wretch Tang Shaowu who set up our Tang Yi. It's all his fault." Without even glancing at Jiang Meishue, old Master Tang continued to Tang, "You were too eager for success this time, thinking you could topple Tang Shaowu in one go, but you didn't realize every step was within his calculations. Now you understand. He first lured you into the trap, making you think you saw a huge business opportunity. He used your burning desire to eliminate Tang Shaowu, which made you lose your judgment. Step by step you walked onto a dead end. Tang Shaowu played a grand game, the foresight of his planning and the sophistication of his design. I have to admit, I am no match for him." Tang Yi spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Grandfather, what should I do?" Old Master Tang, gazing at the vase in the distance, said, "A loss is a loss. Face the consequences. This time behind the board's back you misappropriated the group's funds. This huge gap must be filled, or otherwise the board won't approve, and Tang Shaowu will absolutely follow through on his threat to sue you in the group's name, since he is a major shareholder of the Tang Group. Jiang Meixu's eyes were red with anxiety. Father, you must think of something. Please talk to Tang Shaowu. Old Master Tang said appealing to Tang Shao's emotions is a dead end. Do you think he looks like a sentimental person? He is pressuring you now, threatening to sue and make you lose face before the board. In fact, he just wants the Tang family shares in your hands. Old Master Tang's words made Tang Huaiyan and Jiang Meixu's faces change abruptly. Jiang Meixu said he's dreaming. Doesn't he already have his shares of the Tang Group? And he wants ours. No way. Tang Yi sat there with a fierce look in his eyes. His trimmed short nails due to his clenched fists dug deeply into the flesh of his palms. Suddenly the sound of a car came from outside the gate. The butler then entered and announced young Master Tang has arrived. Leaving the bodyguards outside, Tang Shaowu, accompanied only by old Su, walked into the house where he had once lived for over a decade. Tang Shaowu entered the living room and looked at the people there. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Grandfather, Father, Aunt Jiang Tang, good evening." Tang Huaiyan said angrily, "We've been waiting for you for 4 hours." Without changing his expression, Tang Shaowu said, "I told you on the phone earlier that I might not be free today. I didn't expect you to keep waiting for me." Old Master Tang looked at this man of imposing presence with both admiration and regret in his eyes. "Shaowu, how have you been feeling lately? I heard you were hospitalized again recently." Tang Shaowu smiled. His hand gently touched the tiger's mouth area of his other hand. "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. It's still manageable, within control for now." Silence fell over the room for a moment, but Tang Shaowu felt no embarrassment. He waited in a relaxed posture, as if he were the true master of the house. Tang Yi stared at Tang Shaowu like this, clenching his fists again. "Tang Shaowu, you went to such great lengths to frame me. What exactly do you want?" Tang Shaowu let out a light laugh. "Tang Yi, that's an interesting thing to say. In a game of chess, there are always winners and losers. If you lack skill, you can't cry foul just because you lost. That would be a problem with your character. Today you lost, and you claim I set you up. But if you had won, wouldn't you have kicked me out long ago? If you didn't harbor such ambitions, how could things have come to this?" Tang Yi was left speechless, his eyes red as he glared at Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu smiled with an air of unruffled calm. "As for what I want, why don't we see what sincerity you can offer?" Seeing that no one spoke, Tang Shaowu continued, "Two choices. First, keep Tang Yi as a fighter and continue playing chess with me on the condition that I get all the shares of the Tang Group from Tang Huaiyan and Jiang Meixu. Second, you keep your shares and sacrifice Tang Yi. Of course I won't let him off easily. You've been struggling with the other families lately, haven't you? Have you found the fun? If you can't plug this huge gap, then the next board meeting might be the last one Tang Yi attends." Tang Shaowu said all this with a smile, then quietly began massaging the acupoint at his tiger's mouth, waiting in silence. The room fell into a profound silence. Except for Old Master Tang, everyone else stared at Tang Shaowu in shock. Jiang Meixu glared with bloodshot eyes. "Tang Shaowu, you really have a big mouth. You want all the Tang Group shares from your father and me. That would make you the second largest shareholder after your grandfather. How dare you think such a thing? Dream on." Tang Huaiyan also ground his teeth. "Tang Shaowu, what exactly are you trying to do? Your Fuma Manor and your Star Entertainment Company generate annual revenue that could match the entire Tang Group. Why are you so fixated on these few shares of Tang? Don't you have enough businesses to make money? And in Jiangxing, Tang Shaowu, the Tang Group is nothing in your eyes now, right? Why are you pushing us so hard?" Tang Shaowu looked at the utterly disgraced Tang Huaiyan and said with a smile, "What can I do? I happen to be named Tang. I just can't let go of the Tang Group. What do you suggest?" Tang Huaiyan roared, "Tang Shaowu, I'm your own father. Are you trying to drive me to the edge? Watch me die?" Tang Shaowu looked at his father and said word by word, "The Tang Group should be exactly what it was before my mother was here. You have no right to have treated her poorly and yet still enjoy the benefits she brought." Hearing this, Jiang Meixu said indignantly, "Your mother's shares in the Tang Group were all given to you long ago. What more do you want?" Tang Shaowu stared at Jiang Meixu. "What right do you have to mention my mother? She treated you like a sister, thinking of you because of your poor background, taking you everywhere. And what did you do in return? How did you repay her? By sharing her husband." Jiang Meixu's face turned ashen. "That was a matter of the previous generation. You were young then and didn't know everything." Tang Shaowu cut her off. "Indeed, it was too many years ago, and I have no interest in it. These stale cliches are nauseating. But I'm just a bit petty. I can't stand people using what's mine. Without the support of the Jiang Group back, then the Tang Group could never have grown to its current scale. I'm just taking back what our Jiang family deserves." Tang Huaiyan closed his eyes deeply, his lips trembling. "Shaowu, why are you forcing me like this?" Tang Shaowu didn't let him finish. "Don't talk to me about father-son affection. Biologically you are my father, yet you still wish me dead every day. My ruthlessness was inherited from you after all. Blood ties, truly an interesting thing. Tang Shaowu smiled brightly. I won't disturb your rest. You can think it over carefully. Let me know when you have a decision. The deadline is the 1-month period we agreed on last time. Tang Shaowu stood up, brushed off his pants, and said to the dejected Tang Huaiyan and his wife, You don't have to be so upset. I'm only taking what's mine. You should be glad that I have absolutely no interest in your share. Otherwise. Then he turned to Tang Yi with a smile. Oh, by the way, that project you just failed to invest in. I'm a bit interested. I'm considering taking over this mess. Tang Yi, in 3 years this mess will be a glorious achievement in my hands. Would you like to see that my biological half-brother? Finally, Tang Shaowu smiled at old Master Tang, who had remained silent all along. Grandfather will be going now? Farewell. Old Su glanced at the gloomy scene in the room and silently followed Tang Shaowu out. The room was dead silent for a full 10 minutes. Then Jiang Meishu suddenly screamed hysterically, Tang Shaowu is a madman. Tang Huaiyan murmured, Father Shaowu is just taking revenge on us. He was such a small child back then. We all thought he didn't understand, thought he didn't care. But he's been holding a grudge all along. He's retaliating because of his mother and because we abandoned him as a discard of the Tang group when he was sick. Old Master Tang gazed in the direction Tang Shaowu had left and said calmly, What a pity. Such a business prodigy. If he could be used for our Tang group, we would surely dominate the entire Jinhai. What a pity. Tang Yi heard old Master Tang's words, and his palms bled from his clenched fists. Tang Huaiyan cried out, Father, stop dreaming. Tang Shaowu holds grudges like no other. He repays every slight. Even if you gave him the entire Tang group, now you could never warm his heart again. Think fast. What should we do? Old Master Tang cast a disdainful glance. He said faintly, There's no way out. Accept the loss and wait. Watch and wait patiently. Wait. Old Master Tang sighed. Tang Shaowu is only 31. In just a few short years, while making great strides in the Jiang group, he has stormed all the way into Jinhai. No one can stop him. If you confront him, now what do you think your chances are? For now, we can only wait. As he said, he's not interested in the rest of the Tang group. We have to wait until he calms down, then look for an opportunity. Just wait. After all, his physical condition might be our biggest turning point. The butler, who had been listening beside old Master Tang, silently broke out in goosebumps. In the midst of the silence, old Master Tang's voice drifted again. What a pity. He could have been the one to lead our Tang group to its peak. What a pity. After a wild revelry, bodies lay scattered in disarray. Jin Yi ushered his people inside, sending off those who could be sent away, and for those too drunk to move, they simply found a spot on the floor to sleep. Li Tai, drunk as a lord, slumped against Su, while like a pile of mud, mumbling, Lele, let me tell you. There are plenty of good girls out there. One day you'll find you one. Jin Yi noticed Su Weile's unusually bright eyes and knew he must have had quite a bit to drink. Every time he drank, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Shaola, how about it? Go home, or crash here. Su Weile grinned. Home, of course. I'm not sleeping here, it's too cramped. I need to roll around to get comfortable. Jin Yi tousled his hair. Wait for me, I'll take you back in a bit. When they arrived at Grandma's house, Su Weile was careful not to disturb the elderly, whispering, Brother Jin, thank you. Drive safe on your way back. Jin Yi smiled at the tipsy, adorable boy, nodded gently, and replied softly, Go on in. I'll leave once I see you inside. Only after the light in Su Weile's room flickered on did Jin Yi stand there a moment longer, then turn and walk away. Su Weile actually had a high tolerance for alcohol, perhaps inherited from his father Su Jun. Everyone else had passed out, but he was merely a little dizzy. While showering, he burst into another song. After washing up, he insisted on singing for Kuoki, who pressed his ears flat and closed his eyes to avoid it. Su Weile lay on the tatami mat, gazing at the night sky outside the window. In Jinhai, the city's nights were two noisy neon lights flashing, so no one ever paid attention to the stars. Now Su Weile watched the stars, wondering if Tang Shaowu could see the same stars from where he was. After a long silence, Su Weile suddenly sprang up like a fish, grabbed his phone, snapped a picture of the starry sky, and without a moment's hesitation sent it to Det Master. Then, as if escaping something, he tossed the phone aside and muttered, So what if I reached out first? Who says we can't be friends just because we're apart? I've served you like a loyal attendant, and now you act like you don't know me. Dream on. Why should a separation mean we can't be friends? I've taken care of you through thick and thin. You think you can just pretend we're strangers? Not a chance. As Su Weile finished his rant, the room fell silent. The ringtone he expected never came. 20 minutes later, Su Weile suddenly burrowed under the covers, pulled the blanket over his head, and shouted, Damn it, Tang Shaowu, you ungrateful bastard. You're a heartless snake. Forget kindness, you deserve to be alone forever. If I ever contact you again, I'm a dog. Still tipsy, Su Weile rolled around on the bed, hugging the blanket, then slowly drifted off to sleep. As the stars faded one by one, the sun slowly climbed into the sky. Grandma called from outside the window, laughing, Hey, the sun's already high. Lele, you still not up? How late did you drink last night? Get up and have breakfast. In response, Su Weile grabbed the blanket and pulled it over his bottom, continuing to sleep. By the time Su Weile finally got up, Grandpa and Grandma had already gone to the park near home. Grandpa practicing Tai Chi, Grandma at the choir. Su Weile went to the dining room, saw the sweet soy milk and candy treats Grandma had left for him, and ate while scrolling through his phone. He swiped back and forth through WeChat, deliberately skipping over Tang Shao's chat window when his eyes brushed it. After repeating this several times, he grew annoyed, tossed the phone aside, and focused on eating. When Su Weile arrived at the bar, some of yesterday's drunkards were still passed out, including Li Tai. Su Weile walked up to Li Tai and gave him a merciless slap. "Wake up, will you? It wasn't that much alcohol. How could you be out cold until now?" Li Tai was stunned by the slap, taking a moment to realize where he was. He rubbed his face hard. "Damn, my head is killing me. Man, you're ruthless. After drinking so much, you're still wide awake, so early." Su Weile sat down. "What time is it? And you still call it early? Besides, I'm young. A drink and a good sleep, and I'm fine. Not like you who needs days to recover. Hey, you can call me bad, stupid, whatever, but never weak. I won't stand for that." With that, he stood up wobbling and said, "I gotta go take a leak." Su Weile watched Li Tai stagger in a zigzag and chuckled. In the afternoon, the two worked at the bar. Su Weile polished a glass and asked Taitu, "If one day we're not in the same place, will we still be friends?" Li Tai, mopping the floor with effort, replied, "Not in the same place. Even if we're not in the same world, you're still my friend. If we become strangers just because of distance, that's not a real friend. That's a friend with benefits, right?" Li Tai, always blunt, made Su Weile choke on his mint candy. He coughed hard, trying to swallow. Li Tai looked at the red-faced Su Weile, puzzled. "What? Did I say something wrong?" After coughing, Su Weile thought to himself, "Yeah, here I am worrying over nothing. Maybe he never even considered me a friend. Why else hasn't he contacted me at all? Fine, if you don't want to be friends, I don't need you. He'll block you. Well, never speak again." Fuming, Su Weile grabbed his phone, found the contact labeled Debt Master, and hovered his finger over the block button. He hesitated for a full minute, then finally couldn't bring himself to do it. Suddenly the phone rang, startling him. Old Su's head flashed on the screen. "What is it, Dad? You little brat can't even take a call from your father. I went fishing today and had a great catch. Hurry back to Grandma's. We're having a big iron pot fish stew tonight." Su Weile hung up and shouted, "Taitu, my dad's cooking fish tonight. Wanna come?" Without a word, Li Tai pushed the mop like it was a jet engine, finished his task, tossed his head, and said, "Let's go. Don't keep Dad waiting. Move it." Su Weile smiled helplessly, but a stray thought crossed his mind. Dad's fish stew is amazing. Tang Shaowu would definitely love it. He remembered from the hospital that Tang Shaowu liked fish. Damn it. Su Weile felt like he could punch himself. When would he stop thinking about that rich young master who hadn't even replied to a single message? Furious, Su Weile viciously pulled out his phone, opened Tang Shao's WeChat, and without giving himself time to think, blocked him immediately. In the courtyard of her grandmother's house, everyone gathered around the large iron pot, where wood crackled and fragrant aromas wafted. They ate with abandon. Su Jun's friends, drinking and feasting, couldn't help but say, "Old Su, what kind of liquor is this? It's so delicious. Where did you get it?" Su Jun chuckled, "Not bad, huh? My son brought it back yesterday, old Wu and I couldn't find the brand anywhere, so out of curiosity we opened it. And this is the result. The fragrance of the liquor fills the whole house with its aroma." Taitu laughed heartily. "Uncle, you should be the one advertising this liquor. You've described it perfectly." Su Jun, startled, said, "I'm not exaggerating, young man. I've been drinking for a lifetime, and I've never had such excellent liquor." Distracted, Su Weile looked up and frowned, saying, "If you like it, I'll buy you more later." "But when did I buy this?" "Uncle," Su Jun said, "you just brought it back 2 days ago, and you don't remember. Didn't you bring it from Jinhai? Said it was a gift from your good friend." Hearing this, Su Weile's heart tightened. It was the liquor Tang Shaowu had given to his father. At that moment, Su Weile's grandmother also spoke up. "Leilei's friend gave so many gifts, all fine things. The time-honored pastries he brought back were especially delicious, nothing like the ones my sisters from the choir bought when they traveled to Jinhai. These were far superior. Today I even took some for my old friends to try. Everyone raved about them." Su Jun held the bottle with fondness and said, "But those time-honored pastries at least have a name. I could take the bus to Jinhai to buy them for you if you want. But this liquor, there's nothing on it. Where am I supposed to find it after I finish it?" Everyone burst out laughing. "Leilei, ask your friend quickly where we can buy this liquor, or your father will be dying of craving." Su Weile said angrily, "Ask what? He's a busy man, too busy to even pay me any attention. If Dad won't drink anything else, that's fine. He should just quit drinking altogether." Grandpa, while placing a piece of fish on Su Weile's plate, said, "Seriously, Leilei, the gifts your friend from Jinhai sent are not cheap. They don't seem ordinary. Don't forget to thank him properly. After all, he's a new friend and basic courtesy is necessary." Su Weile responded with a guilty conscience, thinking, "Not only did I not thank him, but I just deleted him as a friend because he didn't reply to my message." Not in the mood today, Su Weile went to her room early. Lying on her tatami, she took out her phone and stared at it repeatedly. She realized how overly dramatic she was when dealing with Tang Shaowu. In the past, she would have either contacted him long ago or deleted him without hesitation, never this agonizing. Not deleting him was frustrating, and deleting him was even more so. Her phone vibrated, but she barely noticed. Glancing down, she saw it was a text message and dismissed it as unimportant. These days, text messages are either ads or scams. The phone's facial recognition unlocked automatically, revealing a message from a contact labeled. Su Weile was frozen on the spot. Staring wide-eyed for a long time, she gently tapped it. A short sentence appeared on the screen. I heard. You blocked me. Su Weile read the sentence over and over again, then quickly opened WeChat, searched for his number, and sent a friend request again. During the few minutes of waiting for his approval, Su Weile felt what it meant to be restless. Fortunately this time, the wait wasn't long. Tang Shaowu agreed 5 minutes later. Seeing Tang Shao's WeChat profile appear again, Su Weile felt a surge of excitement and didn't know what to say. Tang Shaowu sent a message first. Didn't you teach me that good friends shouldn't be like magnets? That we shouldn't stop being friends just because we're apart? So why did you delete me? Isn't it that the moment I left Jinhai you stopped talking to me? Why didn't you reply to my WeChat message? Tang Shaowu sent a video call directly. Su Weile immediately sat up straight, nervously straightened her hair in front of the screen, and answered. When Tang Shao's face appeared on the phone, Su Weile felt that she had truly missed him these past 2 days. Your WeChat profile is just a photo. I thought you wanted me to look at the stars, so I took it seriously. Never expected I'd have to submit a review. Su Weile burst out laughing, a joyful, relieved, and carefree smile. You said before that once we parted we wouldn't be friends anymore. Then once I left you really did ignore me. If I didn't delete you, who would I delete? Tang Shao's voice was still as pleasant as ever. Master Su, quite the temper. Su Weile retorted, right back at you. Then she couldn't help asking, is your illness any better? Have your headaches subsided these days? Tang Shao's expression was faint, unreadable. It still hurts. At that single word, Su Weile frowned. Then asked the doctor to change your medication. What do you do when it hurts? Tang Shaowu answered matter-of-factly, I just endure it. Su Weile felt a bit speechless. Looking at the time, she said, shouldn't you be getting in 4 drip at this hour? Why is it so dark in your room? I'm not in the hospital. Not in the hospital. You were discharged? But you're not better yet. Tang Shaowu replied in the same indifferent tone. Yeah, I'm not better. I was discharged. Su Weile's anger flared. Tang Shaowu, can we communicate normally? You're still sick, why the hell did you check out? Didn't the doctor say they were going to try a new drug on you? That you've developed tolerance to the old painkillers? What urgent business do you have? Why did you have to leave the hospital in such a hurry? Couldn't you wait until you're better to leave? In stark contrast to her outburst, Tang Shaowu remained calm. I didn't want to stay anymore. Gritting her teeth, Su Weile hissed, give me a reason. Tang Shaowu looked straight at Su Weile on the screen and parted his lips. Because I was too lonely. Those words made Su Weile open her mouth twice, but no sound came out. In Su Weile's mind flashed Uncle Zu's words from before she left. Your companionship during this time is the best gift you could give the young master. He also said, our young master has always been solitary, never had many friends. Su Weile thought about it. Aside from that icy doctor, the only person by Tang Shao's side seemed to be Feng Kai. That ice block went without saying. Not only was he busy all day with no free time, but even if he had time, Su Weile couldn't imagine him accompanying Tang Shaowu. Su Weile just couldn't understand why Feng Kai, who was so much easier to get along with than that icy doctor, seemed less close to Tang Shaowu than the doctor was. It was beyond comprehension. Tang Shao's single sentence made Su Weile feel she had done something terribly cruel, abandoning such a lonely and pitiful person. Stammering, Su Weile said, what about Brother Kai? He usually has free time, right? Why not ask him to keep you company? Tang Shaowu said lightly, he doesn't have time. He got into a verbal altercation while driving and got hurt. Su Weile exclaimed in surprise, what? When did that happen? Su Weile only then realized that since returning she hadn't thought to contact anyone besides Tang Shaowu. Earlier, Feng Kai had even said he would throw a farewell party for her and help replenish her brain. Thinking about it now, she suddenly felt a bit guilty toward Feng Kai. Brother Kai had been so good to her. Tang Shao's voice suddenly turned cold. Su Weile, what are you thinking about? Su Weile was taken aback, not understanding why the conversation had suddenly soured and why Master Tang seemed a bit irritated. Oh, nothing. Su Weile said, I just realized I don't even have Feng Kai's WeChat. Is he badly injured? Should I send him my regards? Could you share his WeChat with me later? Tang Shaowu replied coldly, I don't have his WeChat. What? How is that possible? You two are so close, yet you don't have his WeChat. Tang Shaowu remained silent. Su Weile sighed and said, all right, I believe you truly have no friends. I'm really convinced. Then he added, by the way, we were just having a pot stew. Want to see? Tang Shaowu still didn't speak. Su Weile flipped the camera on his phone, pointing it through the window at the courtyard. Master Tang, can you see clearly? That person sitting upright is my father, Comrade Su Jun. He's holding the wine you gave him, savoring it. The one chatting animatedly with my father is my childhood-friendly Tai. The year he was born, his father and mine jointly contracted an iron mine, so they named him. Later, because he excelled at head-butting in elementary school, he earned the nickname Ironhead. Su Weile switched the camera back to himself. Do you know what head-butting is? It's when two people press their heads together, each trying to push the other away. Li Tai is incredibly good at it. Tang Shao's expression softened, and he nodded. Then with a hint of amusement in his voice he asked, "And what about you? Are you any good at it?" Su Weile giggled. "Not me. I wouldn't do that with them. It would mess up my hair." He continued, "It's a shame it's so late. Grandpa and Grandma have already gone to bed, or I'd let you see them." Su Weile giggled. "Not me. I wouldn't do that with them. It would mess up my hair." He continued, "It's a shame it's so late. Grandpa and Grandma have already gone to bed." Su Weile didn't ask Su Jun where to buy that wine. He knew it was probably not something just anyone could purchase, and asking might lead Tang Shaowu to buy more for his father. Better not to ask. Su Weile looked around, but didn't spot Quoki, who was likely still freeloading at Su Jun's place. He wanted to show Tang Shaowu his dog. In short, he wanted to show Tang Shaowu everything. To let him know more about himself, his family. Good friends should understand each other. Su Weile kept talking, and Tang Shaowu listened quietly, occasionally offering a faint smile. The more time Su Weile spent with Tang Shaowu, the more he realized Tang Shaowu wasn't someone who smiled easily. He rarely smiled in private. Su Weile glanced at Tang Shao's side of the screen, which was very dark. "Tang Shaowu, are you at home?" "I'm in the house in Jinhai. Are you still using a wheelchair? It's so dark in your room. Don't you turn on the lights? Are you going to sleep?" Tang Shaowu said flatly, "I'm not using the wheelchair anymore. It's troublesome without someone to push it, and since I've stopped the drug trial, there's no need. Turning off the lights is to create a good sleep environment. I've been having some insomnia." Su Weile frowned. "Tang Shaowu, you really know how to drive me crazy. Go to the doctor tomorrow and continue the new drug trial, do you hear me? And why do you always have insomnia? Get the doctor to treat it. In short, go to the hospital." Tang Shaowu didn't respond. Instead, he leaned back slowly and said softly, "Su Weile, I miss you a little." Su Weile's face instantly flushed. After a long pause, he stammered, "What use is missing me? Right now you need to think about the doctor. Missing me won't cure you." Hearing no reply, Su Weile continued, "Can you hear what I'm saying? Are you playing dumb with me? Don't think silence means I didn't say it." Tang Shao's lips curved into a handsome smile. "Go enjoy your meal, have fun. Isn't your good friend there with you? Go keep your friend company." With that, Tang Shaowu hung up. Su Weile stared at his phone, stunned. He muttered to himself, "Damn, do all the young masters in Jinhai just hang up without saying goodbye? I don't feel like having fun anymore. You've pissed me off. Damn it, Tang Shaowu." Su Weile was furious, almost impulsively calling back on video. But he checked the time and decided against it. What if Tang Shaowu was finally getting sleepy? That guy had trouble sleeping anyway. Su Weile never expected that he would be the one to suffer from insomnia. At first, he replayed the conversation with Tang Shaowu over and over, gradually drawing his own conclusions. Tang Shaowu still had severe headaches. His illness wasn't cured, but he had stopped treatment, refused to follow medical advice, and wasn't sleeping well. At first, he replayed the conversation with Tang Shaowu over and over, gradually drawing his own conclusions. Tang Shaowu still had severe headaches. His illness wasn't cured, but he had stopped treatment, refused. "Isn't your good friend there with you? Go keep your friend company. Isn't your good friend there with you? Go keep your friend company." The spell tormented him all night. The next morning, when Su Weile took Quoki for a run, he felt completely dazed, lightheaded, and heavy-footed. Su Weile thought bitterly, if he felt this way after just one sleepless night, what about Tang Shaowu? When he was in the hospital, he often stayed awake all night due to the nurses back, then said it was very bad for his condition. They also mentioned that his sleeping pills had already exceeded the dosage and couldn't be increased any further. The consequences would be severe. After only one lap with Quoki, he headed back home. Quoki was clearly dissatisfied with the shortened walk, whining and refusing to go back. "Quoki, you're not listening either, are you? Let me tell you, disobedience is wrong. You can't be like Tang Shaowu. He's infuriating, impossible to reason with. From now on, when you see him, bite him hard, got it?" He took Quoki for another stroll around the block, pulling out his phone to send Tang Shaowu a WeChat message. "Did you sleep well last night?" Su Weile expected no reply, but to his surprise, Tang Shaowu did respond, with something that drove him up the wall: "Sleeping in a bit." What? What did that mean? Sleeping in a bit. So he hadn't slept at all last night. Quoki sat quietly by the roadside, watching his dashing young master go from shock to petrification, and then to a full-blown meltdown. Su Weile had nearly fainted from anger after being infuriated by Tang Shaowu that day. After calming down and returning home, he spent a considerable time soothing his emotions before resisting the urge to call Tang Shaowu and start a fierce argument. That day, Su Weile stayed home doing nothing but tirelessly researching information on the treatment and prevention of stubborn headaches, cerebral vasospasm, and how to improve chronic insomnia. To describe Su Weile's day, if he had applied this same diligence to his studies earlier, he could have gotten into Tsinghua University. Later he concluded that he wouldn't worry about medication since Tang Shaowu was wealthy and had a highly skilled doctor as a childhood friend. He believed the medicine would be effective, though it would be even better if Tang Shaowu cooperated with the doctor for trials. Thinking of this, Su Weile gritted his teeth in frustration. Tang Shaowu truly didn't value his own life. So he focused on supplementary treatments, but realized that without being by Tang Shao's side, many methods were impractical. For instance, acupuncture, massage, and physical therapy required physical proximity. Tang Shaowu was not an obedient person. When hospitalized, he only ate after being forced. Thus, remotely instructing Tang Shaowu to follow these treatments was nearly impossible. Moreover, Su Weile discovered that these conditions required long-term persistence to show results. They were as stubborn as the man himself. After all this research, Su Weile found no solution for Tang Shao's headaches, but ended up with a headache himself. Finally, looking at the notebook covered in his scribbles, only one point remained: relax and maintain a positive mood. Before sleep, a small amount of red wine or soft music could aid rest. It was past 11 in the evening, and Tang Shaowu had not messaged. Su Weile lay on the tatami holding a small steel basin of cherry tomatoes, glanced at the time, and sent a message to Tang Shaowu. Tang, are you asleep yet? After nearly 5 minutes, Tang Shaowu sent a video request. Su Weile immediately accepted. A big smiling face appeared on the screen, cheeks bulging as he ate something. Tang, did you sleep during the day? Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who radiated like a little sun, and said calmly, 2 hours. Su Weile popped another cherry tomato into his mouth, unaffected in his speech. Then hurry, get ready to sleep. He'll sleep with you. Tang Shaowu raised an eyebrow. Sleep together? Yes. I read about it today. People with chronic insomnia develop a fear of falling asleep, worrying they can't sleep, which makes it worse. So we need to relax. While chatting, we'll drift off naturally. Su Weile added another cherry tomato, then thought for a moment. Oh, you can also play some soft music. Alright, let's begin. Come on, let's start. After sharing the knowledge head just learned online, seeing the person on the other end still sitting motionless, Su Weile urged, go lie down. Remember when we were in the hospital, wed chat before sleep? Of course, even though I was the only one talking back then. Hee. Now it's the same, talking from 2 rooms, just farther apart, needing a device. Hee. Tang Shaowu remained still, simply gazing at Su Weile. Su Weile blinked. Go on. After 2 minutes, Tang Shaowu actually stood up. The camera shook, then the soft rustle of bedding was heard. When the camera steadied, only a dark blue pillow and a glimpse of Tang Shao's hair were visible. The phone must have been propped against the pillow. Seeing Tang Shaowu so cooperative, Su Weile felt delighted. Alright, let's begin. What shall we talk about? Let me tell you about my childhood. As he slowly ate, Su Weile recounted his childhood mischief. He told how as a little boy he was sent to buy wine for his father, but spent all the money on firecrackers he saw at the store. He played with friends outside the shop until he forgot to go home, only realizing when his father sent his older brother Jean to fetch him. He found his father and friends waiting eagerly for the wine with the food already cold. He described how he was the little tyrant of the alley, never disciplined by his father, protected by the much older Jean, and blessed with a comfortable family. He swaggered around leading a group of kids in mischief, climbing mountains and wading rivers, much to the annoyance of all the parents. Su Weile deliberately slowed his speech, lowering his voice. When recalling amusing moments, he chuckled softly. Occasionally he would whisper, Tang, are you still listening? Tang Shaowu would briefly reply with an mm. As the story went on, Su Weile's voice grew softer, his logic increasingly disjointed, until finally steady breathing was heard. Unlike Tang Shao's camera, which didn't capture his face, Su Weile's phone was pointed directly at him. The face that had been animated moments ago now lay peacefully asleep. Hearing the rhythmic breathing, Tang Shaowu slowly opened his eyes, turned his head, and gazed at the sleeping face on the screen. After a moment, he turned back, pressing his arm against his forehead. With a faint smile, he murmured, Su Weile. I had a rare moment of conscience and considered letting you go, but it seems I'm not suited to be a good person. I truly can't bear to release you. In the dead of night, the silent phone suddenly emitted the sound of a hard object striking metal. A loud clang, obviously painful. Then came Su Weile's wail and the sound of the steel basin hitting the floor. A few minutes later, the night returned to silence. The ostentatious golden retriever, startled, approached, slowly sniffing the basin that its owner had knocked to the floor. Inside, a single cherry tomato leaf lay still. On the other side, in the quiet bedroom of a high-end apartment in Jinhai, the handsome man, lying on the large bed, seemed to have heard the noise from the phone. A faint, genuine smile, free of calculation, curved at the corners of his lips. Su Weile woke up the next morning groggily, searching for his phone. Still lingering in the mindset of last night's conversation with Tang Shaowu, he blurted out, young Master Tang, help me find my phone. After waiting for a while, without hearing his phone ring, he realized he was no longer in the hospital. With a sudden spring, he sat up, taking in the familiar sight of his room, and Quokey, who was already wagging his tail cheerfully on the floor. Quokey, have you seen my phone? Woof. Having finally found his phone, Su Weile quickly checked the chat history as he had no recollection of when he fell asleep. Upon pressing the button, he discovered the battery was dead and the phone had shut down. When it finally powered on, and he saw the duration of yesterday's video call, Su Weile let out a huh. A broad smile spread across his face. Oh my, such a long video call record. That means Tang Shaowu must have fallen asleep during our chat last night too. Otherwise, how could he have forgotten to hang up? Wonderful, simply wonderful. Su Weile quickly typed on his phone, young Master Tang, did you sleep well last night? Tang Shaowu replied promptly, yes. Su Weile said happily, great. Have a good day at work. We'll continue tonight. Tang Shaowu replied okay. Su Weile tossed his phone aside and exclaimed joyfully, how am I so amazing? His good mood lasted all day. At dinner, while serving her beloved grandson, Grandma asked Lele, why are you so happy today? Su Weile widened his eyes. Oh, can you tell I'm happy? Grandpa, sipping his wine, said, I reckon even the mice in our warehouse know by now. Grandpa's words made the three of them burst into laughter. Grandpa took another sip of wine and said, care to share? What's got you so cheerful? Are you in love? Su Weile smiled. No, but Grandma, I made a friend on my trip to Jinhai. A girl. Su Weile took a sip of Grandma's signature soup. No, it's a guy. He's a true gentleman. Handsome, always smiling. But he's pitiful, just like me losing his mother early. And he's worse off than I am. He doesn't have grandparents who love him like you do. His father treats him even worse because he has a new wife and a new son. Grandma frowned. Oh my, that is indeed pitiful. Did that child grow up all? Su Weile ate while pondering. He seems to have a butler around, but he's not very close to him either. He doesn't have any close friends. In short, he's a very lonely person. Oh, by the way, Grandma, he's not a child. He's 31 years old. Grandma exclaimed in surprise, oh, 30 already. Then he should find a girlfriend, and he won't be lonely anymore. With love, a child, a family, he can make up for past regret. Grandpa nodded. Yes, finding someone to share his life with is the only way to heal him. Su Weile wondered what it would be like for someone like Tang Shaowu to have a wife and children. He couldn't imagine it at all. Su Weile wanted to tell his grandpa about Tang Shao's stubborn headaches and the suffering he endured, but he hesitated and ultimately didn't dare. Su Weile feared that mentioning the headaches would touch the deepest pain in his grandparents' hearts. The pain of losing their only precious daughter, a wound that would never. Lost in thoughts of his mother, Su Weile was suddenly brought back by Grandpa's words. Your grandma was so happy today, saying she thought you might have a girl you like. Su Weile was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Me? No, if I like someone, I'd tell you first. Grandma had finished eating and was adding food to her husband and grandson's bowls. Lele, Grandpa and I are getting old. We hope to see you find someone you love to spend your life with before we go. Then we'll have no regrets. Su Weile's eyes reddened. Grandma, don't say that. Seeing his red eyes, Grandma smiled. Our Lele is still a child, tearing up at the slightest thing. How will you ever find a wife like this? After teasing him, Grandma continued, ever since you were little, everyone thought you and Jejia were a pair. To be honest, Jejia is pretty, but that child has too much on her mind and is always striving for something. She's not suitable for you, Lele. You're too kind and too innocent. Su Weile inexplicably thought of Tang Shao's frequent phrase, little fool. He patted Grandma reassuringly. Grandma, don't worry. As I said, I really only see Jejia as a little sister. If I felt otherwise, I would have told you long ago. I never hide anything from you. Grandma patted his head with satisfaction and said to her husband, it seems we'll have to take good care of ourselves. It might be a long wait before we see Lele settle down. Our grandson simply hasn't woken up yet. At 11 o'clock sharp that evening, Su Weile messaged Tang Shaowu, young Master Tang, time for bed. When Tang Shaowu answered the video call, the screen showed the same small steel basin as last night. He smiled. Still eating fruit. Su Weile adjusted the phone camera and said happily, yes, it's so sweet. I wish you could taste it. Tang Shaowu stared at his eating mouth. How would I taste it? Alas, I can't give it to you. Buy some yourself tomorrow. Tang Shaowu said blandly, would it be the same? Tonight's conversation was noticeably more engaging than last night's. The two chatted, and before they knew it, it was past midnight. Su Weile laughed. Young Master Tang, we're a bit off topic tonight. The more we talk, the more awake we get. Tang Shaowu smiled. What do you suggest? Su Weile stood up in the frame, revealing his loose-fitting plaid pajama pants. A moment later, the screen went dark. I've turned off the light. Let's talk while we sleep, just like last night. He'll talk, you listen, okay? Tang Shaowu chuckled. Su Weile, you didn't brush your teeth after eating fruit. Su Weile in the frame froze, not expecting that remark. Brush teeth. No worries, I just drank some mineral water. It's as good as rinsing, hee. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was trying to bluff his way out, and continued, eating sweets without brushing will ruin your teeth quickly. Su Weile's eyes flickered. How about I put you to sleep first, then brush my teeth later? Tang Shaowu replied, no, because you might fall asleep before me. Tang Shaowu, you can't even take care of yourself. Don't boss me around. There was a moment of silence. Tang Shao's voice held a hint of amusement. Su Weile, you're such a coward. Are you afraid of ghosts? A single remark from Tang Shaowu made Su Weile's face flush crimson. You? You're the one who's afraid of ghosts. I just don't want to brush my teeth, so what? Tang Shaowu, why are you being so annoying again? In the frame, Tang Shao's body trembled slightly as he laughed, and Su Weile couldn't help but stare mesmerized. In his memory, Tang Shaowu rarely smiled so freely. His body shook gently, the depth in his eyes replaced by a brilliance like black gemstones. His attractive lips curved upward in a beautiful arc. A pity that half of it was hidden behind the empty fist he held near his mouth. Su Weile stared blankly at the camera until Tang Shaowu stopped laughing, cleared his throat, and said, "Keep the phone with you. If you video chat while brushing your teeth, maybe you won't be scared." Seeing no way out, Su Weile slowly got up, turned on the light again, and muttered, "I told you I'm not scared. Why are you so annoying? You're really bothersome." Phone in hand, he headed toward the bathroom, while calling out to his sleeping golden retriever, "Quokey, come here." Through the phone, Tang Shaowu noticed that the layout of Su Weile's house required crossing the living room and kitchen to reach the bathroom, a long walk from the bedroom down a hallway. Su Weile whispered, "Tang Shaowu, now you know why I hate going. It's so far." Tang Shao's voice was low but carried a soothing power. "Why isn't there a bathroom in the bedroom?" Su Weile continued in a hushed tone, "Because that's how this kind of house is built. My grandparents don't like apartment buildings. They prefer small courtyards. After we bought it, there were some renovations. My dad added a bathroom to my grandparents' bedroom, but not to mine. He only thought about respecting the elderly and forgot to love the young." Tang Shaowu asked, "So how did you go to the bathroom before? What did you do after eating?" Su Weile finally reached the bathroom and turned on the light. As the brightness flooded in, his voice grew louder, "Before, I just left the living room light on. The layout here is terrible. If you want to turn on the light, you have to grope your way through the dark for a long time first." Su Weile brushed his teeth, quickly mumbling, "Besides, Quokey keeps me company." Tang Shaowu barely caught his words. Watching the person in the frame finish brushing, he grinned at the camera and said, "See, good enough for you, Master Tang. Really, my dad never bothers me about brushing. I brushed them thoroughly earlier. I just had a few cherry tomatoes, that's all." After brushing, Su Weile felt much better. He had been burdened by the thought, but he was genuinely a bit scared, so he had considered skipping the whole thing. Su Weile chuckled, "Since I'm here, I might as well pee." He turned around and faced the toilet. Tang Shaowu could only see a quarter of his figure in the frame, but he could still hear the sounds. When the flush echoed, Su Weile was already washing his hands. Tang Shaowu smiled and said, "So you were so scared that you wouldn't even go to the bathroom? Were you planning to hold it until tomorrow?" Su Weile giggled, "Not at all. I didn't feel the urge until I started peeing. It's amazing." After all the fuss, he returned to the bedroom and let out a long sigh. "Oh, that feels so good. Sleep now, Master Tang. Lie down. Our Su Weile growth diary for today is about to begin." The conversation turned into a monologue without Tang Shao's responses, and Su Weile soon grew drowsy. He struggled to stay awake, but eventually succumbed to sleep, drifting off little by little. Tang Shaowu still didn't end the video call, and slowly fell into slumber as well. This was rare for him, especially without taking sleeping pills. Taitu also sensed Su Weile's happiness. He asked, "Lele, did you get a girlfriend when you went to Jinhai?" Su Weile said while gaming, "No." "What girlfriend?" Taitu believed him. Su Weile never lied. But since Taitu spent almost every day with Su Weile, he was sure there was no one in Yanshan. So why had he been so cheerful lately? Taitu said, "What's with the goofy smile every day? You look so happy, I thought you were secretly dating someone behind my back." Su Weile realized his mood was good, probably because he chatted happily with Tang Shaowu every day. In any case, Tang Shao's sleep had improved, and that gave him a strong sense of accomplishment. Taitu, watching Su while gaming, said, "Shao Lu, I'm coming to your place for dinner today. I'm craving grandma's pickled vegetables. Got any?" "Yup, plenty. What else do you want?" "He'll tell grandma to prepare it." "No need to prepare anything special. I love everything grandma makes." After speaking, Taitu leaned in mysteriously and said, "He'll show you something good tonight." Su Weile didn't look up. "What is it?" "Something tasty." "Not tasty, something exciting to watch." Su Weile frowned and looked up. "Taitu, are you trying to scare me again?" "I'm not watching any horror movies with you." Taitu rolled his eyes. "What horror movie?" "It's an action flick. You'll see when we get there. Big Brother is going to broaden your horizons." Su Weile gave him a puzzled look, then went back to his game. Su Weile called his grandmother in advance to let her know Taitu was coming for dinner and asked her to make extra good food. Grandma gladly agreed. Taitu had been a regular guest at his house since childhood, and both grandparents adored him. Today Taitu was the same as always, stuffing himself into a ball. Su Weile ate very little, as he had since childhood. He wasn't picky, but he just ate small amounts, except for ice cream and cake. So whenever Taitu came for dinner, the table atmosphere was fantastic. Unlike Su Weile, Taitu was a human food processor, a storm of inhaling that left Grandma and Grandpa always said watching Taitu eat was appetizing. Su Weile, on the other hand, said that every time he saw Taitu eat, he felt full. That evening on the tatami in Su Weile's room, one small steel basin had turned into two, one for each of them, as they furiously played games. Taitus' voice kept breaking through. "Oh man, Shaoless, save me, save me." Su Weile replied helplessly, "Taitu, next time just call yourself Kaitu Vegetable Head. You're so bad. Are your hands made of duck webs? Can't even separate your fingers." Taitu's face was flushed either from frustration or from being killed by others repeatedly. "Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Will help me block him. I'll kill him 100 times. Su Weile laughed. 2 against 1 isn't fair. Take him on yourself. He glanced at the time and said, "Hey Taitu, I'm done playing. Where are you sleeping tonight?" "Still in the living room." Taitu was still glued to the screen, killing spree in full swing. "Yeah, where else? Your bed. And get kicked and punched all night." "What's up? Tired?" Su Weile checked the time, 11 p.m. "Not tired, but I need to video chat with a friend from Jinhai soon." "Go ahead. Why do you need to hide it from me? Got state secrets?" Before Su Weile could explain, Tang Shao's video call request came through. Su Weile hesitated for a moment as he looked at the video call request, but eventually answered, thinking he would explain once it connected. After all, Taitu would soon be heading to the living room to sleep. As soon as the call connected, Su Weile flashed a bright smile at the screen. "Young Master Tang." Tang Shao's expression remained calm, dressed in black pajamas, seemingly already in bed, leaning against the headboard in a relaxed posture. "So tonight we're going to hear the story of little Su Weile's first day at school." Before Su Weile could respond, from the other side, Taitu suddenly muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn Lele, I died again." Su Weile kicked him. "Keep your voice down, will you? You're so bad at the game, yet you still provoke others. What did you expect them to do?" Taitu noticed Su Weile was on a call and said, "Oh, you're video chatting. Sorry, you'll shut up." When Su Weile looked back at the screen, he frowned. He saw that Tang Shaowu, who had been relaxed just moments ago, was now sitting upright, his expression no longer calm, but wearing his usual smile. Even his voice had lost its earlier languor, becoming icy. "Is there someone else in the room?" Su Weile suddenly felt nervous. "Oh, it's Li Tai, Taitu, my good friend. I've mentioned him to you before, haven't I?" Tang Shaowu said nothing, merely gazing at him calmly, his smile unchanged. "I see." Then he hung up the call. Su Weile stared at the disconnected call, utterly stunned. For a full minute, he stood frozen. Then he immediately called back, but the other side never answered. Su Weile could only send a message. "Tang Shaowu, why did you hang up? What else? Was I supposed to listen to the two of you perform a double act tonight?" Before Su Weile could explain that Taitu would soon go back to the living room to sleep, Tang Shao's second message arrived. "Go have fun with your good friend. No more talk." What did he mean, no more talking? Why wouldn't he talk? Seeing Taitu still fiercely engaged in the game, Su Weile went to the living room alone, didn't turn on the lights, and immediately started sending video call requests. The living room light suddenly turned on. Su Weile squinted and saw Taitu approaching. "What's wrong? Getting brave, are we?" The living room light suddenly turned on. Su Weile squinted and saw Taitu approaching. "What's wrong? Getting brave, are we? Sitting here in the dark. What do you do?" Su Weile took a deep breath. "Nothing. Just trying to call someone, but it won't go through." Taitu said, "Hey, maybe they've got something going on. Besides, it's late. Maybe they're already asleep. Can't you wait until tomorrow?" "That's rude, kid." Su Weile sighed deeply. "Is the person who killed you in the game still online?" "They'll kill him for you." Taitu grinned. "Really? Hurry, come avenge me." Su Weile finally found an outlet for his pent-up fury. It turned out that Taitu wasn't entirely to blame for his poor performance. The opponent was indeed a skilled gamer. Su Weile fought him in the game until the early hours, eventually forcing the opponent to say, "Dude, what did I ever do to you?" Taitu was stunned by Su Weile's rapid finger movements on the phone screen. He swallowed and said, "Lele, that's enough. My revenge is complete. Why are you still going berserk?" After countless takedowns, Su Weile angrily tossed his phone aside, panting heavily. Li Tai nibbled on some fruit while sneaking glances at Su Weile. "Little master, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Su Weile stayed silent for a while, then calmed down a bit before speaking. "Tai, to tell me, why do some people know exactly how to infuriate you? You try every way to be good to them, and the moment something doesn't go their way, they ignore you. No explanation, no chance to speak." Li Tai frowned. "That sounds just like what one of my buddies says about his girlfriend." Su Weile was so angry that he crunched on his snack loudly. Taitu chuckled. "Come on, don't be mad. That's how it is with friends. You feel like you're dying of anger at the moment, but later you realize it's nothing." He leaned in mysteriously. "Let me show you something good, distract you." He pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into Su Weile's laptop. Su Weile paid little attention, still simmering with anger, until images began to appear on the. It started with a typical romantic drama setup. Su Weile remarked, "Is this a movie? Must be a low-budget production. The quality is terrible." Taitu's eyes were glued to the screen. "Just wait, the best part is coming." Su Weile reluctantly kept watching. Suddenly, Su Weile's eyes widened. "This? How? Taitu, can't you teach me something good?" Taitu laughed heartily, unable to tear his eyes away. "Oh, my little master Lele, how old are you now? You've got to learn this, you know. It's a required course. Let big brother teach you." Su Weile's face flushed bright red. Awkwardly, he said, "Go watch it in another room." Taitu shrugged. I brought it specially to enlighten you. Are you even a man? He pushed the screen closer to Su Weile. Although Su Weile kept his eyes on the screen, he remained relatively quiet, unlike Taitu, who could barely contain himself. Taitu turned to look at the unusually silent Su Weile and suddenly grinned. Lele, what's wrong with you? Tell big brother. Are you not up to it? Su Weile kicked him hard. You're the one who's not up to it. Imperfectly fine. He and Taitu had known each other since childhood. They'd bathed in the same tub, compared who could pee farther, who was bigger as they grew up, and later, who lasted longer. But Su Weile had never liked watching such videos. Taitu had always been puzzled, saying, what guy doesn't like this? He remembered Su Weile saying it was all fake and boring. Yet Taitu thought he was just embarrassed because his face turned very red when he said it. Su Weile's already handsome face was now flushed with a rosy hue. When Taitu looked back at the female lead on the screen, he suddenly felt there was something lacking. Taitu, a classic case of biting the hand that feeds him. After calming down, he glanced at the screen and immediately cursed. Damn, the guy who gave me the disc said this woman was drop-dead gorgeous, but she's just so-so, isn't she? Su Weile snorted dismissively. You were practically drooling all over her face just now, and now you're saying this. Have you no shame? Taitu grinned, so feeling better now. Su Weile replied perfunctorily, Taitu relaxed back onto the tatami. Shaowu, I feel like whoever ends up marrying you is going to have a lot of pressure. Why? What's wrong with me? Taitu said, imagine discovering that your husband is more beautiful than you with this indescribable aura about him. Yeah, that's got to be tough. Su Weile frowned. How could that be? If I like someone, he'll do it. It's not a beauty contest. Taitu said, next time you fight, take a look in the mirror. Su Weile snapped, am I some kind of pervert? They both imagined the scene and burst out laughing. They chatted a bit more. By the time they were ready to rest, it felt like dawn was breaking. Su Weile's eyes were slowly closing from exhaustion. Yawning, Taitu got up and drew the curtains for Su Weile, worried that the sunlight would disturb his sleep. Then he went to the living room to sleep. Su Weile slept uneasily, plagued by fragmented dreams. He dreamed of his childhood, playing happily with his mother, who spoke tenderly, my treasure, I only wish for you to grow up happy and healthy. Then he dreamed of a sterile white hospital room, his mother banging her head against the wall, in agony, thud, 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 each sound striking his heart. Su Weile felt his heart ache unbearably. On the tatami, Su Weile murmured in his sleep, Mom. Later he dreamed of Tang Shaowu, also in a white bed, leaning his head back against the wall, still and silent. Su Weile watched the veins at his temple throb violently. Frowning, Su Weile whispered, Tang Shaowu. At noon he was awakened by his father's call. You little brat, if I don't call you, you'll never call me first, will you? Su Weile's head felt heavy and dizzy, probably from the endless dreams all night. What's up, old Su? Su Jun's voice was deep and firm. 2 of the shops have expired leases. Take me to collect the rent this afternoon, or I can also drop by Uncle Dallas for a drink. Su Weile sighed helplessly. You just want a drink, don't you? Collecting rent is just an excuse. You little brat, what's wrong with being your old man's driver for once? Otherwise, what use do I have for a son? Get up now. I'm waiting for you. Su Jun had been retired for years. He had invested in many storefronts on the best street in Yanshan back when he made his fortune, and now those rents were substantial. A nest egg had accumulated for his son. When Su Weile finished washing up and was about to leave, Taitu was still asleep. He didn't wake him, he went out alone. After waking, he had sent WeChat messages and called Tang Shaowu, but still couldn't reach him at all. Su Weile let out a deep sigh. He now fully understood what the martial arts films meant by a stifling sensation in the chest. That was exactly how he felt. A clogged, suffocating feeling, as if he might cough up blood. He chauffeured Su Jun around all day, and they didn't return until 7 in the evening. Su Jun was already tipsy. Su Weile decided to take him back to the apartment upstairs. He also planned to stay there for the night. After putting his father to bed, Su Weile returned to his own room. He hadn't been back in a long time, but it was still spotless. His father must have cleaned it every day. Su Weile took a shower and laid down on the big bed. He checked his phone. A bunch of messages, but none from Tang Shaowu. He wanted to send a message cursing him out. Why is it so damn hard to be friends with you? You get mad at the drop of a hat, disappear without a trace. Can't we just get along? Damn it. As he seated internally staring at the screen, he was so lost in thought that when a new message suddenly appeared on Tang Shao's chat page, he didn't react at first. He blinked hard, twice, frozen in shock. Creditor, so are there still good friends in your bed at home today? Those words were like magic, instantly dispelling the gloom that had haunted him all day and night. A ray of sunshine broke through, flooding his heart. Su Weile excitedly replied, You're talking to me. No, there's no one. Today's good friend is you. Will be with you all day. Creditor, how will you be with me? Can I sleep with you like yesterday's friend? Su Weile, carried away, said, Sure, come on over. They'll hold you while we sleep. Creditor, then it's really worth my coming. Su Weile froze. What do you mean? Where are you coming? A surge of excitement mixed with nervousness ran through Su Weile. Though it seemed almost impossible, a faint hope flickered in his heart. In this conflicting state, his heart pounded wildly, as if it might leap out of his chest. Tang Shaowu didn't speak, just sent a picture. With trembling hands, Su Weile opened it and jumped up. Damn! The photo showed the front gate of his grandmother's house. Without another thought, he grabbed his car keys and rushed out. His heart still racing, he kept asking himself, is it real? Or is Tang Shaowu just messing with him? He drove at full speed until he reached the alley of his grandmother's house. Sitting in the car, he scanned the area with the headlights, but saw no other parked car. A sharp pang of disappointment hit him. Deflated like a punctured balloon, he slumped into the seat and pulled out his phone to send a message. You're a grown man, and you still trick kids. What's the point? After sending the message, he huffed and got out of the car. Since he was already here, he might as well stay at Grandma's. He approached the gate and was about to take out the key. From the shadows by the roadside, a long-missed, lovely voice sounded. So late, and you're out gallivanting. Where have you been? Su Weile froze completely, and Tang Shaowu finished his sentence and then fell silent. Su Weile stood frozen in place for a full minute, listening quietly, but no sound came from behind him. Su Weile frowned and said, such a clear auditory hallucination. Then he slowly turned around and saw Tang Shaowu standing against the wall. He stared straight at him, motionless and unsmiling. After a moment of stunned silence, a beautiful smile unfolded like a slowly blooming flower on Su Weile's face. Tang Shaowu. Su Weile rushed over excitedly, his overwhelming joy erasing all sense of distance as he threw his arms around Tang Shaowu in a hug. You really came? I specifically checked. There were no cars. I thought you were lying to me. Tang Shaowu said flatly. Do you only know about one mode of transportation? You had your high beams on for ages, dazzling me and giving me a headache. I came by plane. Where have you been gallivanting? I waited for you for so long. Su Weile's voice was brimming with laughter. Gallivanting? Do I only have one home? I sleep in a different place every day. I could go a whole month without repeating a single spot. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was still clinging to him, and said with a smile, so impressive, Master Su. Haha, then let's go quickly. He'll take you home. After Su Weile opened the gate, his voice dropped to a whisper. Tang Shaowu, my grandparents are asleep, right? Let's be quiet. He'll introduce you to them tomorrow. Tang Shaowu gave a soft mm. Su Weile tiptoed quietly, leading Tang Shaowu into the courtyard and straight to his own room. As soon as they entered, Su Weile's voice rose a little. All right, we're in. You can relax now. The illustrious Master Tang, gracing my humble abode, truly. Su Weile grabbed a pair of slippers for Tang Shaowu while saying, what a surprise. Why did you suddenly come over? I really didn't expect this. Tang Shaowu changed his shoes and glanced around Su Weile's room. Casually he said, well, I had some work matters and I happened to be in the area. I wanted to see you. Su Weile accepted this without suspicion. That explains it. Why so late though? I thought you were ignoring me and were angry. Tang Shaowu smiled, but said nothing. Excited by Tang Shao's arrival, Su Weile tidied up the clothes he had tossed aside in his morning rush, while calling out, Master Tang, make yourself at home. He'll get you some water in a moment. Are you tired? Tang Shaowu spotted the blanket and pillow on the sofa. Who slept on the couch? Oh, Taitu. Wasn't he here yesterday? He usually doesn't like sleeping in the guest room. We both tend to crash only when we're exhausted, so he just sleeps on the sofa for convenience, ha. Then Su Weile went over to clear the sofa. He grumbled inwardly, lazy pig, couldn't he have put away the blanket after waking up? While tidying up, Su Weile said, Master Tang, I'm done. You can come sit now. Tang Shaowu watched Su Weile's back as he cleaned, but instead of sitting down, he said directly, actually showing up so late is quite rude. Su Weile laughed. Oh my god, please don't talk like that. It instantly creates a generation gap. Why bring that up between close friends? When Taitu came back from his trip, he called me to pick him up at the airport in the middle of the night. Tang Shaowu smiled, but didn't speak. Su Weile knew that Tang Shaowu was different from him and Taitu. In a different league, plain and simple. But Tang Shaowu coming to see him today made him genuinely happy. He worried that Tang Shaowu might feel awkward, so he kept bustling around. He fetched water and washed fruit. Tang Shaowu said calmly, stop fussing. I'm not hungry or thirsty. All this moving around is giving me a headache. Su Weile remembered Head said earlier that the car's headlights gave him a headache, and now he said the fussing was giving him a headache. Su Weile suddenly realized, Tang Shaowu, is your head hurting again? Tang Shaowu smiled. Yeah, it's been hurting all day. Medicine isn't working, so I came to you. I brought the acupuncture needles. After you left, no one helped ease my head. Su Weile's heart ached fiercely. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sit down, let me massage you a bit first. But Tang Shaowu refused. It's actually not too bad now, not as painful. It's just that I'm still in my outdoor clothes, so it's not comfortable to sit. Su Weile knew Tang Shaowu had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Alright, take a shower first. He'll show you the way. But I don't have any CEA-style pajamas here. Do you mind wearing mine? I usually buy them a size larger, so they should fit you well enough. After leading Tang Shaowu to the bathroom, Su Weile placed a set of his own, barely worn white pajamas on the table by the door. He then began preparing supplies, alcohol for sterilizing the acupuncture needles, medical cotton balls. As he rummaged, he also found a solid wood 5-prong comb specifically for head massage. He also found a gua sha tool. Su Weile was still rummaging when Tang Shaowu emerged from the shower wearing Su Weile's pajamas. He suddenly looked youthful and radiant. Su Weile couldn't take, Master Tang, if you had been in school with me, I might have lost my title as campus heartthrob. Tang Shaowu dried his hair as he asked, You were the campus heartthrob. Of course, do I even need to say it? In this handsome the title was obviously mine. After Su Weile's remark, the two exchanged a smile. Su Weile felt truly happy tonight. Carrying a pile of massage tools head, found Su Weile grinned. Come on, let me take you to my royal bedchamber. While Tang Shaowu was showering, Su Weile had quickly tidied up the bedroom. Though he usually kept things neat, his large bedroom often accumulated odds and ends since it was his main living space, so had done a quick tidy. Seeing Tang Shaowu still standing there, Su Weile said, Come on, lie down. Let me give you a good massage. It's late. You must be tired. After the massage you can rest early. He'll sleep in the living room, and you take the master bedroom. Tang Shaowu climbed onto the tatami and sat cross-legged like Su Weile. Half-jokingly he said, Didn't you say you'd hold me when I came? Su Weile grinned roguishly. Sure, if you don't mind, I'll hold you while we sleep. During their time in the hospital, they had slept together every night. Though not in the same room, the hospital rooms were small, so it always felt like they were sharing a space. So now the two of them felt natural about this. A natural closeness. Su Weile sterilized the acupuncture needles with an alcohol cotton ball and casually reached for the small fruit peel trash bin on the tatami. As he tossed the cotton ball in, Tang Shaowu noticed crumpled tissues inside. As he stared, Tang Shao's gaze darkened, and the temperature around him seemed to drop. Whether it was because he was too close or his understanding of Tang Shaowu, Su Weile sensed the shift in Tang Shao's mood. Tilting his head to look at him, he asked with a smile, What's wrong? Suddenly unhappy, Tang Shaowu looked up at Su Weile, a faint smile on his lips. Had a good time with your close friend last night, didn't you? What did you do? Su Weile replied nonchalantly, Just the usual stuff. Eating, playing games, watching movies. The needles were sterilized. Su Weile quickly grabbed Tang Shao's hand, first massaging the acupoints, then finding the right spot and inserting the acupuncture needle. Gently twisting the needle, he asked, Does it hurt? Tang Shaowu didn't reply, his gaze fixed on the crown of the boy's head as he bent over to administer the acupuncture. From those beautiful lips came words laced with a strong hint of persuasion. What movie did you watch? Su Weile's face flushed instantly. Just a movie, a low-budget one, Tang Shaowu looked at him quietly. Even a low-budget production has a name, doesn't it? What movie, Su Weile decided to play dumb. I forgot. I've had a bad memory since I was a kid. With that he began needling other acupoints. To change the subject he added, Since you're here, I'll have Grandpa give you a session tomorrow. It'll definitely make you feel better. My grandpa is really skilled. If you can't remember the movie's name, let's watch it again. I'd like to see it too. Su Weile plopped down angrily opposite Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu, are you going to keep harping on this movie? Fine, we won't watch it today. If you want to watch it, I'll take you to the cinema tomorrow and rent the whole place for you. Satisfied, Tang Shaowu looked at the furious Su Weile and smiled. Why are you angry? You can watch movies with your other close friends, but not with me. Aren't we friends? Friends have different levels of closeness, don't they, Su Weile had never really compared the closeness of friends. But Taitu, his childhood friend, was someone he knew inside out. They'd seen each other at their worst, so they could do anything together without a second thought, like watching adult films and, well, you know. As for Tang Shaowu, Su Weile genuinely didn't feel he was inferior to Taitu. In his mind, they were incomparable, two separate existences that didn't conflict. To him, both were very important. But if he imagined doing something like that with Tang Shaowu, Su Weile felt his blood rush to his head. His face and ears turned red. He felt terribly embarrassed. Tang Shaowu noticed Su Weile didn't answer. He smiled and nodded, then said softly, All right, I understand. I won't push you. I get it. We're probably just two ordinary of friends. I shouldn't expect the same treatment as your close friend. I was a bit out of line. Su Weile was dumbfounded. Tang Shaowu, have you no conscience? Haven't I been good enough to you? Think about how you've treated me. Toying with me, deceiving me, doing all sorts of rotten things. Did I ever blame you? I worry about you every day. Your headaches, your sleep, your appetite. I've never cared about anyone this much. And now you say I don't see you as a close friend. Then what do I take you for? My father. Do I need a father? Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was bristling like a little leopard, and raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on his lips. After Su Weile finished shouting, he was panting and glaring at Tang Shaowu, still furious. What the hell do you want to watch? Tang Shaowu actually laughed out loud. Such a young age and such a foul mouth. Su Weile felt a little better seeing him laugh. At your age, how can you be so infuriating? Su Weile, how have I infuriated you? I just want to be your friend, a really good friend. But I've never had friends before, so I don't know how. I tried to copy the pattern you have with your close friend, but you wouldn't agree. Su Weile blinked and said, No. That's not right. Stop. You're twisting the facts again. Tang Shaowu continued unabated. Then I said you didn't want to be close friends with me, and you got angry, brought up a bunch of irrelevant things, and started digging up old grudges. I've apologized for the past. You've punished me. You even abandoned me before I was fully discharged from the hospital. Why bring it up again today? Su Weile had always been straightforward. Yes was yes, no was no. He had never encountered a master negotiator like Tang Shaowu. How could he compete? He often got led astray whether he was right or wrong, and ended up feeling in the wrong himself. Tang Shao's upbringing combined with his natural aptitude for scheming, plus years of cutthroat business dealings, made dealing with someone as transparent as Su Weile a piece of cake. Su Weile was left speechless, his mind nearly going blank. Tang Shaowu said nothing, just looked at him with that smile. Finally, Su Weile gave up and said, "You're hellbent on watching that movie, aren't you? Fine. You can watch it, okay?" Then he angrily grabbed his laptop, turned it on, and searched through his flashy desktop for a folder of movies. Before he could open it, Tang Shao's cold voice came. "Su Weile, don't try to play tricks on me. Are you trying to fool me with some random movie?" Su Weile's face turned even redder. He didn't dare turn around, muttering, "That one was from Taida's portable hard drive. They'll find you something similar, okay?" He scrolled through the list, but couldn't find anything that fit. Su Weile didn't really have a collection of that kind of stuff. He usually just watched whatever Taitu brought. He couldn't very well ask Taitu for it now. Taitu would probably think he'd lost his mind. Su Weile sighed, turned around, and said to Tang Shaowu, "Yesterday we watched a little adult film. I didn't save it. You still want to watch that kind of thing?" Tang Shaowu smiled. "Of course. Why not? I'm a man, aren't I? Isn't that what close friends do? Watch together, comment, and help each other out." Su Weile muttered under his breath, "Help each other out? Don't you have hands? Everyone takes care of themselves, right?" Tang Shaowu smiled. "What are you muttering about?" Su Weile said petulantly, "Nothing. The little film is gone. There are only these movies. Take it or leave it." Tang Shaowu said with a hint of amusement, "All right, then we won't watch." Su Weile was a bit surprised that Tang Shaowu agreed so readily, and even felt a little self-conscious about his own hesitation. Watching a movie together between two men was perfectly normal. Yet here he was dragging his feet. It seemed a bit lame. Su Weile asked tentatively, "Are you angry?" Tang Shaowu replied flatly, "No." Su Weile rubbed his nose and said, "I really don't have that kind of video. I'll get a couple from Taitu tomorrow, he has plenty." Tang Shaowu's tone remained indifferent, "Forget it." Then his gaze wandered to Su Weile's bedroom, which was just a typical, yet it was clear that he kept it tidy. Though there were many things, they were not messy. When Tang Shaowu fell silent, Su Weile watched him, and the presence of Tang Shaowu in his room stirred a strange feeling in Su Weile's heart. He was happy. Seeing him lounging so relaxed on the tatami where he slept every night made Su Weile feel a sense of bliss. He thought he truly cherished Tang Shaowu as a friend. Neither spoke, but their eyes accidentally met, and they smiled at each other. Su Weile asked softly, "Does your head still hurt?" Tang Shaowu shook his head. "No, it's much better." Su Weile grabbed a cushion, placed it on the tatami, and laid down beside Tang Shaowu. "Tang Shaowu, you should go back to the hospital to try the medication. The doctor said you need to be observed in the hospital, and then they can mix the right medicine for you. Because a single drug isn't effective, you have to compound them this way. Just listen to the doctor." Tang Shaowu looked down at the boy lying beside him and smiled. "I don't like hospitals, and there's no one to accompany me." Su Weile frowned, thinking, but he really couldn't think of any other friends Tang Shaowu had. He could only say, "You're a grown man, why do you need company for a hospital stay? Isn't Uncle Su there? And Brother Kai? I can call you every day too." Tang Shaowu said nothing, his expression indifferent, as he turned his head to look at the starry sky outside. Su Weile looked up at Tang Shaowu, feeling that the night had become beautiful. "Tang Shaowu, how did you get so handsome? Do you take after your mother? I look like mine." Su Weile recalled what his uncle had said about Tang Shaowu's youth. With a pang of sympathy, he played with the silver needle in Tang Shaowu's hand, watching it slowly turn against his skin. Tang Shaowu's voice was flat. "I might look a lot like her. Maybe my personality is similar too." Su Weile asked cautiously, "Did your aunt pass away from illness?" "My mother died of illness when I was just starting elementary school. I was devastated, and even now thinking about it hurts." A faint cold smile curved Tang Shaowu's lips. "You could say she was sick. She committed suicide." The words left Su Weile stunned for a long time. WWHY. "After she gave birth to me, her condition wasn't good. Probably postpartum depression. She kept getting treatment, but it didn't help much. Once while I was sleeping, she grabbed my throat hard. Our nanny found her, rushed me to the hospital, and I was saved. After that, I was handed over to the nanny, and she was sent back to her family in Jiangxing. I rarely saw her after that. Later, when I was 7, she killed herself." When Tang Shaowu mentioned that his own mother had nearly strangled him, Su Weile sat up in shock. He couldn't imagine how a mother could try to kill her own son. To Su Weile, a mother's love for her child was the most sincere and selfless love in the world, a love that could never be enough. Tang Shaowu finished his narration calmly, but Su Weile couldn't suppress his sorrow. His eyes reddened, and he couldn't help leaning forward to gently embrace Tang. The hug lasted a long time. Su Weile's voice choked as he said, "You must have been in so much pain." Tang Shaowu let him hold him, then let out a soft laugh. "I'm not in pain. Compared to your grief and longing for your mother, I'm actually quite calm. In the 7 years from my birth to her death, I saw her no more than 10 times. Every time she was either disgusted with me or indifferent. I didn't feel anything when she left. Maybe I'm naturally cold, or maybe I'm too much like her. Anyway, I'm not suffering." Still holding Tang Shaowu, Su Weile gently patted his back. "Why did she treat you like that? Was it just because she had depression? She must have been sick out of her mind." Tang Shaowu's smile deepened. "Not entirely. Her illness came and went. When she was sick, she hated me. When she was fine, she was annoyed by me. She married my father because she was pregnant. He married her for the Jiang family's influence. Whether my mother truly loved him or only agreed because of me or for some other reason, I'll never know. She won't tell me, and I don't want to know. All I know is that after my mother died, a new Madame Tang came into our home. She was a distant cousin my mother had always taken care of. I didn't care, but what bothered me was that she brought a child, my half-brother. I was 7 then, and they said he was 5. But in truth, this brother of mine is a year older than me." Su Weile had already let go of Tang Shaowu, once again stunned, his mouth wide open. His eyes were wide at a loss for words. He remembered what his uncle had said and deeply understood the phrase, "the deep sea of a noble house." He also felt the truth of his uncle's words. Behind the glamorous facade of wealthy families, sordid and dirty things are everywhere. Su Weile's heart ached unbearably. He gently patted Tang Shaowu's leg. "Tang Shaowu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought up things that hurt you. Don't be sad." Tang Shaowu smiled at him. "You don't need to apologize. I told you I'm not sad. It's not an act. I don't feel grief or pain, but I don't like being deceived. They all say I hold grudges, and I think that's accurate." Su Weile silently counted Tang Shaowu's grandfather, father, mother, stepmother, the outwardly younger, but actually older brother. None of these close relatives had ever— What kind of family was this? The more Su Weile thought about it, the angrier he became. He silently resolved to be kinder to Tang Shaowu and to be his best friend. After much thought, Su Weile suddenly said, "Tang Shaowu, didn't you want to watch a porno with me? Come on, I'll watch it with you." As soon as Su Weile made this decision, he set to work immediately. After glancing at the clock and realizing it was almost time, he removed all the acupuncture needles from Tang Shaowu. While removing the needles, he said, "Master Tang, does your head still hurt?" Tang Shaowu replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It stopped hurting completely when you embraced me just now." Su Weile chuckled. "My hugs have such miraculous healing powers. Then when I hugged you goodbye at the hospital last time, you seemed quite reluctant." Tang Shaowu smiled. "I wasn't reluctant. I meant that you can't just hug me and run away. I won't let you off that easily." Su Weile laughed and walked over to the computer, saying, "Are you trying to scare a child? You don't act like an adult at all." Su Weile opened the synchronized WeChat on the computer and muttered to himself, "I'll ask Taitu for a movie. The one from yesterday was actually not good." Tang Shaowu remained relaxed, leaning against the back of the tatami mat, his arm casually draped over the windowsill behind him. He watched Su Weile contact Taitu. "Taitu, give me a movie to watch." "What? Say that again. Have you been hacked? Tell me your handle. Piss off, hurry up. Give me a good one. Not like yesterday." "Come on, my little master, what's wrong with you? You've never asked for this before. What happened? Didn't you just relieve your stress yesterday? Feeling down again? Couldn't get through on the phone? Don't waste time anymore. Ha ha ha, take care of yourself. And one more thing, when you're doing it today, take my advice. Look in the mirror. Tell me if I was exaggerating yesterday. Fucking hell, you drive anyone crazy. Li Taitu, I'll destroy you tomorrow." Tang Shaowu watched their chat history, his eyes trailing over Su Weile's ears, which were gradually turning red and fixed on the screen. His fingers tapped lightly on the windowsill. Taitu quickly sent over not just one, but several files. "Take your pick." Su Weile stood up first, drew the curtains, then turned off the lights and returned to the computer. "There are several. Which one do you want to watch? But I should warn you, Taitu's taste is really mediocre." Tang Shaowu said coldly, "Do you two often watch together?" Su Weile replied casually, "Yeah, he brings them every time. He told me yesterday that after doing it you can relieve stress and lift your mood. Haha, I hope you'll feel better soon." As he spoke, Su Weile suddenly turned around with a mysterious look and said to Tang Shaowu, "Master Tang, I always forget the generation gap between us. You're so much older than me. You must have a much richer collection, right? What kind do you watch?" Tang Shaowu smiled. "Come to my place someday, and I'll share with you." "Great. A guy's super friendship starts with swapping little videos, ha." The room was dim, lit only by the glow from the screen. Tang Shaowu still lounged lazily against the backrest, his arm resting on the windowsill, his elegant hand propping up his chin, while his fingers lightly scraped back and forth along his jawline. Su Weile sometimes felt that although Tang Shaowu was much older and usually seemed mature and steady, he could be very childish at times, like competing for affection like a little kid. This kind of childish demand, "You did something with someone else, so now you have to do it with me too," seemed like something only kindergartners would do in Su Weile's eyes. But what could he do? He just couldn't bear to see Tang Shaowu upset. So he spoiled him. Since Tang Shaowu was sitting behind Su Weile didn't notice that Tang Shao's eyes were never on the screen. Instead, he kept his head lowered, gazing at Su Weile. Thus, Su Weile would never know how breathtakingly beautiful he was at that moment, nor how deeply it shook Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu kept staring at Su Weile, utterly captivated by the sight before him, so mesmerizing that he couldn't look away. The fingers that had been tapping lightly on the windowsill now clenched into a fist with slight force. Tang Shao's hand gently brushed against the back of Su Weile's neck where the soft, fuzzy ends of his hair rested. Su Weile didn't know why, but Tang Shao's hand on the back of his neck made him feel a tingling numbness. When Su Weile lay limp on the tatami, it was no longer a half-reclining posture propped on his elbow. He was completely sprawled out with Tang Shaowu directly above his head. The sound from the speakers droned on endlessly, yet Tang Shaowu had never once directed his attention to the movie. His gaze was fixed solely on Su Weile, without missing a single moment. While Su Weile was still in a daze, Tang Shaowu gently brushed his fingers through Su Weile's hair. "Su Weile, what are you thinking about?" Su Weile still appeared somewhat bewildered. Tang Shaowu tugged his hair a little harder, his tone turning somber as he asked, "Su Weile, what are you thinking about?" The pull hurt Su Weile's scalp, and he let out a sharp hiss. Looking up with a lingering allure, he said, "What are you doing? That hurts." Tang Shaowu persisted, "What were you thinking just now?" Su Weile grinned mischievously at him, slyly asking, "Tang Shaowu, are you no good?" Hearing this, Tang Shaowu, who had been quite angry, actually felt much better. "So that's what you were thinking about?" Su Weile sat up, turning to face Tang Shaowu. "I analyzed it. Either you're not up to it, or you're too preoccupied trying to show off your prowess by lasting longer than me, right? A grown man like you, is it really fun to compete with a kid?" Su Weile's eyes darted around as he said, "Or, are you embarrassed? You've never done this with anyone else before, have you? Oh, well, you don't have many friends. Let me tell you, Boss Tang, this kind of thing is totally normal. Everyone watches movies and jerks off with their close friends." "No." Tang Shaowu looked at the revived Su Weile and smiled. "Yeah, I've never had that experience. I've only heard that close friends do it together and even help each other out. I'm still waiting, you know." Su Weile was momentarily speechless, his mouth half open, face still flushed. "Huh? You mean you want me?" "I haven't. We all take care of ourselves, right? Do we need to help each other?" That would be." Tang Shaowu stroked his hair and smiled. "It's okay, we'll help each other next time. Do you want to wash up? I'm going to take another shower." With that, Tang Shaowu stood up, his unguarded posture allowing Su Weile to easily see his impressive figure. Judging by the bulge in his sleep pants, Su Weile knew Tang Shaowu was quite well endowed. While waiting for Tang Shaowu, Su Weile started playing games. This time Tang Shao's shower was noticeably longer than before. When Tang Shaowu finally returned, Su Weile grinned at him with a knowing look. Tang Shaowu, while drying his hair, cursed affectionately, "Little fool." As the night grew deeper and quieter, Tang Shaowu lay comfortably on his stomach, enjoying the long-missed massage from Su Weile. "How is it? Comfortable?" Comfortable. You've relaxed once, feeling better, right?" A faint smile colored Tang Shao's voice. Feeling great. By the way, Tang Shaowu, why did you come to Yinshan this time?" "What business?" Tang Shaowu said softly, "Nothing special. I just missed you and came to see you." "Came specially to see me? Really?" Instead of answering, Tang Shaowu asked directly, "Su Weile, are you still going to Jinhai?" Su Weile gently massaged the acupoints on Tang Shao's head. "Me? I probably won't go anytime soon. There's nothing to do there, right?" Tang Shaowu immediately retorted, "Now that Jinjia is fine, you won't go. Aside from Jinjia, is there no one in Jinhai worth visiting?" Su Weile sensed the resentment in Tang Shao's words and quickly grinned. "How could that be? Jinhai still has a good friend who watched a movie with me, right, Boss Tang?" "Boss Tang, stay a few more days. They'll show you around Yinshan, take you to try all the good food and fun stuff. How about it?" Tang Shaowu turned his head to look at Su Weile. "I won't stay. I have to leave tomorrow. There's a lot to handle recently. Su Weile, I want to take you back to Jinhai." Su Weile thought he misheard. "Huh? What? Take what?" "Take me," Tang Shaowu said earnestly. "Su Weile, come back to Jinhai with me. Keep me company, because I miss you so much." Because Tang Shaowu spoke so matter-of-factly, Su Weile couldn't immediately think of a reason to refuse. Still looking dazed, he stammered, But my home is in Yinshan. I can't stay in Jinhai all the time to keep you company. And The atmosphere grew awkwardly cold. Tang Shaowu remained silent, and Su Weile couldn't continue alone. He could only ask weakly, "Are you angry?" Tang Shao's voice was deep. "You don't have to call me every day to help me sleep. I want answer. I don't want to see you through that phone. I want to be with you like this. Don't tell me to go to the hospital to adjust my medication. If you can't come with me, then stop pretending to care. I don't need a friend who can only be reached through a cold phone." Su Weile's brow furrowed deeper as he listened. "Tang Shaowu, what's wrong with you? Are you being unreasonable?" We were just fine, and now you suddenly turn on. You want me to travel such a long distance on a whim. I can't just say yes immediately. Besides, who said good friends have to be together every day? We're not kindergartners. Tang Shaowu cut him off coldly. So that means no, right? Even if I miss you terribly, even if I want go to the hospital to adjust my medication, without you, you still won't come to Jinhai to be with me. Su Weile didn't want to argue. Today had been a happy day. Suppressing his short temper, he said, let's be reasonable. First, I never said I'd never visit you in Jinhai again. He'll go whenever I have a chance, but not this sudden impromptu trip. I need to prepare. And more importantly, I can't just abandon my family and stay by your side forever. Does that mean if I'm not with you, I'm not your friend anymore? Su Weile was fuming. He swore that if Tang Shaowu dared say another word, he would punch him tonight. To his surprise, Tang Shaowu actually smiled after hearing that. Would you rush to Jinhai again if something happened to Jin Jejia? Tang Shao's words completely ignited the fiery temper of the little leopard Su Weile. Su Weile had been sitting above the reclining Tang Shaowu massage. Suddenly, he flipped over and straddled Tang Shaowu, not truly pressing down on him, but pressing his arm firmly against Tang Shao's neck, gritting his teeth, and speaking fiercely. Tang Shaowu, I'm warning you, don't overstep. I see now you really don't know how to make friends. This isn't how friendship works. Tang Shao's eyes slowly opened. Su Weile noticed that Tang Shao's eyes were truly beautiful. The moment they opened, they were like a sudden whirlpool in the ocean, drawing all nearby gazes into those eyes. The two stared at each other, one calm and gloomy, the other furious and irritable. Neither would yield. When Tang Shaowu spoke again, his voice carried a sinister edge Su Weile had never heard before. I may not know how to make friends, but Su Weile, I have 100 ways to keep you by my side. Su Weile was furious. Tang Shaowu, is this how it has to be? You don't know how to make friends, I can teach you. But if you dare to mess with my other friends, it'll make your life hell, you hear me? Tang Shaowu said nothing, but the smile on his face deepened. For the first time, Su Weile felt that Tang Shao's smile was so handsome, it was almost blinding. Su Weile took a deep breath, his voice still carrying suppressed anger, and said slowly, Tang Shaowu, I'll say it again. If you need me to come over, I will. But I need to prepare. I can't just leave tomorrow. I have my own things to take care of. At least I need to explain to my family. Another silence. After 2 minutes, Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was standing before him, frowning, waiting for his answer. Tang Shaowu asked softly, how long? Su Weile didn't react at first. Huh? How long for what? How long do I need to wait in Jinhai before I can see you? Su Weile let out a silent sigh of relief. They'll come as soon as I can. I don't have much going on lately, just helping the old man collect rents. But next week, there's something important. I need to take the whole family to the mountains to see Mom. Her birthday is coming. Seeing that Tang Shaowu didn't object, Su Weile withdrew his arm from around his neck, rolled off Tang Shao's body, and lay down beside him on the tatami. Even lying flat, Su Weile was still a little angry. He turned his head to look at the man beside him, and said, we were having such a good time, and you had to ruin it, making us both angry, didn't you? Tang Shaowu turned his head as well. They lay facing each other. Tang Shaowu spoke softly, Su Weile, I am not a patient man. Su Weile sensed that Tang Shaowu was someone who didn't easily trust others, and he thought it might be related to his upbringing. Alright, I understand. Didn't I say he'll come as soon as I can? They lay side by side in silence. Su Weile stared at the ceiling of his home, while Tang Shaowu Su Weile couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I really can't deal with it. When I don't see you, I worry about you, but the moment we meet, you just know how to piss me off. You'll be the death of me. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile's furrowed brow with an unprecedented focus. Don't forget your promise to me. Su Weile almost rolled his eyes, but finally said helplessly, you must be tired today, right? Are you sleepy? You can sleep on the tatami, and I'll take the sofa. Tang Shaowu said flatly, you stay here with me. Su Weile blinked, yawned, and said, I'll wait until you fall asleep, then I'll go to the sofa. If I stay here, I might accidentally hurt you, he. Having said that, Su Weile stretched and tried to perk himself up. He was afraid he'd fall asleep first. Tang Shaowu, aren't you sleepy? Are you a robot? How can you sleep so little? I saw a news report about people who can function on very little sleep and still have abundant energy. Are you one of the? Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was chattering away, and said with a smile, tell me about your school days while I'm here. Our story was interrupted last time, wasn't it? Su Weile grinned. Sure. Let me tell you, elementary school was my golden age. Su Weile began to talk incessantly, but whenever he tried to engage Tang Shaowu in conversation, Tang Shaowu barely responded, leaving Su Weile talking to himself. Soon his voice grew softer and softer, his pace slower, and his eyes blinked more frequently. Tang Shaowu listened to Su Weile's voice gradually fade until it turned into steady breathing. He lay there quietly for a very long time. Just after falling asleep, Su Weile hadn't yet unleashed his martial arts. He slept peacefully beside Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu had turned his head, gazing intently at Su Weile. Then inch by inch he moved his head closer. Tang Shaowu gently lifted Su Weile's chin, leaned in, and pressed his lips against Su Weile's slightly parted mouth. When the sun was high in the sky, Su Weile finally stirred awake. His long curled lashes fluttered, and as he opened his beautiful eyes they were already full of vitality. He was about to stretch. Suddenly he froze. He realized he wasn't hugging a pillow or a blanket. He was clinging to Tang Shaowu like an octopus. Seeing that Tang Shaowu was still asleep, Su Weile whispered, "Holy crap." He slowly got up and carefully examined Tang Shao's body. Tang Shao's voice rang out husky with sleep. "What are you looking at?" Su Weile grinned. "I'm checking if you're still in one piece, if you got hit by my 18 dragon subduing palms, or my fist of the Buddha at night." Tang Shaowu replied in his usual flat tone, "No, just a full night of experiencing your clinginess. Is that some kind of grappling art? It can bind a person tightly." Su Weile said sheepishly, I'm sorry. Why didn't you wake me up? You should have let me go to the sofa. You must have had a terrible night." Tang Shaowu said, "No, I slept exceptionally well last night." Su Weile smiled. "Really? That's good." He stretched widely, rolled over, and got up. He pulled open the curtains and said over his shoulder, "Let's wash up first. Grandma and Grandpa must have gone to the park, but they definitely left us breakfast. Let's eat first." Su Weile touched his lips and said, "Why does my mouth feel strange? Did I sleep on it wrong?" Tang Shaowu stared at Su Weile's red lips and said, "You have no flesh on your face, but your lips are quite plump." Su Weile laughed. "That's a sign of good fortune, you wouldn't understand." Tang Shaowu wasn't smiling, but Su Weile could clearly sense his happiness. Seeing him happy, Su Weile's mood inexplicably improved as well. They had a breakfast with Yanshan specialties. Grandma and Grandpa always prepared a generous breakfast, so there was plenty for two. Tang Shaowu watched what Su Weile was eating and placed another small fried dough cake from the plate onto his. "Eat properly, don't just drink sweetened soy milk." Su Weile replied absent-mindedly, "Oh," because he was busy admiring Tang Shao's elegant manner of eating while wondering, how did I end up agreeing to go back to Jinhai to be with him again? Su Weile was utterly perplexed, finding that whenever he encountered Tang Shaowu his mind seemed to grow sluggish. He clearly hadn't intended to rush back to Jinhai so soon, had he? How did a few words yesterday lead to settling the matter of accompanying Tang Shaowu to Jinhai? "What are you thinking about?" Tang Shao's voice came through. Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu across from him, feeling as though Tang Shaowu possessed some kind of magic or enchanting charm that made him agree to any request, and he nothing much. "They'll drive you around for some fun later." Tang Shaowu gave Su Weile a deep lingering look. Without answering whether he would go or not, he slowly tore the small fried dough cake in his hand and dipped it into the soy milk to eat, a method Su Weile had just taught him. Tang Shaowu tore the dough very slowly, and his words came out just as leisurely. "Many promises are made at night, yet many are broken by dawn. What do you think is the reason? Does reason fall asleep at night? Or do promises die when exposed to light?" Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu like this and felt an inexplicable fear mixed with complexity and even a hint of heartache. Yet he quickly replied, "Stop making insinuations at me, young master. I've always kept my word. Just wait for me in Jinhai. Remember to go to the hospital and try the new medicine when you get back, or I won't come." Tang Shaowu looked up at Su Weile. A flash of unmistakable obsession flickered in his eyes. "Fine. Then don't keep me waiting too long." After they finished eating, Tang Shaowu said he had to leave. Su Weile hadn't expected him to be in such a hurry. As he closed the gate, he said, "I was thinking of taking you for a stroll around town. Are you really that eager?" Tang Shaowu followed Su Weile toward the parking spot. "Yes, I'm quite busy with work, and I don't like shopping anyway. I came to Yanshan's Seoul." Su Weile chuckled and said, "Tang Shao, I've noticed you're quite good with words. When you find a girlfriend, you'll surely know how to charm her." Tang Shaowu fastened his seatbelt without responding. Su Weile started the car, but kept his mouth running. "Tang Shao, this is your first time in my car, right? What do you think? Cool, isn't it?" Tang Shaowu gave a soft his gaze sweeping around the car. The ornament hanging in the car was a photo of a woman smiling happily at the camera. She wasn't just beautiful, there was a sweetness about her that was hard to look away from. "That's my mom. Pretty, isn't she? You look a lot like your mother." "Haha, everyone says that. Actually, you haven't seen my dad. He's handsome too, but compared to my mom, he's a bit underwhelming, haha. Oh, this time you came, you didn't even get to meet any of my family. You're too hasty. I wanted Grandpa to give you acupuncture. Acupuncture from you alone is enough." Su Weile laughed and said, "Haha, fine. When I come, if you have a headache, I'll help you with it. To be honest, if you had pain elsewhere, I couldn't treat it. I only know how to treat headaches because back when my mom..." Before he could finish, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, Su Jun's voice came through. "You brat, when are you coming? There are still 4 tenants to collect rent from today. Hurry up." Su Weile, keeping an eye on the traffic, replied, "I'm sending a friend to the airport today. They'll come over later." As soon as the call ended, another came in. "Young master, want to go have some fun? A road trip to the reservoir. Let's go." Su Weile chuckled and asked, "Who's all going?" "Just Taitu and a few of us." Taitu said, "You're going whether you like it or not. If not, I'll carry you there. Let Grandpa and Grandma know, well, stay there for 2 days." Su Weile lifted the corner of his mouth and said, "All right. What do we need to prepare?" I'm going to the city this afternoon anyway, so I'll buy it. No need for you. Tai Tu and I will go later. The grill and stuff are all ready. Just buy some ingredients. Oh, and bring plenty of liquor. The beer at the farmhouse there isn't good. Su Weile smiled and said, okay, leave the liquor to me. He'll prepare it. As soon as the call ended, he said to Tang Shaowu, Tang Shao, if only you weren't in such a hurry. I'd take you to the reservoir. It's so much fun. Tang Shaowu turned his face toward the window expressionless. Young Master Su's life is indeed so colorful, isn't it? Su Weile smiled and said, yeah, happy. Back in Yinshan is my home base. Hee when you're free again, it'll definitely show you a good time. You're too dull. No entertainment at all, just work and work, huh? Tang Shaowu said with a faint smile. No wonder young Master Su doesn't want to return to Jinhai. Compared to Yinshan, life in Jinhai is indeed a bit tedious and you have to face me every day. Su Weile stopped at a red light, turned his head, and looked at Tang Shaowu seriously. Hey, I'm telling you, don't start with me. I'm trying to take you out to have some fun, and you're ruining the mood. He'll really punch you, I'm telling you. Tang Shaowu turned his head and gave Su Weile a cold stare. After you go up the mountain to see your mother next week, I want to see you in Jinhai the next day. Finish whatever activities or business you have before going up the mountain. If I still haven't seen you by then, Su Weile, just try me. Su Weile's eyes widened. No one had ever threatened him like this since he was a child. He was so angry he couldn't speak. He looked at Tang Shao's grim expression and knew he wasn't joking. Su Weile said fiercely, Tang Shaowu, how did I ever get entangled with a guy like you? Honestly, I really should have checked the calendar before going to Jinhai last time. Tang Shaowu gave a cold smile. Too bad. It's too late to say anything now. The car behind honked, and Su Weile realized the light had turned green. As he started the car, he said, Tang Shaowu, you just keep pissing me off. One day when you drive away, your only friends see what you'll do and whole take you out to play. Tang Shaowu looked at the unfamiliar streets outside and said slowly, I won't let that happen. By any means necessary. Yinshan was a small town without an airport. Usually if they needed to fly, they went to the nearby provincial capital, which though not too far took about an hour to reach. Su Weile's personality was carefree. When he was angry, he was truly angry, but he got over it quickly. Especially in his heart, he had already categorized Tang Shaowu as a good friend, and he was the friend with the highest tolerance from him. Thus in the latter half of the trip, Su Weile started chatting happily with Tang Shaowu again, and Tang Shaowu for once cooperated. When they arrived at the airport, Su Weile suddenly remembered to ask, by the way, what time is your flight? He'll walk you in. Tang Shaowu unbuckled his seatbelt and said flatly, no need. You go back. He'll go in myself. The plane will take off soon. Tang Shaowu, not in a hurry to get out, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Weile with a deep gaze. Su Weile was stunned by his look. What's wrong? Su Weile, seeing that Tang Shaowu remained silent and just stared at him, suddenly realized. Oh, I know. They'll go to Jinhai to find you as soon as possible. Tang Shaowu nodded, but still looked at him seriously. Then he said, Su Weile, in the future, don't masturbate in front of others. Su Weile finally understood what it meant to be astonishing with one's words. Tang Shao's remark was nothing short of a bomb, causing Su Weile's blood to rush to his face in an instant. Su Weile instinctively lunged forward and covered Tang Shao's mouth. With such force, she practically threw herself into his arms. Su Weile blushed fiercely and said, Tang Shaowu, shut your mouth, did you hear me? Tang Shaowu lowered his gaze slightly, looking at Su Weile, who had fallen into his embrace, a genuine smile surfacing in his eyes. Su Weile caught the amusement in his eyes and snapped indignantly, are you crazy? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Tang Shaowu gently took her hand away from his mouth and held it softly. He continued, didn't you always do it with your childhood friend before? I wasn't wrong about you. From now on you can't do that with anyone but me. Even though they were in the car, Su Weile lowered her voice and said, shut up, can you stop saying that word? Tang Shaowu, are you insane? What gives you the right to control me? Because we need fairness. We just established yesterday that we are friends who can do that together. So we must be responsible to each other and not do that kind of thing with any. I won't, so you can't either. It's about fairness and respect for me. Su Weile was dumbfounded, her eyes blinking as she struggled to form a coherent sentence, stammering you. And I. For a long time. Once again she felt that familiar sensation of mental inadequacy. Su Weile fumed, I never asked you to do that, only in front of me. You can do it with anyone, even in front of your entire company. She was so angry she said whatever came to mind. Tang Shaowu remained remarkably calm. I don't want to. I only want to do what we did yesterday with you. You can't do it with anyone else either. I can't control the past, but from now on it's not allowed. Whether from anger or embarrassment, Su Weile's face turned red all the way to her neck. Tang Shaowu, you. Think about it yourself. Isn't your request bizarre and excessive? Do you have a headache and are talking nonsense? Su Weile was so furious she could barely breathe. Just then two stylishly dressed girls walked past the car. They had been watching for who knows how long, covering their mouths and giggling while discussing something, then ran off laughing. Puzzled, Su Weile suddenly realized she was practically lying on top of Tang Shaowu. She quickly sat up and said, let me go. After calming down a bit, she added, Tang Shaowu, you've driven me crazy all the way here. If you keep teasing me like this, I'll really get mad. As Tang Shaowu was about to speak, Su Weile gritted her teeth and said, don't say another word. My mind is a mess. Your twisted logic has me so confused I can't even argue properly. Say one more thing, and I'll start cursing you here. Tang Shaowu, however, remained relaxed. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just telling you not to do it anymore. I have to go. I have an important meeting this afternoon. Be good this week. They'll be waiting for you in Jinhai. Su Weile, I'll say it again, I'm waiting for you, and you must behave. With that, Tang Shaowu got out of the car and walked straight toward the airport entrance. Su Weile watched his retreating figure, noticing how people turned to look at him as he passed. Su Weile muttered angrily to herself, he's really handsome, but he's also really infuriating. After a moment, she slammed the steering wheel twice in frustration and shouted out, Tang Shaowu is definitely insane. He makes me so mad. What nonsense is all this? On the private jet that had just taken off, old Su brought Tang Shaowu his medicine. He watched as Tang Shaowu, his eyes never leaving the computer, prepared for the after. Old Su asked gently, is young Master Su doing well? Tang Shaowu replied softly, quite well. Still full of energy. Seeing that Tang Shaowu was noticeably calmer than when he arrived, old Su said sincerely, that's good, that's good. After a moment, Tang Shaowu suddenly spoke, Uncle Su, could you have Linglong Garden cleaned recently? I want to move there next week. Old Su paused slightly, then said, certainly, young master. I'll arrange for someone to clean it thoroughly as soon as I return. However, it might be a bit out of the way from your workplace. Tang Shaowu replied indifferently, that's fine. It's worth the detour. Su Weile should like the environment at Linglong Garden. This time old Su was truly taken aback. Driving back alone, Su Weile couldn't shake Tang Shao's words from her mind. In the car, she alternated between anger and laughter as she thought about it. Finally, she let out a deep sigh and muttered to herself, Tang Shaowu, you've really never had a friend before. Your demands for friendship are something I've never even heard of. Su Weile suddenly realized she had been so angry earlier that she hadn't said many things she wanted to. She had intended to tell him to go to the hospital immediately to adjust his new medication, but his unexpected remarks had thrown her off completely. How infuriating. Su Weile found that her feelings for Tang Shaowu were like those of some parents. When the child is with you, they drive you so crazy you want to smack them, but the moment they leave you can't stop worrying and missing them. Su Weile resigned herself to the thought, Tang Shaowu must be a debt from my past life. Probably the kind of huge debt from digging up his ancestors' graves. Otherwise, in this life, she wouldn't have ended up with a friend like Tang Shaowu who could both infuriate her to death and make her unable to let go. Back in Yanshan, Su Weile first took old Su to collect the rent and bought plenty of everyone's favorite beer along the way. Su Weile told his father they were going to the reservoir for a couple of days. Su Jun happily agreed, only reminding him not to forget to inform his grandparents. Su Weile thought for a moment and said, Dad, I might need to go to Jinhai again next week. Su Jun was taken aback. What? Why are you going again? What's wrong? Su Weile rubbed his nose and said, nothing, Dad. I made a friend in Jinhai last time, remember I told you. There was a misunderstanding at first, but then we became good friends. I'm going to visit him and stay with him for a while. Su Jun looked at Su Weile and said, I remember you said he's a man and quite a bit older than you, right? Su Weile smiled and said, don't worry, he's definitely a man and yes, much older than me. He's a rich young master, but Dad, he's actually quite pitiful. He has no friends and he suffers from severe headaches, so painful he even vomits. Su Jun nodded and said, I see. You see his pain from the headaches, and it reminds you of your mother, doesn't it? So you feel sorry for him. Su Weile frowned and said, Dad, when I saw him in the hospital, he was in such pain, yet he remained so strong. It really made me think of Mom, and my heart ached. Su Jun patted his son's hand and said, my good son, you're just too kind-hearted. But don't be too sad, after all, he only has headaches, unlike your mother. She had brain cancer, an incurable disease. Su Weile could sense the dejection in his father's voice. He knew how deeply his father loved his mother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained single all these years, never. Su Jun composed himself and said, all right, go if you want. But since you've just met him, don't bother him too much. Be mindful of boundaries. If there's nothing else, come back early. And when you're in Jinhai, make sure to visit your uncle more often. Su Weile smiled and replied, I know, Dad. Don't worry. Seeing his father in low spirits, Su Weile regretted bringing up his mother. After a moment's thought, he said, Dad, why don't you come with us to the reservoir? It's really fun. There's a farm stay and a bonfire at night. Su Jun chuckled and said, no way. I'm not going to fool around with you kids. Drop me off at your grandpa's place. They'll have a drink with the old man. This wasn't their first time at the reservoir, so they came fully prepared. When they arrived, perhaps because it was the weekend, there were already 2 groups of people at the campsite. They were all young, and though they started off a bit shy, it didn't take long for everyone to start chatting. By the time the bonfire party began in the evening, they had already become good. A girl named Meng Meng from the other group showed a great liking for Su Weile, which was quickly noticed by everyone, leading to endless teasing. Su Weile didn't mind. It was all in fun, and they would forget about it once the trip ended. Tang Shaowu had arrived in Jinhai during the day and sent Su Weile a text to let him know he was safe. They exchanged a few words and agreed to talk later in the evening. Tang Shaowu seemed busy too. Over the phone, Su Weile could hear the sound of many people coming and going. At around 11 p.m., Tang Shaowu sent a video call request. Su Weile quickly got up and found a relatively quiet spot before accepting. Tang Shaowu wore a faint smile. Still out having fun? Su Weile grinned. Yeah, there's a bonfire party. If you'd stayed another day, you could have joined in and had some fun too, instead of being so cold and aloof all the time. I only need you to warm me up. I don't need anyone else. Before Su Weile could respond, Taitu came running over from a distance. Shala, what are you doing hiding here? Come on, the beautiful Meng Meng is looking for you. So are you interested in her? Su Weile laughed. Get lost. If you're interested, go after her yourself. Don't tease me. Taitu grinned slyly. I'm serious. The girl's not bad. If you like her, give it a try. Hey, can you come over here? It's such a pain talking to you. Come back and hang out with us. What's with the deep thoughts hiding away from everyone? Su Weile smiled. All right, I got it. Go ahead, I'm on the phone. Taitu muttered. You're always on the phone late at night. What are you, a late-night radio agony at? Finally getting rid of Taitu, Su Weile turned back to the camera. You interrupted me so much today that I forgot to say it. Go to the hospital tomorrow, got it? And don't just tough out the headaches. Take your medicine properly and follow the doctor's orders. Tang Shaowu answered irrelevantly. You've only just arrived, and already there's an admirer. Is she pretty? Do you like her? Like hell. I didn't even get a good look. It's just everyone messing around. Did you remember what I just said? I won't remember. If you don't tell me in person, I want to. Tang Shaowu, you bastard. I hope the pain kills you. Tang Shaowu looked at him with a faint smile. Su Weile, don't bother with others. You're too naive. You are the naive one. Who's the idiot who won't go to the hospital when he's sick? They stared at each other through the phone screen, then suddenly both burst into laughter. Tang Shao's smile was rare and relaxed. Once you've had your fun, come back to Jinhai soon. Aren't you my best friend? You can't just enjoy yourself and leave me behind. Su Weile smiled. I know. Didn't we agree? He'll come on time. I won't skip out. But you can't make me come earlier either. In the distance, someone called Su Weile's name again. Tang Shaowu heard it on the other end. Go on, they're calling you. Have fun and be careful. Su Weile smiled. All right then. You get some rest, okay? Put on some music to help you sleep. Tang Shaowu chuckled. The only thing that helps me sleep is you. With that, he hung up the video call before Su Weile could react. Su Weile stared at the phone screen for a moment and suddenly lost all interest in the distant bonfire party. The high spirits from earlier were gone. He felt as if he had done something terribly wrong to Tang Shaowu, enjoying himself in this carefree manner while leaving Tang Shaowu alone. After 3 days and 2 nights of wild fun at the reservoir, everyone was exhausted when they returned to Yinshan, mainly from lack of sleep. Su Weile first went back to his apartment in the city center and had a good long sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was completely dark. Picking up his phone, he saw a message from Tang Shaowu sent 2 hours ago. Did you get home? I got home long ago. I fell asleep and just woke up. Tang Shaowu immediately sent a video call. Su Weile was in the bathroom. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and came out, then accepted the call. I say, Tang Shao, your timing is impeccable. I had just stepped into the bathroom and you made me rush. Tang Shaowu smiled. Didn't finish properly. Uncomfortable. Su Weile felt his cheeks flush at the question. No, it was great. Very comfortable. Tang Shaowu noticed Su Weile's awkward expression and let out a soft laugh. Where are you? Not the place I visited last time. Su Weile went to the fridge to find the ice cream he had bought last time and replied, Yeah, this is my home in the city. If I'm not at Grandma's, I usually stay here. When you have time, come visit and he'll show you around. Tang Shaowu nodded with a smile, then leaned back in his office chair. Su Weile recognized that familiar posture and his heart skipped a beat. Tang Shaowu, are you having a headache? Didn't you say you've been going to the hospital recently? Tang Shaowu said with a faint smile. Yeah, a bit of a headache. I went to the hospital, but am not tolerating the new medication well. The headache is worse. Su Weile's heart skipped a beat. Su Weile asked anxiously, what about you? What did the doctor say? Change the medication. Or is there another way? Tang Shao's voice was faint. He'll just endure it. This is the latest drug available now. Maybe my body reacts strongly to its side effects. Su Weile frowned deeply. The words just endure grated on his ears. There was no other way. Just endure, just bear it. It was easy to say, but how much agony must the one enduring truly suffer? Only those who had been through it could understand. Su Weile said urgently, what about Uncle Su? Tell him to take you to the hospital now. Tell the doctor you can't take it anymore. Medical science is so advanced now. Why do we have to endure such pain? The doctor must have a solution. Tang Shaowu, don't just endure it. Tang Shaowu looked at the anxious Su Weile across the screen and smiled. Su Weile, why haven't you come over yet? Su Weile felt like he was about to burst with worry. If only he could be by his side, at least he could help figure out a way to ease the pain. Tang Shaowu, just listen to me for once. Go to the hospital now. Tang Shao's face was pale. Don't worry too much. It's just pain. Nothing dangerous. I've already asked Uncle Su to notify the doctor. Su, I'll hang up now. Stay home tonight. Don't run around outside. After hanging up the video call, Su Weile became increasingly agitated. He paced back and forth in the room, frowning, unable to sit still. After an hour of restless pacing, he picked up his phone and dialed Su Jun. At Tang Shao's home in downtown Jinhai, Tang Shaowu, enduring a severe headache, heard the sound of the door opening and frowned tightly. His head was so painful that even the slightest sound was unbearable. Cold fingers touched Tang Shao's temples, feeling the cold sweat. Then a dry towel wiped the sweat away, followed by electrode patches placed on his temples and Tang Shaowu didn't open his eyes, but his body relaxed. He felt the electrodes begin to discharge one pulse after another, stinging his skin, but easing the pain inside his skull. After the agonizing pain, as if someone were renovating inside his brain, finally subsided, Tang Shaowu smiled and said, Dr. Yin, I'm truly sorry to trouble you. You're off duty tonight, yet you came all the way for my consultation. While the electrodes delivered therapy, they also recorded the patient's brainwaves. Yin Jinka stood beside the machine, observing the feedback. Dressed in casual sportswear, his voice remained cold. This new drug is effective, but your body is abnormally resistant to it. Such severe headaches can trigger many complications. Cerebral edema is the most common. If edema occurs again, you might end up back in a wheelchair. Tang Shaowu let out a dismissive laugh. My brain has social anxiety, just like me. It seems it doesn't get along with your new drug. Yin Jinka, long accustomed to Tang Shao's madness, continued. In my current research project, your condition is among our study subjects. I'll perform a minimally invasive surgery myself. I guarantee you'll walk off the operating table safely. Truly worthy of being the country's top neurosurgeon. Such commanding presence, Tang Shaowu said, rubbing his brow forcefully. Brother Yin, I saw your research project results on TV. Congratulations. But as for me, forget it. I don't want surgery. I can bear the pain, but I'm not afraid of it. Yin Jinka looked at the man sitting in the chair, handsome with an undeniable hint of stubbornness. He had always known Tang Shaowu was a madman, crazy not only toward others, but also toward himself. Yet he was also extremely intelligent, which meant he was hard to persuade. The two equally brilliant men locked eyes, one cold and indifferent, the other wearing a sinister smile. Tang Shaowu spoke with a smile. Brother Yin, I'm not a medical professional, but I know about this disease. You say you guarantee I'll walk off the operating table safely, and I believe you have that ability. But I won't allow even a few % chance of so-called sequelae turning me into someone I can't accept. I can accept a shorter life, but I cannot accept a life without dignity. Yin Jinka stared at him coldly and said, 95%. Safe and healthy off the table. Tang Shaowu still smiled brightly. I don't accept. Yinshan's cemetery lay nestled among the encircling mountains. Su Weile carried his mother's favorite lilies and walked up the steps to her grave. Today Su Weile was unusually dressed in black, wearing black sunglasses, looking much more mature and steady. Mom, I've come to see you. How are you? Su Weile carefully placed the flowers in front of the gravestone, looking at her photo with a smile. Mom, don't you think your son has gotten even handsomer? Su Weile sat directly on the stone floor. Mom, I also brought you your favorite ducktail pastry. Remember to eat it. The day after tomorrow, Dad will bring Grandpa and Grandma. They've brought even more goodies for you. Mom, I came early this year because I'm in a hurry to go to Jinhai to see a friend. His name is Tang Shaowu. He's a true rich young master, but I don't think he's as happy as I am a counterfeit one. No one treats him well, no one cares about him. Mom, he has severe headaches, agonizing pain. But he never says anything, he just toughs it out. Just like you. Sitting there, Su Weile gently stroked the marble of his mother's gravestone. Mom, I miss you so much. Why couldn't you stay with me longer? Grandma said you were in great pain, and that leaving was a release for you. But sometimes I selfishly think, even so, I wish you could have lived, just to be with me. Crystal tears streaked down his face. Su Weile blinked hard. No wonder Lao Su always sneaks off to see you alone. He must have cried to you, right? Mom, don't worry about us. We're all fine. He'll take good care of Grandpa, Grandma, and Comrade Lao Su. Mom, please bless them with safety and health. Don't forget to appear in Dad's dreams, and tell him to stop drinking so much. Be stern this time. You're always too gentle, you know. Mom, please also bless Tang Shaowu for me, okay? He's my good friend now. Bless him with safety and health, and let his headaches stop. Okay, Mom. Please. Su Weile stayed on the mountain until dusk. He cleaned the area around his mother's grave, pulled out the withered grass, and polished every bit of marble until it shone. Finally, he carefully touched his mother's photo, promised to come again, and slowly descended the mountain. The next day at the break of dawn, a flashy Mercedes-Benz G-Class set off from an alley in the small town of Yinshan. Bathed in the morning sun, it sped southward toward a distant place that now held his heart. Su Weile's car once again pulled into the underground parking lot of Shinkong Entertainment. He was reflecting that it was here last time where he first saw Tang Shaowu. As he opened the car door, the sound of an argument drifted over. Su Weile froze in the car, not daring to move. A wry smile crept across his mind. What was it with this parking lot? Was there always a drama unfolding every day? First, a deliberately lowered male voice reached his ears, pleasant to hear and somewhat familiar. Listen to me, I really haven't been in touch with him again. That was just something work-related. Then came a woman's voice, commanding and authoritative. Su Weile sensed it was not young and carried the weight of a headmistress from his school days. Work-related? Didn't I tell Tang Shao that he was no longer allowed to be your assistant? What other work matters require you two to meet secretly and alone? It really is work. He's not attached to any artist now, just runs errands and does odd jobs around the company. He had something to inform me, so he came to find me. That's all truly. Don't be angry, darling. Through the glass of the car, Su Weile could see the faint silhouettes of the two people across the way. The man coaxed as he wrapped his arms around the woman, and then the sound of kiss. Su Weile had already recognized that pleasantly familiar voice. It was Jin Fei's. So that headmistress must be Chairman Hu. Su Weile frowned, a wave of disgust washing over him. The car door he had been gently holding now slammed shut with a resounding bang. The two on the other side jolted apart in fright, then hurriedly climbed into a nearby luxury business van and sped away. Su Weile stepped out of the car with deliberate nonchalance, but before he could walk away, a boy suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. What the hell? You're sick standing silently by my car like that. The boy said nothing, only stared straight at Su Weile, scrutinizing him, then said gravely, Are you a reporter? Or a hater? Su Weile frowned. What? You saw everything just now, didn't you? You took photos. Let me see your phone. Su Weile was furious. Are you out of your mind? Which eye of yours saw me take photos? What would I even photograph? And who the hell are you to demand to see my phone? Why don't you just rob me? The boy remained stubborn, fixing his gaze on Su Weile. If you don't let me see your phone, I won't let you leave. If you filmed Brother Fei, delete it now. Su Weile calmed down a little. He looked at the determined boy before him. What's your relationship with Jin Fei? I'm his personal assistant. Was before. Su Weile's mind was in a whirl. He hadn't expected that the assistant Jin Fei had been mutually affectionate with was a man. And then Jin Fei, for the sake of his career, had latched onto a woman who acted like a headmistress. My God, Su Weile found it hard to accept. Su Weile looked at the persistent boy, recalling the firm choice Jin Fei had declared to Tang Shaowu in the hospital room. A sudden pang of sympathy struck him. His tone softened. He'll say it again, I didn't film anything. Believe it or not. Now move. I'm in a hurry, young master here has things to do. Su Weile took a few steps forward, only to find the boy still following him. He was about to lose it. How could this kid be so stubborn? He spun around abruptly, and the boy immediately raised a hand to shield himself, thinking Su Weile was about to hit him. Su Weile took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and thrust it in front of the boy. The boy actually examined it carefully, and when he subconsciously reached out to touch the phone, Su Weile snapped, Don't make me slap you. He'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost now. 3, 2, 1. With that, Su Weile pocketed the phone and turned away. The boy did not follow this time. Su Weile had intended to surprise Tang Shaowu by coming to Shinkong Entertainment without telling him. But when he arrived at the building, he remembered the turnstile issue. He chuckled to himself, wondering if the same receptionist was still there. He wouldn't mind staging another storm the entertainment company scene. Once again approaching the front desk, facing the same formulaic smile from the receptionist, Su Weile said, I'd like to see Tang Shaowu. The receptionist's smile stiffened. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Tang Shao. I'm sorry, we don't handle board-level executives here. You'll need to make an appointment through the board's special assistant. Su Weile hadn't expected it to be so complicated. He was frowning, processing her words. A young boy's voice came from behind. You want see Tang Shao here. He rarely comes to the entertainment company. He usually works at the Tang Group. Su Weile turned around and saw the same boy from before. Are you kidding me? You're still following me. The boy replied calmly, I'm not. I'm back for work. Su Weile realized then that this was his workplace. As the boy was about to leave, he turned back and said, just now. I'm sorry. Su Weile was the type who softened when met with sincerity. Seeing that his anger dissipated, he said magnanimously, all right, it was a misunderstanding. Just as they were about to part, a security guard passed by. He did a double-take when he saw Su Weile. You again. Are you here to see Jin Jejia? Su Weile looked at the guard. Do I know you? The guard gave a bitter smile. Know you? I chased you up several flights of stairs last time. It took me days to recover at home, and I got 2 months bonus docked on top of that. Su Weile then realized this was one of the guards who had chased him before. The guard said, don't tell me you're planning another break-in. Su Weile laughed. Not this time. You got your bonus docked. How much was it? They'll pay you back. The guard and the boy were both taken aback. The guard quickly said, hey, why would you pay me? No need. Just don't cause any more trouble. I really can't outrun. The boy came over and looked at Su Weile. So are you actually looking for Tang Shao or Jin Jejia? I don't know about Tang Shao, but Jin Jejia is in the hospital right now. She twisted her leg on set this morning. Su Weile frowned. Really? Which hospital? At the general hospital. They'll take you there. I was just about to bring her things she left at the studio. Su Weile drove with the boy heading straight for the general hospital. Su Weile knew the general hospital like the back of his hand. Without the boy's guidance, he skillfully found a parking spot, and they got out to find Jin Jejia. As they hurried through the hospital lobby, Su Weile in his rush didn't notice Tang Shaowu coming from another corridor. Tang Shaowu caught sight of Su Weile's figure and froze for a moment, watching him rush past with an unfamiliar boy by his side. Tang Shao's face gradually darkened. When Su Weile arrived, Jin Jejia's leg had already been treated. She was sitting on the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her swollen ankle. Seeing Su Weile, Jin Jejia could hardly believe her eyes. She thought she was dreaming and softly called out, "Shao Lugu." Su Weile furrowed his brow as he walked over, bent down to examine Jin Jejia's severely swollen ankle, and asked with concern, "How did this happen?" Jin Jejia's tears fell again. "I fell while dancing, but..." "Shao Lugu, how did you come here?" Before Su Weile could explain, Jin Jejia threw herself into his arms, sobbing, "Shao Lugu, you're here. It's so good to see you. I've missed you so much." Su Weile looked at Jin Jejia, who was weeping loudly in his embrace side, and gently patted her back, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. It's okay. It's just a sprained ankle. We'll take good care of it, and it'll heal quickly, right?" Jin Jejia cried for a long time. Su Weile knew it wasn't just the pain in her foot, it was more of an emotional release. So he let her cry it out. When she finally calmed down, everyone sat down, and the boy handed Jin Jejia her bag. On the way to the hospital, Su Weile had already exchanged introductions with the boy, learning that his name was Yu Chongning, also 19 years old, but with a late birthday, so he naturally called Su Weile Shao Lugu as well. Su Weile quite liked this quiet, gentle boy who spoke little but was kind. Su Weile thought it was rare to encounter such a person in Jinhai. All three were young people of similar age, and they soon started chatting animatedly. Su Weile was used to this kind of camaraderie in Yinshan, but for Yu Chongning and Jin Jejia, who had been struggling alone in the big city, this moment felt like a warm dream come true. Su Weile glanced at the time, feeling anxious to find Tang Shaowu. Using the excuse of going out to buy food, he went to the nurse's station to get contact information for a caregiver, intending to hire one for Jin Jejia, so he could leave with peace of mind. After arranging everything, Su Weile told Jin Jejia to rest well, and that he would visit her the next morning. He offered to see Yu Chongning home, but the boy insisted he could take the subway, which was convenient. Su Weile didn't insist further. He hurried out, his heart racing, deciding to abandon the idea of giving Tang Shaowu a surprise, and simply asked for his address direct. Just as Su Weile pulled out his phone, he heard a familiar voice from ahead, "Young Master Su." He looked up and saw old Su standing not far away, regarding him with respect. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Old Su looked at the unsuspecting Su Weile and sighed inwardly. "My young master asked me to wait for you here." "What? How did he know I was here?" "That's amazing. When did he see me?" Old Su answered truthfully, "Right when you entered." Su Weile was stunned. "What? When I entered? That was hours ago. Why didn't he tell me? Have you been waiting here all this time?" Old Su said softly, "Young Master Su, please come with me quickly. I've been waiting here, and my young master has been waiting in the car outside just as long." Su Weile's heart jolted. Without asking further, he quickly followed old Su out. The extended phantom limousine was parked quietly in the hospital's internal parking space. Old Su opened the door for Su Weile to get in, then stood guard outside. When Su Weile got in, he saw Tang Shaowu sitting in the car working on his laptop. He didn't even look up at Su Weile's arrival. Still immersed in the joy of seeing Tang Shaowu, Su Weile said, "Tang Shaowu, surprise. I'm here." Tang Shaowu still didn't lift his head. Su Weile frowned. "What's wrong with you? Are you so happy you're stunned?" "I came 4 days early." Tang Shaowu looked up, his face wearing an icy expression Su Weile had never seen before. "What are you here for?" "What do you mean?" "I'm here to keep you company, as we agreed before, didn't we?" Tang Shaowu suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Keep me company? Are you sure?" Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu and noticed some bruising near his temple. He leaned forward and instinctively reached out to touch it. "What happened to you? Did you get hurt?" Tang Shaowu sharply slapped away Su Weile's hand. The sound of the slap startled Su Weile. "Damn it, Tang Shaowu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Su Weile rubbed his numb hand, while Tang Shaowu stared at him coldly. Tang Shaowu asked harshly, "They'll ask you one more time, what are you doing in Jinhai?" Su Weile's temper flared. "I'm here to keep you company, damn it. Don't you know that? I saw how miserable you were, so I couldn't wait until next week. I went to see my mom first, then came straight here without any delay to be with you. What else do you want? If you don't want me here, just say the word, and I'll leave right now. Do you think I enjoy this?" Su Weile was practically shouting. After his outburst, the car fell into silence. The two glared at each other, both with extremely grim expressions. A smile gradually appeared on Tang Shao's face. "Yeah, of course you don't enjoy coming here. I went all the way to Yinshan, threatened and coaxed you, and you barely agreed to come in over a week. But when your precious Jia Jia just sprained her ankle, you rushed over without a second thought. I waited here for 5 hours. And you say you're here for me? Huh, Su Weile." Su Weile saw that crazy, cruel smile on Tang Shao's face again. "Jin Jejia, right. Do you believe I can make it impossible for her to survive in the entertainment industry, or even in the entire country, not just in star entertainment? Su Weile was furious. Shut up. I didn't know you were going to pick a fight with me over this. I came to Jinhai for you, and I never lie. I originally wanted to surprise you, but who knew that you, the great Master Tang, don't even work at Star Entertainment? When I was about to leave, I heard Jia Jia was injured and decided to come to the hospital on the spur of the moment. Do you understand? Huh? Do you understand? Tang Shaowu still stared fixedly at Su, while his eyes never leaving him. He lowered the car window with his hand, and old Su, who was waiting outside, immediately bent down to await instructions. Without taking his eyes off Su, while Tang Shaowu said coldly, "Ask the front desk at Star Entertainment if anyone came to see me today." Old Su nodded and walked away to make a call in the distance. Su Weile glared at Tang Shaowu, breathing unevenly with anger. "Tang Shaowu, you must apologize to me today, you bastard." After verifying the information, old Su hurried over from a distance, a faint relief and joy on his face. "Young master, I just confirmed it. Someone went to the front desk of Starry Sky today, asking to see you." The front desk and security guards all recognized him. It was young Master Su, who had caused a scene at the company before. Su Weile widened his eyes and said, "Did you, Tang Shaowu, it's your ancestor talking to you." Tang Shaowu said nothing, but it was evident that the violent aura around him was gradually dissipating. But what truly calmed Tang Shaowu down was seeing Su Weile's reddened eyes after the truth came to light. Su Weile's lips barely twitched downward, then his eyes turned red, and he immediately turned his head toward the window. Yet his words remained merciless. "Bastard, I even celebrated Mom's birthday early just to get here sooner. And you asked me why I came. What do you think, for what? For the dog's sake?" Tang Shaowu suddenly smiled genuinely. "Su Weile, how many times have you cursed me since you got here?" Su Weile shouted loudly. "I'm cursing you, so what? You got a problem? Take it." Tang Shaowu reached out, turned Su Weile's face toward him, looked into his eyes, and said, "I'm sorry I wronged you. But Su Weile, I was here in this car enduring a headache and waiting for you for 5 hours." Su Weile was still fuming. "Did I ask you to wait? Couldn't you have just called me?" Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile's slightly bloodshot eyes and smiled. "I'm sorry. And thank you for coming to keep me company." Before Su Weile could respond, Tang Shaowu leaned in and hugged him, saying, "I missed you." This time not only Su Weile's eyes turned red, but his face flushed as well. "Hindsight, who was it that just slapped my hand away and shouted at me?" Tang Shaowu knew Su Weile's anger had mostly subsided. He was always a magnanimous boy. Once things were over and talked through, he let them go. Tang Shaowu pressed the window button again and said, "Uncle Su, let's go." Straight to Linglong Garden. The car glided smoothly along the road, and the interior was eerily quiet. Su Weile stared out the window in silence, feeling more aggrieved than ever before. Suddenly he felt his hand grasped by a cold one. He tried to pull away. He couldn't break free. Tang Shaowu pulled Su Weile's hand onto his own lap and began playing with it. He slowly rubbed Su Weile's neatly trimmed fingernails back and forth against his own thumb. A strange feeling stirred in Su Weile's heart. He shifted uncomfortably and turned to look at Tang Shaowu. He saw Tang Shaowu intently studying his hand. Su Weile glanced down and saw their intertwined fingers. His face suddenly flushed, and he quickly turned his head back toward the window. Without the visual distraction, the sensation on his fingers became even more pronounced. Su Weile felt he could clearly perceive the tips of his nails gliding back and forth over Tang Shao's fingerprints. After a long while, Tang Shao's low voice broke the silence of the car. "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Su Weile, still red-faced, stared out the window and said, "I'm full of anger." Tang Shao chuckled. "How can you stay angry? Want some ice cream? Or cake?" Su Weile ignored him. After 2 minutes, as if wrestling with a fierce inner conflict, he finally spoke. Su Weile muttered sullenly, "Cake." Feeling the hand holding his tremble slightly, he turned in confusion and saw Tang Shaowu, rarely, shaking silently with suppressed laughter. Seeing Tang Shaowu so happy, Su Weile felt a genuine joy in his heart. Yet his mouth remained sharp. "What the hell are you laughing at? Don't curse. You're too controlling. They'll say what I want." The car pulled into Linglong Garden, and Su Weile was stunned by the ancient, elegant landscape design, feeling as if he had traveled through time. Just moments ago, he was navigating the modern concrete jungle, and now he had entered a completely different world where the pace of life seemed to slow down. "Is this your home, Tang? So awesome. The environment is incredible. It's a residence in Jinhai. I thought you might like this kind of place, so I brought you here." Tang Shao's voice was calm. To him, whether it was this place the fancy apartment head lived in for convenience or the vast Tang family villa, they were all just places to sleep, no different from a hotel. But because Su Weile loved this place from that moment on, Linglong Garden became something special in Tang Shao's heart. Tang Shaowu took Su Weile to have dinner in the dining room. Su Weile still had a childlike nature, curious about the novel surroundings. During the meal, his eyes darted around, asking questions ceaselessly. Even Su Weile didn't realize that the Tang Shaowu before him was no longer the one who wouldn't say a word during meals. Now he would slowly respond to his questions while eating, so their dinner table never felt lonely. With Su Weile around, loneliness was never an option. Tang Shaowu noticed that Su Weile had barely eaten a third of the rice in his bowl and was already pushing the grin. It was clear he didn't want to eat anymore and was just playing. He was waiting for Tang Shaowu to finish so he could drop his chopsticks and leave the table. Tang Shaowu looked up. He said, "Su Weile, eat properly. Finish all the rice in your bowl." Su Weile looked up in disbelief, not expecting this. "I'm full. I can't eat that much rice. You've only had a few bites of rice and you're full." "I really am full. I ate a lot of the dishes." Tang Shaowu looked at the quibbling Su Weile and said coldly, "If you don't finish the rice, you can forget about the cake tonight." Su Weile instantly bristled. "Why? You didn't mention any such condition earlier. It's not too late to mention it now. Finish the rice and the cake will be here right." Su Weile said furiously, "Tang Shaowu, you are such a pest." Then he viciously stabbed at his rice, viciously continued eating. Su Weile ended up overeating. He felt so stuffed. To make room for the cake he dragged Tang Shaowu out for a walk in the yard after dinner. They strolled and chatted. When he learned there was also a gym, Su Weile excitedly declared he would work out there and become a muscular hunk. Tang Shaowu glanced at Su Weile's slender frame and said nothing. Walking backwards, Su Weile asked with a gossipy grin, "Tang, guess who I saw in the parking lot today?" Seeing his excitement, Tang Shaowu felt an inexplicable warmth. "Who?" Even though they were alone, Su Weile lowered his voice. "Jin Fei. I saw him and, that director who I think." A woman dripping with jewels, very mature. "Was it director who? I saw Jin Fei coaxing her and even kissed her." "Exciting, huh?" Tang Shaowu found it amusing. "Yeah, really exciting." Su Weile's eyes sparkled. "And there's more. You must know. That assistant who was said to be in love with Jin Fei, he's actually a guy. I just found out today. Oh my god, I'm so shocked." Tang Shao's smile gradually faded and his voice turned cold. "Is it that shocking? A man loving a man. Do you find that unacceptable?" Tang Shao's words made Su Weile pause for a moment. "Huh, me? What do I have to accept? I don't like men either. I just never thought about it before. I always thought the assistant who was in love with Jin Fei was a girl. Turns out it's a boy, and a rather adorably naive one. Actually, I think that boy is quite nice. Even though Jin Fei has curried favor with Mrs. Who, he still protects Jin Fei. I just feel sorry for him." Su Weile recounted the encounter with Yu Chongming to Tang Shaowu, speaking with great animation, but Tang Shaowu remained largely silent. Su Weile looked at Tang Shao's expression, frowned, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you tired? Or is it a headache?" Tang Shaowu quietly gazed at Su Weile without speaking. Su Weile stared back at him, playfully furrowing his brows and widening his eyes to tease him. "What's the matter with you? You keep staring at me without saying a word. It's scary, you know." Su Weile noticed his sudden change in mood and worried that he might have a headache, so he proactively suggested they stop wandering and go back to the room. The bedroom gave Su Weile a great surprise. When he slid open the antique-style door, he found a tatami mat, even larger than the one at his own home. Su Weile immediately felt a sense of familiarity. "Wow, Tang Shaowu, I love this bedroom. I want to sleep here. And go take a shower. You can also soak in the bath, and there's an outdoor hot spring. You must be tired from traveling today. Go relax." Su Weile actually became interested. Back in Yinshan, there was only a sauna, and every time Taitu asked him to go, he refused. As soon as he entered, he felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he were a giant steamed bun in his grandmother's steamer. Moreover, when Su Weile was a child, he saw a horror movie set in a sauna room. Ever since, whenever he entered that confined little space, he became tense. So he was even more repulsed. Su Weile went off to relax on his own. After Tang Shaowu finished his shower, he saw Su Weile having a great time by himself. He watched quietly for a while, then returned to the room, opened his laptop, and started working. An hour later, Su Weile entered with a flushed face and said happily, "Master Tang, I really like your house." Tang Shaowu smiled and said, "I'm glad. Come and don't catch a cold." Su Weile changed into his pajamas and only then realized they were the same style as Tang Shao's, except Tang Shao's were black. He acted just like before at the hospital. Tang Shaowu worked while he sat across from him, eating cake and scrolling through his phone. A few minutes earlier, Jin Jeja had sent him a WeChat message. "Brother Lu, the nurse, is very nice and gentle. Thank you." "What's there to thank? You're welcome. Does your leg still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore, but I don't know when it will heal. I still need to get back to the film crew." "Don't rush. Take good care of yourself. I asked the doctor today. There's no bone injury, so recovery will be quick. But you need to be careful not to leave any lingering issues. So even after you're better and back to the crew, you should still be mindful. Will you come again tomorrow, Brother Le? I want to eat the salted egg custard buns you bought today." "No problem at all. They'll deliver them on time at noon." Su Weile had just put down his phone when he noticed Tang Shaowu staring at him. "What's wrong? Do you want some cake?" Tang Shaowu glanced at the phone and said, "Who are you chatting with?" "Jin Jejia." "Yeah. By the way, Master Tang, are you going to the hospital tomorrow?" "I'm going tomorrow." You should come to check in for hospitalization, and then we can start the new drug trial right away. How about that? Let's do it now, okay? Tang Shaowu lifted one corner of his mouth in a smile, and said, why are you in such a hurry? Eager to get back to Yanshan? Or eager to see Jin Jejia? Su Weile said frankly, can't I be worried about your illness? Tang Shaowu said, if you're worried about my illness, then don't go anywhere tomorrow. Stay with me. I won't go to the hospital. They'll try the medicine at home. I just need to go to the hospital for a checkup every 3 days. Su Weile asked seriously, is that really okay? Or did you decide that yourself because you don't want to go to the hospital? It's really okay. Director Yin approved it. Su Weile still wasn't quite convinced and muttered under his breath, everyone knows you and that ice cube are in cahoots. Tang Shaowu chuckled and said, with that one remark you've insulted both me and Yin Junka. Su Weile suddenly thought of something. What about my car? It's still at the hospital. My luggage is at the hospital too. I don't have any clothes to change into. Tang Shaowu said coldly, they'll have someone bring your car back tomorrow. Su Weile immediately replied, no, I don't want anyone else touching my car. Then leave it there. You can drive it back when I go to the hospital for a follow-up. Don't bother with the luggage either. Everything is available here. You can wear my clothes or have them all deliver whatever you want. Su Weile said angrily, I see now. You just don't want me to go to the hospital to see Jin Jejia, do you? Tang Shao's voice carried an unmistakable chill. Don't forget you said yourself that you came to accompany me. Su Weile could see Tang Shao's displeasure. After thinking it over, he decided not to provoke him. Although he sensed Tang Shao's occasional domineering nature, he often found himself going along with him. He realized that subconsciously he didn't want to make Tang Shaowu angry. He hoped he could be happier. Su Weile snorted and ignored him. Since he had finished his cake, he got up, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, then lay down on the tatami to play. Tang Shaowu watched Su while his fingers lightly tapping the table. He seemed lost in thought. As soon as Su Weile logged into the game, Taitu caught him. He pestered Su Weile to carry him, while simultaneously berating him for leaving without saying goodbye once again. Su Weile had no choice but to lead him to dominate the battlefield. Taitu was so delighted that he kept shouting how awesome it was, temporarily forgetting his criticism of. When Su Weile turned off the game, his hands were a bit sore. He looked up and saw Tang Shaowu still working. Tang Shaowu, little friend, you need to rest. Look at the time. By the way, where are you sleeping tonight? Tang Shaowu shut down the computer, turned around, and looked at him. Right here. Su Weile raised an eyebrow. Here. Sleeping with me. Are you sure? If I hit you in the middle of the night, don't blame me. Tang Shaowu got up and turned off the light. I'm going to sleep with you from now on. Aren't we good friends? Su Weile heard this and was reminded of kindergarten. He laughed and said, haha, come on my good friend, time for bed. He got up and straightened the pillows and quilt he had messed up. Tang Shaowu, you sleep on the outside, okay? I'm afraid I'll fall off the bed. Block me in. Tang Shaowu softly replied, The lights were turned off and the room became dark and quiet. Su Weile's voice softly sounded in Tang Shao's ear. Does your head hurt now? No. Oh, that's good. I feel really anxious, worried about your headache. Su Weile turned his head in the darkness, looking in Tang Shao's direction. Although he couldn't see clearly, he remembered the scar on his temple that he had noticed earlier. Tang Shaowu, what's that scraped spot on your head? Tang Shaowu did not conceal it, but he also did not offer much explanation, merely saying, I'm somewhat allergic to the electrode pads used for brainwave monitoring. Su Weile thought for a moment and said, how long does a checkup take? How could you get such an allergic reaction just from that? You didn't undergo electrotherapy, did you? That treatment lasts longer and is more intense. Tang Shaowu smiled and said, you know quite a bit. Su Weile turned over, propping himself up on his elbows, and said, Tang Shaowu, you shouldn't do that lightly. It has side effects and is bad for your health. You can't just do whatever you want when you get a headache. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was agitated above him, and reached up to touch the back of his neck, stroking it gently. His voice became very soft. Don't worry, I didn't do it on my own. Dr. Yin helped me, he knows what he's doing. I only use it when it's really severe. Su Weile frowned and said, Tang Shaowu, what exactly is wrong with you? Is it just primary headaches? In truth, Su Weile had his suspicions at times, but because of his mother he tended to avoid this topic. He didn't want to associate Tang Shaowu with that illness. Tang Shaowu gently played with the ends of Su Weile's hair. His hair was thick and the ends were long, feeling pleasant to the touch. Don't overthink it. I'm fine. With you by my side, my headaches aren't as bad. Su Weile without doubt replied cheerfully. Alright, I'll stay with you every day for a while then. How about that? I'm a good friend, aren't I? Tang Shaowu, am I good to you? Really good, right? Seriously, do you even know how bad your temper is? If it were anyone else, I would have stormed off long ago. I'm only this good to you. You're so lucky. Tang Shaowu let out a soft laugh and didn't respond. He sensed Su Weile had more to say. He looked at Su Weile's silhouette in the night, his eyes bright. But you know, you're way too bossy. Between good friends there should be mutual understanding and tolerance, not you controlling me like this, saying no to this and that. Geez, even my dad doesn't discipline me this much seriously. So Tang Shaowu, I'm going to the hospital tomorrow, and you can't stop me. I promised judge your ID buy him custard buns at noon. How can I go back on my word? I'll go and come back quickly, okay? Tang Shaowu didn't reply immediately, and Su Weile impatient lunged forward, pressing his entire upper body onto Tang Shao. He pressed his arm against Tang Shao's neck, applying slight force, forcing Tang Shaowu to tilt his head back. Su Weile growled, yes or no? Answer me now, or I'll punch you again. Tang Shaowu, who had his hand on Su Weile's neck, now moved it to his back and waist. His voice grew husky. Fine, go ahead. But next time discuss it with me first before making plans with others. Satisfied with the answer, Su Weile happily lay back down. That's more like it. Got it. Next time I'll report everything first. I must owe you something. No one has ever controlled me like this since I was a kid. Hey, where's my phone? Is it over there by you? Are you lying on it? Su Weile suddenly sat up again and started searching for his phone. He remembered leaving it near Tang Shaowu. It was just here. Did you lie on it? Or did it? Su Weile's voice abruptly stopped, and the room fell into an eerie silence. After about 20 seconds, Su Weile suddenly burst out laughing. Tang Shaowu, what's with the salute? Were you working just now, or were you secretly? You weren't, were you? Su Weile stopped looking for his phone, grinning mischievously as he leaned close to Tang Shaowu, whispering in his ear, that's not fair, man. Why didn't you call me? Good stuff should be shared with good friends. Tang Shao's voice was hoarse. I wasn't watching anything. Su Weile's eyes widened. You dare to do it, but not admit it. And you say you weren't watching. Huh, you say you weren't. Then what's this? Back home, Su Weile often horsed around with friends like this. Guys together play rough without much restraint, but Tang Shao's reaction was quite intense. Su Weile froze for a few seconds, staring at Tang Shao's eyes, which were so close. Though it was too dark to see clearly, the fire in Tang Shao's eyes was too glaring to ignore. Su Weile swallowed and said, what's wrong? Matt, I wasn't making fun of you. Just messing around. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile with heavy breaths, pinched his own arm hard, then let out a long sigh, and lay back in his original position. Su Weile turned his head to look at Tang Shaowu, who had his arm pressed over his eyes, and asked cautiously, are you just going to tough it out? Doesn't it hurt? Go take care of it yourself. I won't laugh. Tang Shaowu ignored him, and said in a low voice, go to sleep. Su Weile pouted and muttered, old men are so stubborn. They endure headaches and this kind of thing too. Are you a ninja turtle? Su Weile. Alright, he'll shut up. Time passed slowly. Tang Shaowu didn't speak, and Su Weile didn't dare to. He couldn't fall asleep, and still hadn't, so he was bored. After thinking it over, he risked it, and said, Tang Shaowu. Tang Shao, are you asleep? Did you lower the flag? It's weird just sitting here in silence waiting for you. Feels like a moment of silence. Tang Shaowu still didn't reply. Su Weile continued, wanna chat? Super tough guy, young Master Tang. Ha ha ha. Su Weile laughed so hard his stomach hurt, rolling around on the tatami twice, before calming down and crawling back beside Tang Shaowu. He saw that Tang Shaowu had already lowered his arm and was staring at him steadily. All done. Tang Shaowu smiled faintly. Had your laugh. Su Weile was in a good mood. No more laughing, no more laughing. Su Weile was in a cheerful mood. I won't laugh anymore, she said. But really, I have to give you credit. You've got some substance, huh? Giggling, Tang Shao's smile didn't fade. He said in a low voice, some things I really want to take slowly, but I just can't help it. Su Weile didn't catch it. What? What did you say? Tang Shaowu directly ignored his question and said, what about you? Do you have anything good? Or are you underdeveloped? With how little you eat, you must be pretty unimpressive. Su Weile felt extremely insulted. He shot up and sat upright. Who are you calling unimpressive? I have plenty to offer, you know. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly, controlling the laughter with perfect measure. Su Weile blushed. What do you mean by that laugh? You don't believe me. Don't you know I never lie? Really, ever since I was little, I've always compared with Taitu. Tang Shao's expression darkened slightly. He said calmly, then how about you compare with me? Su Weile finally understood today, no matter how gloomy and difficult a person, after a satisfying experience, they would indeed feel joyful in body and mind, just like Tang Shaowu at this moment. Even his smile was much more sincere than usual, making him exceptionally handsome. Tang Shaowu tousled his hair and said, still want to compare sizes? Su Weile said angrily, compare my ass. So what if it's big? So what if it lasts long? Tang Shaowu laughed out loud, a rare sight. Unwilling to admit defeat, Su Weile said, scheming man, it's definitely your competitive spirit acting up. Tang Shaowu, in a good mood, went along with it. Yeah, I'm just too competitive. It's a flaw, I need to correct it. Su Weile could think whatever he wanted. Tang Shaowu didn't want to argue at all now, because he knew that if he hurried too much, Su Weile would be scared away. Su Weile was really getting sleepy, his eyes were gradually closing. I'm going to sleep, I'm so tired. Tang Shaowu, you go to sleep too. If you can't sleep, wake me up, and it'll keep you company. Tang Shao's hand slowly stroked the ends of his hair, gently playing with it. Got it. Sleep peacefully. Su Weile fell asleep quickly. Soon slow and steady breathing could be heard. Listening to the breathing of the person beside him, Tang Shaowu felt a peace in his heart that he had never known before. Soon slow and steady breathing could be heard. Listening to the breathing of the person beside him, Tang Shaowu felt a peace in his heart. I have never wanted something so badly, never. In his dream, Su Weile seemed to return to the past, that long corridor that seemed endless. Little Su Weile saw his mother at the end of the white corridor smiling and waving at him. His mother's voice was so beautiful, oh, every night, she would sing lovely songs to her beloved son. In the dream, his mother's voice was also lovely. She smiled and said, Lele, come here, my precious son. Su Weile smiled and ran to his mother straight into her arms. He could almost smell the unique fragrance of his mother. Mom, I missed you so much. Su Weile felt as if his mother was gently stroking him. Just as he turned his head, he saw the blood vessels at his mother's temple throbbing violently, as if they were about to burst through the skin. Su Weile's heart sank to the bottom. Mom, does it hurt a lot? Just like when he was little, his mother, who never complained of pain, still smiled and shook her head, then took his little hand and walked into the ward. Little Su Weile suddenly saw Tang Shaowu in the ward just like the first time they met. Tang Shaowu sat on the hospital bed silent, leaning his head against the wall with his eyes closed. Su Weile called out, Tang Shaowu, what are you doing here? No response. Soon a group of doctors came and began frantically attaching electrode pads to Tang Shao's head, covering it completely. Su Weile in the dream was startled and quickly shouted, Tang Shaowu, wake up. You can't do this, it's life-threatening. Tang Shaowu. Su Weile. Wake up. Suddenly opening his eyes, Su Weile was still confused between dream and reality. He blinked and stared at Tang Shaowu. Gently stroking Su Weile's face, Tang Shaowu smiled and said, What's wrong? Had a nightmare. Su Weile calmed down and said softly, Tang Shaowu, does your head hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. I'm very comfortable now. Don't worry. Su Weile's voice still trembled slightly. Tell me if your head hurts. Don't bear it and don't rely on electroshock therapy. That's not good. Tang Shaowu looked at him seriously. Although his smile was faint, it was exceptionally sincere. Got it, don't worry. If my head hurts, I'll tell you. Whatever you don't want me to do, I won't do it. You had a nightmare just now, didn't you? Su Weile was actually still not fully awake, but he instinctively hid the fact that he had dreamed of Tang Shaowu and his mother in the same ward. I just dreamed about my mother. Tang Shaowu didn't expose the fact that he had been calling his name. He just gently patted him and said, sleep. Su Weile, have a good dream this time. Early the next morning, Su, while wearing Tang Shao's sportswear, was about to head to the hospital. As he was leaving, he kept checking himself in the mirror. Tang Shao, your clothes are too big on me, don't they look ill-fitting? It's all your fault for provoking me yesterday. I was so angry that I forgot everything. I didn't even drive the car over and my clothes are still there. Tang Shaowu, while reading the documents in his hand and sipping coffee, said, without lifting his head, your clothes from yesterday will be delivered by the butlers soon. If you don't want to wear mine, you can wait a while. Su Weile glanced at the time and muttered, it's all your fault. Tang Shaowu retorted, don't blame me. You're the one who's vain. After the night they had spent together, the dynamic between them had clearly changed. However, Su Weile was too thick-skinned to notice. Tang Shaowu was right. Su Weile was indeed vain. He couldn't bear to go out in ill-fitting clothes. So he waited for the butler to bring his clothes. As Su Weile was about to rush out, Tang Shaowu said, let the driver take you. Come back early, don't make me urge you. Su Weile once again felt something he had never experienced even as a child, a father bossing his son around. When Su Weile arrived at the hospital with food, Yu Chongning happened to be there too. Seeing Su Weile, he immediately stood up and obediently called out, Shao Le Go. Su Weile chuckled and said, perfect, I bought lots of good food. Let's eat together. Yu Chongning had always been reserved. The day before he had refused to eat, even after being urged for a long time, and today, he was the same, declining everything. Eventually Su Weile pushed him directly to the table and said, you sit here and eat properly. If you can't finish all this, you'll have to take it with you. Yu Chongning, intimidated by Su Weile's forcefulness, earnestly said, thank you, and began to eat obediently. Jean Jejia, watching from the side, covered her mouth and giggled. While eating, Yu Chongning said, by the way, Shao Le Gu, I came today to take Sister Jejia for a makeup test. The director said the final makeup must be set today. Su Weile was a bit displeased. Does it have to be today? Doesn't he know? Jejia twisted her ankle. Yu Chongning nodded reluctantly. The director said the final makeup photos must all be completed today. That's why I came specially to inform Sister Jejia. Jean Jejia gently patted Su Weile and said, it's okay. My leg is fine. Besides, he'll just sit there for makeup and costume changes. It won't be tiring. Jean Jejia forced a smile because she knew this was Jinhai, not her hometown Yanshan. Here no one would pamper or indulge her anymore. Su Weile frowned, thought for a moment, and said, all right, you two take your time eating. After you finish, he'll drive you over. It was Su Weile's first time at the filming location. When he arrived, he realized how many people were there. The noisy chaos reminded him of the market in Yanshan. As soon as Jean Jejia appeared, a staff member notified the director. The director came over, patted Jean Jeju on the back, and said, "Ah, is your leg better? I'm really in a hurry, so I had to ask you to come today. Bear with it, okay?" Su Weile didn't know if this director was the man from the recording pin, but seeing his hand on Jean Jeju's back made him feel extremely uneasy. Jean Jeju was quickly arranged to go for makeup. Su Weile asked Yu Changning beside him, "What's that director's name?" Yu Changning's eyes flickered as he replied, "It's director Wu Tai." Apart from when he was around Tang Shaowu, Su Weile was quite sharp. Seeing Yu Changning's unnatural expression, he guessed that the relationship between Jean Jeju and the director was not a secret. Sure enough, with careful observation one could see that whenever the director and Jean Jeju were together, the nearby staff would pay special attention, and some would even. Su Weile felt very uncomfortable. So he said to Yu Changning, "Changning, let's go for a walk outside." Yu Changning wasn't part of this crew. He was currently a spare staff member at the entertainment company, moved wherever needed. Anyone could order him around. But when no one was looking, he was quite free. The two of them were strolling along the edge of the set chatting. Suddenly they overheard a couple of set staff chatting. "Hey, did you see? That girl who just walked in is Jean Jeju, the one who climbed into director Wu's bed. I heard her role was forced in. I saw her. I went to take a look on purpose. She's not that great, just younger, and looks innocent. But what do you know? These old men like that kind. Fresh into the entertainment industry, pure and untouched. Think about it, if it were you, wouldn't you like it? Hey, if you ask me, being a director is awesome. They've ruined quite a few young girls." "What do you mean ruined?" "It's mutual benefit. They're all willing, scrambling over each other to get ahead." His arm was gently tugged. Yu Changning, full of worry, said, "Shao Lugu, let's go, wait in the car. Stop walking around." In the car, Su Weile sat quietly staring out the window at the bustling scene. Yu Changning grew anxious, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke. "Shao Lugu, don't take it to heart. They're just talking nonsense. This circle is full of rumors and hearsay." Su Weile turned to look at Yu Changning. "You actually know that what they said is true, don't you?" Yu Changning immediately tensed up. "Off. I. Su Weile smiled and turned away. After a moment, Yu Changning said softly, "Shao Lugu, what? What is your relationship with Sister Jeju?" "Us. She's like my own sister. So knowing she's like this, I'm still very sad." Hearing that Su Weile considered them as siblings, Yu Changning let out a long then he said dejectedly, "This circle is like this. Such things are very common." Su Weile heard the dejection in his voice. He thought of Yu Changning and Jean Fei's situation and felt even more confused. If people want to become famous and successful, do they have to resort to this kind of thing? Can't they rely on their own abilities? Yu Changning's eyes held a hint of sorrow. But this is a shortcut, the most effective and fastest way. How many people can succeed on their own? Most importantly, how many can persevere? It's not that there aren't any, but there are too few. Yu Changning looked at Su Weile. He knew Su Weile wasn't much older than him, but in Su Weile's eyes he saw a purity and sincerity that was rarely seen nowadays. Yu Changning thought sadly such eyes are probably rarer than the aurora borealis in this circle. Shao Lugu, money, and oneself. If you're not willing to sacrifice one of them, it's hard to make it in this circle. Even if you do sacrifice, you might not succeed. Su Weile looked at Yu Changning with incomprehension. "So you all think this is normal? You can all accept it? Even you? Even knowing that Jean Fei is clinging to a wealthy woman, you still want to be with him in secret?" Su Weile's sudden questioning turned Yu Changning's face deathly pale. He opened his mouth, but remained speechless for a long moment. Su Weile knew he had gone too far. Pointing out Yu Changning's pain so bluntly must have been deeply embarrassing for him. Yet he truly felt it was unfair for him. He could see that Yu Changning was a good-natured young man. Back when Jean Fei was in the hospital facing the two choices presented by Tang Shaowu, he had abandoned Yu Changning without hesitation. Even then, before Su Weile even knew Yu Changning, he had already felt a sense of injustice on his behalf. Now that he had met him in person and found him to be such a fine young man in his eyes, it only deepened that feeling. Moreover, Yu Changning had defended Jean Fei so staunchly right in front of him, even fearing that Su Weile had taken a video that would harm Jean Fei. Despite his obvious fear, he insisted on checking Su Weile's phone. Su Weile truly felt it was not worth it for him. Yu Changning turned to look out the window. After a few minutes, his voice, clear and cold, broke the silence. "Jean Fei and I are from the same village. He was one of the rare college students from our area, and later, he entered the entertainment industry, becoming a legend back home. By chance, we met again in Jinhai. When he learned I was looking for a job, he smiled and said the little mud doll from back then has grown up. Then he said he would take me under his wing and make me his assistant. I wasn't very good at much, but brother Jean Fei never complained. He helped me a lot. Later we got together. It was only after things happened that I found out about him and that female boss. I had always thought they were just business partners. I never thought about getting back together with him. Last time he approached me, but I turned him down." Su Weile heard a sob in his voice. He quickly turned around, his tone softening. "Oh, why are you crying? I was in a bad mood just now, maybe I was too harsh. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you, it's not worth it. Jean Fei had a choice, and he didn't choose you. Don't foolishly wait for him anymore. Do you hear me? Live your own life. Yu Changming quickly wiped away his tears. Brother Shaowu, why are you so good to me? Su Weile smiled. Right? Someone like me, handsome and kind, is truly rare. Anyone who meets me is blessed by fate. So don't be so miserable all the time. Stand up straight and find your own happiness. Yu Changming laughed through his tears. I understand, Brother Shao. The two chatted a bit more in the car. When they felt enough time had passed, they decided to go in and check on Jean Jejia. Su Weile had just opened the car door and stepped out when the door of the commercial vehicle parked next to them slid open. A wave of perfume wafted over, followed by a fashionably dressed young woman stepping out. The moment she looked up and saw Su Weile, she paused, then quickly smiled. Hey handsome, are you a new actor? Su Weile returned the smile politely. No. He nodded and walked away without another word. Yu Changming glanced back and said, Brother Shaowu, that's Xin Yue, the female lead of this movie. She's also a newcomer, but she seems to have quite a background. Rumor has it she's backed by a major sugar daddy. Su Weile nodded. Oh, your industry really opens one's eyes. The studio was still bustling with activity. Su Weile searched for a while before spotting Jean Jejia in a corner. After her makeup and costume were finalized, she looked much more lively. Her naturally sweet features were even more endearing now. Su Weile raised an eyebrow and let out a soft whistle. Jean Jejia stared at him intently. Brother Shaowu, how do I look? You look great. Stand still, let me take a photo and send it to Brother Genie. Let him see his beautiful sister. Su Weile snapped several photos. Before he could even choose which one to send, Jean Jejia's voice came through. Brother Shaowu, let's take a picture together. Without a second thought, Su Weile agreed. Sure, come on. Yu Changming volunteered. Brother Shaowu will take it for you. I can get a full body shot. The three of them were huddled together, scrolling through photos and laughing when the director walked over. Jejia, is this one of your batch of trainees? He's got a good look. He could come try out for a role. Jejia was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was referring to Su Weile. She quickly explained, no, he's my brother. Director Wu looked at Su Weile. Interested in acting in a movie? Su Weile, still nursing a grudge against this director, replied flatly, sorry, not interested. Before Director Wu could say anything, the sound of an argument echoed from across the room. In the lead of this movie, why is a minor supporting character's costume so much better than mine? What's your problem? Everyone's attention was drawn to the young woman approaching. Leading the group was Xin Yue, the same girl Su Weile had encountered in the parking lot. Xin Yue stormed up to Jean Jejia, giving her costume a spiteful glare. She turned to the director. Director Wu, I don't understand. Jean Jejia plays such an insignificant role, so why does she get such a stunning outfit? In the lead, why is my costume so ugly? Is this favoritism? Director Wu, a seasoned filmmaker, responded calmly but firmly. I don't think your costume is ugly. The female lead's attire is designed to complement the male leads. If you had read the script carefully, you'd know that the totems on your outfit carry unique significance. They're another way the story unfolds. Director Wu's words were reasoned and measured, his voice low but commanding. Xin Yu's face flushed red. So you're saying my costume can't be changed? It can't be changed. Your outfit was specially designed. The original novel describes the female lead's clothing in detail. Your costume is a highly faithful adaptation. Realizing she couldn't argue with the director, Xin Yue turned her furious gaze on Jean Jejia. Everyone around remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Suddenly a man's voice cut through. Director Wu, if Xin Yu's costume can't be changed, then change the supporting actress. Su Weile frowned and stood up, looking toward the man approaching. As soon as the man drew near, Xin Yue rushed to him, whining. Look how ugly my outfit is. If this movie comes out, everyone will laugh at me. The man patted Xin Yu's shoulder reassuringly. His lackey spoke up. Director Wu, you heard second young Master Tang's meaning, didn't you? Director Wu's brow furrowed, but before he could speak, a young, pleasant voice rang out. What meaning? Who the hell do you think you are, meddling with someone else's clothes? Mind your own business. Why do you have to control what others wear? Got nothing better to do. All eyes turned to Su Weile. Tang, he looked at the stylishly dressed handsome boy and smiled. Impressive, you've got guts to talk to me like that. Are you an actor here? Never mind who I am. I don't care who you are, but you have to be reasonable, don't you? Just because someone's clothes look better, you want to force them to change. I always thought a lead's brilliance came from their acting. Now I see. You glory chasers rely on others to make you look good, huh? Then why make a movie? Go film a nature documentary. Even the supporting animals have better fur than you. The group that had been quietly watching the spectacle suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Once the first laugh escaped, the rest no longer held back. Everyone erupted in laughter. Yu Changming stepped forward softly, suppressing a smile as he tugged at Su Weile's sleeve and said, Brother Shaowu, don't say any more. Tang Yi's lackey, the one who had just spoken, was the agent for Xin Yue. Not through an agency, but Xin Yu's independent agent. In truth, he was just a dog at Tang Yi's side. Though not a proper agent, he knew the entertainment industry inside out. As soon as he saw Yu Changming, a contemptuous sneer escaped his lips. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't it the little agent who was just abandoned? What's the matter? The back door didn't work, did it? Jean Fei kicked you to the curb. Have you found some new patron now? Yu Changning's face paled and flushed alternately. Su Weile immediately pulled Yu Changning behind him and snapped at Sinyu's agent. What the hell are you saying? A rabid dog biting anyone in sight. Watch your mouth. What am I saying? Ask anyone in the entertainment circle. Everyone knows about this. Oh, birds of a feather flock together, huh? Su Weile glanced at Tang, who was clearly the one in charge, and saw him merely smiling at the scene with no intention of intervening. Su Weile nodded and said to Tang, so you let your dog off the leash without a muzzle, huh? Sinyu's agent flushed with indignation. You little brat, who are you calling a dog? You're still wet behind the ears, and you dare to lecture me. You think you can throw your weight around just because of your pretty face? Wait until you find a good buyer before you talk tough. Tang still watched with a smirk, enjoying the show. Su Weile fixed his gaze on Tang and said, fine. Since you want control your own dog when it bites, he'll do it for you. Before anyone could react, Su Weile strode forward, grabbing the agent by the collar with one hand and swinging a punch with the other. The punch was thrown with all of Su Weile's strength. Sinyu's agent was no match. He collapsed after one blow, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. He lay on the ground wailing. Su Weile walked over, yanked him up, and said coldly, still able to howl, huh? Then apologize. Apologize to Jean Jejia and Yu Changning right now. Seeing the violence escalate, the crowd gasped. Jean Jejia and Yu Changning hurried over to mediate. Forget it, brother Shao, let it go. Tang stepped forward, his tone unfriendly. That's enough. Su Weile turned his gaze to Tang and said, now you think it's enough. Where were you when your dog was running wild just now? Go somewhere cool and stay out of this. Over the years, Tang though not all powerful in Jinhai, had always been shown respect due to his backing from the Tang group. No one had ever dared to speak to him like. Feeling humiliated by the stares around him, he said, I'm telling you to let him go now. Su Weile's eyes blazed with fiery intensity as he fixed them on Tang. Either you apologize for him or get lost right now. Then he delivered another punch, gritting his teeth. Apologize, do you hear me? Sinyu's agent, after a howl of agony, finally looked at Su Weile with fear. Completely losing his dignity, he wailed, I'm sorry, I apologize, okay? I'll second, young Master Tang, save me. Someone call the police, call the police. In the midst of the chaos, Tang's bodyguards finally rushed over from the car. Seeing the situation, they immediately joined the fray. Su Weile had no choice but to release his grip and focus on fighting the bodyguards. Yu Changning, who had been trying to pull Su Weile away, immediately let go and joined the battle as soon as the bodyguards arrived. The fight turned from one-sided suppression into a chaotic foreman brawl, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Finally, someone dialed the Though the bodyguards were professionally trained in combat, Su Weile's agile movements, ferocity, and rich practical experience kept him from suffering much loss. Yu Changning, however, was in a sorry state. Small and not fierce in his attacks, he mostly took hits. Seeing this, Su Weile had to cover for him, and soon took several punches himself, with bruises appearing on his face. But his fighting spirit only grew fiercer. He showed no sign of surrender. He locked onto one of the bodyguards and beat him relentlessly without letting go. Only when the police arrived was Su Weile forcibly pulled away. Inside the police station, Su Weile and Yu Changning sat on a cold bench waiting to give their statements. Su Weile gently touched the corner of his mouth and hissed, drawing in a sharp breath. The inside of his mouth was cut, and speaking hurt. Yu Changning asked with concern, Brother Shaowu, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Su Weile gritted his teeth and said, I hate it when they hit my face. When I get out, I'll beat that bastard again. Yu Changning giggled. Su Weile glanced at him and said, still laughing, next time I fight, don't you join in. You're too small. Just going to get beaten up for nothing. How are you? Is it bad? Su Weile took a closer look at Yu Changning, who was in much worse shape. His face was a mess of black and blue, and the corner of his eye was cut. Su Weile said in frustration, can't you at least protect your face next time? Now you're probably scarred for life. Tisk, you were actually quite good looking. What a waste. Yu Changning just kept grinning at him. Su Weile looked at him and smiled too. Great, it's worse than scars. The kid's been beaten silly. What are you grinning about? Yu Changning said, Brother Shaowu, today has been the happiest day I've had in a long time. And thank you for helping me. Su Weile snorted. What's there to thank? This is nothing. I even dragged you into the police station. In Jinhai, if this were my hometown, I'd have you out in no time. Yu Changning smiled innocently. I'm not afraid, Brother Shaowu. You came in because of me. The two leaned quietly against the wall behind them. Su Weile thought to himself that when he left this morning, Tang Shaowu had told him to come back early. Now it was late, and he still hadn't returned. He'd probably be furious again. Having a friend with a bad temper was really hard to calm down. His phone had been confiscated, and he had no idea when this mess would be resolved. He sighed. Yu Changning's voice slowly rose. Actually, I know what everyone is whispering about me behind my back. What Sinyu's agent said today isn't the first time I've heard it. Brother Li, you are the first person to stand up for me. Thank you for knowing everything and still treating me as a friend without thinking that I am filthy and shameful. They all think that I got together with brother Jean Fei because of his money and fame, but I really didn't. But who would believe me? They all think I knew about brother Jean Fei and Chairman Huss affair long ago, yet I still got involved with Jean Fei. I really didn't know. I was the last to find out. But who would believe that? No one believes. If I say love, they would all laugh their heads off. Su Weile watched the tears streaming down the boy's eyes and let out a deep sigh. Yu Changning, didn't we agree? Forget the past and start anew. If you keep hanging on that crooked tree called Jean Fei, you'll beat you just like I beat those people today. Got it? Why are you so blind? Even if you like men, at least pick someone decent. Su Weile hesitated but couldn't hold back and asked in a low voice, Yu Changning, why do you like men? You've broken up with Jean Fei? In the future you'll probably like girls, right? Yu Changning wiped his tears and said, no, I've always liked men. Su Weile frowned. But don't all men like women? Yu Changning smiled and said, Brother Le, have you ever liked anyone? Tang Shao's face suddenly appeared in Su Weile's mind, startling him so much that he shuddered. Su Weile felt as if his brain had been knocked out. Why else would he suddenly think of Tang Shaowu? Su Weile answered weakly, probably not. But I'm definitely into girls at least. Yu Changning's smile carried a hint of bitterness. Brother Lu, when you fall in love someday you'll understand. Feelings are something you can't control. The two were chatting idly when suddenly 3 or 4 impeccably dressed professionals in suits walked in from outside. People from the second floor of the police station immediately came down to greet them, shaking hands warmly and saying, Attorney Shun, why did you come in person? In about 10 minutes, Attorney Shun and his team came downstairs. Under the guidance of the police, they walked straight to Su Weile. Su Weile, right. Come with me. Our other lawyers will handle the remaining procedures. Su Weile was stunned. I didn't hire a lawyer. Attorney Shun remained expressionless. Please, Mr. Su. Su Weile thought for a moment and said, then take him with me too, or I won't leave. Attorney Shun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but seeing Su Weile's determination, he stepped aside and made a phone call. He returned after about 3 minutes and said, Mr. Su, please come with me first. My colleague will immediately help this gentleman with his paperwork and then send him home. Su Weile was about to say that he would wait until his friend could leave too, then go with him. Yu Changning tugged at Su Weile's clothes and said, Brother Lu, it's probably the lawyer that Sister Jejia and the director found. You go ahead without worry. They can't be lying to us. As soon as I'm out, I'll send you a WeChat message. Su Weile thought it over and agreed. He said to Yu Changning, then let me know on WeChat when you're done. If I don't hear from you in an hour, I'll come back for you. Don't worry, I won't leave you here alone. Yu Changning pursed his lips and nodded firmly. Su Weile followed Attorney Shun out of the police station. Only when they reached the main gate did he ask, Excuse me, who asked you to come and bail me out? Attorney Shun smiled and pointed to the car waiting outside. It was a familiar vehicle, and old Su was standing by the car smiling at Su Weile. Su Weile sat alone in Tang Shao's luxurious car, feeling uneasy. Old Su was about to start the car when Su Weile spoke up. Uncle, could you wait a moment? I have a younger brother inside. I want to see if he can get out safely. 10 minutes later, Su Weile saw Yu Changning come out with the several lawyers. He bowed repeatedly to thank them, then looked around as if searching for someone. Su Weile quickly said, Uncle, can we give him a ride? It's hard to get a taxi here. Old Su, usually easygoing, replied, Young Master Su, it's better not to. I'm afraid the young master won't be happy. Su Weile frowned and said, Oh, all right. Let's go then, Uncle Su. As the car just left the police station gate, Su Weile's phone received a message from Yu Changning. Brother Lu, I'm out. Don't worry. After replying to the message, Su Weile looked up at old Su, who was driving, and asked cautiously, Uncle, how did Tang know I was in the police station? Old Su told the truth. In the afternoon, the young master called you, and someone from the police station answered. Su Weile muttered, Damn, how can the police just answer someone's phone? So Uncle was Tang. Was he angry? Old Su chose his words carefully, not very happy. Su Weile said sadly, That's it, he's angry. Sigh, I finally got a chance to go out, and this happens. Next time, it'll be even harder to get permission. What kind of life is this? Old Su glanced at Su Weile's furrowed brow from the rearview mirror and said persuasively, Young Master Su, our young master, is actually easy to please. Just go along with him. Su Weile said helplessly, Uncle, you don't know. I've been going along with him so much I'm softer than noodles. I've never been so accommodating to anyone in my life. Old Su couldn't help but laugh at Su Weile's analogy. You've worked hard, young Master Su. Our young master may be a bit autocratic and domineering, but he truly cares about you. Su Weile let out a soft sitting uneasily in the car and watching the speeding street scenes outside. The car slowly drove into Linglong Garden. Following the path, they arrived in front of the main house. From a distance, Su Weile saw Tang Shaowu standing by the small pond. He stood there all alone, and as Su Weile watched, a feeling of discomfort rose in his heart. Old Su opened the door for Su Weile and said respectfully, Young Master Su, I'll take my leave now. Please have a good talk with the young master. You've been away all day and he hasn't said a word besides work. Su Weile was about to walk toward the pond when he saw Tang Shaowu had already returned. He walked up to Su Weile and said with a blank expression, "Go take a shower first, then come to the dining room for dinner." Without waiting for Su Weile's reply, he walked toward the dining room. After about 20 meters, Tang Shaowu took out his phone and dialed. "Attorney Shun. MME's back safely. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to you. I just want to know who hit Su Weile's face." Su Weile thoroughly enjoyed a bath and his pajamas had been neatly prepared for him. They were the same style as Tang Shao's, except his were pure white contrasting with Tang Shao's all-black set. In truth, Su Weile wasn't particularly fond of the luxurious feel of silk. He preferred his own casual, comfortable cotton pajamas. As he approached the dining table, Su Weile sat down with a grin and looked at Tang Shaowu. "Did I cause you any trouble today? Lawyer Shun was arranged by you, right?" Tang Shaowu lifted his head and glanced at him. His gaze lingered on the wound at the corner of Su Weile's mouth, his expression turning cold. "You said you'd be back in a little while, but what happened? Fighting over a woman. You ended up in the police station and didn't even call me. Were you planning to spend the whole day there?" Su Weile sensed the anger in Tang Shao's tone. He quickly explained, "I thought once I finished the statement they'd let me go. It's not like I hurt them badly. And they hit me too." Tang Shaowu snorted coldly. "You think it's that simple? They're planning to sue you for intentional injury." Su Weile's eyes widened. "No way. Sue me. Have they no shame?" Tang Shaowu shot him a glance and didn't continue. He picked up his chopsticks. "Eat first. They'll deal with you after dinner." Su Weile was indeed a bit hungry, and the sight of the lavish dishes dispelled half his. He ate earnestly for a change. After a few bites he muttered softly, "I can have half a bowl of rice today, but I'll eat more of the dishes. They're delicious." Without looking up, Tang Shaowu said, "Not a single grain left." Su Weile ground his teeth in frustration. The wound at the corner of his mouth extended inside, making every movement painful. For once, Su Weile didn't chatter incessantly during the meal. Tang Shaowu occasionally glanced at him, noticing his awkward chewing and surmising that he had wounds inside his mouth as well. In the end, Su Weile finished an entire bowl of rice. He thought to himself that if he had grown up eating with Tang Shaowu, he might have been a few inches taller. After dinner, Tang Shaowu didn't suggest taking a walk. Su Weile, aching all over, just wanted to lie down. Back in the bedroom, Tang Shaowu turned on his computer to. Su Weile collapsed onto the tatami mat, but he moved too abruptly and seemed to hit a sore spot, letting out an involuntary groan. Looking up, he saw Tang Shaowu silently watching him. Su Weile immediately put on a bright smile. "Hee, it's nothing. Just bumped myself." Su Weile lay unusually still today. During the fight he hadn't noticed, but now that he was home, he felt pain everywhere. Enduring the pain, he played a couple of rounds of games, but his mood soured. He suddenly got up and turned off the main light, leaving only a small night light on. Tang Shaowu, who was working at the computer, paused and glanced at him. Su Weile said with a bad tone, "I'm tired. I want to go to sleep early." Tang Shaowu said nothing and continued working for another 20 minutes. Then he shut down the computer, went to the bathroom to wash his hands, and returned to the tatami. In the dim light, Tang Shaowu reached out, pinched Su Weile's chin, and turned his face toward him. Before Su Weile could understand what was happening, he felt Tang Shao's grip tighten. He winced with a hiss and involuntarily opened his mouth. Then Su Weile's eyes widened in shock. Tang Shaowu produced a bottle of medicine he had somehow obtained and gently applied it to the wound at the corner of Su Weile's mouth. His voice was cold. "Your teeth are fine. The wound on your lip needs medicine for a couple of days. This ointment is a bit bitter. Don't talk right after it's applied, and don't lick it." Tang Shaowu shook the bottle in his hand, checking your injuries and applying some medicine. Su Weile felt a bit embarrassed. "It's fine, I know my own body. I don't have any serious." He pursed his lips and said resignedly, all right, I get it, my dear man." Su Weile felt a bit embarrassed. "It's fine, I know my own body. I don't have any serious." He pursed his lips and said resignedly, all right, I get it, my dear man." Tang Shaowu focused on pressing along Su Weile's ribs, checking each one. Su Weile either felt pain or ticklish squirming and alternating between whimpers. Seeing how lively Su Weile was, Tang Shaowu knew his bones were fine. The groaning was just from the bruises on his body. No fractures, just superficial injuries from the beating. Lie down and I'll apply some medicine. With Tang Shaowu attending to him, Su Weile's mood improved considerably. Earlier, the pain and Tang Shao's constant work had made him a bit irritable. Now that Tang Shaowu was paying attention to him, Su Weile brightened up, immediately forgetting the aches. While enjoying the massage and medication, he said animatedly, "Tang, you should have seen it. I gave them a good beating too. There were 2 of them and they seemed skilled, but I didn't let them get the upper hand. They're worse off than me. I'm awesome, right?" Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile's face that clearly sought praise and uncharacteristically played along. "Yeah, really awesome." Su Weile's eyebrows shot up. "Haha, right. I think so too. Tang, honestly, it wasn't my fault today. You don't know how outrageous they were. That so-called young master and his lackey. They were so bullying and insulting that I had no choice but to fight back." Su Weile gradually recounted the events at the filming location to Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu listened quietly, his hands never stopping as he massaged Su Weile's abdomen where a bruise had formed, likely from the bodyguard's knee. Just as Su Weile was getting excited in his narration, he suddenly paused. Huh, what are you doing? Tang Shaowu said without changing his expression. Let me check you again carefully to see if you've been injured. Su Weile dodged while replying, no, if I had been hit there I would definitely know. It would hurt like hell, you know. Su Weile curled up and retreated, his face flushed beyond words. Putting on a fierce expression, he said, no need to check him, fine. Really no need. Tang Shaowu suddenly smiled and obediently stopped. He picked up the wet wipe he had put aside and meticulously wiped his hands, perhaps because there was residue of the medicinal ointment on them. Su Weile watched as Tang Shaowu cleaned each finger with extreme care. Tang Shaowu had already started wiping his hands a second time. Su Weile stared at the silent Tang Shaowu, and for some reason felt a creeping unease. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly Tang Shaowu stood up and pounced over. Bewildered, Su Weile blinked and looked at Tang Shaowu, who had just returned from washing up. He muttered, you insisted on taking care of me. What are you after? Tang Shaowu did not answer. He lay down straight, turned off the nightlight, and said, sleep well. Tomorrow don't go anywhere. Follow me. In the darkness, Su Weile obediently replied, oh, got it. The night deepened, and outside the wind seemed to pick up, making a whistling sound. Su Weile slept soundly and sweetly, rolling over twice and drifting toward the window. Tang Shaowu listened silently and did not intervene. Sure enough, after a short while, Su Weile made another big roll and returned to Tang Shao's side. Tang Shaowu slowly turned around, gently pulled Su Weile close and held him in his arms. Sensing something nearby, Su Weile immediately clung to it like an octopus holding on tightly. Tang Shaowu did not find it uncomfortable. As on previous nights, he gently lifted Su Weile's chin, gazed at him intently, and then kissed him deeply. When Tang Shaowu pulled away from Su Weile's lips, he saw in the darkness that Su Weile's eyelashes fluttered, and then his eyes slowly opened. In the silent night, the two stared at each other, one with a clear, yet turbulent gaze, the other with innocent, sleepy eyes. Then right in front of Su Weile's open eyes, Tang Shaowu gently leaned in and continued the kiss, though this time much softer. Su Weile closed his eyes due to the sudden closeness of the face before him. But he did not refuse Tang Shao's approach. He never refused Tang Shaowu, as if it had become an instinctive habit. The sun rose early, and the day promised fine weather. Su Weile stretched, his first lazy, comfortable stretch of the day, but it ended in pained cries. His whole body ached. This post-beating aftermath made him very uncomfortable. After mentally cursing the person who had hit him, he felt a little better. He opened his eyes and immediately looked for Tang Shaowu. He called out twice, but got no response. Grimacing in pain, Su Weile left the room and headed to the dining area to see if Tang Shaowu was having breakfast. Just as he stepped out of the bedroom, he saw Tang Shaowu talking to a man under the umbrella by the pool. In the soft morning light, Tang Shaowu sat relaxed, his face expressionless, yet the aura he exuded was one of imposing authority without anger. Su Weile approached while observing the other man. Although Su Weile was straightforward and naive, having grown up with his father and uncles, he had a certain sensitivity to some people. The man before him, though dressed in a suit and looking like an elite, Su Weile could instantly tell that he had the air of a rogue. A man with a strong gangster vibe. As Su Weile drew closer, the man looked at him and actually stood up, respectfully addressing him. Young Master Su, how do you do? Su Weile was taken aback and said, you know me. Before the man could answer, Tang Shaowu turned to Su Weile and said, awake. Still in pain. If you're still uncomfortable, well, go to the hospital for a checkup later. Su Weile touched the still bruised area on his lower abdomen and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. I should be fine. No need for a checkup. Tang Shaowu nodded and introduced Su Weile. This is Pei Yong, the company's manager. With the brief introduction, Su Weile nodded to Pei Yong in greeting. Pei Yong tactfully said, Master Tang, I won't disturb your meal. They'll head back now. Let's proceed with what we just discussed. Tang Shaowu nodded, stood up, and said, yes, go ahead and handle it now. Then he walked over to Su Weile, put a hand on his waist, and said, come on, let's go have breakfast. Su Weile glanced back and saw Pei Yong walking down the path, where a subordinate quickly opened the car door for him. He had the unmistakable demeanor of a big shot. Master Tang, is Pei Yong from your company? Yes, why? He looks a bit intimidating. His demeanor doesn't seem like a businessman's, more like a mob boss. Tang Shaowu chuckled, is that so? Maybe his face is just a bit fierce, but he's actually a decent person. This morning's breakfast bore distinct southern characteristics: fragrant steamed buns, sesame, oil, chicken brown sugar, glutinous rice cakes, seafood congee, and soft glutinous cold rice cakes, and osmanthus cakes. This breakfast was particularly suited for Su Weile, who liked to taste a bit of everything, but couldn't eat much of any one thing. Su Weile ate with great pleasure, and before he knew it, he was stuffed. Breakfast was so delicious. I loved everything, especially the brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. They were so fragrant. Tang Shaowu looked at him tenderly. Seeing Su Weile put down his chopsticks, he didn't urge him to eat more, feeling that the amount he had eaten this morning was quite good. But Su Weile with a sweet tooth scanned the table and couldn't resist reaching for the cold rice cakes. They simply looked too appetizing. Su Weile gently peeled off the plastic wrap, muttering, "It's so soft. It must be really sweet." The moment the cold rice cake touched his lips, a flash of something flickered through his mind. This soft, slightly cool sensation felt strangely familiar. It seemed he had experienced a similar feeling when Tang Shaowu had first helped him. However, his thoughts began to drift. He gently touched his lips, recalling a bizarre dream he had last night. Unbelievable, but in the dream he seemed to have kissed Tang Shaowu. How could he have such a dream? Was it because of what he did before sleeping? Su Weile was startled. It was normal for good friends to play games together, but a kiss? That was far too terrifying. Su Weile was frightened. He thought, this can't go on. I mustn't indulge excessively anymore. What messy dreams are these? Tang Shaowu clearly didn't believe him and gave him a deep, penetrating look, but didn't press further. I have a meeting at Tang Group this morning, and this afternoon I'll attend an elder's birthday banquet. Tang Shaowu clearly didn't believe him and gave him a deep, penetrating look, but didn't press further. I have a meeting at Tang Group this morning, and this afternoon I'll attend an elder's birthday banquet. You'll stay with me today. Su Weile was still a little distracted. Oh, okay. Birthday banquet. Do I need to prepare a gift? No need. I've got everything ready. Just be obedient and don't wander off. Su Weile frowned. You sound just like how I always talk to my dog Kuaichi. You're so annoying. Tang Shaowu smiled faintly and wiped the corner of Su Weile's mouth. Su Weile dressed neatly and followed Tang Shaowu into his extended phantom. On the way to the company, Tang Shao's secretary began reporting work to him over the phone. Su Weile listened while playing on his phone. Today he wore a pure white base layer, a tea-green shirt-style jacket, light-colored, but not overly bright pine yellow casual pants, and limited edition pure white sneakers. The entire outfit was striking yet extremely comfortable. Inside the luxuriously appointed car, Su Weile's vibrant, trendy look and Tang Shao's calm, reserved demeanor formed a stark contrast, yet surprisingly harmonized, perhaps a form of complementarity and balance. The car had been on the road for half an hour, and Tang Shaowu was still endlessly delegating tasks. Su Weile realized that he really did work hard every day. Was he too tired? Was that why his headaches were so severe? Bored, Su Weile took a selfie with his phone. Hearing the shutter sound, Tang Shaowu turned to look at him. He mouthed, "Stop showing off." Su Weile mouthed back, "None of your business." Su Weile sent the selfie to his dad and Taitu with the caption, "What can I do? I'm just too handsome." Dad replied instantly, "My son is truly handsome, can't help it." Taitu responded with a rolling eye and vomiting emoji. Yu Changying's message suddenly came in, "Brother Lu, have you seen the news? Something's happened." Su Weile was stunned. Something happened. What could it be? He had reported safety to Jin Jejia and Yu Changning the night before, and everything was fine. The moment Yu Changning said something had happened, Su Weile's first thought was whether something had befallen Jin Jejia. Switching to Yu Changying's chat page, he asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Yu Changning immediately sent a link. Shocking. Suspected explicit video of rising star Xinhua leaked. A sudden fall of a budding talent. Su Weile was truly surprised. He clicked the link, but the video was already gone. The video won't open. Is it a prank? Yu Changning quickly replied, "Probably not. I saw screenshots others posted. It's all over the internet now. The person in the video wasn't blurred, and it's clearly Xinhua." Su Weile didn't quite understand the underlying mechanism. Then why can't we find any related news online now? Although Yu Changning was young, he had spent 2 years in the entertainment industry and was quite familiar with such matters. He immediately began to enlighten Su Weile. This is a battle of capital. Xinhua stood out among a group of newcomers precisely because of the strong backing behind her. Now it's a clash between two forces. You post, I delete. You post again, I delete again. It all depends on who has the greater power. Sinyu's career will be decided in this power struggle. Su Weile was truly enlightened. The depths of the entertainment industry were indeed unfathomable. Ordinary people unaware of the rules would never imagine that the debates over right and wrong were merely the results of capital struggles. They saw only what the backers wanted them to see. Su Weile recalled the time in the hospital when Tang Shaowu coldly said to Jin Fei, "The audience likes whom they are told to like, sees whom they are told to see. In short, it's the capital behind them that decides. And your job is to play the persona we tailor for you." Su Weile suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. He increasingly disliked this circle. Su Weile recalled the time in the hospital when Tang Shaowu coldly said to Jin Fei, "The audience likes whom they are told to like, sees whom they are told to see. And by the way, Brother Lu, that agent of Sinews you beat up yesterday came to the set early this morning. It's a pity you weren't there." He was so cowed, he almost knelt, apologizing profusely to the director and Sister Jejia. Tears and snot streaming down his face. No exaggeration. He even mentioned you asking Sister Jejia for your address to apologize in person. He was a completely different person from the one who in the police station yesterday threatened to have us thrown in jail. Su Weile wasn't one to kick a man when he was down, but recalling their arrogant bullying behavior yesterday, he felt the man deserved it. The swift retribution was quite satisfying. Su Weile chatted a bit more with Yu Changning, learned that Jean Jejia had resumed filming normally, and that the change of the movie's lead actor wouldn't affect her. He was relieved. He could tell Yu Changning was also happy. They chatted cheerfully for a while, and agreed to visit the set together again. Just before arriving at the company, Tang Shaowu finally ended his business conversation with the secretary. The moment the call ended, Tang Shaowu turned to Su Weile. "Who were you chatting with?" Su Weile exited the chat with Yu Changning and said, "No one special. Just a kid. You're done with your call. You're always so busy." Su Weile muttered to himself, "Attorney Shen really is a big mouth reporting such a trivial matter. Yeah, that's right. He was dragged in." Su Weile muttered to himself, "Attorney Shen really is a big mouth reporting such a trivial matter. Yeah, that's right. He was dragged into it because of me. If he hadn't helped me, he wouldn't have been arrested." Tang Shaowu gave a cold laugh. "You haven't known each other long, but the bond is deep. In a couple of days will you be together?" Su Weile was beginning to understand Tang Shao's temperament. He felt Tang Shaowu was like a child who had never owned a toy. Once he finally got one, he was extremely reluctant to share. Perhaps because he had never had a true friend, Su Weile sensed that Tang Shaowu was particularly possessive, demanding, and strict with him. Sensing the change in Tang Shao's tone, Su Weile immediately rose from his seat opposite Tang Shaowu and sat down beside him. "The bond is not deep at all. Just an ordinary friend. It can't compare to our friendship. What are we? We're bell-ringing buddies. We're the best." When he said bell-ringing, Su Weile deliberately lowered his voice, but his face still flushed. Tang Shaowu was amused by his adorable demeanor, and the displeasure in his heart dissipated. "Are you telling the truth?" "Truer than pearls." Tang Shaowu glanced at the still bruised corner of Su Weile's mouth. "Does your mouth still hurt?" Su Weile saw Tang Shaowu looking at his lips, and inexplicably recalled the strange dream from the night before. The blush that had just faded returned, spreading across his face. Su Weile said nervously, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. My beautiful grandma said the mouth heals fast because it's all live tissue." Tang Shaowu looked at him without speaking, then reached out and placed his hand on the back of Su Weile's neck, gently stroking the ends of his hair. Su Weile said nervously, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. My beautiful grandma said the mouth heals fast because it's all live tissue." Tang Shaowu looked at him without speaking, then reached out and placed his. As they passed through the lobby, they were met with the gaze of countless employees. Only when they stepped into the executive elevator did Su Weile let out a long sigh. He had never been treated with such pomp before and found it a bit overwhelming. Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu, who appeared completely at ease, as if this were routine. He recalled his uncle's words, "Tang Shaowu is from a different world than ours." Su Weile discovered something remarkable. Whenever he was alone with Tang Shaowu, he felt no distance between them, neither in age nor status. But the moment they entered Tang Shao's world, the gap immediately became apparent. Tang Shaowu was the lofty, untouchable young Master Tang. Sometimes Su Weile felt dazed. Could this extraordinary Tang Shaowu really be the same person who needed him so much? Tang Shaowu was listening to another manager's report when he glanced to the side. Ignoring everyone else around him, he directly took Su Weile's hand and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I might be busy for a while. Would you like to have my secretary show you around, or wait for me in the office?" Suddenly, the surrounding silence was so profound that one could almost hear each other's breathing. The manager who had been reporting was frozen in place, unsure how to proceed. Su Weile blushed, struggled a little, and pulled his hand free. He said firmly, "You go ahead with your work. I'm not a child. I can find something to do on my own." Tang Shaowu smiled. "All right, come back to the office at noon. We'll have lunch together." When the elevator reached the top floor, Tang Shaowu stepped out first with Su Weile. The others kept their eyes down, waiting respectfully until the two had left before exiting the elevator. In the office, Tang Shaowu sat behind a large desk, communicating with various managers about the work content discussed in recent video conferences. Although Su Weile didn't understand, after listening for a while he realized that these people were all serving Tang Shaowu, each responsible for different departments and projects, usually contacting Tang Shaowu online. What surprised Su Weile was that despite so many projects and such complex work, it all seemed to be under Tang Shao's control. No matter which manager reported, Tang Shaowu could precisely pinpoint the problems, give compelling advice, and then accurately assign the next tasks and requirements. Tang Shaowu at work possessed an irresistible charm. Su Weile felt himself unconsciously drawn to this version of Tang Shaowu. His gaze remained fixed on Tang Shaowu. Occasionally, when their eyes met, they would share a knowing smile. When the secretary came to notify them that the shareholders' meeting was about to begin, Tang Shaowu stood up and led his managers to the large conference room. Su Weile remained on the sofa, planning to start a game while waiting for Tang Shao's meeting. Tang Shaowu walked over to Su Weile and gently tousled his fluffy hair a couple of times. "I'm going to the meeting. You wait for me obediently." The several managers who had seen all sorts of grand scenes in their daily lives turned their heads in unison. On the surface they appeared calm, but inwardly they were already in turmoil. After all, this was the first time that the fearsome Tang Shao, the smiling tiger of whom it was said, "When Tang Shao smiles, life and death are uncertain," had ever brought someone else with him during work hours. And it was the first time he treated someone so sincerely and gently. Su Weile had no idea what a huge impact his arrival had caused. He also didn't know that while he was cozily playing games in Tang Shao's office. After all, this was the first time that the fearsome Tang Shao, the smiling tiger of whom it was said, "When Tang Shao smiles, life and death are uncertain," had ever brought someone else with him during work hours. And it was the other side kept pulling down the posts, blocking websites, and issuing denials and PR statements. Until the afternoon when a big move was made. A video of a man with a blurred face getting intimate with Su Weile was released. After that, the other side fell silent. In this battle, the attacking side won completely. The price paid by the losing side was Su Weile's career and Tang Yi's face. In fact, most people in the circle, including the entertainment industry and high society, knew that the sugar daddy behind Su Weile was Tang Yi. Tang Yi wasn't that invested in Su Weile really. It was the same for everyone, keeping a little starlet for fun. But once this battle was declared, there was no way to back down. Otherwise, where would Tang Yi put his face? How could he continue to move in the circles of the second-generation rich? But Tang Yi hadn't expected that something that was usually easy to handle would become so troublesome this time. The other side was relentless. Tang Yi eventually got more and more heated, trapped in a corner with no way out. But what he never expected was that the other side had his own video. The one with the blurred face that was finally released was actually him. He understood that if he didn't stop, next time they would release the unblurred version. Then Tang Yi's face would be completely ruined. At that moment inside the Tang family mansion, Tang Yi was roaring with rage as he crazily smashed everything. He was already in a bad mood because he hadn't been able to attend today's Tang Corporation shareholders meeting due to the previous incident. On top of that, the Su Weile affair made him lose face. Tang Yi nearly died from rage. The study door opened, and Jiang Meishu rushed in crying out, "Son, what's wrong with you? Don't be like this. You're making Mom so worried." Jiang Meishu hugged her son, soothing him while stroking his back. "Son, Mom knows you're upset. Don't worry your father, and I won't let you stay like this. We won't let that brat Tang Shaowu keep trampling on us. Don't rush." Jiang Meishu didn't know that her son had lost all face in the second-generation circle because of Su Weile. She thought Tang Yi was just angry about not being able to attend the board meeting. She comforted Tang Yi profusely. In fact, Jiang Meishu was no different. Not long ago, they had just completed the share transfer procedures, and all the Tang Corporation shares belonging to her and Tang Huiyan had been transferred to Tang Shao's name. This had kept her awake for several nights. Jiang Meishu unclenched her teeth, adjusted her mindset, and said, "Today is Patriarch Hui's 80th birthday. The evening banquet is the best opportunity for families to network. You must attend. Go with your grandfather and father." In another high-end villa in Jinhai, Pei Yong watched the overwhelming news about Su Weile's escort activities, which was about to flood the hot search. He sneered. Then he took out his phone and sent a message, "Tang Shao, it's done." Tossing the phone aside, he said to the two bodyguards in front of him, "I know you're just doing it for money reluctantly. But I'm the same. Yesterday you beat up that handsome young man. That touched the heart of my brother. If I don't do something, it wouldn't be right for me as his elder brother, would it?" Both bodyguards were men of the underworld and knew who Pei Yong was. "Brother Yong, you don't need to say more. We understand. Go ahead." Pei Yong exclaimed loudly, "Good. I like someone who understands." Then he waved his hand and two of his underlings came forward. Pei Yong said, "You heard what I said just now. Beat them exactly where I said, and then send these two brothers back." Su Weile played 2 rounds of games in Tang Shao's office, then chatted idly with Taitu for a while. Taitu always asked him, "Bro, when are you coming back? Don't tell me you're going to debut with Jean Jejia. Will I have to see you on TV from now on?" Su Weile knew that Taitu was still thinking of him. Sometimes Su Weile himself wondered how he had been so spellbound as to follow Tang Shaowu to Jinhai. Sigh. Around noon, the secretary, a young lady, came in smiling and delivered the meal. She said to Su Weile, "Young Master Su, young Master Tang said you don't need to wait for him. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat lunch. Also, we'll be right outside the door. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Just press 1 on the intercom for me." After Su Weile politely thanked her, the secretary quietly left. Su Weile went over and opened the lunchbox. The dishes were truly sumptuous. He secretly ate a small dessert, then put everything back, deciding to wait for Tang Shaowu to eat together. It was almost 2 o'clock when Tang Shaowu finally returned. And this time he came in alone. Su Weile had already looked around Tang Shao's office. When he saw Tang Shaowu, he flopped onto the desk and wailed, "Tang Shao, you're finally back. I'm starving." Tang Shaowu smiled at him. Su Weile could tell he was in a good mood. "Didn't I tell you to eat first if you were hungry? I wanted to wait for you to eat together. Go wash your hands quickly. Let's eat now." Being too hungry gives me a headache. Let's dig in. Suddenly Tang Shaowu grabbed Su Weile's neck and gently stroked the area around Su Weile's lips with his thumb over and over. Su Weile had the illusion that Tang Shaowu was about to kiss him the next second. Suddenly Su Weile felt nervous and his eyes began to dart away. Tang Shaowu noticed Su Weile's evasion and his gaze instantly turned cold. Tang Shaowu lowered his hand and asked calmly, "Does the wound in your mouth still hurt?" Only then did Su Weile realize that Tang Shaowu had merely been checking his wound. He felt a pang of embarrassment for misinterpreting the gesture, blaming it all on that wildly imaginative dream he had last night. Su Weile relaxed significantly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It's been fine for a while. I'd have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it." That's good. Su Weile sensed that Tang Shaowu seemed less cheerful than before, though he didn't know why. As usual during the meal, Su Weile talked more while Tang Shaowu said little. Su Weile picked up dishes he thought were delicious and placed them in Tang Shao's bowl while Tang Shaowu watched how much Su Weile was eating. The birthday banquet we're attending this afternoon might be quite formal with many people. They'll have someone bring a formal suit for you to change into here. The birthday banquet we're attending this afternoon might be quite formal with many people. They'll have someone bring a formal suit for you to change into here before we go. The birthday banquet we're attending this afternoon might be quite formal with many people. They'll have someone bring a formal suit for you to change into here before we go. Tang Shaowu ate slowly. It's for an elder of considerable status. His birthday banquet is more like a business cocktail party. Su Weile felt a wave of reluctance that sounded terribly dull. "Tang, could I possibly?" Before he could finish, he was ruthlessly cut off. "No. You promised to accompany me. If you break your word again, I will truly be angry." All right, I know. Geez, why get so angry all of a sudden? Such a temper. Su Weile picked up a piece of lettuce and placed it in Tang Shao's bowl. "Eat some greens to cool down." Tang Shaowu gave him a cold look, then picked it up and ate it naturally. After the meal, they went to the office's attached lounge for a nap. Su Weile had Tang Shaowu lie down while he massaged his head. Recently, Tang Shaowu seemed to be responding better to the new medication and his headaches had eased considerably. After the meal, they went to the office's attached lounge for a nap. Su Weile had Tang Shaowu lie down while he massaged his head. Recently, Tang Shaowu seemed to be responding better to the new. Tang Shaowu closed his eyes, enjoying the scalp massage Su Weile was giving him. He always found the acupressure points, and it was genuinely comfortable. "I think it's because I've been sleeping better these past 2 days. With you here, falling asleep isn't so difficult anymore." Su Weile chuckled. "I don't know if you've been sleeping well. You're still awake when I go to sleep, and you're already up when I wake. I feel like you barely need any sleep, like a Superman. But since I was a kid, everyone says sleeping with me is terrible because I toss and turn so much. You're the only one who says you sleep better with me. That's amazing. If you ever get hit by me while I'm thrashing around, don't get mad, okay?" Tang Shaowu kept his eyes closed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You don't keep rolling around all the time. As long as you're holding on to something, you stay still. Or you could just hold me directly. Besides, don't I have to shake the bell for you before you sleep? That exercise is also great for helping me fall asleep." It took Su Weile a few seconds to realize that Tang Shaowu had just dropped such a scandalous remark with utter calmness. As blood rushed to his face, Su Weile immediately covered Tang Shao's mouth. "What the hell are you saying? Tang Shaowu, you're something else. I really underestimate. You always act so detached and pure, but look at you. You can drive that dirty train anytime." This time Tang Shaowu genuinely laughed. Su Weile felt the curve of his lips beneath his hand, and Tang Shao's chest vibrated slightly. Seeing Tang Shao's rare moment of joy, Su Weile's heart softened. He muttered under his breath, "Besides, did I ask you to shake the bell for me every day?" Seeing Tang Shao's rare moment of joy, Su Weile's heart softened. Tang Shaowu calmed down, but his voice still carried a hint of laughter. Yes, it's me who holds on and won't let go. It's fine, you're comfortable, and it helps a perfect solution for both of us." Su Weile let go. Tang Shaowu opened his eyes, looking at the blushing Su Weile. "Why do you blush so easily? Can't take..." Su Weile continued massaging Tang Shaowu. "Who's as shameless as you? I should really take a video of you making dirty jokes and show it to your managers so they can see the true face of the upright Mr. Tang." They chatted and laughed. After finishing the massage, Su Weile said, "You should get some sleep." Tang Shaowu grabbed his hand. "Come lie with me for a while." Su Weile didn't see anything wrong with it. He took off his coat and lay down beside Tang Shaowu, setting his phone to silent and scrolling through it while lying down. The bed in the lounge wasn't as big as the one at home, so they lay on their sides. Tang Shaowu naturally wrapped an arm around Su while pressing firmly on his stomach. "Stop playing with your phone. Get some sleep. Tonight we'll go late." "Oh." Su Weile tucked the phone under his pillow, snuggled closer into Tang Shao's arms, and closed his eyes. After a refreshing afternoon nap, Su Weile felt invigorated on the way to the birthday banquet. He adjusted the white formal suit Tang Shaowu had prepared for him. It wasn't a stiff suit, but one with many fashionable elements, so Su Weile reluctantly accepted it. Tang Shaowu, do I still look handsome? I hate wearing formal wear. Very handsome. Really? Really? Truly? Truly. Truly, truly. Today, instead of having Uncle Su drive, Tang Shaowu drove a limited edition supercar himself, taking Su Weile along. Compared to the extended Phantom that exudes status and comfort, Su Weile clearly preferred this car. He couldn't help asking, Tang, you'll be drinking later, right? Then I won't drink. Can I drive on the way back? Tang Shaowu smiled genuinely. Sure. It's fine if you drink too. There will be a driver. This car usually sits in the garage. You can drive it whenever you want. Su Weile was immediately delighted, rubbing his hands together excitedly, eyes sparkling. Great. The sports car drove all the way to Fuma Manor. Su Weile looked at the vast entertainment estate and exclaimed in surprise, the birthday banquet is here. The old man is pretty trendy. Tang Shaowu smiled. Have you ever been inside to play, eh? Su Weile looked around curiously. No, I've only been here once. I didn't do anything there. I just came to beat you up. As he spoke, Su Weile recalled the scene, feeling a touch of emotion at the wonder of fate. Back then, he and Tang Shaowu were still complete strangers. Because of that push he gave here, all the subsequent interactions between them began. Su Weile smiled. Truly, it's a fateful bond. Tang Shaowu said nonchalantly, whether it's a good bond or a bad one, as long as it's an unbreakable tie for life, that's enough. He had heard before that this was the largest entertainment venue in Jinhai, the most notorious den of extravagance, but actually stepping inside, Su Weile was still over. Tang Shaowu drove Su Weile directly to the grand restaurant located in the southern part of the city. This 5-star establishment was surprisingly built within a mountain. It was truly astonishing. As soon as their car stopped, a staff member immediately approached. Young Master Tang, you're here. Master Hua's birthday banquet is on the 6th floor in the Chinese restaurant. Please follow me. Tang Shaowu handed the car keys to the staff and led Su Weile upstairs. As the elevator doors opened, Su Weile raised an eyebrow in surprise. The scene was excessively grand. Beneath the opulent crystal chandelier, elegantly dressed men and women chatted in small groups. Numerous well-trained servers moved through the crowd with trays as guests gracefully sipped wine, exchanging flattery and probing remarks amid the clinking glass. The moment the elevator doors opened, all eyes turned. As Tang Shaowu appeared, everyone greeted him with warm smiles and enthusiasm. The scene instantly became lively. Su Weile was not particularly accustomed to such flattery, but fortunately he didn't need to do anything. Everyone's attention was on Tang Shaowu. Observing quietly, Su Weile noticed that although Tang Shaowu had no friends in private and kept people at a distance, he handled such occasions with ease. He appeared elegant and dignified, yet exuded an unmistakable sense of detachment. Su Weile could barely follow the discussions about projects and policies, so he turned his attention to the people around him. To his surprise, nearly everyone was glancing in his direction, casting curious and probing looks at the newcomer. Su Weile felt a shiver run down his spine. He had never been so scrutinized by so many people before. But who was he? The little tyrant of Yanshan. Staring at me, are you? Go ahead, stare. Let's stare back at each other. Am this handsome? Am I afraid of being looked at? His wild nature surfaced, and he fearlessly returned each gaze, causing many to look away. It wasn't until the guest of honor, the old master of the Hua family, descended the stairs supported by his eldest grandson, that everyone's attention shifted back to the protagonist. Old Master Hua first delivered a vigorous speech, expressed his gratitude to all attendees, and then invited everyone to take their seats for the meal. The seating arrangement had been prearranged. Old Master Hua occupied the main table, joined by elders of his generation from the business and political spheres. Though long retired, they were still influential figures. Apart from them, only the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Hua family were seated at the main table. Though there were empty seats, no one else was qualified to sit there. As everyone settled down, Tang Shaowu and Su Weile took their seats at the young people's table, where the sons and young masters of various families sat. Some were familiar with each other, while others exchanged awkward glances hinting at past grievances. The seating arrangement was clearly well thought out, separating those with strained relationships. For instance, Tang Shaowu and Tang Yi. They sat at different tables. Tang Shaowu whispered to Su, while later, after we dine with the elders, everyone might head to the bar for an after-party. Don't drink recklessly. Before Su Weile could respond, Old Master Hua from the main table suddenly spoke loudly. Show, there's an empty seat here. Come sit with us. Your current project greatly interests our Hua Yuding. You youngsters can chat together. Old Master Hua's words stunned everyone. To sit at the main table, what did that signify? Tang Shaowu, as a junior, had a father who wasn't even qualified to sit at the Hua family's main table, yet he himself was invited. It was a cause for envy and resentment. Hua Yuding, the grandson of the Hua family who had business dealings with Tang Shaowu, smiled and said, Shaowu, come on. What can't bear to be apart for even a moment? Amid the laughter, Tang Shaowu went to the main table for the meal. Without Tang Shaowu by his side, Su Weile had more time to observe the people around him. He barely knew anyone, but he spotted Jiang Meishua, the stepmother who had once slapped Tang Shaowu, and caused a scene at the hospital. The man beside her wearing an equally grim expression was likely Tang Shao's father. Su Weile studied the man. Upon closer inspection, Tang Shaowu bore some resemblance to him, but their vastly different temperaments made them seem unlike each other. Instead, Tang closely resembled their father. Su Weile concluded that Tang Shaowu was still the more handsome one. Another thing that made him deeply uncomfortable was the hostile gaze from the neighboring table, Tang Yi's glare. Su Weile had noticed Tang Yi's presence as soon as he sat down. A bit of thought revealed that the person he had clashed with at the film set was none other than Tang Yi, that ambiguous brother of Tang Shao's. As soon as Tang Shaowu left, the seat beside Su Weile became vacant. Soon a young boy sat down looking at Su Weile with a smile, but saying nothing. Su Weile smiled back and continued eating. "Have people around young Master Tang are different. Hey little handsome, are you a local of Jinhai? I haven't seen you around much." Su Weile frowned. "What? Do you know everyone in Jinhai?" The table burst into laughter. The probing gazes towards Su Weile now carried a hint of interest. The boy wasn't offended. Still grinning, he said, "I mean, you're not from this circle in Jinhai, right? In our circle, everyone wants to hitch a ride on Tang Shao's coattails. Handsome, super rich, and clean-cut. So tell me, what's your special skill that let you capture the untouchable Tang Shaowu?" Su Weile thought for a moment. "If you beat him up, you can be his friend." Everyone paused, then burst into laughter again. Someone said, "Little handsome, don't lead him astray. He's already obsessed with Tang Shaowu. If he actually gets the crazy idea to hit him, he won't even know how he died." The boy's eyes darted around. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. "I get it. You mean starting from being friends, right? These super-rich types sometimes fall for that. You're a real pro." Su Weile savored the boy's words, catching a different implication. "What do you mean starting from being friends? Can't we just stay friends forever?" The table was stunned again, then roared with laughter. Of course, we're always friends," they said. But Su Weile's face darkened beneath their smiles. He recognized the hidden meaning behind their laughter. Su Weile barely ate anything before slipping out under the pretext of visiting the restroom. As he turned a corner, he noticed a spacious balcony by the corridor, so he pulled back the floor-length curtains and stepped outside. The balcony was adorned with an abundance of tall plants and a single lounge chair. Su Weile settled into the chair surrounded by the greenery, feeling as though he had entered a quiet little world, a remarkably pleasant sensation. Gazing up at the sky, Su Weile felt that the heavens over Jinhai were truly not as beautiful as those over Yanshan. Three men returning from the restroom during the banquet noticed the open curtains. They paused, pulled the drapes aside a bit more, and leaned against a pillar to indulge in their cigarettes, smoke curling into the air. "Tang Shaowu has really turned the tables now, hasn't he? Remember when he was the discarded son of the Tang family? Now he's risen to prominence, practically unmatched here in Jinhai, right? Did you see how old Master Ho summoned him just now?" The faces of the Tang family turned purple. Another person asked in confusion, "Why is Tang Shaowu considered the disowned son of the Tang family? I don't think he's here representing the Tang family today. With his brilliance, shouldn't the Tang patriarch be putting him to good use?" Everyone knows that old Master Tang has spent his whole life striving to keep the Tang family securely among the 6 great families of Jinhai. That must be due to the tangled history between Tang Shaowu's parents and the current Jiang family. But I recall that after his mother passed away, Tang Shaowu still remained with the Tangs. Then suddenly he was abandoned, and we don't know why he ended up in Jiang City. In any case, when he returned from Jiang City, it was with the force of a thunderbolt. Now I tell you, I've heard his power surpasses even the Hua families. Look at how the Hua family treated him today, clearly flattering him. Then old Master Tang should be pleased. Regardless, Tang Shaowu is still a descendant of the Tang family. He's bound to help his grandfather fulfill his grand ambitions. The other two laughed together. "You must be new here. You don't know what Tang Shaowu is like, do you? Help the Tang family. The Tang family's greatest fear right now is Tang Shaowu. If he gets displeased, he could wipe them out. Let me tell you, everyone in the circle knows you can offend anyone, but not Tang Shaowu. That man kills without drawing blood." Their voices dropped even lower. "Hey, have you heard? Tang Huayan brought his son Tang Yi dressed in full regalia, intending to curry favor with the major families today. They were just getting into the swing of things when Tang Shaowu appeared and sat at the head table. You saw it right." The other families completely ignored the father and son. The three smoked in silence for a while before resuming their chatter. "But the boy Tang Shaowu brought today is quite interesting. There's a certain allure about him." Another exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. "Watch yourself. Is he someone you can mess with? Though it seems Tang Shaowu has never officially brought anyone out before, and this one is clearly not like the minor celebrities he used to bring along. Those were just paving the way for entertainment companies. This one is obviously someone close to him with an air of intimacy." The perpetually curious man asked, "Is Tang Shaowu, you know?" "Oh, who knows? There's never been any news about him on that front. We don't exactly move in his circles. But his childhood friend, the only son of the Yin family, definitely is." After finishing their cigarettes, they chatted and laughed for a while about the recent gossip concerning Xinyue. Everyone knew she was Tang Yi's latest starlet, so they naturally took the opportunity to mock Tang Yi. Only then did they saunter away, still relishing the conversation. Su Weile had maintained his pose, staring at the sky, digesting everything he had overheard along with the ambiguous smiles he had noticed at the dinner table. Su Weile felt a tremor inside. He wondered if it was because such situations were common in this circle. After all, with money people indulge in all sorts of extravagance. So seeing him attend with Tang Shaowu, they had misunderstood. Or did he and Tang Shaowu really look that unusual together? Footsteps sounded behind him again. Su Weile didn't want to pay attention, but the steps stopped right behind him, and a familiar voice called out Su Weile. Su Weile spun around sharply. How did you know I was here? I'm so hidden. Tang Shaowu didn't answer. He just looked at him quietly. What are you doing here? Why not go back inside? Su Weile smiled. I don't know anyone here, and you were called away, so I came out for some air. Tang Shaowu studied Su Weile's smile. Not happy. Why? Oh, it's nothing. All right, let's go. I'll go back with you. Su Weile decided not to dwell on it. Why let others' words affect him? Whatever his relationship with Tang Shaowu was, it had nothing to do with anyone else. They were just good friends, and if others didn't believe it, so be it. This young master couldn't care less. Back in the brilliantly lit Chinese restaurant, the atmosphere was still lively, but many had already left their tables. Some chatted in small groups, while others had moved to the tea table, savoring their tea. This time Tang Shaowu kept Su Weile by his side as he continued drinking tea and chatting with the eldest son of the Hu family. The elders eventually grew tired, signaling their departure, and everyone rose to see them off. After a round of pleasantries, the older generation gradually left, leaving only the young people. The energy in the room instantly heated up again. Everyone started clamoring to go to the bar for a proper party. A young man who was somewhat familiar with Tang Shaowu called out, Tang Shaowu, we're heading to the bar next. Tang Shaowu gave a faint smile. Go ahead. Have as much fun as you want. It's all on me. Cheers erupted and the crowd surged toward the exit as if they had been waiting for this moment all day. Tang Yi's face darkened as he followed the crowd, but the fury inside him was threatening to consume him whole. Su Weile frowned. It's not your birthday party. Why are you treating everyone? Tang Shaowu smiled and ruffled his hair. Because Fuma Villa belongs to me. Su Weile was frozen in place by that single sentence. Tang Shaowu, seeing his dumbfounded expression, tugged him along and walked out. Su Weile couldn't believe it. So last time I basically went to your house and beat you up. Tang Shaowu let out his first genuine smile of the evening at those words. Everyone had already left. Tang Shaowu gave Su Weile a firm embrace and said seriously, Su Weile, stay by my side forever. Su Weile's heart gave a violent lurch. At the bar, the atmosphere was completely relaxed. Most people had brought their dates, and those who hadn't planned to find one on the spot. Su Weile's heart gave a violent lurch. At the bar, the atmosphere was most importantly, many of today's hottest stars had once performed here as resident artists, and many popular young actors and actresses could also be seen around. Originally, it was because this bar belonged to the owner of Starry Sky Entertainment, so the company's trainees used it as a place to gain stage experience performing. Moreover, the clientele were all wealthy or influential. Some young people seeking shortcuts had made it their base. Thus, the bar's reputation grew. Whether it was celebrities from the industry, starry-eyed youngsters dreaming of breaking into the circle, high-ranking officials, or directors, talent scouts, and agents. All were regulars. Tang Shaowu took Su Weile directly to the second floor. The VIP area consisted of partitioned booths with open fronts offering a full view of the first floor and the stage. Su Weile settled into the booth and couldn't help glancing down. He sighed inwardly at the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure among the mass, Yu Chongning, and another figure was tugging at him. Undeniably Jin Fei. Su Weile glanced back and saw Tang Shaowu sitting on the sofa conversing with the eldest son of the Hu family. This man had been clinging to Tang Shaowu all evening, it seemed. Su Weile had listened briefly earlier and gathered it was about some collaboration. Su Weile sat back down and whispered in Tang Shao's ear, Young Master Tang, I'm going downstairs to have some fun. They'll be back soon. Tang Shaowu glanced at him and said softly, half an hour. Su Weile could tell Tang Shaowu was a bit displeased, but he still nodded and went downstairs. Hui Yuding watched this scene secretly shocked but smiled and said, Young Master Tang, your discipline is too strict. The boy is young and playful. Tang Shaowu gazed at the direction where Su Weile had disappeared, his eyes lingering for a long time. Su Weile quickly descended the stairs and arrived at the spot where he had seen Jin Fei and Yu Chongning tussling earlier. Sure enough, he spotted their figures in a dark. Jin Fei was speaking excitedly to Yu Chongning, who kept his head down, his face flushed from the earlier struggle. He said nothing, merely lowering his head. Su Weile thought that if they were just talking, he might not need to intervene. Just as he hesitated, Jin Fei suddenly pulled Yu Chongning into an embrace and attempted to force a kiss on him. Seeing Yu Chongning desperately dodging, Su Weile rushed forward without hesitation. He shoved Jin Fei away, startling not only Jin Fei, but also Yu Chongning. When he realized who had come, Yu Chongning exclaimed in surprise, Xiao Le Gu. Su Weile pulled Yu Chongning behind him and said to Jean Fei, if you don't want to make a scene, leave now. And don't harass Yu Chongning again from now on. Jean Fei glared at Su Weile and asked, who are you? Su Weile sneered, who I am doesn't matter. But don't be too greedy. Didn't you already abandon Yu Chongning? Now that you have everything, you want to reclaim what you once discarded. How can you be so wishful? Jean Fei stared intently at Su, while finding the handsome boy strangely familiar. He pondered Su Weile's words, and suddenly realized that Su Weile was the one from the hospital room back then. Jean Fei looked at Yu Chongning in shock. Ningning, how did you get mixed up with Tang Shao's people? Su Weile let out a long breath. Shut up. Get lost now. Mind your own business. Since Jean Fei believed Su Weile was one of Tang Shao's people, he dared not contradict him. He simply looked at Yu Chongning and said, Ningning, think carefully about what I said. Also, you can't get involved with Tang Shao's people. Don't you know that? That man Tang Shao, he is not to be trifled with. Jean Fei left, and the air fell silent for a few seconds. Su Weile turned to Yu Chongning. Did you make things clear to him? Why does he keep bothering you? Yu Chongning quickly explained, he doesn't bother me all the time. He had been drinking a bit too much. He just happened to see me, and he. Su Weile said angrily, next time you encounter this, can you just punch him like you did when we fought together? Su Weile looked at Yu Chongning, who was silent with his head down. After a pause, he said, Yu Chongning, tell me the truth. Do you still like him? Yu Chongning looked up, his eyes red. Shao Lege, how can you simply forget someone you like? Su Weile opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. After holding back for a long time, he said angrily, fine, am I ruining your happy reunion? Wait here. He'll go find him for you. Then you can continue. Yu Chongning suddenly hugged Su Weile's waist and said excitedly, Shao Lege, don't be angry. I know you mean well for me. I don't want to be with him again. I'm not lying, really. I will never be with him again. But liking him isn't something that can change overnight. Su Weile let out a deep sigh, shook off Yu Changning's hands, and said with exasperation, how can you be so foolish? Back then Jean Fei abandoned you without a second thought. Now that his own future and status are secure, he wants to sneak around with you again. How can you still like him? Su Weile grabbed Yu Chongning and pointed at the group of girls dancing wildly on the stage. Look at them. Beautiful, sexy, charming, youthful. There are plenty. Can't you find someone else to like? Yu Chongning watched for a while, then suddenly burst out laughing. He turned to Su Weile and said, Shao Lege, have you forgotten that I like boys? Su Weile was stunned for a moment. Damn, I really did forget. Girls are so nice, gentle and soft. Why do you like boys? After that they looked at each other and laughed. The earlier unhappiness vanished. The two sat at the bar, each with a glass of soda water, and began to chat casually. Yu Chongning said mysteriously, Shao Lege, I just saw Tang Yi and his group over in that booth. They were discussing Sinu's matter. Everyone is openly comforting, but secretly they're laughing at her. And I heard that the bodyguard who fought with us last time came today with injuries, which makes Tang Yi lose face even more. Shao Lege, stay away from them. I think Tang Yi is furious. I'm afraid he'll make trouble for you. Su Weile smiled. Make trouble for me. I'm not afraid of him. Oh, and you should be careful too. Stay away. With your small build you can't fight them. If you can't win, run. Don't be reckless. Yu Chongning laughed. I know. Don't worry. I don't think Tang Yi even recognizes me. He didn't notice me back then. Yu Chongning took a sip of water, thought for a moment, took another sip, and then gathered his courage to ask, Shao Lege, was what Jean Fei said just now true? Are you Tang Shao's? Su Weile glanced at Yu Chongning. What? We're just friends. Friends. Yu Chongning muttered softly, oh. Su Weile laughed in exasperation. What oh? You clearly don't believe me, do you? I'm telling you, I Su Weile never lie. Tang Shaowu and I are just good friends. Seeing Su Weile get agitated, Yu Chongning quickly said, Okay, friends. Shao Lege, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just curious. How could someone like Tang Shao be friends with ordinary people like us? And you don't know everyone in the circle knows how aloof Tang Shao is. In all these years I've never heard of him having any friends. Su Weile didn't respond. He drank his soda water as if it were alcohol. He felt his mind in a mess. After a while Su Weile asked softly, Yu Chongning, have you heard about Tang Shao? Was he like you before? I mean, did he like boys? Yu Chongning answered honestly, I really don't know. We rarely get to interact with those upper-class people. I only heard it from, he said that our company's president Shui is infatuated with Tang Shao, that his eyes are hooked on him. But as for whether anything happened between them, I really don't know. President Shui? That's Shui Bing. Well, yes, it's Shui Bing. Brother Shaolu, do you know him? He's very capable. Almost everything in the company is handled by him. He was trained by Tang Shao himself. Su Weile suddenly felt a surge of restlessness. He let out a heavy sigh and cursed inwardly, to hell with it. I don't want to think about anything anymore. The more I think, the more agitated I get. Just then the beautiful girls who had been dancing on stage stepped off. A band came on, all boys. They seemed to be regular performers with a certain fan base, and as soon as the band took the stage they launched into a rap that electrified the entire venue. Both Su Weile and Yu Changning were young and enjoyed this kind of music. Since both had worries on their minds, hearing the song made them feel as if much of their pent-up frustration had dissipated. The two swayed and cheered along with the band's rhythm, releasing their emotions freely. When the song ended, the crowd's enthusiasm had reached a peak. The lead singer said with a cool demeanor, "The next song is a well-known foreign tune. If anyone knows how to sing it, feel free to grab the roaming microphone and join it." No sooner had he finished speaking than the intro began playing. It was indeed a familiar tune. Everyone could hum a few lines, but since it was a foreign song in a lesser-known language, it contained many rolling R sounds. So most people simply used da to replace the lyrics. Su Weile shouted over the music to Yu Changning, "What's a roaming microphone?" Yu Changning laughed and said, "It's the microphone that roams around the venue. It's a signature feature of this nightclub. When the roaming microphone is activated, there is a microphone controlled by a stagehand that can travel to any corner of the nightclub using special equipment. Anyone who raises their hand to request a duet can reach the microphone by stretching up high and then sing directly with the band." Su Weile immediately found it amusing and told Yu Changning, "Let's raise our hands and grab the mic too." Yu Changning laughed and said, "But I don't know this song." Su Weile smiled brightly, "No worries, I do. Most people who grab the mic simply replace the lyrics with da and la la la." They sang along with the lead singer half-heartedly. When the flashing light on the microphone lit up, it was time to release the mic, and the microphone would continue to seek the next person who requested it. When Yu Changning saw the microphone actually heading their way, he said nervously, "Brother Shao, look quick." Su Weile stretched out his long arm, grabbed the microphone, and it landed precisely at the beginning of the second verse. The moment Su Weile opened his mouth with perfect rhythm, his pure and fluent foreign lyrics, accurate timing, and melodious voice instantly captured everyone's attention. The band members on stage all turned to look, and Yu Changning beside him was completely stunned. Soon the venue was electrified. Su Weile's beautiful singing brought a new wave of excitement. Not only were the audience members going wild, but even the lead singer was thrilled. Singing a duet with Su Weile was immensely satisfying for him. After a long stretch of impressive rolling R sounds and fast-paced lyrics, before the flashing light for the next person lit up, Su Weile voluntarily released the mic. After singing a long passage, Su Weile's displeasure completely dissipated. He regained his usual carefree and unrestrained demeanor. He took off his suit jacket, leaving only the white shirt of the same color. Still feeling uncomfortable, he undid another button on his already open shirt, and a wave of whistles erupted from the crowd. Su Weile laughed with unrestrained boldness. Yu Changning was completely conquered by Su Weile's song and said excitedly, "Brother Shao, you're amazing. Your singing is incredibly beautiful, really so much better than the singers in our company." Su Weile didn't bother to be modest. "So I'm pretty good, right?" "Amazing. How did you do that rolling R? I can never learn it no matter how hard I try." Su Weile ordered another glass of lemonade and said with a smile, "What's so hard about it? I've known how since I was a kid. There was a place in my hometown that made the best grilled lamb skewers, run by a Xinjiang man. I learned it from him." Yu Changning was taken aback, then burst into laughter, falling onto the bar counter. Su Weile also laughed. "Really, what are you laughing at? Want me to do one for you now?" Before Yu Changning could get up from his laughing fit, a waiter approached with a tray full of business cards and drink cards. The waiter walked up to Su Weile with a smile and handed him the items on the tray. Su Weile asked in confusion, "What are these?" Yu Changning looked and said, "Wow, so many big companies. Brother Shao, these are olive branches. There are many talent scouts here. When they see someone they like, they invite them to join their company and give them their business cards. Of course, there are also many men and women who want to be friends with you. The drink cards mean they want to buy you a drink. You can use these cards today to redeem the drinks they've specified for you." Su Weile clicked his tongue in amazement. "This is so fun. The bars in Jinhai really know how to party. I should bring Brother Jin here to learn a thing." Yu Changning was still flipping through the stack of business cards and said excitedly, "Wow, there's even our company. Haha, this agent is pretty good. He's managed big stars. Brother Shao, maybe you should consider it." Su Weile smiled and said nothing. "Hey, there's a note too. What's this? The handwriting is quite nice. What does it mean? 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Su Weile choked on his soda water and coughed repeatedly. Yu Changning quickly patted his back. Su Weile looked up toward the private booth on the second floor. It was dark, and he couldn't see clearly, but he knew Tang Shaowu was probably watching him from there. Su Weile angrily pulled out his phone. Since the background noise was too loud, he could only type, "Tang Shaowu, are you crazy? Half an hour is just an approximate time, isn't it? Who actually counts the minutes like that? How can you do business with such rigidity?" Tang Shaowu replied instantly, 8 minutes left. Su Weile felt himself becoming livid. He cursed under his breath, put away his phone, and decided to ignore it. He said to Yu Changning, "Don't use anyone else's drink cards. Whatever you want to drink, Yu Changning looked at Su Weile and nodded vigorously. Just then the stage erupted again. The band chose another well-known Korean song. the signature hit of a Onseglobalifamous group. As the familiar melody began, everyone started singing along wildly. Obviously, more people knew Korean than the language with the rolling R. As the little song god of Yinshan, Su Weile had no trouble with this song at all. Not only the song, but he could even dance to it. The lead singer had been keeping an eye on Su Weile. Seeing his movements down below, he got excited again and kept waving for Su Weile to come up on stage. Su Weile smiled, got off the bar stool, and said to Yu Changning, "Watch me show you a thing or two." As he spoke, he pulled half of his shirt out of his pants. Determined to dazzle everyone, he was about to step onto the stage. Yu Changning cupped his hands around his mouth like a little megaphone and shouted excitedly, "Brother Shao was so cool." Suddenly a loud bang was heard. The power in the bar went out. Inside the nightclub, only the emergency lights remained illuminated. The sudden cessation of the electronic music plunged the once euphoric atmosphere into everyone was stunned. The world became eerily quiet. It was as if someone lost in a beautiful dream had been abruptly doused with a bucket of cold. Then before anyone could react, the power surged back, but only the main lighting came on. The other equipment remained dormant. Murmurs of discontent began to ripple through the crowd, threatening to escalate. A man who seemed to be in charge stepped onto the stage and spoke to the lead singer. Another figure resembling a bodyguard approached Su Weile and said respectfully, "Young master, young master Tang invites you to the second floor." Just as the crowd's displeasure was about to erupt, the stage lighting effects flickered back to life, and the bar's lights transformed into a dazzling kaleidoscopic display. The lead singer bowed with his palms together toward the second floor, a gesture that seemed unmistakably like a sincere apology. Then abruptly, an incredibly energetic track blasted through the speakers. The lead singer's soaring high notes reignited the atmosphere, swiftly pulling the crowd back into the frenzy. Yet unlike before, this electrifying song no longer engaged the audience in interaction. Yu Changning watched the direction where Su Weile had hastily taken his leave, furrowing his brows, lost in thought. As for Su Weile, his ascent to the second floor could only be described as murderous. His face burning with rage like a young leopard, he stormed straight into Tang Shao's private room. The room had thinned out somewhat. Su Weile charged straight to Tang Shao's side, seething with fury, yet mindful of Tang Shao's face. He lowered his voice and said, "Tang Shao, aren't you going too far? Do you believe I'll hit you?" Su Weile had tried to keep his voice down, but Hui Yuding, seated close to Tang Shaowu, caught every word. Before Tang Shaowu could respond, Hui Yuding burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. Tang Shao, your little friend, is absolutely hilarious. Compared to him, the others are utterly dull. Ha ha ha, too funny." With that, Hui Yuding stood up first. "Alright, I've pretty much finished my business here. We won't disturb you any longer, Tang Shao. I'll take my leave now. I hope we have a chance to collaborate." Tang Shaowu smiled and nodded. "Then I won't see you out. Hui Shao, take care." Hui Yuding left with his entourage, casting a meaningful glance at Su Weile at the door. Seeing that only he and Tang Shaowu remained in the room, Su Weile immediately dropped all restraint. He leaped up, grabbed Tang Shaowu by the collar, and said, "Tang Shaowu, you're seriously messed up. What's wrong with me having some fun? I'm telling you, if you do this again, I'm out of here." Tang Shaowu stared at him expressionlessly, his gaze traveling from Su Weile's face to his lips, then down to his chest exposed through the open collar, and further to the silk shirt half tucked into his pants, half hanging out. Just as Su Weile felt a shiver run down his spine, Tang Shao's voice rang out low and ominous. "Su Weile, let me make this clear today. Next time you dare to act so wild outside, I'll strip you naked and tie you up at home. Just try it." Su Weile was frightened by Tang Shao's dark tone. For the first time, he felt genuine fear of him. His brows gradually furrowed, but his hands slowly loosened. Tang Shaowu gazed at the boy before him. Even when he was furious like an impulsive leopard, his eyes were still as clear and pure as water, betraying every emotion. Such eyes reminded him of a deer. They stared at each other. Su Weile spoke first. "Tang Shaowu, can you not be like this? Can you not talk like that? I genuinely consider you a friend. Can't we just get along?" Tang Shaowu gave a cold smile. "Haven't we always gotten along well? I haven't changed. Don't you think it's you who's changed today?" Frustrated, Su Weile ran a hand through his hair, released Tang Shao's collar, and turned to sit facing the stage outside. Watching the new performance on the stage, he fell into deep thought. Tang Shaowu was right. His own mindset had shifted today. In the past, his interactions with Tang Shaowu had always been just the two of them alone. But today it was as if they had appeared together in front of so many people for the first time. Although their usual dynamic remained, he realized that what he perceived as normal behavior seemed abnormal to others. Su Weile also noticed the male companions others brought, those obvious gay couples. He wondered what he and Tang Shaowu looked like in other people's eyes. His mind was in turmoil. He had never thought about it that way. He always believed they were just good friends, and because of Tang Shao's headaches, he might have been a bit more accommodating and caring. But he truly had never imagined developing a romantic relationship with Tang Shaowu akin to man-woman love. Su Weile felt Tang Shao's gaze fixed on him yet now he didn't know how to face Tang Shaowu. After a moment, Su Weile said, "Tang Shaowu, I'm a bit tired. I think I'll head back first. Tang Shaowu smiled. Sure, let's go together. Su Weile, if you still have things to do, you can go ahead. I'm free. He'll go with you. They had come cheerfully, but on the return both were burdened with unspoken thoughts. Su Weile hadn't drunk, but he didn't volunteer to drive Tang Shao's sports car either. So Tang Shaowu arranged for a driver to pick them up in a more comfortable business car. Inside the car, Su Weile stared out the window in silence while Tang Shaowu closed his eyes to rest. They remained wordless all the way to Linglong Garden. After his shower, Tang Shaowu saw Su, while still sitting on the tatami hugging his knees, lost in a day. Tang Shao's expression darkened further. Come over here and dry your hair. Su Weile shuffled over on the tatami and sat at the edge. Tang Shaowu naturally began to blow dry his hair. Su Weile, why are you unhappy today? Su Weile thought for a moment and said nothing. I just didn't like those people. Tang Shaowu sat down in front of him, looking straight into his eyes. Is there anything you want to ask me? Su Weile was silent for a long time, his eyes blinking, and once he opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he didn't utter a word. Then he said playfully, the entire Fuma villa is yours. My God, you're so rich. Being friends with you is quite stressful. He smiled at Tang Shaowu after saying that. But this time Tang Shaowu didn't smile, neither a genuine smile nor a fake one. He just stared at Su Weile expressionlessly. Su Weile's smile began to fade. He looked away and said, all right, time to sleep. Socializing is really exhausting. Su Weile lay down first, turning his back to Tang Shaowu. Just as he took out his phone, he saw a WeChat message from Yu Chongning. He opened it and froze. Xiao Lego, I know I shouldn't say this, but I'm really worried about you. Today I told you I didn't know for sure if Tang Shao is that way, but after tonight I'm certain his attitude toward you is definitely abnormal. If you're not that way, then stay away from him. Su Weile stared at the message for a long time without moving. He had rarely been a person troubled by worries since childhood. He was naturally cheerful and open-minded. Thus he seldom found himself entangled in anything. This was the first time in his life he felt so conflicted. He carefully recalled his interactions with Tang Shaowu, comparing them to his relationship with Taitu, but the more he thought, the more confused he became. He couldn't deny how much he valued Tang Shaowu. He couldn't bear to see him in pain or unhappy. He wanted to be good to him. Even after all the deception and manipulation, he still found himself easily forgiving him. Though they hadn't known each other long, he felt extraordinarily close to Tang Shaowu, sharing intimate words and engaging in intimate acts. Su Weile didn't know if this was normal. He had never been in love with a girl and had no point of comparison. If he couldn't even understand himself, understanding Tang Shaowu was even more impossible. He wondered what he was to Tang Shaowu, a best friend like no other. Or something more. Su Weile was going mad. He felt like a cat that had tangled a ball of yarn, the mess only growing worse. By the time Tang Shaowu came to bed, Su Weile's brows were knitted into a tight knot. Tang Shao's melodious voice broke the silence. Su Weile, are you asleep? I'm asleep. Tang Shaowu let out a low chuckle, and Su Weile thought even that laugh was beautiful. In the darkness, Su Weile turned his head, his big eyes glistening as he looked at Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu, you. Tang Shaowu listened as Su Weile struggled to form a complete sentence. His voice turned cold. Su Weile, I lied when I said I wanted to be your best friend. I never intended to be just that. Tang Shao's words made Su Weile sit up abruptly. What? What do you mean? Tang Shaowu stared at him fiercely in the dark. Or rather, I don't just want to be your best friend. Su Weile, I like you. The kind of like that wants to be with you. Su Weile felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Though he had been guessing all night, hearing Tang Shaowu say it so directly still left him stunned. Tang Shaowu said nothing, quietly waiting for Su Weile's response. Su Weile cleared his throat. I like you too, but friends like each other. Otherwise, how could they become friends? Who would be friends with someone they hate, right? The kind that makes my hands not enough, that wants to possess you entirely. Do you understand now, Su Weile? Su Weile's face was burning. He couldn't handle such a confession. The kind that makes my hands not enough, that wants to possess you entirely. Do you understand now, Su Weile? Su Weile's face was burning. He couldn't handle such a confession. He didn't know how to respond, so he foolishly said, But we're both men. Shouldn't we like girls? Tang Shaowu stared coldly at Su Weile. I just like you. Su Weile began to bite his lower lip. Tang Shaowu watched him in silence. After a long pause, he sneered, Can't accept it, can you? You said before that you couldn't accept a man liking another man. Su Weile looked at Tang Shao's smile, and his heart began to ache. He whispered, Tang Shaowu, can't we just go back to being friends like before? Just like before. Tang Shaowu said harshly, I told you I never wanted to be just. Su Weile's face grew redder, whether from anger or something else he didn't know. It's always you who decides everything, isn't it? You said we were friends before, and now suddenly you say we're not. It's always whatever you say, right? Tang Shaowu suddenly pulled Su Weile down onto the tatami, not giving him a chance to catch his breath before kissing him directly. This was Su Weile's first kiss while fully conscious. If the stolen kisses while he was asleep didn't count, this was his true first kiss. At first, Su Weile didn't react at all, frozen in place, until Tang Shao's roughness reopened the healed wound inside his mouth. The pain in his lips and the spreading taste of blood jolted Su while awake. He pushed Tang Shaowu off him with a sudden burst of strength. Wiping the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Su, while set his breath, unsteady. Tang Shaowu, are you fucking crazy? Su Weile's heart pounded wildly. He didn't want to dwell on whether this chaotic heartbeat was from anger or something else. In the moonlight, Su Weile saw Tang Shaowu, whom he had just pushed away, sitting calmly on the tatami in his fine silk pajamas. The buttons had come undone from the earlier struggle, revealing his pale skin that seemed to gleam with a cold light. Tang Shaowu rested his elbows on his knees, rubbed his temples, then alternately shook his left and right hands. He lifted his head, looked at Su Weile, who was now a little farther away, and suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Can't take it, can you? My kiss disgusts you. Su Weile saw Tang Shao's smile and his movements, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. This version of Tang Shaowu frightened him. But his words, his tone stirred a pang of sympathy in Su Weile's heart. He didn't feel that way, and he didn't want Tang Shaowu to think so. I don't find it disgusting, I just... Before Su Weile could finish, Tang Shaowu stood up on the tatami, walked over to him, crouched down, lifted his face, and murmured in a gloomy tone that drifted into Su Weile's ears. I told you before, once you embrace someone, you can't just run away. Su Weile, I'm not afraid to tell you plainly today, I did struggle before, thinking maybe I should just let you go, but I really couldn't bear it. That first time you said goodbye at the hospital, you asked for a hug. The moment you let go, I made up my mind. I would never let you go. Tang Shaowu looked into Su Weile's eyes and continued, call it scheming, call it manipulation, I don't care. What I want is the result. Su Weile, I don't care if you can accept it. If you can, well, be happy together. If you can't, well, be miserable together. But there's one rule: if you dare to leave me, don't blame me for whatever I do. Su Weile stared blankly at Tang Shaowu, his teeth clenched tightly, yet he could not control the trembling of his lips. His voice quivered as he spoke. I accept your... Damn it. Tang Shaowu, you're a bastard. Do you get to decide everything? Huh. You say we're good friends, then we're not. Now you're telling me to accept this kind of relationship. Have you ever stopped playing with me? I'm still confused. I haven't even figured out what's happening, and you're forcing me to accept it. I'm not accepting anything. What are you going to do about it? Hit me then. Tang Shaowu ignored Su Weile's agitation, his tone still steady. You remember the kiss last night, don't you? So you started avoiding me this morning. And after the banquet tonight, you kept avoiding me, didn't you? Su Weile hadn't expected Tang Shaowu to be so perceptive. Yes, I was a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly realizing our relationship might not be normal. Can't I take some time to process it? Can't I think it through properly? You can take your time and think, but you're avoiding me. And you might even try to run away. I can't stand that. Su Weile turned his head toward the window, refusing to meet Tang Shao's gaze. He had indeed thought about escaping, but he didn't know how Tang Shaowu had figured it out. When he saw Yu Changying's words, if you're not sure, run away quickly, he really felt an impulse to leave immediately. But Su Weile had to admit he couldn't bear to leave Tang Shaowu. He worried about him. He felt that if he left, no one would take care of Tang Shaowu, no one would soothe his headaches, no one would be kind to him. Su Weile truly couldn't let go. Yet he also felt that if this feeling wasn't from friendship, but something akin to love, then it was wrong. Su Weile truly couldn't let go. Yet he also felt that if this feeling wasn't from friendship, but something... Although Su Weile didn't grow up in as privileged an environment as Tang Shaowu, he was truly pampered at home, retaining a certain young master's temperament. He had never worried about life's hardships nor been wounded by love, so this emotional tug-of-war was almost unbearable for him. Tang Shaowu watched as Su Weile's lips pouted again, a scene he had witnessed in his own car just a couple of days ago. As expected, Su Weile's eyes reddened quickly, but this time it was more severe. Under the gentle moonlight, a trail of glistening tears slid down his cheek. Can't you just not force me? Can't you let me think it over? Can't we just go back to how we were before? I really treasure you as a friend. You're much older than me, bad-tempered, always scheming, but still I can't bear to give up on you as a friend, can I? I never thought about falling in love with a guy or anything like that. I've never even thought about it with a girl. Suddenly being asked to accept it. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile like this, and his heart, which had never known what ache meant, strangely twitched. Tang Shaowu frowned, reached out again, gently stroked the back of Su Weile's neck, and pulled him into his embrace, holding him tight. Tang Shaowu frowned, reached out again, gently stroked the back of Su Weile's neck, and pulled him into his embrace, holding him. Second, stay by my side. That's my minimum requirement, my bottom line. As for the rest, I'll give you time. I won't force you. Lying on Tang Shao's shoulder, still gazing out the window, Su Weile silently thought that this was probably the first time he had seen Tang Shaowu make a concession since having received Tang Shao's promise not to pressure him. Su Weile felt a momentary relief. He figured he would take his time thinking about things he couldn't understand now. One day he would. I should change the nickname I saved for you in my phone. I shouldn't have called you Debt Lord. It came true. Tang Shaowu, I must have owed you in a past life. Tang Shaowu listened quietly, saying nothing. Su Weile recalled Tang Shao's terrifying demeanor earlier and frowned. You threw your hand and walked over with that fierce look. Were you going to hit me, eh? You're something else. I'm telling you, if you dare hit me, we'll have a match. Who knows who'll end up beaten. You fragile piece of trash. Tang Shaowu snorted. Fine, we can spar someday. And I wasn't coming to hit you just now. I was going to take you right there. Huh? Take me where? What do you mean? After several minutes, Su Weile roared, Tang Shaowu, you bastard. All this fuss had exhausted him. The intense emotional turmoil left him drained. Such a simple child wasn't suited for such brain-racking matters. Su Weile finally lay down somewhat at ease, watching Tang Shaowu press his hand against his forehead in the moonlight. Su Weile's heart tensed again. Is your headache acting up? Tang Shaowu said blandly, it's nothing. Go to sleep. Su Weile sat up again. Does it hurt? Let me massage it for you. No better to do acupuncture. Tang Shaowu grabbed Su Weile, who was about to get the acupuncture needles. Don't bother. It's really not pain, just a bit tired. If you worry about me, then don't provoke me so much. Su Weile lay back down and said, you're the one playing the victim when you're the culprit. I'm the one about to be furious to death. Su Weile lay face down on the tatami, burying his face in the pillow. Tang Shaowu was still holding his hand and hadn't let go. Su Weile tried to pull away, but failed, so he let it be. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was like an ostrich, his eyes somewhat cold. Back at the hospital, he had first realized he strongly disliked Su Weile being angry with him, and that feeling had only intensified. Today he discovered that the thought of Su Weile possibly running away could drive him insane. So instead of taking it slow, he decided to lay everything out. He knew Su Weile would struggle to bear it, but he had to make his stance clear and cut off any possibility of Su Weile leaving. Tang Shaowu rubbed his thumb back and forth over Su Weile's fingertips. Tang Shao's nails were neatly trimmed, and the sensation nearly lulled Su Weile to sleep. Suddenly Tang Shaowu said, that Russian song you sang. Did you transliterate the lyrics yourself? The topic piqued Su Weile's interest. He lifted his head from the pillow. Yeah, that's right. Did you notice? Then Su Weile remembered. Back at the hospital, he had heard Tang Shaowu speak several languages. You know Russian, don't you? Tang Shaowu answered honestly, a little. You sang beautifully. Su Weile immediately beamed. Right? It's good, isn't it? And that Korean song later. I also transliterated it myself, but I sang it even better. I can dance to it too. I was about to show off my skills, but then you. Speaking of the unpleasant part, Su Weile grew a bit angry again. Tang Shaowu, you made me so embarrassed. I lost face in front of the kids. You know that. And I was already feeling down, wanting to relax, and I was having fun, then you cut the power. Damn, the more I talk, the angrier I get. Tang Shaowu didn't repeat his dark thoughts. He had already said them once at the bar. Words said once are enough, no need to repeat. Next time, hell, just act directly. But he knew Su Weile was in a bristling state, and there was no need to provoke him. Watching Su Weile turn away, leaving only the back of his head, Tang Shaowu said softly, you sing so well, yet you've never sung for me alone. After 2 minutes of silence, Su Weile suddenly turned his head and said fiercely, then what do you want to hear? They'll sing for you now, okay? Tang Shaowu smiled, genuinely squeezing Su Weile's hand firmly. Instead of saying what he wanted to hear, he said, your rolled R is very authentic. It was rare for Tang Shaowu to want to chat with him. Su Weile gradually became interested. Before speaking, he giggled. Tang, let me tell you something interesting from our Yinshan. He adjusted his position, no longer lying face down, but as usual lying on his side facing Tang Shaowu. Although the distance was a bit farther than before, since his hand was still held, the distance wasn't completely separated. I told someone today that I learned my rolled R from a Xinjiang lamb skewer seller, but that's not entirely true. The real essence came from a friend of mine. He's still living in Russia now. Haven't you been to my hometown? But you might not know that there's an industry there, border trade, mainly leather garments. Many people make leather garments locally and then resell them in Russia. We call them Lao Dayer, old traders. Then a former brother of my father also wanted to make this money, so my father lent him money. After all, when he was about to go, he was no longer young, so it was agreed that even if he lost money, he wouldn't have to repay it. But unexpectedly, he actually made money, a lot of it. It was great, wasn't it? My friend was really happy. But no one expected that after his father became rich, he actually found a new wife there, a very young Russian woman, and they already had a child. It was only then that my friend and his mother found out. During that time, my friend was so angry that he shouted every day about flying over to beat up his father and avenge his mother. Later, he really went. Then after 2 years, no one expected that he also married a Russian wife. Now he has 2 little matryoshka children already. Isn't that ironic? Back when he first went, he would video chat with us, teaching us Russian. He was the one who corrected my rolled R. But now when he calls, he can barely speak Chinese. Su Weile continued, we all said this guy's revenge method is really special. The women over there stole his father, so he went and slept with the women over there. Tang Shaowu listened quietly, a smile on his lips. Su Weile suddenly said, oh, let me show you a photo of his wife. This guy keeps showing off his wealth on moments every day, saying that he took his phone and placed it in front of them. As soon as it automatically unlocked, the screen was still on the chat history with Yu Changning. Su Weile quickly exited, couldn't help but glance sideways at Tang Shaowu. Under the glow of the phone screen, Tang Shao's face revealed no expression. Su Weile thought with such a quick glance he probably couldn't see it clearly. He opened moments, found that show off, and moved the phone closer to Tang Shaowu. Look, how about it? She's still pretty, right? And they're little matryoshkas, they're really beautiful. Luckily they take after the mother. If they took after my friend, they'd be ruined. I hope he doesn't turn out to be as unreliable as his father, leaving Annie alone in the country. That's really too much. During the new year, I would go over to help clean, and Tang Shaowu glanced at the phone indifferently, then turned to look at Su Weile and said, "Don't be so good to others." Su Weile scrolled through the phone. Oh, it's not that big a deal, just a casual thing. Not even casually. Su Weile sighed. Tang Shaowu, you really are. Not wanting to argue with him so late, Su Weile simply put away the phone, closed his eyes, and said, "I'm going to let go. I need to cover myself with the blanket." Su Weile pulled the blanket up to his chin. Muffled by the blanket, he said, "Good night." Tang Shaowu smiled silently. "Good night, Su Weile. Let this chaotic day pass quickly," Su Weile thought as he drifted between sleep and wakefulness. His fingers under the blanket unconsciously touched his own lips. Su Weile thought of the kiss from yesterday's dream. The night was deep, the wind had stopped. Tang Shaowu quietly listened to the steady breathing of the person beside him. It was a soothing sound. Tang Shaowu knew that as long as he felt at ease, he didn't. Just like now, he could allow Su Weile to wrap himself in the blanket, adopting a defensive posture. As long as he could lie beside him, he could patiently wait for him to come. As long as he was by his side, he could wait peacefully. When the night grew deeper, after changing 18 positions and tossing and turning 21 times, Su Weile finally rolled over to Tang Shao's side alone. It seemed he had finally found his resting place, immediately wrapping his arms and legs around him, and then continued sleeping quietly. A faint smile appeared on Tang Shao's face, and he slowly drifted into sleep. The morning at Linglong Garden was too beautiful. It was so quiet that one could hear the lovely chirping of birds. I wonder if it's too close to some park. In the quiet morning, Su Weile seemed to hear the faint sound of opera singers warming up their voices. In such a beautiful morning, Su Weile woke up with a smile. The first thing that came into view was Tang Shao's stunning profile. Su Weile's first reaction was, "Damn, he's so handsome it could kill me." Then he realized that his octopus-like clinging had once again been applied to Tang Shaowu. Su Weile stiffly and gently released his limbs from Tang Shaowu, worrying whether his morning reaction would be detected due to the tight embrace. Then he couldn't help but glance at Tang Shao's lower region and recalled his own posture, wondering if he had pressed on him. All this morning's mental turmoil made Su Weile feel exhausted. Tang Shao's sudden voice startled him even more. "So early in the morning, want to compare? When did you wake up? Can you open your eyes before speaking next time? You scared me." "I did open them. I saw you looking at yourself, and then at me, so I thought you wanted to compare, so I closed my eyes to not disturb you." Upon hearing Tang Shao's tones, Su Weile felt a sudden lightness in his heart, followed by a surge of joy. Yes, this is how it should be. This was how they had always interacted. Regardless of whether he liked men or not, since Tang Shaowu said he wouldn't pressure him, he would continue to enjoy this happy relationship with him. Let the future take care of itself, or maybe they could be best friends for life. Race? Race what? Can't you focus on something serious? Tang Shaowu smiled without a word, gently rubbed Su Weile's neck, and said, "Go wash up, I'm taking you out today." Su Weile was startled. "Huh? Out? Where to?" Tang Shaowu said calmly, "Back to Jiangxing." Su Weile remained in a daze until they boarded the plane. Sitting in the private jet, Su Weile hadn't even had time to admire it before he let out a deep sigh. "Young Master Tang, can we discuss something? Next time you decide to go out and take me along, could you please give me a heads up?" "Huh? I'm begging you. I tell you this time, I even informed Kuaichi 2 days in advance. Can you not treat a long-distance trip requiring a plane like a trip to the market, telling me only when we're about to leave? Can you at least let me prepare in advance? Can you?" Tang Shaowu watched the endlessly chattering Su Weile with a faint smile. Beside him, old Su couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this plane had probably never been so lively since it was bought. Seeing Su Weile still fuming and trying to catch his breath, Tang Shaowu said in a rare light tone, "Got it, I'll tell you 2 days in advance next time. Don't be angry." As soon as Tang Shaowu apologized, Su Weile softened immediately. Su Weile felt he was hopeless. "I want to go check out the cockpit." Tang Shaowu nodded. Uncle Su take him to have some fun. As a result, Su Weile never returned to Tang Shao's side for the rest of the flight. Instead, old Su came back midway, worried that Tang Shaowu might need something, and waited nearby. When Tang Shaowu saw old Su returning alone, he asked flatly, "Having too much fun?" Old Su smiled. He's fascinated. He wants to ask the pilot questions, but doesn't dare disturb him, so he just keeps watching. He says he wants to see the landing. Tang Shao's expression darkened slightly. He said nothing, looked at his computer for a while, then simply stopped working, leaned back, and closed his eyes to rest. Old Su glanced anxiously toward the cockpit, and let out an almost inaudible sigh. Only when it was time to disembark did Su Weile return, his face flushed with excitement. He ran straight to Tang Shaowu and said enthusiastically, "Tang Shaowu, flying a plane is so much fun. I'm going to get a pilot's license. Then I'll fly for you, okay?" The heavy aura around Tang Shaowu visibly dissipated with Su Weile's arrival. He looked at that radiant face and said with a faint smile, "First practice helping me shoot down planes." Su Weile was dumbfounded. "Huh? What? Shoot down planes? Don't you already have your own plane? Why do you need to shoot down another one?" Su Weile had interpreted Tang Shao's words the way one might say hail a cab. Old Su, embarrassed, took several steps back. Only then did Su Weile suddenly realize that Tang Shao's shoot down planes didn't mean catching another flight. His face rapidly turned crimson. Seeing old Su, who wished he could vanish into the floor, and Tang Shaowu, who was covering his face with trembling shoulders, Su Weile was truly mortified and angry. "Tang Shaowu, can you not just drop dirty jokes out of nowhere? Have some self-respect, will you?" Tang Shaowu suppressed his laughter, lowered his hand, and gently took Su Weile's hand. "Don't be angry. They'll be more careful next time." It was that smile again. Su Weile rarely saw Tang Shaowu laugh so freely. That dazzling smile showing 8 teeth almost never appeared on Tang Shao's face. Old Su slowly approached again, his voice unusually light and cheerful. "Young master, little master Su, let's disembark." Su Weile felt he wouldn't want to hear the word plane for a long time. Su Weile had never been to Jiangqing, but everyone had heard of its prosperity and advancement. This hub of economy, technology, and finance exuded development and openness at every turn. Su Weile followed Tang Shaowu off the plane and immediately entered the business van waiting for them. He heard Tang Shaowu say to the driver, "First head to the Jiang family mansion." Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Su Weile recalled what his uncle had told him, that the Jiang family was the foremost clan in Jiangqing and Tang Shaowu was its undisputed prince. Su Weile thought when he first heard that it hadn't seemed like much, but now that he truly experienced it, he understood the awe. Tang Shaowu watched Su Weile's expressive face. "What are you daydreaming about now?" Su Weile grinned at Tang Shaowu. "A rich, handsome friend." Tang Shaowu gave a cold smile. "What good is wealth if it can't make you love me?" Su Weile wished he could sew Tang Shao's mouth shut. Tang Shaowu, shut up. Tang Shaowu deliberately raised an eyebrow and asked with feigned confusion, "Can't even say that?" "Yes, you can't say it. From now on, don't talk to me." Just as Tang Shaowu had suddenly whisked Su Weile from Jinhai to Jiangqing, he now abruptly brought him before Grandpa Jiang. Obviously, Grandpa Jiang wasn't prepared either. After a few seconds of staring at Su Weile, he asked in confusion, "Shaowu, who is this?" Before Tang Shaowu could speak, Su Weile blurted out, "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Su Weile. I'm Tang Shao's friend. I came so suddenly without any preparation. Please don't mind, Grandpa." Tang Shaowu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Grandpa Jiang paused for a moment, then gave a kind smile. "Su Weile, is it? Hello. Since you're Shao's friend, don't be polite. Make yourself at home." Grandpa Jiang immediately turned to the butler behind him. "Old Zhao, take this young master to the guest room and settle him in." Before the butler could respond, Tang Shaowu said directly, "No need, Uncle Zhao. Take him to my room. He'll stay with me." With that single sentence, everyone present except Tang Shaowu was stunned, their faces showing surprise. Su Weile was so embarrassed his whole body stiffened. Grandpa Jiang recovered first, cleared his throat, and said to the butler, "Go ahead. Do as the young master." Before leaving, Su Weile didn't forget to politely bid farewell to Grandpa Jiang. But as soon as he turned around, he made a gesture at Tang Shaowu, as if to say, "Just wait. I'm going to beat you up." Tang Shaowu sat leisurely on the sofa, smiling at the grimacing Su Weile. On the opposite sofa, Grandpa Jiang watched his grandson, who seemed like a completely different person, and frowned, lost in thought. As soon as Su Weile left, the vast living room fell into a stifling silence. Neither spoke. Tang Shaowu tapped lightly on the leather sofa armrest, his gaze fixed on the recently trimmed garden beyond the floor-to-ceiling doors. Grandpa Jiang was the first to speak. "This is the first time you've brought someone home. Who is this child?" Tang Shaowu still looked outside, his tone indifferent. "I quite like him. I want to be with him." Grandpa Jiang frowned, about to press further. Tang Shaowu cut him off. "I'm back this time to submit the Overseas Department proposal to the board. I plan to launch it in." Grandpa Jiang knew that when Tang Shaowu said this, it was already a foregone conclusion. "All right. I know your capabilities when it comes to work. The board has witnessed how you've led Jiangming Group higher year after year. I believe everyone will support you." Grandpa Jiang continued, "I heard that in Jinhai the Hua family has been frequently associating with you. The Hua family has deep roots in Jinhai. Unlike Jiangqing, Jinhai is full of powerful figures. You must be cautious. Whether to accept the Hua family's olive branch, you must decide carefully. Consider whether they are interested in your project or worried that you might become a threat and thus want to win you over. Weigh everything before making a decision." Tang Shaowu listened to the old man's words and nodded, responding briefly with "just understood." Grandpa Jiang looked at his outstanding grandson with mixed emotions. From the day Tang Shaowu was born, his feelings toward him had been complicated. Grandpa Jiang looked at his outstanding grandson with mixed emotions. From the day Tang Shaowu was born, his feelings toward him had been Grandpa Jiang let out a deep sigh. Your health. Tang Shaowu said indifferently, it's fine. Still stable for now. You should rest. I'm going to the company. Grandpa Jiang watched Tang Shaowu's retreating figure and sighed again. Tang Shaowu sat in the car and called Su Weile. Su Weile answered in an aggressive tone, what is it? I'm going to the company. Do you want to come? Why are you going to work again as soon as you're back? I don't want to. I want to go out and have fun. Tang Shaowu gestured to the driver to head to the company. Then he said to Su Weile on the phone, you can't go out. Just play around the old mansion. If you want to go out, I'll take you. Su Weile let out a long, deep breath, said goodbye fiercely, and hung up decisively. Tang Shaowu smiled as he put down the phone. He directly sent a text to old Su, keep an eye on Su Weile. Don't let him leave. Su Weile wandered around Tang Shaowu's room for a while. It was a typical young master's room, exuding high-end luxury, but as cold as Tang Shaowu himself. No warmth of home, just a high-end hotel showroom for rest. After a couple of rounds, Su Weile found not even a single photo. He was truly exasperated. The only redeeming feature was the bathroom. The oversized massage bathtub looked incredibly tempting. Su Weile walked out of Tang Shaowu's bedroom and saw the first floor through the circular corridor on the second floor. He spotted Grandpa Jiang sitting in the living room watching financial news. Looking at the old man, Su Weile couldn't help but think of his own grandfather. Though he might have been a once glorious, successful businessman, now he was just a lonely old man without his family. Su Weile called softly, Grandpa, what are you doing? Grandpa Jiang looked up in surprise. It had been a long time since this room had heard such a warm, emotional call. Grandpa, how about we play chess? Or cards? In the courtyard of the Jiang family mansion, there was a marble chessboard. Now seated at opposite ends, an old man and a young boy were fully absorbed in a fierce battle of wits over Chinese chess. Su Weile frowned, holding his breath in concentration, while Grandpa Jiang wore a serene smile, confident of victory. After a full 10 minutes of deliberation, Grandpa Jiang didn't rush him, just smiled at the handsome child across the table. Suddenly, Su Weile abandoned his pieces and said, Grandpa, I'm hungry. I need to recharge. Let's continue after eating. Ha, all right, let's eat first. To Su Weile, surprised, the food at the Jiang family mansion was quite simple and homely. Grandpa Jiang said, usually it's just an old man like me at home, so the meals are simple. If guests come, I order from outside or have a chef come over. Just fill your stomach for now. If you want something later, we can order from the hotel. Su Weile smiled, no need. I think this is fine. I like this kind of food. Grandpa, should we wait for Tang Shaowu? Grandpa Jiang paused for a moment and said, Shaowu doesn't usually eat with me. He has his own chef. Su Weile was surprised. Oh, why doesn't he eat together? That guy is such a fuss. Let's not wait for him. Let's eat. Hearing the natural way Su Weile spoke about Tang Shaowu, Grandpa Jiang felt a pang of emotion and couldn't help asking, Shaowu, being with Shaowu must be hard, right? Shaowu, he can be extreme in his actions, but I can see that he treats you differently. Please bear with him. Hearing this, Su Weile suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It felt like meeting the parents. Grandpa, we're just friends. But Tang Shaowu, he's a good person. It's not hard. We bear with each other. Grandpa Jiang gave a bitter smile. Actually, I have no right to tell you this, because I myself failed to do what I should have done as his grandfather. You must have heard about Shaowu's parents. After all, it's not a secret in Jinhai. When I was young, I was obsessed with my career. His grandmother died young, and I was too busy. I hardly participated in his mother's upbringing. I gave her nothing but money, but I loved my only daughter. When she fell ill and came back to me, I felt heartbroken for her and hated the Tang family. Because of that, I also hated the blood of the Tang family flowing in Shaowu. But it was too late. The damage was done. At that time, I devoted all my attention to Shaowu's mother. She was extremely rejecting of Shaowu. I often recall those days when Shaowu was little. Every time he came to see his mother, he was met with either coldness or curses. He stood there motionless, his face numb and expressionless. I keep thinking back then, I never held him once, never offered him a word of comfort. It wasn't until later, when he fell ill and was abandoned by the Tang family, that I took him back. But by then he had grown up. He no longer accepted any familial warmth. Tang Shaowu is a ruthless man. Once he closes a door, it never opens again. I remember when I brought him back, he spoke to me in a formulaic tone, saying he would make Jiangming Group into something grand within a few years and bring me substantial. From that moment on, I realized he had already positioned himself not as my grandson, nor as the heir of the Jiang family, but merely as a partner, a proxy manager. Su Weile listened in stunned silence, finding himself completely devoid of appetite. His heart, even his very organs, were filled with a feeling called heartache. Su Weile knew it was terribly rude to say so, but he couldn't help blurting out, Grandpa, how could you do this? That was too much, treating him like that. Too much. Old Master Jiang stared blankly at Su Weile, then said with profound sorrow, yes, I shouldn't have treated him like that. It was truly too much. At that time I really shouldn't have. After all, he was just a child so young. He hadn't done anything wrong. His birth was not his choice. Tang Shaowu had been away from Jiangming Group for quite some time, so a backlog of work had accumulated. He returned in the afternoon and went straight into meetings which lasted until 8 in the evening before the conference room doors finally opened. A group of senior managers whose annual salaries were astonishingly high were impeccably dressed in suits and ties, yet their faces were etched with exhaustion, revealing the intensity of the meeting they had just endured. Inside the conference room, a few of Tang Shao's trusted confidants and key aides continued their heated discussions until nearly 10 o'clock before finally leaving. Chengming Tang Shao's right-hand man at Jiangming Group was a college acquaintance who had followed him since the day he returned to the Jiang family. Employees of Jiangming Group secretly referred to Chengming as the first secretary of the Jiangs. As he gathered the scattered documents, he glanced at Tang Shaowu. Why did you come back so suddenly? Everyone was terrified, thinking you were conducting a surprise inspection for layoffs. They were all on edge. Tang Shaowu gave a cold smile. If you work well normally, there's no need to panic. If I really wanted to lay anyone off, would I need a surprise inspection? Gazing at the night still aglow with neon lights, he added, I came back abruptly for personal reasons. Someone close to me is emotionally unstable, and I need to take him to a completely unfamiliar environment to help him recover without any outside interference. Chengming studied his junior, who had been his benefactor, with a furrowed brow, pondering over his words but finding no clue. Yet he wouldn't ask, knowing that Tang Shaowu might not have been speaking for his benefit. To press further at that moment would be inappropriate. He was just an assistant, no matter how close, not a friend. Tang Shaowu didn't need friends. He understood that. Tang Shao, are you heading back now? Tang Shaowu glanced at his phone and said quietly, you go ahead. You've worked hard today. Tomorrow's formal meeting. You'll lead the proposal presentation. Chengming nodded solemnly and withdrew from the office. Su Weile was rolling around on Tang Shao's big bed. It was already 10 o'clock and Tang Shaowu still hadn't returned. He had spoken with both Grandpa and Grandma on the phone today. He could tell they missed him dearly, but they didn't urge him to come back, only reminding him to stay safe and enjoy himself. Su Jun, upon learning that Su Weile had gone to Jiangcheng without visiting his uncle, first scolded him for a long time. Finally, Su Weile promised to go see his uncle immediately upon returning, which silenced his father. Before hanging up, Su Jun couldn't help but praise his son for cleaning his mother's grave so thoroughly, asking if he had worn gloves while clearing the weeds. After hanging up, Su Weile couldn't help but think if only Tang Shaowu lived in his family, he would receive so much love. He simply couldn't understand why they treated him that way. His parents, his grandfather, his maternal grandfather, all of them. It was truly baffling. Su Weile put down his phone and walked to the window, staring blankly at the garden outside. A pure white Persian cat with a round head and odd eyes, one yellow, one green, like two precious gems. In the moonlight, it was noble and mysterious. It gazed coldly at Su Weile, reminding him of Tang Shaowu, equally noble, cold, and hard to approach. Su Weile opened the window and said to the cat, hello there. You're so beautiful. What's your name? The cat didn't meow, but it didn't leave either, just staring straight at Su Weile. He smiled and said, you're so aloof, just like Tang Shaowu. I have a cat named Quoki at home. How about I call you Geeky? Would you like that, Geeky? A sleek black sedan stopped at the main gate. As the gate slowly opened, Tang Shaowu looked up at his room on the second floor from afar. The window was open and the warm light from the room spilled into the moonlight. Su Weile was leaning half his body out of the window, talking to the white cat perched on the awning below. Tang Shaowu got out of the car early and walked slowly into the garden. When Su Weile saw him, his eyes widened in surprise, then a smile blossomed on his face. Tang Shao, you're back? What time is it? Have you been working all this time, or did you sneak off to play without me? Tang Shao's expression was calm and content. He asked softly, what are you doing? I'm talking to Geeky. Tang Shaowu glanced at the white cat. Geeky stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a sharp meow and ran off. Su Weile laughed. How did you scare Geeky away? Tang Shaowu looked up at him, smiling. Her name is Aurelia. While Tang Shaowu was showering, Su Weile rolled around on the bed several more times. He chatted with Yu Chongning for a while, and since that he seemed a bit down. They bantered for a while on the video call. Jean E even appeared briefly, looked Su Weile over seriously, gave a few words of advice, and then went back to work at the bar. They bantered for a while on the video call. Jean E even appeared briefly, looked Su Weile over seriously, gave a few words of advice, and then went back to work at the bar. Finally, Taitu hung up, reassured that Su Weile seemed physically and mentally healthy. The moment Tang Shaowu stepped out of the bathroom, Su Weile sprang up from the bed, his hair sticking up, and patted the mattress. Come on, lie down. The equipment is ready, just waiting for you. Tang Shaowu gave him a scrutinizing look, said nothing, and walked over to sit on the bed. Su Weile knelt behind Tang Shaowu, rubbed his hands together vigorously, then began massaging his forehead with serious focus, playfully asking, Young Master Tang, is this pressure all right? Tang Shaowu smiled slightly. You're in a good mood today. Me? Not bad, pretty good. I played chess with Grandpa Jiang this afternoon, and Tang Shaowu slowly opened his eyes pensive. What did he say to you? Su Weile deliberately adopted a light-hearted tone, saying, It's nothing much, just that he said he feels quite regretful that he didn't care enough for you before. Tang Shaowu gave a sarcastic smile and closed his eyes again. Su Weile explained, Tang Shao, everyone makes mistakes, but those who can mend their ways are still good comrades. Let's forgive him. Tolerance makes you handsome. Su Weile, I hope you remember what you said today. If I ever make a mistake in the future, you must forgive me handsomely. Su Weile was caught off guard. Huh, how did it turn to me? Su Weile's little mind spun rapidly. Damn, I finally understand why you're so wealthy. You're truly an exceptional businessman. You can always secure favorable terms for yourself in any situation. Here I am trying to persuade you, and you still manage to squeeze out a benefit for yourself. Sly old fox. A schemer. Tang Shaowu chuckled softly without saying a word. After a while of massaging, Su Weile took out a 5-tooth sandalwood comb specially designed for scalp massage, which made the process both comfortable and effortless. Tang Shaowu hesitated for a moment. Did you bring it? Or did you buy it in Jiangqing? I brought it. It's a family heirloom. Didn't I use it for scalp massage back in Jinhai? Have you forgotten? No, I haven't forgotten. I just didn't expect you to remember to bring it despite the rush. Su Weile said proudly. Come on, I even remembered to bring the acupuncture needles, okay? What would you do if your headache flared up? Tang Shaowu paused for a moment and said, Thank you, Lele. Su Weile smiled radiantly. You're welcome, little Shaowu. After massaging his scalp for over 20 minutes, Tang Shaowu said softly, That's enough, take a rest. Then he took Su Weile's hand and gently massaged his finger. Su Weile looked at their intertwined hands and asked softly, Why so late? Have you been working all this time? Tang Shaowu leaned back against the headboard. Just got back? There's a lot going on. Tomorrow won't be any earlier either. There are many formal meetings tomorrow. Su Weile thought for a moment. Then he'll go with you tomorrow. Tang Shaowu lifted his eyes to look at him. Not afraid of being bored anymore. Su Weile nodded. Will go to work with you. Wake me up when you get up tomorrow, and he'll go with you. Su Weile slowly lay down on the bed next to Tang Shaowu. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out his phone. Oh, by the way, Tang Shaowu, quickly help me check. Can this game still be saved? In the black side. He pushed the phone in front of Tang Shaowu. The screen displayed a photo of a chess endgame, which Su Weile had secretly taken when Grandpa Jiang and the housekeeper weren't looking. Tang Shaowu studied it for a moment. It can be won. Su Weile's eyes lit up. He scrambled up, pressed close to Tang Shao's chest, and squeezed in front of the phone screen. Quick, tell me how to win. Tang Shaowu lowered his gaze to the head resting against his chin. The familiar scent of shampoo made him unconsciously take a deep breath. After explaining the sequence of moves for the third time, Su Weile suddenly sat up straight, extricating himself from Tang Shao's arms, and exclaimed, Oh, I get it. Tang Shaowu, you're amazing. This move is brilliant. Way better than my idea. Tang Shaowu became intrigued. What was your idea? Tell me. Su Weile took back his phone, but didn't look at the photo. Instead, he slipped it directly under the pillow. Then with a serious expression, he said, My idea was to sneak down to the garden chessboard in the dead of night and remove 2 of the opponent's pieces. Tang Shaowu was genuinely stunned for a rare moment. Seeing his expression, Su Weile immediately said, What's that look? Do you think I'm winning unfairly? Let me tell you, Grandpa Jiang is the one who's really over the top. He knew perfectly well that when I said I was hungry, it was just an excuse. I couldn't afford to lose. And then, he actually had someone seal the chessboard. With a cover. Once it's covered, we'll have to continue the game tomorrow when it's opened. That old man has such a fierce competitive streak. You must have inherited that from him. I can't just sit back and do nothing. I cannot lose again tomorrow. Su Weile finished his indignant outburst in one breath. Seeing Tang Shao's face clearly about to break into a smile, he said bluntly, Go ahead and laugh at me. I don't mind. Tang Shao's beautiful eyes curved. I won't laugh at you. I think you did the right thing. Su Weile raised an eyebrow. Then he grinned. Hee really? But now I've got a legitimate way to beat him thanks to you. He'll review your strategy again later. Su Weile lay down happily and turned off his reading lamp. Let's sleep. Aren't you tired? Tang Shaowu stroked Su Weile's fluffy hair and lay down as well. Tang Shaowu, your bed is pretty big, but it's not a tatami. Do you think I might fall off the bed again in the middle of the night? In the darkness, Tang Shao's voice was deep. No, you won't. Sleep peacefully. After more than 10 minutes, Su Weile still couldn't help but whisper, Tang Shaowu, don't be sad about your childhood experiences. It's all in the past. Look how amazing you are now. So outstanding. Forget the past and be happier. Why are you always so unhappy? You always smile, but you're never truly happy. Tang Shaowu didn't respond to Su Weile's words. Not because they hit the mark, but because he truly didn't feel sad. When he was young, unloved, estranged from his family, he hadn't felt particularly sad either. Perhaps, as some said, his blood simply carried the genes of indifference. His mother had no love for her own son. She was a cold and heartless woman. His maternal grandfather in his youth inherited the family business and rapidly expanded it to dominate the region. How could he not be a ruthless man? Now that he's old and looks kind, people mistakenly believe he's always been that way. His paternal grandfather had only the family legacy and heirs in his mind, to affection held no place in his heart. When he looked at his descendants, his gaze was devoid of emotion. Only assessment and evaluation. This one is a good prospect. Give him the best resources the family can offer to nurture him. If he deemed someone unworthy, unsuitable to blaze a trail for the Tang family, he would discard them without hesitation. Among Tang Shao's closest relatives, was there anyone with real feelings? Tang Shaowu thought bitterly, then how could he himself be any better? Tang Huaiyan and Zhang Meishua said that Tang Shaowu was the most ruthless and heartless of all. Tang Shaowu didn't want to argue. He had never felt sad, but since Su Weile thought he was sad and went to great lengths to comfort him, he might as well let her believe that. Let her think he was sad. Su Weile thought he was pitiable, and he was willing to be the most pitiable person, the kind he himself most despised. Tang Shaowu could be indifferent to anyone, including himself, but he cared about Su Weile. It was like that first time in the hospital when he realized he deeply disliked Su Weile being angry with him. Later he discovered he couldn't bear Su Weile leaving his side, and now he slowly felt that he cared immensely about Su Weile's feelings. He wanted to possess everything about Su Weile, his emotions, his entire heart. Seeing Tang Shaowu silent for a long time, Su Weile thought he had touched on something painful. He quickly said, "Tang Shaowu, weren't you angry last time saying I never... How about I sing you a song now?" Su Weile thought for a moment, and said, "It's late, so no upbeat songs. He'll sing an oldie for you. It's in Korean too." Su Weile cleared his throat and began to sing. A soothing, gentle melody flowed from his lips. Su Weile's speaking voice was always pleasant, clear and lively with a playful tone. Now as he sang, his voice remained clear, but the tenderness and lingering affection in it were deeply moving. In the quiet night, the song was like a gentle whisper, soothing all wounded hearts and sealing away all evil. When the song ended, Su Weile felt he had sung with more emotion than ever before. He truly wished to comfort Tang Shaowu. He couldn't bear to see him hurt, or Su Weile felt moved by his own singing. After all, nothing touches the heart more than genuine emotion. The song faded, and the room remained silent for a long time. Neither spoke, as if still immersed in the beautiful melody. "Tang Shaowu, did I sing well?" Tang Shaowu replied softly, his voice sincere. "Very well. Can you understand the lyric? I hope you can be like the song says, friend, don't worry about anything, bury all the bad memories deep in your heart." "Okay." Tang Shaowu whispered. "Okay, thank you, Lele. You need to learn to forget the pain. Didn't someone say? Forgotten pain is no longer pain. Only the pain you keep remembering will truly hurt and haunt you." The beautiful night, and everything happened naturally. Su Weile felt so comfortable that he reached a state of blissful oblivion. Now lying in bed, his mind, Su Weile frowned. He thought, isn't this wrong? It should be wrong. No matter how he looked at it, it felt off. But why was he feeling this way? If anyone had told him before that he would like a guy, had probably have thrown a punch. But what was happening now? How had things gone so off course? He had so many good brothers and friends, he could get along with any of them normally. But with Tang Shaowu, it was getting out of hand. Tang Shaowu came out of the bathroom and saw Su Weile lying on the bed, frowning and staring into space. Tang Shaowu got back into bed. Su Weile glanced at him and said sulkily, "I'm not helping you." Tang Shaowu said, "As if you ever helped me before." A bit guilty and annoyed, Su Weile said, "So why do you start the fire yourself? Just keep holding it in every day. If you explode, don't blame me. What will you do if it breaks later?" Tang Shaowu said nonchalantly, "Even if I break later, it'll still make you happy every day." Su Weile was stunned for a moment, about to speak again. Tang Shaowu suddenly looked at Su Weile seriously and said, "Lele, thank you. Thank you for comforting me today, for your song, for being with me." Su Weile's eyes glistened. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Tang Shaowu stared intently at Su Weile and said, "I only want you, Su Weile. Listen carefully, I just need you by my side. You've been trying so hard to make me happy, to keep me from being sad. But you can do it so easily. Just stay by my side and never leave." Tang Shao's words shook Su Weile deeply. Almost instinctively, he made a promise. "I know, didn't we already agree before? Why say it again? And why look at me like that? Trying to scare me? What's wrong? Did you find my return ticket?" Tang Shaowu reached out and pulled Su Weile into his arms. "What if you change your mind later and break your promise?" Su Weile felt a little guilty and didn't reply. He quietly closed his eyes. Su Weile was awakened the next morning by Tang Shaowu. Though he slept in a messy position, his waking habits were good. He slept soundly when asleep, and once roused, he had no lingering temper. Back home, when he had to take his grandparents to the morning market, he was also a good child who got up without complaint. The two washed up together in the bathroom. Su Weile, having slept, forgot all his worries from yesterday and chatted happily with Tang Shaowu. Tang Shaowu's walk-in closet was enormous. Su Weile's clothes were all placed there. When Tang Shaowu began to put on his shirt, Su Weile happened to see it, and immediately turned his head away. After turning away, he realized, why did I turn? We're both men. What's wrong with me? Something was off again. Tang Shaowu saw Su Weile staring blankly at a row of clothes and chuckled. What's wrong? Need me to help you match? Su Weile then turned back. No way I can match them myself. And indeed he could. Seeing Su Weile appear before him, Tang Shaowu thought so. The two walked out of the old mansion one after another. Passing through the courtyard, Su Weile spotted the Persian cat from yesterday. Hello there, geeky. The Persian cat looked at Su Weile with the same haughty, indifferent expression. But when Tang Shaowu glanced over, Geeky immediately scampered away. Su Weile laughed. You two have such similar temperaments, yet you're at odds the moment you meet. Tang Shaowu smiled. We are quite alike, both fond of a little. Su Weile accompanied Tang Shaowu to work, and this went on for 2 weeks. On the very first day, he learned that Tang Shaowu's team was about to launch a major project, throwing the entire company into a frenzy of hectic activity. Tang Shaowu and his team spent almost every day in meetings. Su Weile too had a fulfilling time. The gym downstairs in the building won his heart, and he spent nearly every morning there. At noon, he returned to Tang Shaowu's office to eat together. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, he watched Tang Shaowu work. Every time he saw him at work, Su Weile admitted he was drawn to him, deeply drawn. At work, Tang Shaowu was calm and wise, exuding extraordinary leadership and decision-making prowess. Such a man was dazzling with a fatal allure. Su Weile truly realized how intense Tang Shaowu's workload was. During this period, he had been working with such high efficiency and under such immense pressure, nearly non-stop. Su Weile felt nothing but worry and concern. Under these emotions, he had no mind to ponder whether the way they got along was right or normal. Su Weile didn't notice his excessive care for Tang Shaowu, just as he failed to see how their relationship was growing closer and closer with each passing day. Everything happened unnoticed. By the time he realized it was already too late. All his thoughts were focused on taking care of Tang Shaowu, seizing every moment to massage him, supervising his rest, and making sure he ate on time. He also kept yielding to Tang Shaowu's various requests to help him relax. Once something happened the first time, it would be repeated countless times. Su Weile gradually grew accustomed to Tang Shaowu's kisses, in the large bed of the old mansion's bedroom, in the locked break room during lunch breaks, and in the luxurious carriage with the partition raised while driving. Until one night, Su Weile vaguely realized that even before Tang Shaowu's lips truly met his, he was already experiencing some inappropriate changes. Belatedly, Su Weile felt that in this unfamiliar environment of Jiangxing under Tang Shaowu's daily guidance, both his body and mind had undergone subtle transformations without his knowledge. Su Weile reached out and pressed against Tang Shaowu's chest, wanting to push him away and clear his head. Tang Shaowu had an extremely sharp perception of Su Weile. Even before Su Weile truly tried to push him away tonight, Tang Shaowu sensed a hint of passive resistance. Su Weile wasn't as fully engaged as usual. That faint struggle, though insignificant in the surging vortex of desire, was enough to displease Tang Shaowu. Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu before him, a vague thought crossing his mind. So this is what Tang Shaowu looked like at such a moment. Though his face was cold and indifferent, his eyes were filled with intense desire, concealing an uncontrollable madness and ferocity. Su Weile dared not meet such a gaze. Frowning, both embarrassed and angry, he said, What's wrong with you this time? Tang Shaowu's voice was also hoarse. Shouldn't I ask what's wrong with you? Su Weile, you ungrateful brat. You were about to push me away just now, weren't you? Every day, I hope you'll grow to like me, yet every day you're afraid of falling for me, feeling it's getting bad and thinking of running away. Su Weile hastily defended himself. I didn't. Can't you stop being so suspicious? I just felt something wasn't quite right, but I never meant to run. Don't wrong me. Something not right. Liking me is not right. Having feelings for me is not right. Then who would be right to have a reaction to huh? The madness that Tang Shaowu usually kept hidden in the shadows was now surfacing with his rising anger. Tang Shao's sudden release made Su Weile feel as if he had been gently lifted up only to be dropped heavily. An indescribable discomfort welled up from within, a low sinking unease. No man could remain unirritated by such an interruption. Su Weile, a young leopard who had only just tasted the sweetness of desire, had yet to master the regulation of his own passions. This agonizing sensation made his fury surge uncontrollably. He lunged forward with wild abandon, snarling, Tang Shaowu, you're insane. What's wrong with me? Thinking something's off. Is it wrong for me to feel this way? Is it normal for me to kiss you? We're both men. Is this normal? How dare you forbid me from having any thoughts? I will think. Stop meddling. Tang Shaowu stared at him coldly, his voice equally frigid. Yes, you've never thought this was normal. In your heart, it's abnormal, it's perverse, isn't it? I'm sorry for dragging you into this perversion. If you want to think carefully. Is it your heart that refuses to accept me, to accept our feelings? Or is it you, constantly blocking your own heart from accepting me and my love? Tang Shaowu spoke through clenched teeth. Su Weile, think. Think it through clearly. That night for the first time they fell asleep in an atmosphere of anger. Tang Shaowu told Su Weile to think, then ignored him completely. Su Weile mulled over Tang Shao's words repeatedly. His mind was in turmoil. In truth, he couldn't figure it out. As he was about to drift off, his mind was filled with memories of their time together in Jiangsheng over the past few days. The natural kisses, the joy Tang Shaowu brought him each night. In a hazy state, Su Weile knew he liked everything Tang Shaowu gave him. He finally understood that Tang Shaowu was right. It was he himself who had been resisting blocking these genuine feelings. What Su Weile hadn't expected was, that night after their quarrel, Tang Shao's headache struck. The attack came on fiercely. Su Weile was jolted awake in the middle of the night by the sound of vomiting. He usually slept like a log, but for some reason at the first sound of retching, Su Weile was instantly alert. He rushed to the bathroom and saw Tang Shaowu clutching the toilet, vomiting violently. At that moment, Su Weile felt his heart shatter. On the way to the hospital with Uncle Su driving, Su Weile asked anxiously, "How are you? Why didn't you tell me your head hurt?" Tang Shaowu leaned back against the seat smiling. "It didn't hurt before. It started suddenly in the middle of the night. It's fine, it's happened before. Don't worry." Su Weile turned his head away, staring out the window in silence. He cursed himself countless times, convinced that he was the cause of this. Tang Shaowu looked at him, took his hand, and gently stroked it, his voice soft. "Really, it's nothing." Then Uncle Zu's phone rang. Su Weile saw him answer immediately. A familiar voice came through the speakerphone. "Shaowu, how do you feel now?" Tang Shaowu smiled. Same as before, just that this time it came on suddenly, without. Yin Zheng's voice was calm, carrying a reassuring strength. "I've contacted the hospital in Jiangsheng. Go through the green channel. Someone will meet you there. They'll join the teleconference consultation. Keep calm. Let me know if any new symptoms arise." Tang Shaowu chuckled. "I always fall ill in the middle of the night. Sorry for disturbing your weekend, especially on a Saturday." Yin Zhengke replied matter-of-factly. "Indeed, so next time don't get sick in the middle of the night, especially on a Saturday night." Tang Shaowu let out a low chuckle. Su Weile suddenly pulled his hand away, turned his head, and glared at Tang Shaowu with anger. Tang Shao's smile gradually faded. Seeing Su Weile's red-rimmed eyes, he slowly blinked, then took his hand again. "Lele, truly don't worry. It's..." Su Weile bit his lip. "Does it hurt now, eh?" Tang Shaowu looked into his eyes and whispered, "It hurts a lot." One traffic light before the hospital, they saw an ambulance waiting to receive them. With its siren wailing, the ambulance led them to the emergency building entrance. Tang Shaowu, seeing the doctors approaching, said to old Su, "Uncle Su, stay with Su Weile. Don't let him run off." Su Weile's voice trembled as he shouted, "Tang Shaowu, are you insane? At a time like this, you're still worried about me running around. Are you trying to infuriate me?" Tang Shaowu smiled at Su Weile but repeated his instruction to old Su, "Uncle Su, keep an eye on him." The car door opened. The lead doctor, not wearing a Jiangsheng hospital white coat, said, "First, Master Tang, relax. He'll accompany you into the ER right away." Su Weile tried to follow immediately, but Uncle Su stopped him. "Young Master Su, we don't need to go." Su Weile's eyes were bloodshot. "Uncle Su, are you just like Tang Shaowu? How can we not go at a time like this? Leave him alone." Old Su said, "That man is the young master's private physician in Jiangsheng. He's fully responsible for his health here. They'll be connecting with Director Yin soon, and they'll work out the details. We'll wait in the ward for news. Young Master Su, the young master doesn't want you to see him like this. Please humor him." Old Su led Su Weile to a prepared VIP ward where bodyguards were already stationed at the door. After waiting in the ward for a while, Su Weile couldn't stand it anymore. "Uncle will wait for him at the ER entrance." Old Su looked at Su Weile's reddened eyes, sighed, and said, "We'll take you there." Old Su led him not to the hospital's ER, but to a consultation room marked conference room. Bodyguards at the door required identification before they could enter the waiting area. As soon as Su Weile entered the waiting room, he saw Old Master Jiang and the butler from the old mansion sitting there. Old Master Jiang glanced at Su Weile and smiled. "While you're here, come sit." Su Weile walked over and sat beside the old man, staring at the closed door of the consultation room. The thought of Tang Shaowu suffering alone inside made his heart ache unbearably. "Our last chess game hasn't finished," Old Master Jiang suddenly said. "I've been coming home late recently, so I didn't want to disturb your rest. But I've already figured out." Old Master Jiang chuckled softly. I know you're angry because of how I treated Shaowu in the past. Your face can't hide anything." Su Weile did not refute. Indeed, he had been deliberately avoiding Old Master Jiang since that day, because every time he thought about how he had treated Tang Shaowu, he truly became angry. He did not want to talk to him. Old Master Jiang's voice carried the weariness of age, and his speech was slow. "I am actually quite glad that you can defend him like this. Shaowu has never brought anyone home before. It is too difficult to get close to him. They say that when people are sick they are at their most vulnerable, but even at such times he rejects others' proximity. Over the years, every time he fell ill he was alone, at most with old Su by his side. On one hand, he did not want the outside world to know about his health condition, as it would affect the stability of the group. But the most important reason was that he rejected others' closeness. Just like now, as long as he is not unconscious, he decides everything on his own. He does not need anyone. However, through my observations during this time, I think Su Weile listened quietly, his eyes still slightly red. I shouldn't have lost my temper with him today. He has been so exhausted lately, and I made him even angrier. Today, all the proposals were finally approved, and we could finally stop staying up late. It was supposed to be a happy day, but instead I made him so angry that he ended up. Old Master Jiang gently patted Su Weile on the shoulder. Don't blame yourself. Shao's condition is a chronic one. The door to the examination room suddenly opened, and Su Weile immediately stood up. An elderly doctor walked straight up to Old Master Jiang and said, "Old Jiang, the test results are out. Don't worry, there's no major change. We suspect it might be related to recent fatigue as well as emotional issues. The more troublesome issue right now is the mild cerebral edema. I heard Mr. Tang tell his private doctor that he is experiencing severe headaches accompanied by. Since there are no other symptoms, Director Yin and the others lean more toward the headache being caused by vascular spasms due to the malformed vessels rather than other reasons." After seeing Dean Wang off, Old Master Jiang also stood up and said to Su Weile, "I'll head back now." After seeing Dean Wang off, Old Master Jiang also stood up and said to Su Weile, "I'll head back now. Please take care of Shaowu. Don't tell him I came, he won't be happy." Inside the car, which had a modest exterior but an extremely luxurious interior, the old butler of the Jiang family looked at Old Master Jiang, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said softly, "Young master seems to care a lot about this young boy. I heard from the company staff that the two of them are inseparable every day." After a 2-minute silence, Old Master Jiang said, "I thought Shaowu would never have someone so close to him in his life. Now that he does, whether it's a blessing or a curse, and for whom, that's up to fate." The butler let out an almost inaudible sigh, and then said, "At least for now it seems to have a positive influence on young master." Old Master Jiang opened his eyes, gazing at the dazzling world outside. As for love, as enchanting as it is just as dangerous. The more you desire, the more dissatisfaction you harbor. With Shao's personality, love is more likely to end in mutual destruction. He has received too little affection since childhood, having never experienced it, he cannot give it. The only saving grace is that he is exceptionally intelligent. May his intelligence, which has never failed him, help him find what he seeks in love as well. Su Weile waited another half hour before the examination room door opened again. The private doctor pushed Tang Shaowu out in a wheelchair. Su Weile and Tang Shaowu, seated in the wheelchair, locked eyes. He saw that Tang Shao's face was very pale. Tang Shaowu smiled at him. When Su Weile got closer and noticed the red marks on Tang Shao's temples, he turned his head away, his eyes reddening once more. Old Su stepped forward. The family doctor said to him, "The results are acceptable, but he must rest and keep his emotions relaxed. His headache is too severe now. The pain level measured earlier was already at a warning state. We recommend a painkiller injection, but Mr. Tang disagrees. So we'll observe him for the night. He'll be in the lounge next to the ward. Call me anytime. Also, during this period, try to use the wheelchair as much as possible. During the headache episodes, there may be symptoms of fainting or dizziness." Su Weile turned around and said in a low voice, "He'll push you to the ward." After everything was settled, the sky was. Su Weile turned around and said in a low voice, "He'll push you to the ward." After everything was settled, the sky was already faintly light. When only the two of them were left in the ward, Su Weile suddenly recalled Old Master Jiang's words, that Tang Shaowu was always alone, even when sick. Su Weile's heart ached fiercely again. He walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, gently took Tang Shao's hand, and slowly massaged it while asking, "Are you still in great pain? Tang Shaowu, did I make you so angry?" Tang Shaowu, with his eyes closed, let out a soft laugh. "If I say yes, will you stop making me angry from now on?" Su Weile muttered softly, "I'm even angrier. I'm fine, but you're so fragile that even a little anger makes you sick." Tang Shaowu opened his eyes and looked at Su Weile seriously. "I really wanted to use this excuse to make you obedient from now on, but I couldn't bear to see you blame." Tang Shaowu said earnestly, "Don't take everything upon yourself. It has nothing to do with you. It just happened to be a flare-up." Su Weile looked at Tang Shaowu, frowning. "Tang Shaowu, you." He stopped mid-sentence, then after a moment continued, "Forget it, rest first. We'll talk tomorrow." Tang Shaowu stared coldly at Su Weile. "Su Weile, how can I possibly sleep when you stop mid-sentence?" Before Su Weile could answer, Tang Shaowu pressed on aggressively, "You didn't dare finish, did you? Is it something I wouldn't like to hear?" Tang Shaowu, try being paranoid again. "You want me to say it, don't you? Let me ask you. You always want me to hold nothing back, but what about you? Have you ever been honest with me? I asked you before, what exactly is the cause of your severe headaches? What did you say? Primary headache. Cerebral vasospasm. Yes, you have those, but there must be something else, right? Otherwise, why would you worry about the company knowing? Why would the doctors hesitate to speak?" When Tang Shaowu heard that this was what Su Weile wanted to ask, his expression actually relaxed a lot. He smiled carelessly and said, "Yes, there is another illness." Su Weile's heart tightened. He blinked rapidly and asked in an extremely tense voice, "What illness?" Tang Shao's smile was radiant. "Brain tumor." The 3 words that Tang Shaowu uttered so lightly were like a merciless hand that tore open the scab on the most painful wound in Su Weile's heart, making him feel as if his heart had instantly become bloodied. The tears he had held back all night finally found an outlet. Tang Shaowu saw Su Weile's tears streaming down in large drops, and a tumult of strange emotions surged within him. Tang Shaowu watched silently for a moment, then rose and embraced Su Weile. Su Weile felt as if he had returned to his childhood, when he had just learned how serious his mother's illness was. The helplessness and fear of his youth instantly enveloped him. He held Tang Shaowu tightly, and said, "Tang Shaowu, don't get this kind of illness. Don't do this. I don't want this." Tang Shaowu listened to Su Weile sobbing, the smile fading from his face, yet his voice remained light. "Don't cry, little fool. Not every brain tumor is brain cancer. Malignant ones are cancer, benign ones are just tumors, even if they happen to grow in the head." Su Weile listened earnestly, then shook his head seriously. "That's still not okay." Tang Shao's voice carried a faint smile. "What can we do? You didn't tell it earlier that it wasn't allowed, it's already grown. But don't worry, really, it's fine. Many people can live with it for a long time. I can too." Su Weile pulled away from Tang Shao's embrace and asked earnestly, "Can it be cured? Isn't surgery an option?" Tang Shaowu wiped his tears and said, "If needed in the future, surgery can be done. Not now. It's still quiet." Su Weile frowned. "If it's that well-behaved, why are you in so much pain? You're blaming it unfairly. The pain is actually from a vasospasm. One of my cerebral blood vessels is malformed." Su Weile was still uneasy, but he had a habitual blind trust in Tang Shao's words. Unable to suppress a sniffle, Su Weile muttered, "I don't like you being sick. I don't want this illness. Tang Shao, why are you so annoying?" "Yes, how annoying I am. The most hateful thing is that I have to force you to like someone so annoying." Su Weile looked at Tang Shao, who opened his mouth, but in the end said no. He simply leaned in slowly, inch by inch, until he was very close. Then, imitating every time Tang Shaowu had kissed him, he tilted his head slightly, and for the first time took the initiative to kiss him. The next day, when Uncle Su and the private doctor from yesterday entered the ward, they saw Su, while asleep by the bedside, his exposed eyes swollen like 2 small peaches. The doctor walked to Tang Shao's bed, checked the monitoring data, and gave him a thumbs up. "I'm impressed, Master Tang. You're the most pain-tolerant person I've ever seen. That's brutal. You must feel much better now, right? Be sure to rest. Yesterday, my senior brother Dr. Yin also said that if you continue to disobey medical advice, he will stop providing you with medication. He said you're wasting his research achievements." After the doctor left, old Su glanced at Su, while who was sleeping in an extremely uncomfortable position, and said, "Old Master Jiang came yesterday." He exchanged a few words with Su Weile, and the doctor's hesitation made me feel that young Master Su might be starting to suspect something. Tang Shaowu reversed the direction of the hand that Su Weile was holding, turning it into his own hand, holding Su Weile's. He said in a calm tone, "Yes, he asked me yesterday, and I've already told him everything." Old Su paused, and said, "I remember you once said you didn't want to tell him." Tang Shaowu smiled. "Yes, I didn't really want to. After all, it's not something to boast about, and the timing wasn't right then." In Tang Shao's view, everything was about timing. When the timing was right, things would easily succeed. The business world was like that, and so were feelings. At first, he didn't let Su Weile know because his illness was kept confidential. Apart from Dr. Yan's team, few medical staff in the hospital were aware. There was no need for an outsider he barely knew to know. Later, after he developed improper feelings for Su Weile and learned that his mother had died of brain cancer, he became even more reluctant to mention it. Affection won through sympathy would not last, and it was too cheap. In the days that followed, Tang Shaowu moved like a chess player, scheming step by step, sparing no effort. He could feel Su Weile's feelings for him deepening gradually, and the changes in his body honestly reflected that. After Su Weile became aware of his own feelings, he adopted an evasive attitude. Telling him about the illness at this point seemed like good timing. The best expectation was that it would make Su Weile face his feelings sooner and stop resisting his attraction. Even if that expectation was not met, it would at least keep Su Weile by his side, and that was enough. Looking at Su Weile's still-knitted brows, even in deep sleep, his once smiling crescent-shaped eyes now red and swollen, Tang Shaowu leaned forward, slightly bent sideways, and gently stroked them with his fingers. Yesterday, Tang Shaowu discovered something else. He didn't want to see Su Weile cry, yet he did want to see Su Weile cry for him. When Su Weile woke up, he felt that half of his body was numb, especially his legs, which could barely support him. "Damn, my legs don't feel like mine anymore. Tang Shaowu, does your head—" The words were already out before his eyes were even open. Tang Shaowu stroked his head and said with a smile, "No more pain. Much better. Legs numb. Come lie down for a while." Although the bed in the VIP ward was much wider than a standard hospital bed, it was still a bit cramped for 2 adults. Su Weile snuggled close to Tang Shaowu, draping his leg over Tang Shao's, and said, "Tang Shaowu, are all you top students so stubbornly strong?" The top student in my class back in school never got sick until after the big exams. You're the same. A superhero at work, and as soon as you get a breather you fall ill. Tang Shaowu picked up the ice pack Uncle Su had prepared and gently pressed it over Su Weile's eyes. At the same time he massaged Su Weile's leg with one hand. I'm fine now. He'll go home in a bit. He'll take you out for some fun in the next few days. No, I want to stay with you in the hospital. Don't rush to be discharged. After a pause, Su Weile's voice came softly. Tang Shaowu, is your illness really okay? Can't that big ice block cure you? Tang Shaowu smiled sincerely. Really, it's fine. Don't worry, Weile. Su Weile muttered, how can I not worry? It's a tumor, not a pimple. Just think of it as a pimple that happens to grow in a different place. Su Weile was silent for a long time, then said, Tang Shaowu, I won't make you angry anymore. Please get better soon, okay? Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was holding the ice pack to his eyes, unable to see his eyes, but sensing the sob in his voice. He leaned over and gently kissed the beautiful boy who had shed so many tears for him. Then he replied softly, okay. Under Su Weile's insistence, Tang Shaowu stayed in the hospital for 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Weile provided him with comprehensive, three-dimensional meals, medication, massages, acupuncture, conversations, and walks. He was practically inseparable from him. Su Weile didn't feel tired. He was willing to take care of Tang Shaowu. However, there was one task that troubled him, helping Tang Shaowu bathe. In the evening hospital room, Su Weile was playing a card game of high-low with Tang Shaowu. Oh no, that doesn't count, let's redo. Do you have x-ray vision or something? Tang Shaowu leaned back against the bed and said, I'm done playing. I'm tired and want to sleep. Su Weile quickly gathered the cards and said, oh, you're tired. Then let's stop. Let me clean up. Tang Shaowu, in an extremely relaxed posture, smiled faintly at Su Weile. Su Weile, will you still help me bathe later? My head is still a bit dizzy. Su Weile's face visibly reddened. In truth, he and Tang Shaowu had already kissed, and under Tang Shao's cunning schemes they had become mutual helpers and good friends long ago. But being completely naked in front of each other really burdened Su Weile. He couldn't help but wonder if not for this relationship would he be able to face it more calmly instead. Su Weile, oh, I heard you, I know. But well, you can't be like yesterday today. Tang Shaowu had recently developed a mischievous habit of teasing Su Weile. What did I do yesterday? Su Weile said excitedly, you know what you did. Don't play dumb. Tang Shaowu pretended to think seriously and said, oh, my head hurts so much I can't quite remember. I just recall our Weile for some reason. I can't stand anymore, and Tang Shaowu, do you still want to bathe or not? Moonlight streamed into the hospital room, which had been noisy moments ago, but now was quiet and still. Scattered on the sofa were the bright and stylish clothes that Su Weile had deliberately coordinated today. The neatly arranged cards and the chessboard, interrupted by Su Weile's countless retractions, sat quietly on the coffee table. Light from the bathroom leaked through the crack in the door, and Su Weile's voice, accompanied by the sound of rushing water, came faintly, a furious low growl. Tang Shaowu, you're a grown man, and you don't keep your word. Apart from a few low chuckles, Tang Shaowu barely said a word. Every night, after completing an hour of monitoring, Tang Shaowu would accompany Su Weile to sleep on the large bed inside the hospital suite. Tang Shaowu worked on his laptop, while Su Weile played on his phone. Su Weile had discovered that even if Tang Shaowu didn't go to the office, he still had a lot of matters to attend to. Although he had many capable subordinates, they reported to him almost every day. Moreover, Su Weile noticed that for the same company, several different people would report. For example, at Starry Entertainment, after Shue Bing reported, that manager Huang would also report. Although they were from different departments, their work often overlapped. Thus, even when Tang Shaowu was not at the company, he could almost fully grasp the operations and happenings. Su Weile also found that Tang Shaowu prioritized these tasks. The Jiangming Group probably received the most effort from Tang Shaowu. For this major project, he was hands-on during the decision-making and proposal approval stages. Next were Starry Entertainment and Fuma Villa. However, these two were mainly profit-driven, and matters were much simpler to resolve, with less technical complexity. For Tang Shaowu, it was almost like playing. Finally came the Tang Group. Tang Shao's attitude toward the Tang Group was more like monitoring than participation. He wasn't very attentive to the group's operations. Occasionally, to solidify his position and prestige on the board, he would show a small skill. But even these small moves would make the board members ecstatic with dividends. Su Weile suddenly felt as if he had left Jinhai for a long time, and even the people in Jinhai seemed far away. His current life circle seemed to have only one center, Tang Shaowu, and he revolved around that center. Tang Shaowu looked at Su Weile, who was staring blankly at his phone. He reached out and grasped Su Weile's ankle, which was stretched out beside him, playing with it gently. Su Weile's entire body was beautiful, Tang Shaowu thought as he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Weile snapped out of his thoughts, glared at Tang Shaowu, and tapped something on his phone. Soon Tang Shao's phone vibrated once. Tang Shaowu saw it was from Su Weile. He opened it and found a link with the title, "The Harm of Excessive Masturbation to Teenagers." Tang Shaowu smiled, closed his phone, and rubbed Su Weile's ankle, saying, Yesterday someone insisted that I call him a rare top-quality man who is good-looking, has a pleasant voice, and is sunny and handsome. I totally agree, so every time in the dead of night, I really can't help myself. This was a bet they made while playing cards, and Tang Shaowu hadn't said it at all back then, but now he was using it as an excuse. Su Weile was so angry that his teeth itched. Tang Shaowu, you cunning bastard. Just as they were messing around, Su Weile's phone rang. It was a video call from Taitu. Su Weile felt that everyone must be missing him a bit lately because he had been receiving more and more video calls. His father had even gone to his grandparents' house yesterday, and the three of them video called him together. Su Weile stopped fooling around with Tang Shaowu, straightened his pajamas, and found a spot with his back to Tang Shaowu to start the video call. Oh my little master, why did it take you so long to answer? Don't you want your childhood friend anymore? Su Weile's face was still a bit red from the earlier roughhousing, and he said with a chuckle, are you at a bar? Drunk? I'm at the bar missing you, you know. Shaowu, my dad used to tell us to cherish these days of hanging out together every day. Once we find wives and have kids, being together like this every day will be impossible. I never thought this day would come so soon. Su Weile looked at Taitu's bitter face and laughed. Stop being sarcastic. Fix your expression. Let me see if you've gotten uglier after a few days apart. They joked around for a while, and then the phone was passed to Jean. Su Weile sat up straight and smiled in greeting. Jean looked at Su Weile carefully through the camera. Somehow Su Weile felt a little nervous. Shaowu, when are you coming back? Yesterday, I went fishing with your uncle. He misses you a bit. Su Weile felt a little uncomfortable upon hearing this. Brother Jean, I still need to stay for a while. If anything happens at home, please keep an eye on things. Jean nodded. Don't worry about home, nothing's going on. But you, Shaowu, is something wrong. I called Jie yesterday, and she said she didn't know where you're staying. Is that true? Su Weile sensed that Tang Shaowu had been staring at him. He looked up in confusion, asking with his eyes what was the matter. Tang Shaowu continued to gaze at him. Su Weile frowned and had no choice but to continue. It's nothing, brother Jean. I told my dad I'm at a friend's place. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Jean said no more and handed the phone to Taitu. Taitu looked at Su Weile and said, Shaowu, have you lost weight? Last time you said you could eat a lot now. Then why do you look thinner? Su Weile replied casually, really. Have I lost weight? I'm probably just more toned. I've been working out lately. Come on, let me show you this young master's muscles. With that, he took off his shirt and started posing for the camera. Taitu, on the other end, was not to be outdone. Ignoring that he was in a bar, he directly took off his jacket. Luckily, he had a tank top underneath. The two of them childishly compared muscles and finally ended the video call with some grumbling. After the call ended, Su Weile immediately looked at Tang Shaowu and said, What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Thirsty or hungry? Tang Shao's face darkened. Nothing. Just tired. If you're tired, why are you still working? Put it away, let's go to sleep. After the lights were off, Su Weile naturally crawled into Tang Shao's quilt, grinning as he hugged him, and said, Good night, Maka Paka, good night, Upsy, Daisy, good night, little Shaowu. Tang Shaowu smiled, gently stroking the ends of his hair as he whispered, Good night, little Lele. Su Weile fell asleep quickly, and Tang Shaowu gazed at his defenseless face in the darkness. His slightly cold fingers lightly traced the contours of Su Weile's face, finally arriving at his lips, stroking back and forth. Su Weile had developed a conditioned reflex over this period. He slightly parted his lips. Tang Shaowu slowly leaned in and kissed Su Weile deeply. In the dead of night, between the smacking sounds of their kiss, a deep male voice murmured to itself, Su Weile, I really want to lock you up so that no one else can see you. After Tang Shaowu was discharged from the hospital, he and Su Weile went back to stay at the Su family's old residence. Since Tang Shaowu still needed to rest, he stayed put in the old house. During this time, Su Weile was very happy. He chased Geeky around every day, worked in the garden with the gardener, and insisted on planting purslane common at his grandma's house next to the expensive imported flower seeds, saying that when it bloomed, it would be incredibly beautiful. Old Master Jiang watched him run around every day, bringing vitality to the entire old residence. Old Master Jiang let out a heavy sigh. He worriedly realized that Tang Shao's attention to Su Weile was far more intense than he had imagined. The thing that made Su Weile happiest was probably when Tang Shaowu took him to his friend's photography exhibition. Tang Shao's friend. Su Weile thought just hearing that title was incredibly impressive. Tang Shao actually had a friend. At the venue provided by Tang Shaowu, he saw the legendary other friend of Tang Shao besides that, Dr. Yan. To be honest, Su Weile didn't really like this person because as soon as they met, he started conversing with Tang Shaowu in a foreign language and barely greeted Su Weile. Su Weile sensed that this man named Noah had a strong sense of class hierarchy. This feeling wasn't deliberate, it was innate, something that grew with him from his bones. But Su Weile strangely discovered that when Tang Shao was with him, their auras were the same, blending together. He recalled his uncle's words, Tang Shao is not. The happiest thing about this photography exhibition was that Su Weile made a new friend, a particularly wonderful brother named Zhou Xiaoman. He had seen him in magazines before and already liked him. Then he thought he looked very much like a cat at his grandma's house. Not an aloof cat like geeky, but an incredibly adorable house cat, clean, yet lazy, elegant, yet cute. Meeting him in person, he turned out to be even cuter than a cat. Su Weile really liked him. But what he couldn't accept was that such a wonderful Shaoman actually liked that big ice cube. And the two of them seemed to have a very stable relationship. Sai was the cat's eyesight poor. From their conversation, it seemed they hadn't seen each other for a long time, yet they didn't arrange a meal or talk much. Su Weile felt that the friendship between them was very different from the one between him and Taitu. In the evening, Tang Shaowu took Su Weile to a high-end pastry shop. The pastry chef there was a foreigner, and the desserts he made were absolutely irresistible to Su. Su Weile had starry eyes all evening. Whenever he saw a beautiful dessert, he couldn't move. Today Tang Shaowu indulged him uncharacteristically, letting him eat until he was satisfied. Back at the old residence on the big bed, the dopamine effect from the desserts was still going strong. Su Weile obediently sat on Tang Shao's lap, letting himself. When they parted, he asked Tang Shaowu with a silly grin, "Haha, am I especially sweet today?" Oblivious, Su Weile didn't notice the storm in Tang Shao's eyes, and said with righteous seriousness, "We can't ring the bell today. You need to take a good look at the link I sent you yesterday." Tang Shaowu smiled, and didn't force him, turning off the light and lying down as well. Su Weile was too excited to sleep. He took out his phone and saw that Taitu had sent him several pictures. He opened them and saw a bar background followed by photos of a sweet-looking girl. "She's heard you're the bar's treasure and wants to compete with you in singing." Su Weile replied, "She's so young and already singing." Su Weile couldn't help but laugh out loud and replied, "Who is this? Don't joke about the girl. Taitu. She's the new resident singer at the bar. A really nice girl. Want to come back and see? She's heard you're the bar's treasure and wants to compete with you in singing." Su Weile replied, "She's so young and already singing in a bar. You guys take care of her. Taitu, damn young master, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance. This girl is tough, sharp-tongued, and yesterday, she drank everyone at our table under the table. We're waiting for you to come back and get revenge. Only your drinking capacity can match hers." Su Weile looked at the girl's photo again and thought she must be Taitu's type. Then he suddenly wondered what kind of girl Tang Shaowu would like. Su Weile had been thinking lately, had he led Tang Shaowu astray? One day, he suddenly recalled a memory from his early childhood when he often went to play at his father's mine. Back then, the mine always kept large native dogs for guarding purposes. Once a female dog gave birth to a litter of puppies, and for some unknown reason the mother simply disliked one of the pups. While the other puppies could nurse, this one was left out, and later even its siblings began to bully it. The miners felt sorry for the poor creature, so they tossed it into the neighboring pig farm, where a sow was nursing her piglets. The puppy then started feeding alongside. It miraculously survived and grew up playing with those piglets. Even when it was older, it stayed there and never returned, though occasionally it would come over for treats and carry bones back to the piglets. Back then the workers would say, "It didn't feel warmth here, but it found it there. It's probably been led astray. Maybe it'll even take a little pig as its wife someday." Su Weile had no idea why he suddenly thought of himself and Tang Shaowu. He recalled that Tang Shao's mother had been cruel to him since childhood, even trying to kill him. His stepmother was even worse, and he had no true friends growing up. Then he met Su Weile, and suddenly had a close friend. Maybe he just didn't know how to properly express his affection. Had he confused friendship with love? At this thought, Su Weile broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn, then I'd be really guilty." Tang Shaowu suddenly spoke up. "What are you mumbling about over there? Come to bed and stop staring at your phone." Su Weile turned over, his eyes wide. After a moment's thought, he pushed his phone toward Tang Shaowu and said, "Tang Shao, look at this girl. What do you think?" Tang Shaowu glanced at Su Weile, barely looking at the screen, and asked directly, "She's all right. What about it?" Su Weile probed. "This type is Taitu's favorite. Everyone has different preferences, right? What exactly are you trying to say?" Su Weile said quickly, "Then what type of girl do you like?" Time froze for a few seconds. Tang Shaowu suddenly smiled, but his gaze was icy. "Su Weile, I think you're tired of living." Seeing that Tang Shaowu might pounce on him any second, Su Weile preempted him. "Hey, no need to get mad. Can't we have a pleasant discussion? What are you so worked up?" Tang Shaowu said with extreme gloom. "What exactly do you mean?" Su Weile voiced his true thoughts. "I'm just afraid I've led you astray, you know. I mean, I didn't do it on purpose, but you've never liked anyone before, never had any real friends. So maybe you're confusing friendship with love. But Tang Shaowu, don't worry. Even if you suddenly figure things out later or suddenly meet a girl you like, it's fine. He'll still be your best friend forever." Tang Shaowu was stunned for a full 2 minutes. He rarely analyzed Su Weile's words so seriously, wondering if he had misunderstood. This person he had painstakingly lured over was now worried about him, thinking he had led him astray. All of Tang Shao's ferocity vanished without a trace. He pinched Su Weile's waist and said, "Su Weile, you little fool. I've always liked men. That situation you mentioned will never happen. Su Weile was taken aback, then suddenly sat up, his voice agitated. Tang Shaowu, you big liar. Didn't you say you never had a crush on anyone? Now you're saying you've always liked men. You big liar, you jerk. Who is it that you like? That Shui Bing. It must be him. I remember you even protected him when I hit him. No, it must be that big ice cube. Every time you see him you smile like a blooming flower. Damn, I'm furious. What are you grinning at? Ever since learning the truth about Tang Shao's condition, Su Weile hadn't lost his temper like that in a long time. Today the little leopard finally erupted. Tang Shaowu, though being scolded, genuinely laughed with joy, his body trembling along. After laughing for a while he said, Su Weile, knowing that I like men doesn't mean I've ever liked anyone. Don't you know what arouses you? Su Weile asked skeptically. Really? Seeing Tang Shaowu nod seriously, he finally believed it. He felt a bit embarrassed about his earlier outburst and muttered, Why do you like men? Guys have everything you have. You're even an upgraded version. Doesn't it feel boring? Tang Shao's voice carried an unmistakable warning. Su Weile, I'm in a very good mood right now, and you'd better not provoke me. They'll say it again, I like you, and you can only like me. I don't have the magnanimity to let you go, so you'd better not let me find out anything between you and someone else. Otherwise, Su Weile, I will really kill you both. Su Weile slapped Tang Shao's hand, which was gripping him tighter and tighter. Damn, that hurts. Let go, let go. Did you hear me? I heard you, you violent maniac. Were you reincarnated from a lemon? Why are you so sour? You get upset just like that. If not for the fact that you're so fragile, I'd really beat you up. Su Weile lay back down ready to sleep. He was now wearing his favorite cotton pajamas, as he really disliked Tang Shao's overly luxurious slippery nightwear. Tang Shaowu had developed a habit. Every time he pulled Su Weile close, he liked to stroke his belly. Whenever that happened, Su Weile would recall how he used to pet his big dog Quokey's belly, and he almost felt like barking woof at Tang Shaowu. Thinking of Quokey, Su Weile also thought of Grandpa and Grandma, and then of his father. His thoughts gradually drifted, and he fell asleep, unaware that Tang Shaowu was watching him the whole time, watching him slowly drift off. Tang Shaowu just stared quietly at Su Weile's sleeping face for a long time. When Su Weile woke up, he heard the voice of Tang Shao's secretary on the phone, as he did every morning. Su Weile noticed that ever since Tang Shaowu returned to Jiangxing, it seemed there were endless invitations every day. Today was no exception. The secretary listed all those who had sent invitations. Tang Shaowu listened, and as usual said at the end, make excuses to decline all gatherings. For some, pay attention to etiquette in the wording. Let Cheng Ming handle the rest. If necessary, he can attend on behalf of the group. The secretary replied respectfully, yes, Tang Shao. Tang Shao's status in Jiangxing was truly at the apex of the pyramid. Though he was low-key, his rank itself brought an inherent pride and nobility that made it unnecessary for him to frequent social events to please anyone, except for a few exclusive high-end gatherings. But since the tip of the pyramid was so small, the events he absolutely had to attend were extremely rare. In all the time Su Weile had been in Jiangxing, he had only experienced one such occasion. He hadn't wanted to go then, still haunted by the previous incident, but Tang Shaowu asked him to accompany him, claiming his head hurt. So Su Weile had no choice but to put on his formal wear again and go.